What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time the Joester is going to be grading some of the best stuff around, and that is the high C juices, and oh boy, I can't wait to dive into this list. I didn't even know they had this many flavors either, but I always know that the Orange Lava Burst High C has me right. If Orange Lava Burst High C has 1 million fans, then I am one of them. If Orange Lava Burst High C has 10 fans, then I am one of them. If Orange Lava Burst High C has only 1 fan, then that is me. If Orange Lava Burst High C has no fans, then that means I'm no longer on Earth. If the world is against Orange Lava Burst High C, then I'm against the world. Please like and subscribe if you are a fan of Orange Lava Burst High C.
Bro just sounded like someone who tries to meet the word requirement in an essay. I swear that he said Orange Lava Burst High C more than like 6 times in that whole speech. I can't believe this is the man headlining this list, but I guess we just have to accept the fact that Joe is behind this.
Well, he's the only one who doesn't value his health enough, to the point where he'll drink and eat almost anything. You and I can't do that. Donald, because I care about maintaining a healthy body weight and keeping my cholesterol and sugar intake in check. And you don't do it, Donald, because your fat ass would probably have his arteries more clogged up than LA traffic. And if that wasn't the case, and you somehow survived any cholesterol-filled meal, well, your blood sugar would probably be so high after drinking some of this juice that the doctors would have to amputate a damn foot of yours or something.
I stay catching strays, and my blood sugar and cholesterol aren't even bad when I checked in with the doctor last time.
And when was that?
It was around 5 or so years ago, but I swear that I have to be fine. Sure, I'm getting more headaches, and I've woken up feeling so lethargic and weak that I can't get out of bed, but I swear I'm fine.
On God, Donald, I haven't gone to the doctor in so many years. I think the last time I did was when I got COVID like a week ago, and he was spouting off some nonsense like, oh my God, Mr. Biden, I quite frankly don't know how you're even alive. What you've told me about your diet sounds absolutely horrendous, and I would say that you don't have much longer to live. But your body is such an enigma that somehow it's feeding off the blue Gatorade hot dogs you're eating and making you stronger. And all I said back was ball game.
Joe, that is definitely not what he said.
Nah, I'm just joking about that. In reality, he raised various concerns about not only my physical health, but he was also astounded by my quickly deteriorating brain power and had me do some extra studies because I'm showing early signs of something more serious. But then he had me sit in a hospital gown and get some scans done on my brain. And I didn't like the cold draft I felt while I was laying and getting the scan, so I don't think I'll be taking my services back to that place. They should have made me feel more welcomed if they wanted my dollars.
Joe, I'm more than certain that they just cared more about your health rather than anything else. I really think you should go back to that place and give them a second chance, especially if it has to do with your mental health. But also go back and get your physical health in check, too.
Nah, Joe, don't listen to him, bro. Just drink more High C and eat more Gatorade dogs and go about your merry way. If it worked for you this long, then why wouldn't we assume it could work for even longer?
That's what I'm freaking saying, man. They most likely just want to study my brain and body to find out how to clone me and make genetic soldiers so strong that they can take over the world. Not on my watch, buddy, and I will not visit them again, and instead I will just get on with ranking this high C flavors tier list and probably chug a ton after this video. Need my piss to be the same color as the orange lava burst, but I digress. So starting this wonderful list off, we have Flashin' Fruit Punch. And remember how we always mention that fruit punch usually bangs and is the safe option for most drinks? Well, I'd say the same for this because I have to give this flavor a B tier, and honestly, I don't feel bad about it. When they don't have the orange lava burst, I just get this instead, and I drink it, but I swear after going through like half of the large drink that I get from whatever fast food place, I swear to you all that my mouth starts to feel weird and my tummy starts to rumble in a funny way. Like you'd think all the Red 40 would power me up and make me stronger, but in reality it made my tummy hurt like crazy and it just wasn't the best. But I will say that it did bang for the first half of the drink.
Joe, I can imagine that it would hurt with all those sugars in that damn cup, man. You said you get a large drink, right? That's like God knows how many fluid ounces because every fast food place has an insane amount in their large drinks, and that's not even accounting for places that offer sizes larger than large itself. Like, that's insane to me. And I just Googled it as well. So 16 fluid ounces, which is a normal water bottle amount. So not even as big as the large sizes from fast food places. But anyways, 16 fluid ounces come out to 213 calories alone with just the drink, and that's not even the kicker, because if we then talk about the sugar amount, well, it gets even worse, because in that one water bottle filled high C, you get 57 grams of added sugars, which equates to 114% of your daily sugars. And to put it in terms that even you can understand, that means that you have fulfilled your quota and maxed out on the daily amount of sugars you should have for a healthy person. And then some thinking about the ungodly amount you must have had means you probably had enough sugar to last you 2 or 3 days.
Nice, Joe. Now that's impressive as hell. You're honestly a specimen that I think a lab would love to have and study.
Donald, that's the exact thing he was trying to avoid earlier in the video. He literally talked about it.
Barack let the man compliment me. But, yeah, I guess you have a point. Well, enough of your distractions, because I have to continue the list. And up next, we then have Strawberry Kiwi Craze High C, and this, of course, gets a certified banging S-tier entry. And once again, this is no surprise, because everyone in the channel knows how much the three of us twerk for Strawberry Kiwi, but more importantly, just the strawberry portion of it. Like, this is the one thing that can bring world peace, because me, Donald, and Barack all agree that strawberry anything is elite as hell. And you bet your bottom dollar that some Strawberry Kiwi is an elite flavor combination that'll have you jizzing in your pantaloons in no time.
Gross, man. You could have just said we all think it's elite and left it at that. You were right about that, but then you had to mention the jizzing part, and that's just flat out gross, man.
Okay, but did I tell a lie? I know damn well we'd twerk on stage in front of a live audience, butt-ass naked, for some strawberry-flavored things. I just am not afraid to say the quiet part out loud. Well, anyways, then after that, we then have Grab and Grape, and I'm not much of a grapist, or whatever you may call people who enjoy grapes, but the grape flavor just doesn't work really well for high C, and I think I can only place this into C tier, and I'm sorry to all the grapers in the world for this low ranking. I only ask that you all don't grape my little mouth too hard.
All right, relax. You're getting too close with that man. YouTube is also going to demonetize us for having that sound too much like that no word.
Since when is grape considered a bad word? Oh man, this is new news to me. I'm going to have to catch up on my politically correct words, because this is a whole new thing to me. Is that why the Jamba Juice people kicked me out of the store when I said that to them?
Joe, if you ask me, I don't think you said the word enough. Also, what the hell, Barack? You're supposed to be our moral compass, but all you did was call out Joe on that because it would hurt our ad revenue on YouTube. Are you saying you care more about the money than the people whose lives are affected by Joe's cruel and insensitive joke?
Oh, and I'm sorry to the people who that joke may offend. You all, of course, are my #1 priority.
It's like the crazy Russian hacker where safety is his #1 priority. But yeah, moving on with the list, since the grape segment is over, we then have some back-to-back banging S tiers, and I think we all knew this once we saw the orange and strawberry flavors just sitting there and asking to be placed this high. They're asking for it so much, and I'm going to give it to them mean and hard, and then nice and soft. Any position they want me to drink them, I'll drink them. I'll drink them upside down on a roof, out of a puddle, from a sink, out of Donald's belly button. You name it, and I'll probably drink these two flavors out of whatever thing you have me drinking them out of. Heck, you all should have seen this coming, because I love me some orange lava burst, and the strawberry flavor has me twerking from wall to wall till I bust it down so hard that I just rip my pants harder than SpongeBob ever could. If you all don't like my S-tier entries, then I don't think I can be friends with any of you. Screw all that. It's okay to have your own opinion, BS. If you do not agree with my list, then I want your mouth-breathing, rock-chewing, shark-teeth self to go learn about the wonders of these flavors and keep drinking them until you trick your brain into loving these three flavors, and don't stop until you've fully changed your taste buds. Hell, scrape them off and get new ones if you have to.
That was needlessly aggressive, and you all should definitely not do that. It's fine to not agree with Joe, even if in this particular instance, he is kind of right. God just saying that out loud didn't feel right.
Well, I'd argue he placed grape and fruit punch too low, but then we'd have too many high ratings, so I'll let it slide.
The Joester had to make some sacrifices somewhere, Donald. But yes, now ending off our list, we then have another two back-to-back entries, but this time I have both Smashing Wildberry God, I'd love to smash Barry. But yeah, that and Blazing Blueberry both going into A tier. Now the list is officially over.
Don't like that thing you said about me right in the middle of that sentence, but this list was pretty good. I'd rate the Smashing Wild Berry higher, but that's just me.
I'm just glad he's finally sexualizing you instead of me.
What is going on, gang of Lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, the Joester is going to take you down memory lane, and I will discuss the various struggle meals I've had to have whenever I hang out with Hunter. And he steals my car, wallet, phone, dignity, you name it, and he probably had it, so I had to survive out in the wild wilderness that is Florida. There were often times I was hungrier than Donald after missing his second dinner, but I had to tough it out and get whatever meal I could get my little grubby Joe hands on. So I am actually looking forward to this tier list.
How many times did that even happen? Like you have a whole list dedicated to struggle meals from the sheer amount of times that your own son robbed you and left you stranded with nothing to your name.
Don't be silly, Barack. Sometimes he'd let me keep my clothes on, but he must have done it, I don't know, maybe like 200 or 300 times. I lost count, to be honest. And if anything, I want to thank him for toughening me up and preparing me for the dangerous streets of Florida, that in Gary, Indiana. I mean, I'm sure you don't get it, Barack, because you only have daughters, but I promise you that this is a thing that all fathers must go through with their sons. I'm sure Donald has countless stories about the same thing happening to him.
No, dude, I really don't. Eric and Don Jr. just helped me out with the election since, some of us are actually still competing and didn't decide to just give up because they're lazy and dementia-ridden. And as for Barron, well, the kid just plays Clash of Clans all day and doesn't really talk much at all. It kind of scares me if I'm being honest, but maybe it's a phase. But either way, I still think that all that height he has is definitely going to waste. The freaking guy is 6'9", and you all can go ahead and Google that because it's true. But imagine being 6'9", and all you do is play Clash of Clans and sit in your room and game. Like brother LeBron is 40, and he needs help getting his 5th ring, and you have all that height and my superior bulking genetics. Like he could be playing power forward right now, just absolutely getting buckets. But instead, here we are. He just begged me recently to go on this guy Aiden Ross's stream, and it was cool and all, but I felt like I was talking to a window licker. Bro licked my whole boot clean with the way he was riding the Don's D.
Hold on, what I'm getting from all this is that Barron is not only legal now, but he's 6'9". Bro, you better not leave him alone in a room with me because I'll teach him some games that feel a whole lot better than Clash of Clans.
Jesus Christ, Joe. Barack, you're the moral compass of the group. Make him stop saying that about my son.
What do you want me to do about it? The only thing I can do is ask him to start the list.
Whoa, there's a list. Oh, boy howdy, and it's a struggle meals list. I have to do this one, sorry guys, and let me just get started before Donald or Barack start one of their famous rants, because the people want to hear about the struggle meals, not the lousy deals that Barry and Don got going on. Well, starting this list off, we have ourselves some certified bangers because we have 4 back-to-back S-tier entries. Because I don't know how anyone can hate the bean and glizzy combo, chicken patties, bologna sandwich, and the box with generic pastries. Like the only questionable thing people can call me out for is the glizzy and bean combo, but call me British because the way I twerk on beans is just unnatural to any human. I see the vision, my Brits, and I am a bean lover, and I once had a bowl of beans, cheese, and fries, or as the Brits would say, chips, and it felt a bit like a struggle meal, but let me tell you that I was definitely not struggling throating all my food and getting it in my belly. Well, actually I was, because the cheese got stuck to my teeth and I swallowed the main glob, and so I was coughing and choking because I had cheese just dangling in my esophagus while the strand holding it was glued to my teeth. Felt like I had Spider-Man web swinging all up inside of me.
That's, I'm not sure if any other human in history has ever heard this amalgamation of sentences put together. This might be the first time in human history that anyone has ever heard all those sentences put back to back.
Joe, honestly, if you made a book, I wouldn't buy it, but I'd definitely pirate it online. But it would probably be like 30% entertaining, 40% gross, 20% illegal, and lastly, probably 10% lousy. Now that's a book if you ask me.
Why, thank you, Donald. It would be an autobiography too. Well, enough of that, because continuing on with the list, we have some hot garbage because goddamn these next 3 things get an absolute D tier. Like no one with a straight face can tell me that they'd enjoy some toothpaste glizzies or some cereal with water or ice sandwich. Like at that point, I'd rather have just dry cereal or just the plain loaf of bread with no ice on top. Which, speaking of, I have that and the cough drops both going into C tier. Like I'd rather have these than some wet cereal, toothpaste dogs, and ice sandwiches. Like no matter how down bad you get, you all better promise me that you'll never eat those things. Even if I know Donald's fat ass would love the toothpaste glizzy, considering he loves Shamrock Shakes, and those two may as well be the same thing.
I don't know where you're at in your head if you think those two are remotely the same.
My head is in reality Donald, and the plain truth is that Shamrock Shakes taste like garbage. Well, anyways, then after we then have 3 back-to-back B-tier entries with the chip sandwich, Ritz with cheese, and bread with sugar. Now for the chip sandwich, this actually sounds decent and has a bit of crunch. And the Ritz with cheese just sounds like some ghetto charcuterie, and I'm down to tango with that. And lastly, the bread with sugar is just what it sounds like. Some bread with some sugar, and you can't go wrong with that. More importantly, let's talk about our next 3 entries because they're all S tiers, because the instant mash and oatmeal are bangers, and the off-brand Oreos would bang too. Like struggle meal or not, the instant mash and instant oatmeal just absolutely slap. I still use both from time to time. And if you season the mashed potatoes enough, it will bang. Then the cream betweens make me want a cream between my legs, if you ask little old Joe.
That is absolutely vile, man. Why can't you ever rate things without saying some gross stuff? Like, have you ever considered just not saying asinine things when doing these lists?
You're basically asking me to stop being myself, Barack. I do not think I'll be doing that because the audience comes to see the Joe Dog enter his primal form when making these lists. Nothing can contain me. No man or machine could hold a candle to the inner machinations of my mind. Just like how I can't comprehend our next 2 entries because I have never seen canned potatoes, but the canned burger I have seen, but I imagine both slap and get an A tier from me. More importantly, we might have a first for the channel because I don't think anyone has ever done back-to-back S tier entries, because our next 6 entries are all going high up there. I don't think I really need to describe them because we all know that these all bang because they're just off-brand stuff. Like if you ask me, some Dr. Perky would bang as hard as some Percocets. But yeah, I think I'm the first person to be giving that many S tier ranking in a row.
Joe, that's not something to be proud of. You guys would skin me alive and call me fat if I did it.
Yeah, but I'm normal, so it's okay.
That's extremely debatable. Actually, it's not. You're not normal, Joe.
The only thing not normal about me is how my little joester can stretch longer than a rubber band. It must have had the gomu gomu no mi fruit or something. Anyways, yeah, after those entries, we then have the custom ice tray, and if you got cash like that to get a custom ice tray, then you're probably set. Crunching on some ice would bang too, so like that gets a B tier because who doesn't like some crunchy water on a hot day? More importantly, we have 3 A-tier entries coming up next because that mystery slop looks extremely edible. If you ask me, and if you're eating mayo or butter, you're getting your calories in, and honestly, I've had both before, and it's actually quite delectable.
Joe, I can hear your arteries crying for help. They're screaming in agony from all the cholesterol.
They're screaming because they haven't had enough cholesterol, if you ask me. I know what's best for my body, and it needs more grease. Well, after that, we then have a raw brick of ramen, and this gets a C tier because it's edible and it isn't awful. But then we have 3 B tiers up next because the brick ramen sandwich would bang, the sauce drawer slaps for taco night, and the ghetto pizza actually would bang if done correctly. The problem is that I don't think I'd be able to do it correctly, but I mean, if you look at the picture, it actually looks pretty good, right, guys?
No, not really.
I have to keep it real here. I would absolutely smash that struggle pizza and not leave a single crumb behind.
See? It does look good. Woo! Now I feel very validated for thinking that. Well, yeah, then after we have our next 4 entries getting S tiers, and that'll be the sunflower seeds, spaghetti rings, Tic Tacs, and bottled water. These all bang so hard for different reasons. Like the sunflower seeds are a great appetite reducer, and you can just chew on them like gum if you're hungry. Or you can be like me and just eat them either way instead of wasting precious nutrients. Sure, they cause blockages sometimes, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Well, then spaghetti rings just slap. No need to explain that. Tic Tacs are the same as sunflower seeds. They reduce appetites and bang. And then bottled water, well, If you chug enough water, it'll stop you from feeling hungry because your tummy will just be filled with water.
Not sure if that's advice that you want to give our viewers.
It's what Matt Stoney does before his eating competitions. Are you telling our viewers that he's not great?
Not what I said, and our viewers aren't Matt Stoney.
Not Matt Stoney. Yet, just wait till they become the best competitive eaters with my new trick. Well, now, rounding off this list, we have tap water, and this gets an A tier. Because as long as you don't live somewhere like Flint, Michigan, well, you're probably fine drinking your tap water. More importantly, we have our final entry on this list, and it is merely thugging it out and going to sleep hungry. That, of course, gets an S tier because ain't no world out there where thugging it out would not get you the Joe Dog's respect. Plus, it would probably be a good weight loss method for people like Donald. Load him up with enough Ambien to sleep through winter like a bear, and he'd come out a new man.
How about we load you up with all that instead?
Bold of you to assume I'm not on anything right now.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video. And this time around, I am going to be ranking the various type of Hershey's chocolate bars and all their flavors. I bet you're all surprised to see that I'm handling this tier list, considering the fact that our local elite eater isn't in charge of this.
Man, I give you one list and you're already bragging about it. Go ahead and talk more about how you have this list over me. What do you want the viewers to do? Jump for joy? Man, they don't care at all if it's you doing the list because they know that some way, somehow you're going to mess up this list. Plus, we all know that my next tier list is going to bang so much harder than this list ever can dream of.
Can we stop with the banging talk? And I'm seriously getting aroused right now.
Joe, we're talking about chocolate and tier lists.
I know what we're talking about. Hey, I don't treat me like some sort of senile old man Barack. I'm pretty smart. It's just that you two don't ask me about the stuff I know about.
Okay, Joe, please enlighten us with the marvelous knowledge you supposedly have. Except you can't make a single mention of blue Gatorade, anything kinky, and about sleeping.
Okay, now we're just not playing fair. This is like asking LeBron to not play basketball, but instead to write me a 60-page dissertation on how modern American food culture has devolved into fast food and quick and filling meals rather than nutritious and enjoyable meals.
I don't think that's the case at all, Joe. He just asked you to talk about almost literally anything not stupid or gross. Why don't you ramble on about a fun fact or, I don't know, man.
See, now I'm getting performance anxiety because of this. This is like asking someone to get hard on command. I just can't do that.
Okay, see, like, why did we immediately go on and talk about getting hard, Joe? Just talk about something normal, man.
Fine, man, we can talk about this one time where me and Donald were playing the Marvel Rivals beta the other day. And by the way, the game is actually pretty dope and better than Overwatch, but that's aside from the point. So anyways, me and Donald were playing, and a teammate hops on the mic and starts trashing me, right? So naturally, I tell Donald that I'm about to make this dude feel like a total dick for saying all those mean things to me. Like, forgive me for going 0 and 15 as a DPS, but that's aside from the point. I then hop on the mic and start going, I am special needs, me, no know how twos play the game cow weckly. And then the dude goes quiet. So now I'm like realizing I have to keep up the act because if I don't, then they'll know that I'm not special needs. So every time I do something good, I say something like, when we did it, or you so good at the game. And this goes on for a while till we're at the last point of our match. And I lost us a very pivotal point during the capture the point game because I didn't want to stay guarding it by myself. And the dude hops back on the mic and yells at me. So then I go and say, you so mean. Why would you says that to me? Me's a disabled. And he yells out, because I know you're not Then I get radio silent. Like, what do I even say to that man? I just had to take it on the chin, and Donald was there to witness the whole thing from start to finish. But, yeah, I forgot what the heck we were talking about. But my story was pretty outrageous, wasn't it?
It was so much funnier in the moment. Joey had no choice but to just take it and couldn't even say anything back. The whole lobby went silent, and it was so funny. And the best part was that we actually won the next 2 rounds after Joey went silent, too. God, I swear, you know how they say that laughter adds to your lifespan? I must have gained like 10 years because I couldn't even breathe from how hard I was laughing.
All right, it wasn't that funny, man. I got cooked.
That's honestly probably why it was so funny, Joe. It sounds hilarious if you ask me. But I think that's enough of your shenanigans, Joe, because you somehow turned us asking you to prove your intelligence into a long-ass story about how you got called out in a video game for pretending to be mentally handicapped. Like, I'm more than certain that it didn't help your case at all, but I'm sure the Joe heads really don't care about it. Well, anyways, let's get the damn list started, because this was a long intro. But yeah, we're rating Hershey's bars, and I do love me some chocolate when I'm allowed to have some. So let's get started with our first entry, which is a certified banging S tier entry, because who doesn't love themselves some cookies and cream? I genuinely think this is one of, if not the best flavor that any Hershey's bar has to offer. Like, cookies and cream just bangs as a flavor in general, and I will have it in chocolate bar form, ice cream form, Pop-Tart form, protein shakes, milkshakes in general, you name it, and I'll probably twerk on that if it has cookies and cream.
What if it was the flavor of, let's say that I had some cookies and cream flavored hot dogs where I melt the chocolate and get it to like a hot boiling point, and then dip my uncooked wieners in there until they fully cook in the bubbling hot cookies and cream chocolate bubble, and then I take them out and let them dry so they have this delicious outer crunchy layer of cookies and cream chocolate, but then they have salty and meaty goodness right in the center.
That sounds absolutely disgusting, Joe. How do you even come up with this? Like, what leads you to believe that this would be good in any way? Like, why is it that whenever there's some hot dogs left over, you just decide to violate it, like with the blue Gatorade dogs and now the cookies and cream dogs?
Oh, so you'll get on my ass for that, but nobody bats a damn eye when someone busts out some candied bacon. No, if anything, you'll all applaud and beg for some damn candied bacon to munch on, but when the Joester decides to push some culinary boundaries, all of a sudden I'm being treated like EDP 445 after the cupcake incident.
I'm pretty sure you were treated like that way before any of your vile food experiments came to light. But yeah, Joe, I think I am going to judge you for chocolate-coated hot dogs. It is not similar at all to candied bacon, but I'll let you die on that hill, because I don't want to talk about that with you. Instead, let's talk about our next entry, which is a bangin' A tier, because the Crackle Hershey's bar is just so amazing. Now, sure, it basically is a crunch bar because they're both chocolate bars with crisped rice pieces all throughout, which give it that yummy texture. But I love crunch bars, so of course I'll love me some Crackle. And combined with that classic Hershey's flavor, well, you just have a banger on your hands, and I don't think I need to explain further. Then after we have Hershey's Gold, and I have this going into S tier because I love the caramel-coated goodness alongside the pretzel and peanuts.
So far, the Don is actually not seeing any blasphemy on this list. I'm actually amazed that you're doing so well, and you're actually exceeding the Don's expectations. I think I'd have everything where you have it right now, but the next entries will separate elite eaters from posers. Now, Barack, why don't you go ahead and show me where you belong? Are you a poser, or will you be temporarily joining me in the elite eater rank?
Why is it only temporary?
Well, you'd only get the ranking for the remainder of the video, but you wouldn't be able to keep it. Like, let's be honest, a lot of your lists are somewhat awful, and you won't get redeemed for having one good food list.
Barack, there are other ways of getting the elite eater title. Just come to my house and close your eyes and I'll have you suck out of this hose, and depending on how fast you can get the yummy jelly out of the hose, I may deem you an elite eater or not.
Dude, what the hell? Do you really have a jelly hose? I need that in my life right now. You better not be busy tomorrow, Joe, because I am taking you up on that offer.
Oh man, Donald, I really want to tell you what he's talking about. But I think it's best if I just don't intervene. Like how documentary people simply observe and don't interfere at all. Well, anyways, let's see if I earn Donald's elite eater title, because up next we have the classic Hershey's bar, but with almonds. And I have this going into B tier because while it is enjoyable, I think I'd rather have any of the entries above it if I'm being quite honest.
Okay, you're somewhat on the right track, but I'm watching very closely. You got one out of the next four, right? Let me see what you have next.
Why does this feel like I'm taking a test now? I didn't have any pressure before, but now I feel like I might let people down. Even though I know this is a stupid, arbitrary system that Donald made himself so like I really shouldn't care at all. But now I feel like I can't let him down.
People say it's because of my aura, Barack. I have a commanding presence.
What aura type is mine? People tell me that my aura has never been pinker.
Joe, that's a reference to Avatar: The Last Airbender, and you do not fit the Ty Lee aura at all, but rather you fit the SpongeBob Sunday Breath aura, where everyone wants to run away from your very visible stench cloud. But yes, let me continue with the list, because then after I have the Hershey's Reese's Pieces, and I really thought about putting this into A tier, but I sat and thought while Joe was spewing some nonsense as always, and I thought that it deserved a higher placement, so I have to give this an S tier.
All right, you are now 2 for 4. That's 50% Barack.
Or 100% divided by 2.
That's a weird way to rephrase what Donald said, Joe, but sure. Yeah, I am now 2 for 4, and the pressure is mounting. So up next, we have the Mr. Goodbar, and many would maybe think of rating this highly, but this is basically a B tier because it's too similar to the almond version of the Hershey's, but instead of almonds, it just has peanuts. I don't really think this deserves a higher placement.
All right, Barack, you are now 3 for 4. As long as you don't mess up the next one, you pass the Elite Eater test, and so does everyone else who is playing alongside Barack.
Wait, but 3 for 4 is already 75% I'd be passing without the next one.
Now, for the Don's test, it's a miss one and you fail type of test.
Well, that sucks, but whatever. I feel like I know where to place the classic Hershey's bar, and this is easily going into C tier for being the most mid of mid Hershey's bars, and I will gladly be taking my 4 for 4, Donald.
Wrong! The classic Hershey's is a freaking delight and belongs in at least B tier. You were so close, but you just had to Barack this list.
Okay, so now we're using my name as a verb as a way to say that I messed up.
What can I say, Barack? You're a failure, but not as much as our pathetic friend Joey here.
I think I just Joed all over my pants after hearing you say that.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be ranking shapes. Yep. Joe and Donald just figured, hey, let's have Barry do the shape tier list. I bet he won't complain at all. Well, guess what? You two suck, and I don't even know why the hell we're doing a shapes tier list. That's like doing a colors tier list.
Okay, but I literally did that list, and it actually banged.
Yeah, and I did a crayons tier list, and that banged as well. You just seem like an ungrateful, spoiled little kid right now, Barack. You get the right, you get the privilege to do a tier list, and this is how you repay me and Donald?
All right, my bad. I forgot you two also did those weird lists too. I guess I don't have much room to complain, considering you guys did crayons and colors before I did this shape list.
Yeah, you shouldn't complain because shapes go hard, brah.
I mean, I guess, either way, I guess I have to get this list started, don't I? Well, let's go ahead and finally get to talking about shapes. And up first on our list, we have the circle. Now, you know what I love about the circle? Just how round it is and how perfectly round it is. They're like the Beyonce of shapes, strutting around with their flawless curves and zero angles. No sides to argue about, just one smooth, continuous line that screams, I am better than all other shapes. You also know what else is in the shape of a circle? Some damn pizza, and I know Donald would twerk for circles just for that fact alone. But let's not forget that the circle basically caused the wheel to be invented and allows us to travel around on cars, bikes, you name it, and we have a use for it. Without circles, we wouldn't have any wheels at all. So next time you see a circle, give it a nod of respect. It's the OG of shapes, holding everything together while keeping it real and keeping it round.
Did this dude just go on one of the nerdiest tangents about a damn circle?
Bro, for real, said that doing this list was stupid, but then proceeded to throat the circle for like the past minute. Like, I can't even imagine coming up with all that on the spot, but this guy just spun a whole love letter to a shape.
Well, personally, I could do that because I am an intelligent man, unlike yourself, Joe, but I would have made my speech a lot cooler, and I definitely wouldn't have made that corny joke at the end.
Forgive me for being creative. God forbid I actually just have some fun with these lists instead of talking about some horrendous thing Joe did or some incredibly fat thing you did, Donald. I'm trying to make a list that our viewers can actually watch while eating.
Okay, that's not fair at all. You know, it's not me ruining my list, but rather it's whenever Joe just chimes in with one of his stories, and for whatever reason we just sit there and listen to it all, and he just says the most insane and disgusting things possible.
Let's be for real here. It's because you two secretly love hearing the juicy stories I have.
Okay, he has a point there.
It has to be the morbid curiosity within us.
Oh, for sure, that's what I'm thinking too.
It has to be right? Well, thankfully, I don't think he has one for today. That, or he just doesn't have one ready quite yet. Let's hurry through this list before he randomly remembers a story or something. So anyways, following the circle, we now have the ellipse and kite, both getting back-to-back B-tier entries. Like, they're both pretty cool and unique because the ellipse is like a thinner circle. Like if you pinched the sides and stretched it out, but it doesn't do it for me as much as the tried and true circle. And then as for the kite, well, it reminds me too much of a wannabe rhombus, and I don't really like that. It's stepping up and jacking the swagger of the rhombus too much, and I can't have that going on. And now that I'm looking at the rest of the shapes, we have all these gons up next, and I actually don't think they suck, but I don't think they're super amazing, and I think I'm going to place literally all of them into B tier. Well, all of them, except the pentagon, because that gets a banging S tier. Now, I seriously doubt the audience wanted to hear me go in depth about every single one of those shapes. They're basically circles with sides, and they just increase in the amount of sides that they have as it goes on. It's like Donald at any fast food place. The sides just keep going up and up and up when he orders.
If you ask me, I would have loved for you to talk about the gons, because if you really don't think about it, they're like the Avengers of shapes, each bringing their unique strengths to the table, and the ever-increasing sides just adds to the enjoyment of talking about them. Like what really has my balls to the walls, twerking for them, is that they can theoretically go on forever and just have more and more sides. It's an infinite shape, and really it reminds me of the phone call me and Donald had and how it all circled back to what I did during the summer of 1973. I know we have a very eager commenter who always mentions it, so I think it's about time that I talk about my inner demons and how I actually...
Yeah, we're not hearing you out on this, little bro. This is the shapes tier list and not your personal confession booth. You almost had me at the start because you were actually talking about the shapes. And I even gave you a little leeway to talk about the off-topic thing because I thought you were going to make it connect back with the topic at hand. But clearly, you were not going to do that, so I had to cut you off there. Well, now going back to the list, we then have the oval and parallelogram going into A tier. Now let's start with the oval because this is basically a better ellipse and I refuse to hear otherwise. Do you know how many things are in the shape of an oval? I can't think of many aside from a watermelon or avocado. Oh, and our eyes are oval shaped too, right? Well, some of us, because not everyone has oval shaped eyes. But yeah, I kind of started talking, but I am slowly realizing that I don't know much about ovals and just kind of put them that high because I like them. Same kind of goes with parallelograms. Like, I remember hearing about them in school, and I swear I have never heard it be muttered since my geometry class.
You could have mentioned the Oval Office or eggs, because we all know my love for eggs extends beyond eating them for breakfast. I also prefer my eggs to be ovulating.
Okay, can you not say that, please? I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, Joe, we all know that they're better when they're not ovulating because then we won't have to worry about you making new Hunter Bidens out in the world.
Okay, no. No to all that, because we should not be talking about ovulating eggs in our shapes tier list. Instead, let's talk about our next three entries, because we have banger after banger after banger, because these all are going into S tier. There is no world out there where someone can convince me that the rectangle, rhombus, and right triangle don't bang. Like, the rectangle is such a common shape and is basically a stretched out square, but it's also a commonly used shape. Like, just look at every food box out there. That's G. Then the rhombus has 4 equal sides, just like a square, but not in perfect 90-degree angles, so that's pretty cool. See, the rhombus is all about those slants. And it's like the square decided to take a vacation and came back with a relaxed and mellowed out. Then, lastly, the right triangle is cool as hell and might be the MVP of all the shapes, because the right triangle also has the legendary Pythagorean theorem. A squared plus b squared equals sine c squared. It's a magical formula that makes it possible to find the length of any side as long as you know the other two. Then, let's not forget trigonometry. Sine, cosine, tangent, and all those fancy functions we learned in school are based on the right triangle. It's the shape that's out there, making sure engineers, architects, and physicists can do their jobs. Like, there's no way that people can't love this shape.
That was a whole lot of nerd-ass shit being repeated there, bro. I can't even front. I was about to knock out harder than Sleepy Joe at a press conference because I hate math, man. And you decided to try to persuade me and basically tell me that a shape is cool because of math? Like, do you realize how lame and nerdy that sounds? You might as well be talking to a brick wall right now because ain't a goddamn soul buying what you're selling.
Don't listen to him, Barack. I may have not understood nor paid attention to any of the stuff that you were saying, but I can say that I appreciate hearing the sweet, silky, smooth sound of your voice. And even though you cut me off earlier, I just want you to know that I forgive you and I will forever cherish you.
What the hell? I don't want your forgiveness for cutting you off. You were about to say something vile, and my rankings were not intended for the likes of you two. I'm sure the audience is going to appreciate the hard work and effort I put into describing the shapes. But anyways, then after we have the scalene triangle, and this gets a C tier, I don't like it as much as the other triangles, so naturally I have to place it this low. But hold your horses, everyone, because we have a banger up next, because we have our tried and true square coming up next. And this is like one of the first shapes we all learn of when we're kids, and it's an incredibly influential shape.
Do you know what else is in the shape of a square? SpongeBob and I love his show.
Oh, so now you want to suck off Nick and not during our debate.
Hey man, I had to stay in my lane and I couldn't say anything about Mr. Bob.
I don't think anyone calls him Mr. Bob. I think they call him Mr. SquarePants, but whatever. I digress because we're on our final two entries, and up next we have our very first D-tier stinker in the trapezium, and God, this thing just sucks. I am not a fan of it at all and think it's a bit of a mood killer when it comes to all these shapes. But thankfully we are blessed to have another goated shape up next in the triangle, and this of course gets an obvious S tier because it's one of those cool-ass shapes. And yeah, that's the entire shapes list. You see, I can't believe I actually went through with it and did the list.
It could have been worse, Barack. You could have heard a Joe rant.
True.
You both are some hating-ass motherfuckers.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another Barry list, and I'm sure you're all excited to see me rank some more, considering how well the shapes tier list went.
Dude, I was about to fall asleep during that video, I won't even lie. Hearing you suck off a right angle was possibly one of the worst things I've ever put myself through. That or sitting next to Joe in the back seat of your car.
I thought Barack's sensual voice was perfect ASMR, and I didn't know if I should have been sleepy or if I should have been turned on.
Definitely not either because it was a good list. Well, whatever, because now we got something better, and that is some damn emotions.
Now, here's a question that I have, Lane. Why didn't we use the emotions from Inside Out to show off the different emotions? Like, that would have been more visually appealing to me.
Joe, not everyone has the mentality of a toddler, and what if they haven't seen Inside Out? Then they wouldn't care at all.
Yeah, but like disgust is such a baddie. I've been using a lot of Disgust Inside Out Rule 34 recently, and I've just been hankering to see some more of her. If you ask me, they need to introduce another emotion and have it be known as freaky, because it isn't enough for me to see disgust give me that look of contempt and just have her disrespect me and treat me like I'm nothing, because I am nothing. No, I want more, and we need to start a petition for the freaky emotion.
Joe, Jesus Christ, man, you cannot be saying that.
Thank you, Donald.
No problem, man, because we all know that I would much rather bang joy than disgust.
Nope. Not what I intended at all. And I've had enough of you two mentioning that movie. From now on, there is to be no talk revolving around Inside Out 2, and especially no talk revolving around the Rule 34 version of the emotions. I hope I have made myself clear because I really don't want to hear any of that.
Can I at least talk about Donald Trump Rule 34?
No shot, that's an actual thing.
It most definitely is, and it is glorious.
Yeah, Donald, unfortunately, it is a very real thing. I've had the displeasure of having Joe show me while in the car. I notice that a lot of bad things happen whenever someone is in the back seat of a car with Joe. But yeah, none of that talk at all because we have a list to start, and let me just go ahead and start it because the viewers have been waiting for this. So to start everything off, we have contempt, and for those who don't know, this is basically like a feeling of disdain or disgust for someone as a person. Another easy way of describing this would be to just say that the feeling you get whenever you hear Joe talk about Rule 34 is probably the closest thing you'll get to contempt or disdain towards Joe.
So how the hell is that different from disgust? It might as well be the same emotion.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Donald, because now I can clarify, and you see, the difference between disgust and contempt is our physical reaction. In disgust, We want to physically move away from the source, like when you see someone throw up in front of you, or maybe even see an animal poop in front of you, like you're disgusted and want to move away from that, unless you're a freak. But yeah, whereas in contempt, we don't necessarily want to remove ourselves from the situation because it isn't that bad to truly elicit a harsh form of disgust. So now to get to the actual rating, because all I've done is describe it, I think I would give contempt an A tier. Moving on, though, we have another emotion that I feel quite a lot whenever I'm around either Donald or Joe, and that would be anger. Now, anger is not really the greatest emotion to have because it's not healthy to always be angry. But sometimes you just have to be angry at someone to get them to understand. Sadly, though, I am only giving this a C tier because I'm trying to be less of an angry person because I'm not trying to die early.
I mean, if you want to live for a long time, just do my Joe method of eating whatever you want, whenever you want. It has worked for me so far, and I haven't even mentioned all the substances that I used.
That's because you're a human anomaly, Joe. And I doubt people will be as lucky as you when it comes to surviving off your blue Gatorade hot dogs and being on some form of illegal substance most days of the week. Honestly, it really just is some sick and twisted miracle that you're still alive, Joe. But it is what it is. Well, anyways, following that, we then have excitement. And this gets a freaking S tier, man. Who doesn't like to feel excited about things? Like that feeling of excitement when you were a kid during Christmas. Or maybe that excitement as an adult to get a week off of work and be able to travel somewhere. Or just the overall excitement to live life.
Or the overall excitement to take Somalian Percocets.
Or better yet, the overall excitement someone can receive when they order some McDonald's or Popeyes.
I liked my examples better, but sure, if you're addicted to substances like Joe, then I'm sure you'll agree with him. And if you're a calorie-challenged human being like Donald, well then I bet your dopamine receptors just go off the charts whenever you see a Big Mac on the screen. And if you're a normal person, then I'm sure you'll agree with my examples. Well, moving past that, we then have sadness, and that's going to be our very first D tier. Like, I would rather just not have that in my life, but I guess I can appreciate a bittersweet feeling more than anything else.
Oh, Barack, you young, gorgeous, and built young man. See, sadness may be a bad feeling, but it's a deeply essential part of the human experience. It's with us in our most lonely moments, reminding us just how fragile happiness can be, and without sadness, we wouldn't understand the true value of joy. We wouldn't appreciate the highs without the lows that make them meaningful.
Joe, no one really cared, bro, all that yapping, but let me ask you this, Joe, because I know I can change your answer with this one sentence. So you say sadness is important, but imagine a world without sadness. That means you would never get a sad post-nut clarity, Joe.
Jesus Christ, we need to give you a damn Nobel Peace Prize. I have now changed my mind, and Barack, you were right. It's a damn D tier.
It's so sad to see that it took that to change your mind, but also kind of squishy to see how much Donald cares about you.
I don't care about him. I just wanted to show everyone how dumb he was.
You definitely care for him to some degree, but I won't say anything. Well, now coming up next on our list, we have joy. And come on now, you have to be one cynical person to try to find a way to hate on joy. This is obviously getting an S tier, and there really isn't a counter argument for it. Like, are you going to say that someone being too joyous is a bad thing? Like, my bad bro, I'll find something to be sad about just because you're also probably sad. Some crab mentality there and extreme bitterness if you think that way. But anyways, moving past that, we then have disgust. And now this gets a slightly lower rating for me than contempt. So I have to give it a B tier. Like, when I think of disgust, I think of something truly vile. Like some feces, or like some spoiled food, someone throwing up, or like Joe making one of his blue Gatorade dogs.
Come on, man. We all know that me making my blue dogs would do anything but make you disgusted. I can already imagine the look of pure joy on my face when I see one of those bad boys served up to me.
But then you'd see me and Barack just giving you the biggest side eyes in the world because not a goddamn soul genuinely enjoys that.
Amen to that, Donald. Well, after that, we then have surprise, and I have to give this another high tier because I am placing this into A tier, because who doesn't like a good surprise? Like, that one is a pretty easy ranking there.
There can be bad surprises too, you know. Like, what if you go to the doctor and he gives you the surprising news that your body has deteriorated to the point where you only have the rest of this year to live? I'm pretty sure that's a bad surprise.
Okay, that's morbid as hell. But I imagine that you enter shock rather than feeling surprised, and that's a whole different thing. But yeah, moving past that weird example Joe gave out, we now have fear, and I'm giving this a C tier. Now hear me out on this, because fear isn't a good emotion to feel. I get that. But without fear, we wouldn't have horror movies and getting that suspenseful scare where you just have goosebumps and are anxiously waiting to see what happens next. But, oh man, that's a great feeling. I will say, though, that it would suck to actually be scared of, let's say, like a serial killer kidnapping you. In that case, fear would definitely be one of the worst things to feel in that moment.
Or that pain that comes with his endless hours of torture as the killer meticulously flays your skin over and over until you pass out from pain.
Okay, Joe is starting to creep me out, man. I don't want to hear from him anymore.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and keep doing the list and ignore him some more, because obviously it wasn't enough, and he's lashing out to get more attention. Well, following that, we now have shame up next, and this is something that everyone needs a lot more of, especially Joe. So I think I have to place this into A tier. Like, imagine a world where people were just more ashamed about their actions. Like, imagine a world where Joe didn't proudly boast about his broken relationship with his son, or more ashamed about sharing personal information about himself that absolutely no one wants to hear.
Yeah, and we would have avoided that whole weird Rule 34 Donald Trump conversation we had earlier, because if he had an ounce of shame, he would have not talked about it at all and kept it to himself, even if he did look it up.
Yeah, and if people had more shame, they'd also learn to eat a lot less, especially with how fat they're getting. And it should be a wake-up call that the Ozempic they're taking isn't helping them anymore, because that's just how much they're eating.
Don't know what that has to do with Joe, but yeah, I mean, he might know someone like that.
You're so close to the answer that you can almost touch it. Well, let's just go ahead and round off this list, because we now have guilt to end things off. And I have guilt going into B tier. I just feel like it's good to have emotions like these, because imagine a world where we have no guilt. Like, we'd have a society running rampant with psychopaths who have no sense of morality.
Yeah, but imagine feeling no guilt over some post-nut clarity.
He's kind of swaying me with that argument, Barack.
God damn it. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video. And this time around, I will be ranking some McFlurry flavors, and Donald was frothing at the mouth for this. But I wanted to take this one over because it isn't fair that Donald does all the food-related tier lists.
That sounds a little fat-phobic, Barack.
Okay, I wouldn't say he sounds fat-phobic. He's more Trump-phobic.
See, I think that those two things are almost the same. Whenever I hear anyone share the same sentiment with you or Joe on some asinine stuff, man, I lose a little bit of faith in humanity. I won't even lie. So yeah, forgive me for being a little Trump-phobic or Joe-phobic.
Yeah, but if you ask me, it increases my faith knowing that someone out there created some Joe dogs and sent them to Fraile just so I could see them. I don't think there's anything more American than doing whatever the hell you want, whenever you want.
Hell yeah, brother. Barack must not like the taste and smell of freedom, because that's what we let out. Well, actually, I'd say that you let out this horrid and petulant scent that some describe as a rotting carcass.
Well, I mean, that's my man musk. Like, we all have our own aroma, and mine just happens to be the manliest. It's like muscles if you really don't think about it. The longer I let my smell ferment, the more alluring and big it seems to all the people around me. And listen here, Donald, there's a reason why it must not smell good to either you or Barack, and that's because I am trying to lure in all the ABGs in sight. Once I go to a rave, I'll part the seas like Moses, and all the ABGs will come swooning over me because they'll recognize the smell and be like, oh my God, is that Joe Biden with the amazing smell over there? I can sense myself just falling for him just from his scent alone. So how about you check yourself before you wreck yourself, Donald Sterling?
Isn't that the guy who was the racist owner of the Los Angeles Clippers? Why are you bringing him up?
Oh, is that not Donald's last name?
Dude, you literally hear everyone call me Trump, and I swear you've called me Trump before, or at least have heard someone say the name Trump in front of you.
I'm going to have to keep it the realest of real with you, my dog. I legitimately thought that was your middle name or something. Well, boy, howdy, that surely changes some things. Well, not really. I just have to change your name on my phone from Donald Trumpy Dumpy Sterling to probably just Donald Trumpy Dumpy.
Why even add the Trumpy Dumpy part? Like, that is not necessary at all.
Let's keep it a buck here. There is no way you can't go walking around in broad daylight not thinking that people are just not staring at that humongous badonkadonk that you're hauling around. You got enough cake to feed a family of 4 obese Americans. And I'm talking about like the really, really fat obese ones, like the ones that weight above 300 pounds and are getting to the point where they're almost immobile, but they're undercutting that threshold of not being able to walk by like a couple of pounds. Like the type of family where they eat cake for breakfast alongside some Mountain Dew. The type of family to get winded when walking to the bathroom. That's the type of fat I compare that voluptuous and scrumptious bottom to.
Barack, can you make him stop? Please, man. I don't want to hear about my ass unless we're talking about how you'll all kiss it when I become president.
Oh, is that an invite? You bet that I'll do a whole lot more than just kiss it.
Okay, Joe, this is where I actually have to step in because you're coming awfully close to violating some YouTube guidelines. And we all know that. That's where I draw the line.
You know, I'm surprised that the people in the comments don't grill you for that. Like, they'll make fun of you for being a furry, making bad lists, and even for being bombing Barry. But they never get on you for restricting me and Donald from truly speaking our minds in this videos.
Because they're cool people who understand that I am the justice of this channel.
You're more like the big justice to me and Joe's Rizzler or AJ.
Like who?
Dude, you don't know about the Rizzler? He makes videos with the Costco guys. You know, the Costco guys who eat the chicken bakes and have the double chunk chocolate cookies. And don't even get me started on the Rizzler because that little boy brings me so much joy.
Whoa, man, pause on that statement right there because that can be interpreted in a multitude of ways. And many of them are not positive at all.
Well, it really wouldn't be the first time Joe was caught in a predicament like that.
Yeah, but this is the actual first time where I actually just think the kid is cool. And nothing more. He's the goddamn Rizzler and he is the king. Or actually, he's more like a mafia boss or some sort of crime kingpin. He is the shot caller and no one can say otherwise because if you do, well, let's just say you wouldn't really like what happens to you.
Okay, this is kind of cringe that you both are into the Costco guys' content and are making the Rizzler seem like this god. Our fan base will really be face-palming when they hear all this.
Nah, Barry, get with the times, my dude. You'll see that the comments are going to be purely on our side and you'll be amazed.
He just doesn't get it, Donald. See, I'm like the Rick friend of the friend group and you're like the Sue's friend from Gravity Falls.
I've never seen Gravity Falls, but I did cringe from you saying that you were the Rick friend.
I think Joe's comparison was valid, but enough with these comments because I still have a damn list to do and I haven't even started it. This has just been a podcast of the two of you yapping and I don't think anyone wants to hear more of that. So let's go ahead and get this started. But up first on the McFlurry list, we have the M&M McFlurry, and this is a pretty good banger to start the whole list off. And I have this one going straight into A tier. Like just getting some chunks of M&Ms with a spoonful of ice cream is just unbeatable. The only way it gets upstaged is if it's competing with our next two entries, because goddamn, I have Oreo McFlurries and Kit Kat McFlurries both going into S tier. Like, there's no debate there because Oreos are amazing by themselves, and whenever you combine it with vanilla ice cream, well, you just have an amazing recipe for deliciousness. I'll have me an Oreo shake, Oreo flavored ice cream, you name it, and I'll probably eat it if it has Oreos. Then the same thing can basically be said for Kit Kats because those are some of the best chocolate bars out there. And I know that if you combine it with the vanilla ice cream, man, you got nothing but greatness waiting for you.
The Don didn't envision himself agreeing with you, but goddamn, you got me full-heartedly on your side with these placements. Granted, you're only 3 placements into your tier list, and I'm more than sure that you got room to mess this up.
If you ask me, I think they need to make a cool McFlurry flavor. Because if all McFlurries are just vanilla ice cream blended with any topping, well, I'd want something with a fruity tang, like we always get chocolate or milk-based sweet things, but we never get some fruity stuff. Like, it doesn't have to be this, but wouldn't some McFlurries with some Skittles bang? Or like maybe a Nerds McFlurry would go even harder. If you don't think about it, it's kind of like when you go to an ice cream place and they have those chillers or whatever the heck they call them. But they're the vanilla ice cream base mixed with some sort of fruit concentrate or like fruit ice. Like some sort of frozen concentrate, but yeah, they mix it in with the ice cream and it freaking bangs. So why can't McDonald's do that, but with fruity candy instead?
Joe, I'm going to keep it real with you, little buddy. I zoned out of whatever the hell you were yapping about after you said you wanted Skittles in a McFlurry. That take was so blasphemous that it was like you just turned on the mute button on yourself, like immediately after saying that.
Glad I wasn't the only one. Yeah, Joe, good luck getting that approved, but it'll probably be a freaking disaster, especially with your messed up taste buds. But yeah, back onto the important thing, which is this list. We now have the kind of newest McFlurry that McDonald's had, and that was the Grandma McFlurry. Now, this thing wasn't bad at all, but I think it just goes into C tier. It was just this caramel McFlurry with some more caramel candy pieces being put on top, and listen. I love caramel and everything, but if you're only bringing that to the table, I just don't know if that works as your primary seller. Like, caramel is more of a Robin than a Batman, and what I mean by that is, well, if you try to sell some food item and your main headliner is caramel, well, I doubt you'd have people busting at the seams wanting to get some, but you change it to like chocolate with caramel or even a strawberry with caramel, and boom, you got yourself the keys to success because it needs that star to shine, while the caramel can just chill in the background.
Barack, this is actually freaking me out because you are accurately describing my food opinions, and I'm just in shock and awe over how similar we sound right now.
Well, I personally don't think his voice is husky enough to sound like you. He's missing the shortness of breath as well, because whenever I hear your voice, I don't think I'm talking to some high-level athlete. I more accurately feel like I'm talking to some sort of Discord mod or something.
Shut the hell up, Joe.
Joe, don't go being mean to Donald. This is like the first list he's being nice to me in. Let's just see if it keeps up, though, because then after that we have back-to-back-to-back S-tier entries in the Cadbury Egg, Reese's, and Twix McFlurries. Like, I don't know how I could rank these any lower than an S, considering how these are some elite-ass chocolates that are at the top of the food chain. These are like the great white sharks of the chocolate game.
Okay, Barack, I just find it rather offensive that you would insinuate that I would start being mean to you after you possibly are having a generational run in ranking, like the gooey chocolate goodness of a Cadbury egg mixed with the vanilla ice cream is just a chef's kiss. Then you got the Reese's peanut butter and chocolate combo with the vanilla. God damn, I'm slobbering. And then Twix's goodness is, of course, warranting a good spot. I would also be placing these this high, and I feel like I'm witnessing a miracle.
Okay, let's not take it too far, but sure, man, I'm happy that you're enjoying the rankings because we have our final entry, which is the Rolo candy, and I am giving this a B tier right off the bat. Now, I like Rolo, but as a mixer, I don't think the vanilla ice cream and Rolo brought out the best in each other.
All right, you lost me there.
What did you want me to do, bro? Put everything but the M&Ms and Grandma McFlurry into S tier?
That's what Donald's fat ass would have done.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list. And unfortunately for me, this happens to be a flooring tier list. I really didn't want to do this. But Donald didn't want to let Joe have another list since he's doing the Bubble Guts tier list soon, where he's going to rank all the stuff that makes his stomach hurt. So I'm suffering because Donald is just upset that me and Fraile decided that Joe would be better for that list.
I don't even know how he would be good for that list. Like, there's a reason why the man who eats blue Gatorade boiled hot dogs would have bubble guts. Like, he doesn't have an iron stomach like the Don and can't tank the foods like how a real man would.
Okay, but riddle me this, Donald. Wouldn't you, arguing the fact that you have an iron gut, kind of go against the fact that you want to do a Bubble Guts tier list? Like, I'm no politician, but that's elementary, my dear Watson.
What? Joe, that's not the saying at all. And you are, in fact, a politician. Like, you literally are the standing president.
Yeah, but like, that's just my side hustle. By the way, did you guys totally catch what I said during the latest Kamala press conference? Like, she's a baddie and all, but did you guys see how I totally roasted Donald in that one clip? Fraile, play the video.
The guy we're running against, what's his name? Donald Dump or Donald whatever.
You know, I would have been offended, but I'm going to have to keep it totally real with you, Joe. I legitimately thought you forgot my name, and you, honest to God, thought my last name was Dump.
Yeah, I won't lie, Joe. No one thought you were roasting him. I think people just caught you forgetting in real time and you tried to play it off, but in reality, you thought his name was probably Donald Dump.
No, guys, I swear that was my ultimate joke. Like, come on, listen to the Joe heads in the crowd. Just cheer me on and laugh at my incredible joke. Like, it was a callback to what I said in the McFlurry video. Like, don't you guys remember I called him Donald Dumpy Sterling?
No, I don't remember you doing that, and no Fraile won't roll the damn clip for you because you're just making him do more work when he has to edit And quite frankly, I don't think he cares much for you.
But he let me do the Bubble Guts video, so surely he has to like me to a certain extent, right? All right, I know one of you guys played those cricket noises. We do not have a cricket infestation in our call.
Joe, with the way you don't clean your room, I wouldn't be surprised if you had some sort of infestation going on in your house. Like it could be straight mold, roaches. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if you had a yeast infection going on.
Well, I do have one. It's just not in my room.
Okay, that's enough of that, man. You will not be talking about that in my tier list because it's bad enough I have to rank some floors, but now I have to listen to whatever mess you got going on. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. I think we're going to just start the list off. And up first we have concrete. Now, I don't usually see a lot of concrete floors unless we're outside, or maybe if it's some factory floor or something. Like, you're not going to see concrete going in some nice places. So I think I have to place this into D tier.
I'm surprised that you have this going so low, considering how a lot of outdoor basketball courts are made of concrete.
And what is that supposed to mean?
We don't got to bring it back to the Civil Rights Act in this. I just know you like basketball, bro. Why do you always have to insinuate that whatever I say is racially motivated?
Because most of the time I feel like it is, but you brush it under the table and I end up letting it slide, so I'm a part of the problem. What do you think, Joe?
Well, I don't know about all that, but why are we ranking concrete so low? Sure, it might not be the most luxurious of things, but it gets the job done, man. Let me put this into terms that even Donald will understand. See, I'm not going to rate Little Caesars a D tier, even if it may taste like a D tier because it provides cheap and good for the price pizza. Can't beat $5 for that. And for concrete, I think the same because I know it's good price per square inch. I know this because my whole slave dungeon that I have beneath my basement is made of pure concrete because it's easily replaceable whenever the people I have locked in there decide to enter psychosis and break their head both literally and figuratively.
Excuse me?
You know, Joe, after letting it marinate in my mind even longer, I do have to agree that the Little Caesars and concrete comparison was an astute observation by you, and I have to applaud it. It should go into C tier at least.
Well, you're not the one making the list, so I don't think I'm going to be doing that, and I can't believe we're just going to ignore what Joe said, but since everyone else is doing it, I guess I'll do the same. Well, after that, we then have hardwood, and this is an immediate S tier. Like, it's a pain to clean sometimes, but long-term for any house, you should definitely get some hardwood.
Well, I got some hardwood, but I don't have hardwood flooring if you catch my drift.
That drift was so obvious that even a Tonka car could catch up to it. God, that was a terrible joke. But surprisingly, I'd rather have you say that than whatever crime you were describing earlier. But yeah, moving on with the list, we now have laminate flooring. And for those who don't know, laminate flooring is a synthetic, multi-layered flooring material that's designed to look like natural wood, tile, or stone. So this is fake stuff, but it's overall very durable and low maintenance if you're not into cleaning like Joe over here. The only downside is that it isn't water resistant, but I mean most floors aren't. So I'm not going to knock on it too much for that because you pour water on wood and it'll get moldy, and the same with the carpet. So I'm thinking that I'm going to go ahead and rank laminate a B tier.
You sucked it off for so long I could have sworn that it was going to be ranked higher, but sure, I'll allow a B tier.
I didn't know I needed your approval for a freaking floors tier list. Since when did you become the expert on this subject?
Barack, I'm the freaking expert in absolutely everything imaginable. Ask me a question and I'll have an answer for it.
What's the distance between the Earth and the Sun?
Okay, see, that's not being an expert on anything. That's just knowing a fun fact, because who the hell knows the distance between the Earth and the Sun?
Well, actually, I know the distance, and it's 93 million miles. I know this because remember when they grill Andy in the office for the promotion to be manager, and Dwight goes and asks him the distance between the Earth and the Sun. I thought that episode was pretty funny, and I liked how Andy knew the answer to that question.
Joey, is Andy Bernard your favorite character from The Office?
Well, I'm not going to hate on him like every other basic person out there. But I personally didn't think the Office fell off that much after Michael Scott left. Like, sure, it wasn't exactly the same because a core component left, but being different doesn't really mean it was bad. It gave some time to flesh out other characters and have their time to shine. When before everything was so centered around Micah Hell that you just never got a proper chance to get to know certain characters and how they interacted with each other. Did it have a few more weaker episodes per season? Yeah, it did. But the payoff for that last episode was so great. And Dwight's marriage was something great too.
All right, man, I just asked a simple question. I didn't ask you to read out your dissertation on The Office.
Yeah, Joe. You talk so damn much, we should probably just have a Joe pod dedicated to all the crazy stuff you say or ramble about, to be honest. I'm going to have to pitch that idea to Fraile and see if he's willing to add that onto his workload, but whatever, man, because I have a list to do. And after laminate, we have linoleum, and this is a smooth-surfaced floor covering made from a mixture of oxidized linseed oil, gums and resins, and other stuff, applied to a felt or canvas backing. Now, this isn't really used as much anymore, and just by looking at the picture, well, it kind of looks unappetizing as hell. I think I'm going to give this a C tier because while it is better than concrete, well, I'd still feel lousy if I had this as my flooring.
Once again, we shouldn't be grading this based on what you would want to have as your indoor flooring, but rather we should be ranking these based on the durability, price, and other factors like that. You telling me you want a warehouse made of pure hardwood floor?
Yeah, but this is my list, and I don't want to do that. So, I don't think I'm going to listen to you. Well, following that, we now have back-to-back S-tier entries in vinyl and wall-to-wall carpet because I feel like this is what most homes have, and they're really the most accessible ones out there, and they're low maintenance for the most part.
Is that what the WTW stood for? I thought that was, what's the word, like when you're planning a hangout or something, and you shoot your buddies a text like WTW, and sometimes you get a response and sometimes you don't. So you have to go to their house and barge your way in.
Joe, we know that you do that because you do it to me and Donald.
And one time he almost caught me in the shower, but thankfully I locked the door before he was able to infiltrate the bath.
One of my biggest regrets in life was not being able to get to that door sooner.
Gross, Joe. Well, rounding off this list, we have back-to-back A-tier entries in the stone and tile because these are good for shower areas or having outside for like a pathway or something like that. But more importantly, it's good for the shower area if you ask me. But yeah, that's the list, and I hope you all enjoyed this because I can't say that I did.
God damn, it should have been me. I would have properly honored this list and given it the respect it deserves.
Okay, so let me get this straight, Joe, because I must be mistaken or something, but you'll respect a lot of things that shouldn't be respected, and you'll honor the hell out of this list because you're twerking out the seams for it, but when it comes to respecting my body and my person, you don't want to do that.
Well, let me put this in terms that you can understand, Donald, so that you don't get confused in the future. Yes, to everything you said.
What is freaking going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and I am so freaking happy to bring you all a salad tier list. I've been begging Fraile to let me do this one for quite some time.
Oh man, I wonder why Fraile wouldn't let you do a salad toppings tier list. I'm sure everyone is frothing at the mouth to know what vegetables you're putting on top of your other vegetables.
Come on, man, there's more stuff than just veggies on the list. I mean, you see the bacon as the first thing on this list.
It looks like the only damn thing I'd eat on this list. That and the eggs, well, I guess the avocado too, but only on like a burger or something because goddamn everything tastes better on a burger.
He has a point there, Barack. Like, why would I want to put eggs or bacon on my salad when I can just slap that mug on a burger and call it a day?
Well, Joe, that's because the amount of cholesterol you're ingesting from a burger would probably exceed that of a salad. And if I'm being honest, I use turkey bacon for my salads. And I'm more than sure that if you get a burger from McDonald's or Wendy's and it has bacon, well, you can bet that it is certainly not turkey, and it'll probably be even more unhealthier than whatever you thought of beforehand.
Well, no shit, bro. You're acting like you've cracked Da Vinci's code over here talking about how salads are healthier.
Donald is starting to win me over in this debate, Barack. You better step your game up.
What? This isn't a fucking debate, Joe. This is simply me just stating my love for salads, and I'm sure everyone watching the list has to like salads to a certain extent. I mean, they clicked on the video for a reason, right?
They only clicked on it for me and Joe, and after your last stunt in the last video where you snitched on us to Kamala Harris during the Ben & Jerry's tier list. Let's be honest, you're lucky to even be getting a damn video at all.
Okay, man, come on. That was merely a choice I made for survival.
You missed out, man, because the White Room was fun. I was starting to lose myself, and I felt like I was watching myself elevate to a third-person point of view, and I was about to enter nirvana, but each time I was about to enter true peace and bliss, she would come in and splash me with freezing cold water and then turn down the temperature to like 40 degrees in the room.
See? That sounds absolutely horrific. Unless you're Joe and you actually like pain.
Oh, I didn't just like it. I loved it. Just wish she spat on me more.
And we are officially ignoring Joe with that comment. But Donald, there has to be a salad you like. No way you hate them all.
Well, there is one exception to it, and real ones know about it if they're versed in their Donald lore, but it's a salad toppings tier list, so I can't even enjoy talking about it because we all know the best salad to ever grace the planet is the Southwest salad from McDonald's.
You do often talk about how much you twerk for it, even though it's still rather unhealthy. And I think it's like 1,000 calories.
Man, who cares about that? I just loved it when they used to use fried chicken, but now they only use their grilled chicken. And don't get me wrong, it still bangs heavily, but that's like having a star player get injured and he comes back, but is only 90% of the player he once was. Like I still would want him 10 times out of 10, but damn, we all know he's not as good as he used to be.
That's a pretty good analogy. I can't even lie, but don't worry, Donald. Maybe I can put you on with some amazing ingredients that you'll enjoy on a salad.
I mean, I highly doubt that. I think Joe sold me more on his idea of deep frying a blue Gatorade dog in Oreo cookie crumbs rather than anything you can muster up on this tier list.
Well, we don't know that because I haven't started it, but let me see if I can change your mind. Well, starting this wonderful list off, we have bacon and red onions both going into A tier.
You're already off the mark with this one, man, because bacon should go into S tier.
It's delicious, but I mean, you're kind of defeating the purpose of a healthy salad if you slather it in bacon.
See, I'm the type of guy to just bite red onions like an apple. I like to pretend I'm Shrek and just chomp onto that MFer, and it bangs hard as hell.
Okay, but we're talking about the bacon, Joe?
Oh, yeah. The other day I had this maple bacon beef jerky, and I won't lie, that was possibly the best jerky I've ever had in my whole life. I didn't even know you could make jerky out of pork. I thought it was a beef sort of deal only.
Oh, Joe, you have much to learn about food. What brand did you get the maple bacon jerky from? Because those are indeed elite.
I don't know, man. I just bought a random one.
Joe, you're really pissing me off.
All right, relax, Donald. This isn't a bacon tier list. Settle your fat ass down and let me continue the list without you and Joe having side conversations about bacon jerky. Ahem, well, following those two entries, I now have black olives going up next, and this is a C tier through and through because I just feel like black olives belong more on pizza than anything else, but I mean, I won't complain about them on my salad. I won't go twerking for them, though.
A valid statement with the pizza comment, but still a meat lover's pizza is the way to go.
Oh, yeah, you throat down that meat lover's pizza, don't you, Donald?
Enough of that, Joe. But yes, then moving past that, we now have back-to-back S tiers in the salad dressing and avocado. Now I'm lumping the salad dressing with vinaigrettes and olive oils, and I'm basically boiling down the dressing category to anything wet you put on your salads, and you bet that this is an amazing flavor enhancer, and the avocado is just an S tier on almost anything.
More importantly, Barack, if you're qualifying anything wet that is drizzled over a salad as a dressing, then, would we be able to qualify the special Joe sauce as a dressing?
That's so gross, but yes, it technically would be.
Why do you say it's gross, man? It's just some of Joe's special sauce, and you don't even know what's in it.
I think I have a rough idea of what it is, considering the context clues you've left surrounding what your special sauce might contain. I can tell you right now that I would not be a fan at all, and I think I'd have to take you to jail if you put some on my salad.
It's high in protein, though, so if you don't think about it too much, I'd be doing you a favor.
No, you wouldn't, Joe. No, you fucking wouldn't. Ahem. But yes, following those disgusting remarks by Joe, we now have back-to-back B-tier entries in the nuts and seeds and the broccoli. I think when you're in need of a protein boost that doesn't involve Joe's special sauce, well, nuts and seeds are a great way of providing that. And if you're eating spinach or some salad that has no crunch, well, the nuts and seeds provide that and give you a little flavor boost too. So it's a good option if you don't have much going on in your salad. And the broccoli just gets a B tier because I just like broccoli. I know a lot of people like Donald probably hate broccoli, but what can I say? I love the way it tastes and think it adds to the salad even more when you include it.
Hey man, I do dislike broccoli, but if you add enough nacho cheese to something, then I'm sure I'd like it.
What about cream of broccoli soup? You know the thick soup you can eat with crackers.
Okay, that bangs. But I mean, I'd rather have clam chowder or cream of mushroom soup at that point because both are thick soups and can be eaten with crackers, but I'll still twerk for some cream of broccoli soup.
That's actually pretty great to hear. Maybe all hope isn't lost on you, Donald, because cream of broccoli soup does indeed bang. Speaking of banging,
We talking about what I do on the weekends?
no Joe. I was going to say that our next entry is a banger because we have hard-boiled eggs, and I am giving this an A tier. Now, this is a great source of flavor and protein, and let's be honest, everyone. Eggs kind of bang on almost anything. Like whenever I have instant noodles, I always got to poach an egg and have it alongside my noodles. I love egg salad in general. And if you put that bad boy in a sandwich, goddamn.
Yeah, but then it stinks up a whole room whenever you open the sandwich.
Oh, I know your ass isn't complaining about smells.
Oh, but I am.
Joe, this has to be a bit or something because you're possibly the stinkiest individual here. And you constantly eat egg salad sandwiches. The other day we were in your car and you asked me to grab your glasses from the glove compartment, and there was an egg salad sandwich there that God knows how long it was there under all the summer heat. But the grossest part was you saying, "Oh boy, I've been meaning to eat that for a while." And then you proceeded to open the most foulest smelling sandwich I have ever smelled in my lifetime and then downed the whole thing in a matter of seconds.
Well, I was hungry.
I don't think any hunger could have excused what I smelled and saw that day. Well, let's just ignore and continue the list because that's my best coping mechanism. Just stuff all the bad stuff in the back of my brain and pretend it never happened, which is what I'm going to do right now because our next item on the list is dried fruits. And I know it works for some salads, but I personally don't enjoy dried fruits on my salads. And I have this going straight into D tier. No hate to those who don't like it, but it's not for me.
Barack, you got to be more of an enforcer with your opinions, bro. Don't say no hate. Say that shit with your chest, brother, and say that it comes with all the hate and vitriol in your heart.
It's really not that serious. But rounding off this list, we actually have back-to-back-to-back S-tier entries because our last three entries are just that good. And I'm talking, of course, about cucumbers, croutons, and carrots. I think these are all needed in your salad if you're going to order one because, damn, it adds so much freshness. And if you combine these with an amazing dressing, oh my God, that's a chef's kiss right there. Because having a nice balsamic vinaigrette or some nice Italian dressing, man, I would be able to down so many freaking salads if you put them in those. Hell, I'll even take some low-fat ranch dressing, too.
There you go again, talking about low-fat and healthy shit. Just for putting me through a damn salad toppings tier list, I'm going to order us a nice and greasy Meat Lovers pizza, and we are going to dunk our slices into the tub of ranch I got from Wingstop.
Oh, man, don't even get me started on that Wingstop ranch because you'll get the Joester joint all up in his pants.
I know it's so damn good.
Can I order a side salad?
Hell no! What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we got a snack cake tier list. And this is just generally Hostess or Little Debbie snacks, and we got all the good stuff like Twinkies and Ho-Hos on this amazing list.
We got Twinks on this list. Oh, man, why didn't I do this great list?
I said Twinkies, Joe, not whatever you said.
Sounds like a drag.
Joe, I think you're the only one who thinks that because I, for one, think that this list is amazing and that we have the best man in charge for this.
All right, Barack, that's enough glazing because you were going too hard for that. Like I could feel you audibly gagging on my nutsack with how far you were throating my name.
Okay, wow. And that is absolutely the last time I even bother complimenting you.
Don't worry, Donald. I'll never stop complimenting how great you are.
Thanks for not being a bad friend, Joe.
But never mind. Let's just go ahead and get this list started.
Now that's what I like to hear, Barack. Anyways, up first, we got probably the most American snack in the world, and that is the tried and true Twinkie. These things get an auto S tier, and I cannot sing my praises enough about this amazing snack. I love me anything Twinkie related, and I can down these things like crazy.
Fun fact about me, I can throw 2 whole Twinkies and swallow 1 whole if I really tried.
That's a pretty cool fun fact, Joe.
No, it wasn't. It was just crude and gross and honestly is too much information for me and the audience, Joe.
Don't listen to him, Joe, because I always love knowing more about you because, unlike Barack, I'm a true friend. Anyways, after that banger of a first choice, we then have glazed honey buns, and maybe it's because I'm more of a fan of the frosted honey buns, but I don't think this is an S tier. I still love it, don't get me wrong, but I think this slots appropriately into A tier. Then after we got the Little Debbie cream-filled chocolate chip cakes, and I think this is our first C tier. I don't hate these at all, but these cakes aren't that amazing. Like, they have a stamina bar on them because I can only eat so many before I just feel absolutely repulsed. And I never feel that way about a Twinkie or even the glazed honey bun.
Maybe because you're so goddamn unhealthy that your body doesn't even register a Twinkie as a foreign substance full of malign and bad nutrients that will ultimately harm your body because you just eat them so goddamn much.
Nah, that can't be it. It's probably just because the other two absolutely bang. Then coming up, we got the zingers, and you would think I hate these Twinkie knockoffs, but these actually get some respect from the Don because they don't entirely copy them. They look the same, but the top has a layer of a random cream, and it tastes pretty freaking delicious. The OG Zinger flavor gets a B tier, but the raspberry zingers get an A tier for me because the fruitiness of the zinger just gets me going and has me creaming from the deliciousness.
Now that sounds like something I like. Give me something fruity and creamy and you'll have me going crazy. But I'm eyeing down those cream pies up next and... oh my God. I'm gonna need cream pies going into S tier because I love them.
All right, relax, Joe, because they're not even up next and they're not even that good. Let me rate what's next first before I get to that ranking. And after that, we got the Little Debbie chocolate cupcakes. And I will be honest here and admit that I prefer the Hostess cupcakes through and through, but we'll still happily eat these if they are available. That being said, I think a solid A tier is in order for this snack.
Okay, now please talk about the cream pies because I know you love these bad boys, Donald. You always tell me about how you love cream pies so much and you love giving them so much. I didn't know you were that generous of a person to be buying and gifting cream pies, but I love learning more about you.
All right, Joe, you and I need to talk about the different kinds of cream pies because I am most definitely not buying them. Well, I guess I do buy both types of cream pies, but that's not the question here because I'm talking about the oatmeal cream pies. And these things aren't all that amazing. I'm sorry I have to break this horrible news to you, Joe, but these actually belong in C tier because they are quite honestly not all that good.
Now this is absolutely insane. I love myself cream pies more than anything else, so I can't even see why this would even be a correct rating.
Joe, there's no such thing as a correct or incorrect rating, and I'm more than certain that you and Donald are having a miscommunication on the terminology behind the word cream pie god. I hate that you made me even say it.
All right, can we stop with the cream pie talk because the snack is extremely mid and I am tired of the gag. It was funny for a while, but now the funny factor has ended and now I'm in rating mode and goddamn we have an absolute stinker up next because I have fig bars going into D tier. Eating these things is gross and anyone who actively consumes them should be ejected off a high-speeding vehicle. Like the thought of it is just revolting to me, like just with the words fig bar. It makes me shudder in pure disgust. I hate having to eat it when it's at my house because I know damn well no one else will. So that begs the question, who the fuck is buying more of these fucking fig bars? If I never had to eat a fig bar again, I would not be sad, and that should say a lot about how gross I think these things are.
I actually kind of really like fig bars, not gonna lie. I didn't know about these until Michelle suggested them many months ago, but at this point, they are my go-to ride nutrition. Fig Newtons and fig bars will certainly work as well and have comparable flavor. And when it comes to snack prep, I love having these pre-packed in my lunch and have at least 2 bars because it just works for me.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it real with you, Barack, and let you know that I tuned the hell out of your whole conversation as soon as you said Michelle suggested. That was like an off switch for my brain. But anyways, following that gross D tier, we then have fruit pies, and these things are actually kind of all right. Like, I think they deserve a solid C tier because I won't ever go out of my way for them. But if they are there, I am most definitely having one.
These just have so much sugar. Like I had one the other day and I could just feel it running through my stomach and I had almost instant diarrhea. But they did bang for the time that I ate them.
All right, Joe, we did not actually need to hear that. But anyways, after we got Cosmic Brownies, and I'm giving these a B tier, which I think is not a bad rating at all. But goddamn, I remember almost choking on these because they were drier than a sandy ball sack that has been roasting in 110-degree weather. But then again, it was my fault for eating these with no milk because when you do get them nice and moist, they do indeed bang. Not as much as our next entry though, because I have the chocolate zingers going straight into A tier. I absolutely love these long black zingers.
Yeah, something about the long dark zinger that just gets me going.
Can we not sexualize the zingers in that way, please?
Barack, just because you don't know a good zinger, then that's on you and not us. But yeah, then after we got another D tier, and that of course belongs to Star Crunch, and these things are like little crunchy turds, and I'd rather have everything else on this list. Well, unless it's a fig bar, because in that case I will take the Star Crunch. Then following that, we got the Little Debbie birthday cake snacks, and these are all right. I think a C tier is a good ranking for them, but oh my God, we got a banger in the honey buns, and I have this going straight to A tier.
I personally would have placed the honey bun higher, microwave it for a couple of seconds, and it's such a soft and wonderful texture.
You know what you're actually spitting there, but Joe, I can't have too many things in S tier, so it had to be placed in A. But anyways, we got normal Hostess cupcakes and Nutty Buddies both going into B tier. I don't hate these and think they're quite all right, but holy shit, we got an S tier. And I think we all knew that I was going to place this high because who the hell doesn't like ho-hos?
I actually really do like them, but I prefer the Boston cream rolls.
See, this is why you are not in charge of the list, because Boston cream rolls are only an A tier. They're still delicious, but never put them above in the ho-ho level. But yeah, then after we got fancy cakes, and these also go into C tier, to be quite honest. And after we got snowballs, and these are also a B tier. Like, the Don doesn't hate these snacks, but man, there are better things, guys. Like, just look at that finishing lineup, because we have mostly bangers coming up next. And to start it all off, we got an S tier in the Hostess cupcakes. I prefer these over the Little Debbie ones, but goddamn, I love me the Hostess ones. Get you 2 of these with a glass of milk, and you'll be in heaven.
What's the difference between the Hostess one and the Little Debbie one? I swear they're the same.
That's because you're a Neanderthal Joe. There is so many complex flavors, I just can't explain it to you. But anyways, after that, we got Swiss rolls, and much like with the Hostess cupcakes, I prefer the Hostess Ho-Hos over the Little Debbie Swiss rolls, but I'll still give it some respect and place it into A tier. But finally, we've approached the first ever S tier and W for Little Debbie brand, because I feel like I've been mad hating on them this entire list, but I am more than happy to report that the zebra cakes absolutely bang, and unlike the other cakes, I actually fucks with the zebra ones. The closest Little Debbie product to getting the same treatment was the honey buns, but we're past that. These zebra cakes are the perfect amount of sponginess and flavor, and the Don absolutely adores these things. Then rounding off this entire list, we got the red velvet cakes, and these are quite all right. I enjoy them more than the other cakes, but I won't throw it the fuck back for these things and will instead place these into B tier, which is not awful at all.
Since when was B or C tier considered awful? I quite frankly enjoy a lot of things in those tiers.
Barack, you and I both know that the viewers won't feel the same way, because to them, they think B tier is like a goddamn disgrace against humankind, and they basically treat C tier as something that should never be bought, despite it just being mid. And we all know that you're acting this way and trying to make me look bad because you're trying to cover up for the bad tier list you did last time, where you had tons of people angry.
Well, you know what? I don't care, because I demand that I do the next tier list, or else I will be furious because I have to redeem myself.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
Yeah, I won't lie, Barack. You're full of empty threats. You getting angry is like the class clown trying to open up about his serious familial issues and how he gets beat every day and barely has any food, but the person he opens up to doesn't care and just laughs right at his face.
That sounds dark. Did that happen to you?
Yeah, it was super awkward because I genuinely did not give a shit about the kid. Like, I don't care about how much your mom drinks or how your dad hits you. I have my own issues going on, like what model car I wanted that year.
You genuinely are a bad person.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we are going to be doing a pizza topping ranking. And you all already know that I'm going to be placing pineapples high as hell, because that belongs on pizza.
Oh my God, here we go with this again. How many times do I have to tell you, Donald, that fruit does not belong on pizza? If you're going to add some pineapples, then you may as well go buck wild and add some blueberries and strawberries on top.
Joe, you know, those things are not similar at all to some pineapple on pizza. Hell, they even put pineapple on some burgers.
God, just because people do it doesn't make it okay at all. I refuse to ever like pineapple pizza and would rather drag my balls through shards of broken glass and then douse myself in honey and let the gnats and bugs eat me alive in a swamp than ever ingest some pineapples on my pizza.
You don't know what the hell you're missing out on, Sleepy Joe. And I'm gonna love how angry you get when you see me rate them high. But anyways, let's get started with the list already. And up first we got bacon. And who here doesn't like bacon? Oh wait, I guess Barack wouldn't like it because it's haram.
God damn it, Donald. How many times do I have to tell you that I am not Muslim?
You can trick the people of America, but you can never trick me, Barry. But sure, we'll go ahead and say that you can eat bacon for the sake of this list. But anyways, I would rate bacon a solid ass S tier, because bacon can almost go on anything, and you bet your ass this belongs on pizza. It can pair extremely well with almost any other topping on this list.
Except for pineapple, because nothing can redeem that god-awful topping.
It pairs especially well with pineapple. Joe, full offense, but I don't exactly trust the word of a man who chugs Nesquik in the hot summer days and who also boils his hot dogs in blue Gatorade.
Okay, but those two things are quite normal.
No, the hell they are not. Joe, talking to you is giving me a brain embolism. Let me just get through the list before I die from pure anger. Following the bacon, we got some basil, and while I don't mind it on my pizza, especially when globs of mozzarella are on it, like in the picture, I also don't really twerk for this at all. Like, I don't think a goddamn soul on this earth is eating their pizza and thinking to themselves, man, this is really missing some basil. Like, just saying that out loud made me feel dumb as fuck. This is an auto D tier.
I actually have no complaints about this one.
I'm actually surprised about that because I just felt like some dumb Sleepy Joe comment was coming my way, but thankfully I was proven wrong. Anyways, after that, we got some bell peppers, and while I normally hate bell peppers on almost anything, I hate it on my chicken, in my steak, and even stuffed bell peppers. I oddly enough actually enjoy them on my pizza. Like some sliced up green bell pepper actually smacks and adds some texture and flavor to an otherwise plain pizza. Get yourself some sausage on that, and you got yourself a good-ass slice of pizza. I think I will be placing this into A tier.
Okay, that's nice and all, but what the hell is that next topping? A fucking meatball. A whole-ass meatball being placed onto your pizza.
Yeah, that's not that weird, Joe. There are plenty of places that sell meatball pizza.
Okay, but look at the fucking picture of that one. It is grotesquely humongous. And it looks like someone just cut a huge-ass meatball in half and just slammed it on my pizza.
Okay, yeah, that does look pretty bad.
Shit, I was going to rate this higher, but Joe's inner hate is making me rethink it because what in the fuck is that picture? I think this goes into C tier.
That's what the hell I'm saying. That shit is bigger than Lizzo's ass cheeks, for Christ's sake.
Didn't need that mental image in my head, but I'm glad we keep ripping on Lizzo. It feels like a tried and true tradition of this channel, and we made fun of her before it was okay to do so.
Yeah, I am no longer on Team Lizzo ever since those allegations came out.
Yeah, can you imagine body shaming someone when you're as wide as a fucking semi-truck?
Well, I can because you frankly do it all the time.
And your mere existence brings shame to the whole goddamn human race. Anyways, enough of that, because after that we got two back-to-back B tiers, and that is both chicken and anchovies. Every time I've had chicken on pizza, it just ends up coming up drier than Joe's sex life, and anchovies makes my pizza too damn salty, much like Joe's sex life once again.
Okay, I'll take the dry comment, but what the heck does having a salty sex life even mean?
Means you're salty that no one wants to be with you. Listen, I don't know, man. Sometimes I just say shit and pray that the audience or you two don't catch on to it.
I catch on to it a decent bit, but for the sake of the video, I just let you or Joe babble on.
You know what? I actually prefer that. I'd rather have a world full of yes men rather than some fucking critics up my ass. Anyways, after that, we got some extra cheese, and I have to also place this in C tier alongside the monster meatballs. Like, it isn't a bad option, but I don't really see myself going for extra cheese unless I know the place that I'm getting it from has some of the best cheese.
Only thing I want with extra cheese is my little uncircumcised joester down in my pants, if you all catch my drift.
Joe, there's no drift to catch. You flat out just said one of the grossest things to ever come out of your mouth just now, and that is pretty fucking hard to do.
Oh, don't worry, we got the rest of this video and plenty more to come from me to be able to top that shit.
Well, Joe's cheesy schnauzer aside, we got garlic as a topping, and quite frankly, I wouldn't really classify this as a topping, to be honest. It's kind of a no-brainer that adding garlic to most things will make it taste better. So it's an auto A tier. More importantly, holy shit, we got ourselves a motherfucking banger up next, and that is ham. Once again, I have to apologize to our one Muslim listener. I am sorry once again, Barack.
How many times do I have to tell you that I'm not Muslim? Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Why'd you have to specify it like that? Of course, we all know that there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, what the hell, man? That is so messed up to all of our Muslim viewers. Don't worry, because Joey and Donald are here for you all, unlike that disgusting, loathful man named Barack.
God damn it, I don't hate Muslims.
Tell that to all the people you bombed in the Middle East. Enough of that, though, because you are bumming me out on my pizza topping tier list.
Wouldn't you rather say that he is bombing you out?
Oh, Joe, you jokester. Anywho, following that, we got, quite frankly, we got a whole load of decently mid toppings. I think this is the channel's first ever back-to-back-to-back-to-back B tier entry, and that is the jalapenos, mushrooms, olives, and onions. Now, I'm not saying these are bad, but these are mainly complementary toppings that you'd pair up with other stuff on this list. On their own, though, they don't hold up as well, but I'm sure some vegetarian will argue with me that these are a must-have for their veggie delight supreme pizza. I will say, though, that if I had to place one above, it would have probably been the jalapenos, because the Don does love himself some pineapple pizza with some jalapenos. You get some of these sweet and spicy components mixed with the saltiness from the cheese, and if you want to get even fancier, you can add some ham on there and make it even better.
Yeah, if you want to make it taste like garbage, I'm sure you can ruin a jalapeno pizza by adding some fruit to it. Or you can be a real man and just have jalapenos with your pepperoni or sausage pizza. If you're such a fan of mixing flavors on your pizza, Donald, why don't you order an anchovy pizza with some pineapples? That way you'll get rid of the super saltiness by adding some sweetness from your precious pineapple, you disgusting fat fuck.
Okay, rude-ass comment from you there, Joe. You can hate the topping, but no need to go at me for my personal beliefs. But that actually doesn't sound half bad. I may try that next time. And if not, I need someone from the comments to do it.
You're right, I took it too far. I'm sorry, Donald.
Okay, but I was getting spit roasted by you two for merely existing, but you'll apologize to him first before me?
Barack, why are you begging for an apology? Even if he does say sorry, now it just won't feel as genuine, so congrats on ruining your own future apology.
I was totally about to say sorry, too.
Well, it's never too late to say sorry.
Nah, fuck that. The moment is gone. Anyways, following that, we got 2 back-to-back S-tier rankings in both pepperoni and pineapple pizza. Cry in the comments all you want, but this pineapple pizza rating is staying here.
You know what? Enough time has passed for self-reflection. I am now okay with the fact that you think this belongs here.
I guess that's as good as it's going to get. After that, I got plain pizza going into D tier. And this isn't because I hate plain pizza, but rather in a topping tier list. This, of course, would have to go last, right? Because we're assuming I have to go with a topping. And I would rather have something rather than nothing. Unless we are talking about basil, of course. After that, we got spinach, and I have this going into C tier. It is more useful than basil, and quite frankly, is kind of all right. Sure, sometimes you take a bite out of a slice with spinach and end up dragging a whole chunk of spinach in your mouth, but aside from that, it's okay.
Big dub on the spinach selection not going into D tier. I thought for a second you were going to hate on it because it was a veggie.
Listen, man, I don't hate all vegetables. I love corn, for example.
I love corn, but replace the C with the letter P.
Joe, you always know I'm with you on that one, my special buddy. Anyways, after that, we got an obvious ass S tier in the sausage. I think this is kind of a no-brainer, but I will have to explain the next one because I got steak going into A tier. I don't have this going higher because every time I get steak on my pizza, it just ends up being chewier than a pair of used panties, and I can't exactly enjoy it to its max potential. Don't get me wrong, I still love it, especially when it's done right, but it wouldn't sit right with me if I placed this higher than an A tier.
I actually don't like steak at all on my pizza for that exact reason. I don't know how you said all that, but still put it so high because I seriously doubt any pizza place can actually get steak on pizza right.
Shit, sometimes I just like something rough to chew on. Makes me feel like a barbarian to just be chewing on the same piece of meat for a bit. But rounding off this list, we got tomatoes, and I'm giving this a C tier. And once again, it is not as bad as basil, but it ain't anything special.
You know, now that Donald has got me thinking about tomatoes, it turned some gears in my head and got me thinking about a fruit joke I wanted to tell.
Joe, I would love to hear one of your patented jokes.
Donald, I have a bad feeling about this.
Now let me cook, Barack. But anyways, how do you turn a fruit into a vegetable?
I don't know, Joe. How do you turn a fruit into a vegetable?
You give it AIDS.
There it is.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, the great Don is going to be doing a Popeyes menu tier list. And oh man, I am salivating like my mouth is frothing more than a bat with rabies just looking at this list because the Don absolutely handstand twerks for some Popeyes because they have the best damn fried chicken.
All right, let's not dick ride Popeyes too much because I swear there are better chicken places out there. Like Cane's would have me handstand twerking.
All right, I'll give you Cane's even though it's slightly overhyped if you ask me. But you're right that their fresh and juicy chicken does indeed bang. I just don't think it's like worth driving far out to get it. It's like having the channel on something lousy on the TV, and you could get up and get the remote, but you just can't be bothered with it. Still, though, Popeyes is pretty close in terms of quality, if you ask me.
Man, whatever happened to KFC? I swear they had the most banging chicken, and I swear that they have to be good to this day still. I haven't had it in a bit, but I don't doubt it's still good.
Oh, Joe, you poor soul.
What Barack said because you vouching for KFC and our goddamn Popeyes menu tier list is absolutely disgraceful. I used to bleed the Colonel's gravy during the early 2000s, but goddamn their fall off must be studied. Like I have never seen a fast food place fall off the face of the earth faster than KFC. Like Joe, the fact you even brought them up is disgraceful. That's like as if we are all cavemen and me and Barack have moved on to inventing the wheel and your sleepy ass Joe is still stuck on goddamn fire. KFC is a long forgotten relic that will never taste as good as it did back in the day. But from time to time, I do donate a bit of my money to the Colonel and think to myself, maybe this time it'll bang like it did back in the good old days. And then I take a bite and I sadly get reminded that it will never be the same. Maybe I'm just chasing some nostalgic feeling from the early 2000s that I'll never get back. And since I always had KFC back then, I usually associate it with that. So now that I have KFC in these more complicated times, I just feel like it doesn't hit the same. But maybe it's always been the same and I'm just chasing after the ghost of nostalgia and the simpler times like before we had smartphones and when the PlayStation 2 was absolutely bussing.
Nah, man, you're actually right about this one because KFC does taste like ass now.
Oh shit, really? Well, forget all that insightful stuff I said earlier because Barack confirmed the assness of KFC. Anyways, that's enough of an intro, and let's go ahead and get started with the list. And up first, we got an automatic goddamn S tier in the chicken sandwich, and this should come to no surprise to anyone because we've done both a fried chicken place tier list and a chicken sandwich tier list, all done by the marvelous Don, of course, and I had Popeyes in S tier for both of them, so it shouldn't catch anyone off guard when I say that the Popeyes chicken sandwich is one of, if not the best damn thing this place has to offer. Like, does anyone remember how they would always run out of chicken sandwiches back when they first came out? And how lines were so damn long to the point where you even had people reselling the goddamn chicken sandwiches. Like I ain't ever seen another chicken place with that much power and pull to have people reselling their sandwiches as if they just bought a limited time supply of concert tickets. This is the most legendary item here, and much like with the Whopper, I will get crucified for the damn chicken sandwich and I will die for all of its sins, but I don't have to die because it has no sins, and the Popeyes chicken sandwich is the closest thing mankind will overcome to seeing heaven.
All right, fat ass.
For real, man. Bro just yapped for like a minute straight about a damn chicken sandwich. Like, I don't know how much bigger of a back you can get, Donald. Like, I know you got some good elbow fat that has folds upon folds.
Listen, man, it's a part of the damn tier list, and I don't want to hear you say anything about me ranking stuff, and I much less want to hear Joe call me a fat ass.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I never said it was a bad thing, Donald. I like me my chunky monkeys. You know that hurts, Daddy. I told you, silly. No being mean to me, okay? You're my good little baby, aren't you?
What the hell are you blabbering on about, you dementia-ridden corpse?
Yeah, Joe, you're scaring me with that one.
Sorry I forgot Donald wasn't the one that was into that sort of role play. Must have gotten him mixed up with one of the fatter kids I know.
God damn it, he did all of that just to get another fat dig at me. Whatever, man, let me just continue with the list. And after that, we have the Popeyes pie, and this gets a C tier from the Don. Like, I still like it, but if you ask me, I'm not going to Popeyes for the desserts. I'm going there to load up on chicken and carbs till I explode or look like queso on an average Tuesday.
I'd say you're already there, bro.
Okay, relax. Let's be for real here now, man.
No, I'm actually being legit, bro. You should really start watching your weight. Maybe it's time for the bulk to end because I swear to God, I'm not even trying to be funny, but you do look like the same size as queso.
Damn, man, shit, maybe this is the wake-up call I needed. I'm gonna hop on a diet sometime soon, maybe 2025 or something, because you got me all sorts of messed up if you think I'm gonna eat healthier, like with our next item, because I'd rather someone use a cheese grater on my balls than to ever order green beans from Popeyes, and this has to go into D tier. Like, getting string beans from a fast food place is just plain diabolical, bro, and I refuse to do that to myself. And either way, if I wanted something healthy, I'd just go and get blackened chicken from Popeyes because that actually still bangs. But let me not get ahead of myself because we're not there yet. But yeah, up next we have an A tier in coleslaw. And real elite eaters know about how hard some coleslaw bangs with fried foods because goddamn, taking a bite out of some greasy ass food and then having a mouthful of coleslaw just hits harder than a drunk stepdad.
Now that's an analogy that bangs right there. Now, I never had a stepfather, but I imagine that if I were to ever become one, I'd fill in the role of being the dad you'd hate who was constantly banging your mom and acting like the house is his, even though the mom paid for it all.
That's truly the way to live the stepfather life, Joe. Just be a bum and let it all come to you. God, what a wonderful life, but enough daydreaming because we have a list to continue. And after coleslaw, we actually have back-to-back S tiers because goddamn the mashed potatoes and fries go absolutely dummy hard. I honestly get both because I love having my fries as a side, but even more so, I love dunking my fries in the mashed potatoes and gravy. That or I'll be dunking my chicken in all of that deliciousness. But once again, real OG Fraile fans know that I placed these Popeyes fries into S tier in our fry tier list. And so you all already know why I suck these things off. The Cajun flavored fries are to die for on their own. And as an add-on to your meal, there is just no better thing available.
You're speaking facts here, but honestly, I don't need the mashed potatoes. I think I'd rather just have the fries.
You don't get it, Barack. Without the gravy and mashed potatoes, the food just won't hit as hard, and even if you're filled to the brim, you just have to make space for the mashed potatoes and force feed yourself all of it because goddamn it's just that good. But yeah, enough sucking those two things off because I'm about to leave it bone dry. But following that, we then have the red beans and rice, and this isn't that bad, and I like the little spice on it. I'd have to give this a B tier only because it's not like I get it consistently enough to give it a higher rating, but I also don't hate it. Like if it's there, you bet your ass I'm smacking it harder than the Fortnite cart. Thankfully, though, we're back to some bangers, and we have back-to-back A-tier bangers because we then have blackened chicken and the popcorn shrimp, and these two are once again really good entries. But man, you just can't replace the OG chicken and tenders. The blackened chicken is good as hell, though, for those who are worried about fried foods because it's basically grilled chicken with Cajun seasoning, and it bangs. But oh man, speaking of chicken, I may as well rate these next three entries because the normal chicken, ghost pepper chicken, and the tenders all get a freaking S tier from the Don. Like, I don't know what you all wanted me to say, but of course these were gonna bang. And you'd think the ghost pepper one would go lower because of how spicy it is, but it actually isn't all that spicy, and the flavor profile is just immaculate.
There he goes again, turning into a poet when he describes food.
I just said the word immaculate. My bad if your vocabulary is so small that you thought that was a big word.
Oh, it's okay, Barack. I also thought amalgamate was a big word, too.
Joe, that's not what he said. And Donald, you know, that's not what I meant.
Sure, Barack. Cry me a river while I continue these rankings, but up next I have something that may be controversial to you all, but I actually have the famous and universally loved Popeyes biscuit not going into S tier. I know that may come as a shock to you all, but I actually have it going into A tier. See, the flavor is delicious. Don't get me wrong, but they're so damn dry that every time I take a bite out of one, I just get reminded of the time I went to go see Dragon Ball Z Superhero. And yes, weird name, I know. But anyways, I get reminded of how I snuck in a bunch of Popeyes biscuits with Joe right after we had a heavy ZA session, and I was higher than Hunter on a Tuesday night, and goddamn, I was so hungry and thirsty. But I didn't have a drink, so naturally, if I couldn't solve one problem, then I would solve the other. So I just began munching on the biscuits like I've never seen food, and then boom! I had that shit lodged in my throat harder than Lizzo stuck on her bathroom toilet seat. I was worried as hell and about to die, and Joe's ass fell asleep during all this, so I started panicking and thinking to myself, is this how I'm gonna die? And then I see Joe brought a hydro flask inside, and naturally I saw that as my only way to maybe survive, so I opened it and started trying to chug it immediately, but that's where the problem came. I suddenly tasted some very salty and hot dog tasting Gatorade, and I realized this dude brought over the leftover Gatorade water from his boiled Gatorade dogs, and I started gagging, and I puked so hard that it dislodged the biscuit that was drier than your local priest. God, that's such a terrible memory.
First of all, dude, priests definitely get play. I mean, just look at all the kids near them. And secondly, I want you to know that I technically saved your life.
You know, Donald, he has a point there. If you didn't taste his nasty concoction, then you probably wouldn't be here today.
I still don't know if that's a good thing, but whatever. I explained properly why I don't like the biscuits, so let's go ahead and round off the list, and we have another set of tenders for whatever reason, and some nuggets going into S tier. And yes, before you guys say anything, Popeyes did have nuggets, but they were basically cut up tenders. So still delicious, but now in bite-sized pieces. More importantly, what the hell is that next entry? I can't tell because the picture is so small and blurry, but I'll just give it a C tier because no way it's worse than green beans.
All this green bean hate when in reality it isn't that bad.
Oh yeah, you do realize that there's a reason why it's discontinued.
Sounds like you're salty and just need another biscuit.
Oh God, no, I don't know if I could ever eat another. But actually I am hungry right now, and I guess I could maybe go for a biscuit or two or three. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be talking about my precious McDonald's menu, and I will steer you all in the right direction.
I actually feel 100% sure with this list, knowing that you're the one headlining it, Donald. Like gun to my head. And I know that I can trust you with any McDonald's info.
For real, this is like hearing the word of God from Jesus himself, except instead of Holy Scriptures, we just get random McDonald's items, and Donald...
I don't see what's wrong with wanting to learn more about McDonald's. Honestly, I should make a freaking cult around their food because that's just how good it is. Anyways, before we get started, I just want to mention that the Southwest salad isn't on this list, but just know that it is probably one of my favorite items from McDonald's, and that would be an auto S tier if it was here. But with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got the breakfast menu, and I feel like these are pretty easy to grade. The bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit obviously gets an A tier from me, and then after the egg McMuffin gets a C tier, and the sausage variants get a B tier from me. I know we might start a little crazy with this, but let me tell you, McMuffin enjoyers, that there are most certainly better items from the breakfast menu. Like, I never understood why people twerk for this item when it isn't even that good.
Oh no, you might have lost all of our British audience with that one because you desecrated their English muffin.
I never spoke badly about it. I just said that there are better things out there, because if you tell me with a straight face that you would prefer a McMuffin over a biscuit or even McGriddles, then I'd have to call pure cap on that, because those are obviously better. Which, speaking of, we got the pure sausage biscuit going into B tier and the egg version going into A tier. These are nice and fluffy pieces of biscuit to accompany some sweet, sweet and savory sausage.
Don't even get the Joe Dog started on some sausage in his mouth, because then you'll get me going. And I don't mean that in a hungry way.
That's vile, Joe. Don't talk that way in the presence of the McDonald's menu. Following that weird comment from Joe, we got the Holy Trinity of sandwiches. And that, of course, are all the McGriddles, which I have all going into A tier. These are just the perfect amount of sweet and salty that I just enjoy in my breakfast. But I still don't think they're S tier just yet, but I wouldn't be mad if you thought it was.
McGriddles are probably the unhealthiest thing on the breakfast menu. So this actually goes in line with your ratings for other things.
Listen, Barack, you cannot have healthy food and McDonald's in the same sentence. If you go there for breakfast, you already know what's about to go down. Trying to lose weight and going to McDonald's is like someone who's trying to quit alcohol, show up to a bar just to hang out, like you already know damn well that person is asking for it.
Asking for what exactly?
Well, he's asking for it. Listen, man, you just got to enjoy what they have and realize that it's unhealthy but extremely delicious food. Speaking of delicious food, we got the big breakfast items coming up, and I already know some people love these, and it's fine to like them, but these are all honestly C tiers. Well, everything but just the hot cakes. Like, I'm a big body motherfucker, but you got to be a whole different type of fat to order just hotcakes from McDonald's. Like, just hotcakes get a D tier from me, because you are way better off going to an actual breakfast place or making them yourself. Like, please just go to IHOP instead if you plan on just eating pancakes, because at least you'll have better quality hotcakes and syrups at your disposal.
I don't like to disrespect the hotcakes are getting, but I do enjoy IHOP pancakes a lot more than McDonald's ones.
And you know why, Joe? Because McDonald's literally just microwaves their pancakes. But again, if you're craving it, then I can somewhat understand. But there's so much better stuff on the menu. So now we're approaching our last items from the breakfast menu, and I'm more than happy to report that the burrito and hash browns get an S tier from me. Hash browns don't even need an explanation, but goddamn, the burrito is just amazing. You can put salsa if you want to bet a bit spicy, but I also highly recommend putting some strawberry or grape jelly on it. It sounds weird as hell, but trust the Don on this, because I will spread the gospel of putting jelly on the McDonald's burrito. Then, of course, fruit and oatmeal get a fucking D tier, because I'm not a damn deer. So why are they offering this diatomaceous ass meal that's only for some herbivore ass people?
Some grape jelly or strawberry on a damn burrito? Now that's some weird shit, Donald.
I literally refuse to hear your ass out on this, Joe. Maybe I'd hear it from Barack, but you of all people should be the last one coming at me for doing this when we've heard all the disgusting shit you do to your food on this channel. And this is like being called short by a damn midget, or like hearing Lizzo call me fat, when quite obviously it looks like she ate a midget. Whatever, I still ask that everyone but Joe to go try it out. After that, we got two obvious S tiers in the Big Mac and the Quarter Pounder. But when it comes to the double Quarter Pounder, that's where I draw the line.
Wait, so you're fine with all the other shit and talk about how it's okay to have unhealthy food, but you draw the imaginary line to a double Quarter Pounder?
Dude, that is half a pound of damn meat in my gut. As a straight man, I refuse to consume that much meat in one burger. It still gets an A tier from me, and so does the Quarter Pound Deluxe, but the price isn't worth it for the Deluxe, and the half-pound pounder is just too much meat. Then I got the McDouble going into S tier because these are just delicious. And if you want to get really nasty, you combine a McChicken and McDouble and make them a gangbang. Then the Quarter Pounder with bacon also goes in A tier for the same price reasons as I mentioned for the Quarter Pound Deluxe. Like you got me fucked up if I'm going to pay a whole $1 or more for two tiddlywink pieces of fucking bacon.
Plus, it's haram, and we all know Barack hates that.
God damn it, Joe, how many times do I have to say that I am not Muslim? Not that there's anything wrong with being that.
Your constant denial of it makes it seem like you have something against them. I personally stand with my halal brothers, so I can't relate. Then after that, we got the cheeseburger going into B tier, the double cheeseburger going into S tier, and the normal hamburger going into B tier as well.
Okay, so why does the Quarter Pounder double get a lot of hate for having more meat, but then you glaze the hell out of the double cheeseburger?
Because the double cheeseburger isn't a goddamn half a pound of meat, Barack. What the fuck do you not get by that? But now we approach the dark era of McDonald's products, and that is the McCrispy. Now, the sandwich isn't bad, but in the grand scheme of things, and when it compares to other stuff in the menu, well, this shit is hot ass. I am giving the OG McCrispy and spicy version a D tier, and the deluxe versions get more slack from me and will get a C tier just because they have more stuff on them.
What's with all the hate for the sandwiches? Like, I agree, but I just want to ask, because I know someone in the comments will ask too.
You guys want to know why I have a vendetta against this thing? Because they essentially discontinued the buttermilk crispy chicken sandwich because of COVID. Like big whoop, just walked that shit off. But anyways, they then had the audacity to never bring it back and instead bring us this wet fart of a menu item. Like who the hell goes to McDonald's and looks at the whole menu and say to themselves, man, I'm really craving a McCrispy. I'll tell you who says that. Nobody.
I forgot about that sandwich. That was a pretty good item. Damn, now I'm also upset they got rid of it.
Yes, please get mad because not only will McDonald's continue raising the price of a damn McChicken, but they also have the utter gall to cuck us and take away our precious and delicious sandwiches. Thankfully, though, we got another holy trinity that will serve as a palate cleanser for us because I have the Filet-O-Fish McChicken and fries going into S tier. Now, I know I just shit on the McChicken for being pricey, but goddamn it is still so delicious. And the Filet-O-Fish is possibly the best fish sandwich in the fast food industry, despite being the size of a squirrel's nutsack.
Well, squirrels actually have pretty big nuts.
What?
Yeah, you guys ever see that picture of that squirrel that got its nuts stuck on a fence post, or that other one where it was caught on a bird feeder?
No, I don't think I have because I don't go out of my way to look at squirrels' nuts.
Well, you're missing out because those things are pretty huge.
Joe, I genuinely don't think we're missing out. And Fraile, you better not put any pictures of that on the screen. Don't scar our precious viewers with that shit. Anyways, after that, we got the dessert section of McDonald's. And up first, we got apple slices. And this, of course, gets a D. I don't even need to explain that one. And then the bakery they got is all right. But honestly, everything is a D tier except for the apple fritter, which I have in C tier. Like, you're better off just getting cookies or pies from McDonald's because they can be nice and fresh. But holy shit, we got ice cream up next. And I'll let Joe take the wheel with these ratings.
Thank you for letting a pro handle this, Donald. And quite frankly, they are all S tiers. I have never been once disappointed with a McFlurry or any shakes or sundaes because they're all delicious.
Okay, I can't put everything in S tier, but I'd have to agree that most of these things are bangers. But the only ones that I won't have going in S are the M&M, McFlurry, and Vanilla Shake. Everything else, though, is an auto S tier because McDonald's has elite shakes and ice cream.
Why the hell do you hate the M&M McFlurry?
Motherfucker, I gave it an A tier still, and I don't hate it, but it's just a matter of preference. What isn't up for debate, though, is our last three items on the list, which I have all going into S tier because the apple pie, cookies, and nuggets are absolute S tiers. I don't know why the hell the nuggets are lumped in with the desserts, but whatever. I know everyone loves McDonald's nuggets, so there's no need to argue there. And their sauces are simply elite. The cookies are to die for as well, and if you bring the cookie tote to any function, then you are guaranteed to get some pussy.
What if they don't want that?
Okay, then they can get some dick. The Don doesn't care. All he wants them to know is that he will appreciate a cookie tote at the function. Then the apple pie is absolutely to die for. And if you get it fresh, then goddamn is it good. The seasonal stuff they have is good as hell too, because they had pumpkin pie and guava pie. And when there's no seasonal stuff, you already know strawberry cream pies are to fucking die for. I'll die on a damn cross for that shit.
Oh, hamburgers, a strawberry cream pie. Oh man, I do love me some cream pies.
I like strawberry cream pies and normal cream pies at that.
All right, we don't need to hear that.
Cream pie tier list when?
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video, and listen, ever since I almost died, it has got me thinking. And well, I feel like the Don hasn't spread enough positivity in his life. So in today's video, we are going to be ranking the various ways to help yourself in life based on my opinions only. So please don't take offense.
But Donald, one of the biggest things that helped me personally isn't on this list. See, whenever the Joester is feeling down or has a bad day, I crank it and instantly feel better. Had a bad day at work. Crank it. Had a fight with your partner? Crank it. Lost an online match in whatever video game you were playing? Crank it. Got the wrong order at a food place? Crank it. Any minor inconvenience? Crank it.
Joe, that just sounds like you're addicted to, I guess, just cranking it, as you put so eloquently.
If I were addicted, then why would it feel so good every time I do it? And why do I get cravings to do it every single day? And then after I finish, I immediately get extremely depressed and think about where I went wrong in life. Yeah, checkmate, bro. That's like saying that I'm addicted to food, like I need that to survive, you silly Billy.
Joe, it sounds like you have actual issues, but don't worry, because the Don has turned a new leaf for at least like the rest of this week. So you all better take advantage of this and listen to my words of advice, because it's about damn time I start this self-help tier list. And up first, we have a banging S tier because we have therapy coming up first. Now, therapy is extremely good in general, but sometimes you don't have to go, and you can achieve inner peace if you dwell on something long enough or merely thug it out. However, if you can't thug it out any longer, then yeah, definitely get some therapy, because talking it out may help you all. And I don't mean talking to your friends about your issues. See, they love you and all, but they aren't paid to listen to all your issues, and you're only putting more stress in their life when you don't even know what's going on in theirs. That would not be very cash money of you all if you claim to not want therapy, but then go trauma dumping onto others in your lives. And the Don has realized that. That being said, I understand if you all aren't comfortable with the idea of strangers hearing your secrets, or even if you've already gone and how it didn't work for you. And see, these people are paid professionals, and a lot of people go in thinking one session and then they'll cure me. And see, that's not how it works. Your mind/brain is your own beast. And at the end of the day, no matter what they do, they can't cure you. What they can do is help ease your mind and guide you towards an answer that you will accept, because at the end of the day, you are your own mind's keeper.
Jesus Christ, that was super insightful and not at all what I expected from you, Donald.
Dude, I've become enlightened and wanted to genuinely help the people. But yes, speaking of helping the people, we then have joining a cult, and this is an immediate D tier, like you only hear about negative things regarding cults, like that one cult that drank Kool-Aid and like all died.
What about your MAGA cult?
Well, I admit they can be a rambunctious group, but I wish to spread peace and love only.
You know, I've always wondered what that meant. MAGA, does MAGA stand for make a gorgeous ass? And since I see you talk about that constantly, you must be referring to your glorious Trump rump.
Oh, Joe, you're so silly. Oh, man, it's a little odd that you constantly compliment my figure, but it does indeed make me blush, you silly goose. Well, those nice Joe comments aside, we then have back-to-back banging S tiers coming up next, because we got video games and friendships. And I don't know what better combo there is than these two. And thankfully, I got my brothers here with Barack and Joey. And I know I trash on you two a lot, but genuinely, I want to thank you two both for being there for me. Like, I know you're the butt of the joke usually, Barack, but I genuinely appreciate you. And I love you, Joe, like a brother, for calling me when I got shot.
Okay, this is getting too wholesome. What the hell is happening? Who are you, and what have you done with our orange, fat piece of shit?
Okay, let's relax now, Barack, because that language isn't really appropriate.
It might be me, or it might be the 8-ball of Coke I just shared with Hunter, but I think Donald might be acting a little funny.
Jesus Christ, Joe, you need to get off the booger sugar, and yes, he's acting super weird.
You guys know I lost a couple of pounds the other day. It must be the Ozempic, but if anyone is overweight like me, I'd also recommend weight loss as a self-help goal. It's not on this list, but I'd recommend it to you all.
This is like it's opposite day. God, I feel so out of whack. Joe, tell me, how do you feel about pain?
Well, you know I like a good beating, especially if I've been a naughty boy.
Okay, I'm definitely not dreaming, because I don't think I would ever want to hear those words come from Joe's mouth voluntarily.
Oh, Barack, you silly guy. Let's continue with the list instead of joking around like this. Then after we have coaching, and I cannot imagine how else to spend my time other than leading the youth in some organized sport. And I have to give this a B tier, because while it might be good to take your mind off things, it may also add more stress. But don't you all worry, because up next we have no FAP, and this helps, but it's not really a game changer unless you're addicted to those type of activities. But maybe it'll help reduce stress. Then we have cold showers, getting an A tier, because these are genuinely really good for you and can help you clear up your mind. And that's just amazing, if you ask me. And rounding off this bunch that I rated at once, we then have journaling getting a B tier, because I can't imagine what better way to spend my night rather than journaling all my thoughts so I can look back on them in the future.
Okay, this is weird as hell. I can't believe what's happening right now. He's talking different and acting different. Did they just replace Donald with a secret double?
Oh, Barack, one of the things I love most about you is your active imagination.
Oh, I think it's all starting to click in my coked out brain. Well, now that the high is wearing off, but I forgot I slipped in a bunch of Xanax into his drink earlier, and now he's all mellow and messed up in the brain.
Well, can you fix it?
Well, I am a bit of a chemist, so let me just think. If Xanax is a depressant and slows your brain, then naturally, to turn him back to normal, all I'd need to do is give him a stimulant. Here, I'm going to give some of this to Donald.
Joe, what did you just give him?
A little bit of crack.
Jesus Christ, why do you have that on you?
For emergencies like these.
What the hell is happening? Why do I feel so funky inside, and why am I doing a tier list? I remember really enjoying this at first, but this looks lame as hell. Who the hell is even asking for a self-help tier list? Like, this sounds boring as hell.
Thank God he's back. Although, was this really for the best?
Yes, because now he can properly punish the Joe Dog for the naughty boy that he really is.
Shut the hell up, Sleepy Joe, because I know that deep down you want me to degrade you, and I am not giving you a nut for the night. Goddamn well, this tier list looks lame as hell, but I might as well finish it since we're basically almost done, and I'm not about to waste any more screen time not talking. The people need to hear my holy decree, because I am the man who escaped death. Bow down before me, because I am a freaking god. Ahem. Well, yeah, let's go ahead and rate what's next. And we have Instagram affirmation pages. And Jesus Christ, what the hell is this? Give this garbage a D tier. And honestly, if you're clinging on to life through Instagram affirmation pages, then it might just be time to call it Raps Pal. Hang up the towel, or more accurately, hang yourself.
You can't say that, Donald. The monetization.
Oh, yeah. Whatever. You all know it's a D tier. Well, I'll try to be more advertiser friendly and try to give an actual rating, but like, you all just need to learn how to thug it out like a real man, because the Don is a man who doesn't need something as stupid as like friendship. I will say though that video games bang, and I was cooking with that ranking when I made it. Well, anyways, then after we have back-to-back A tiers, because now I have to give actual rankings thanks to Barack, but yeah, I have meditation and room cleaning going up there, because if you think about it, meditating is like the most original form of thugging it out. Like, these monks who meditate in the mountains probably had a wife or some kids, or maybe even some duties in their village, and instead of doing all that, they just abandoned all their duties and used their minds to work through their problems. So in essence, they really did just thug it out. Then as for cleaning rooms, well, I mainly put this high up because you're nasty as hell if you don't clean your room. Like, goddamn, I hate bitches that are like, man, I'm so depressed I haven't brushed my teeth or cleaned my room. Like, no shit. I'd be sad as hell, too, if I had doo-doo SpongeBob Sunday breath and then had to wake up next to gnats and ants eating away at all the filth in my room and then having to smell that the whole time I enter my room. Like, goddamn, do everyone a favor and do not be like Asmongold. That dude has a room so gross that I am setting the bar extremely low for room cleanliness. Just don't be Asmongold. And you know what? That's a win in the Don's book.
Well, there goes all of the kindness we had from earlier. Maybe Joe should give you more Xanax.
Hell no, man. That mellowed me out, but I felt like I was controlling myself from a third-person point of view. Felt like I was moving through honey or something. I did not like it, but at the same time I did. I don't know how to describe it. But anyways, we now have our last entry on this list, and we have self-help books, and I'm going to give these scams a C tier. Like Jesus Christ, if you're paying money for a book that'll supposedly make you feel better, then you're better off just buying movie tickets or even buying a scratch-off at a gas station. Like, at least with the scratch-off, you'll have an opportunity to make money back. Meanwhile, with the damn book, you'll be lucky to get anything out of it. Especially if it's those books where you journal and write your own helpful tips. But I appreciate the art of the scam, so that's why it gets a C tier in my book.
I miss the person you once were before the pipe.
The only pipe I want is the one I want to lay on a bunch of hot girls.
Or Joe's hot steaming pipe.
Joe, nobody in the world wants that pipe. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and the Don is at the helm again, because who else would you all want for this fry sauce tier list?
Definitely me, considering I know what sauces are the best, because they call me Joe Sauce.
What is that supposed to be, like a Vsauce clone?
Kind of, but instead of actually teaching science and fun facts, I just teach you all how to get lost in the Joe Sauce, and I'm not talking about food, if you all catch my drift.
I think we catch your disgusting drift, and we want no part of it. Also, if we were to let you rank this list, then you'd probably put mustard up in S tier, and very clearly, we are not all on board with that.
What is there not to like about mustard? It's literally the best sauce in the whole world. And of course, you can dunk your fries in it or even drizzle it all over. It just has an intense aroma with a sharp, hot, and slightly bitter taste. Mustard can awaken your senses and make your sinuses tingle just like 5 gum. And when added to sauces, dressings, rubs, and marinades, it adds depth and complexity to the flavors that no other thing could possibly substitute for it.
Okay, but notice how you said when it's added to sauces, dressings, rubs, and marinades, but you never mentioned putting it directly on the food.
That's because it's implied, you freaking buffoon. Who the hell doesn't like mustard on their food?
You know, Joe, a lot of people would say they don't like it, and don't get me wrong, I am not one of those people, but I am not going to twerk for some mustard on my fries, if I'm being honest. But that's enough mustard talk, because we have a list to start, and we'll get to the tard when we get to it.
I don't like the way you phrase that. That can definitely be interpreted as something else.
What do you mean, Barack? It's pretty obvious that TARD stands for mustard.
Yeah, man, maybe you should take your mind out of the gutter and start thinking more positively like me and Joe. He tells me all the time, hey, Donald, please pass me the tard, and I pass him the mustard. It's really that simple.
I really don't like the way you cut that word and only used the last part of it.
Oh, man, if you didn't like that, wait till you hear what we call vinegar. We only say the last part now. And it's like, yo, Donald, pass me the...
Yeah, no, we're not doing that joke on here.
He just tells me to pass him the gear. I think it's a fun way of saying it, but way to be a negative Nancy Barack. But yeah, anywho, let's go ahead and start the tier list. And up first, we have some sriracha mayo. And damn, this is some good stuff right here. Honestly, I use it as a substitute in general instead of normal mayo. But for fries exclusively, I have to say that this adds a nice flavor and some spice to the fries. And I have to give this a banging S tier. This complements the fries so well, and honestly, I would definitely go out of my way to drizzle these on top of my fries. And if you combine it with some cheese, then you'll have the Don coming.
Is that something that we, the people, really want then?
Speak for yourself, Barack. I'd love that for him, and it would provide more sauce for me to use.
Ugh, Joe, when you say things like that, it makes me not even want to explain how happy things make me. It drains the fun from whatever statement I said and makes me feel dirty inside. Let's just move on with the list and not focus in on that terrible and god-awful, disgusting statement that Joe made, and focus up instead on the vanilla milkshake. And listen, I won't hate people dipping their fries into their shakes, but we all know that chocolate is the superior dipping sauce for French fries. Like, I won't hate on vanilla, and I'll even give it a C tier, but we all know it's not as good as chocolate. Oh man, but then after we have a bona fide S tier, because goddamn, I love me some ranch on my fries. Like you can slap this bad boy on anything and it'll be great. And me personally, get me some Cajun fries or some Arby's curly fries, and I will dunk them things straight into some ranch if I have some at hand. And you already know that the Don is packing some sauces.
Do you ask for extra sauces, or do you bring sauces from different places?
See, if I know I'm going to multiple places and I know that a place has better sauces than the other, then I am going to get some extra. Like if I get some McDonald's barbecue sauce, then I know it's going to bang more than the Wendy's one. That, or I just grab my stuff to go and then I just use my sauces that I store at home with whatever I eat. And you won't know heaven until you get some Popeyes fries and chicken sandwich and dunk them both into some Chick-fil-A sauce, and goddamn, that is heavenly. But yeah, enough with my secret life strategies, because now that I mentioned it, I'm more than sure that people will start doing it now.
Oh yeah, they'll totally go out of their way to replicate your level of fatness.
Lord knows the Joe Dog is going to do it.
See, now that Joe is going to do it, it makes it like infinitely less cool. But anyways, after that we have malt vinegar, and this is an immediate D tier. I freaking hate the flavor of it, and if you're pouring this on your fries, then you should probably reevaluate a lot of your life decisions, because goddamn, I can't imagine it tasting better. And on top of all that, it probably makes it super soggy. God, just talking about it triggers me, but thankfully we have somewhat of a banger up next, and that of course is some buffalo hot sauce going on your fries. And this is a decent B tier for me. I sometimes feel like it just overpowers the flavor of the fry and is just doing a little too much for my liking, but sometimes you just get a hankering for it, and the Don will occasionally get this. But goddamn, if you're craving something good, then combine the ranch and buffalo sauce to get yourself some wing-flavored fries.
Now that seems like an elite combo right there, Donald, but wouldn't it make more sense to say to use that on the chicken nugget instead?
Listen, man, I'm pretty sure I did say that when we did a sauce tier list, but this is a freaking French fry sauce tier list. So of course I'm going to say how it tastes on the fries first and foremost. Goddamn, Barack, get with the schedule. Following that, I might as well rip off the Band-Aid for Joe and say that I have mustard in C tier. Go ahead and give us your big reaction, Joe.
I don't know what you mean. I am a calm-mannered man, and I am willing to accept the fact that you and I have different taste buds. I've matured since the previous videos, and am now willing to take criticism.
Not to air you out, Joe, but you said that, but at the same time you texted me privately saying, he's going to rue the day he put mustard that low. I'm going to tear open a whole new hole for me to explore.
Freaking narc.
Jesus Christ, man, he's always out there sexualizing me. Can't ever have a day without Joe staring at me with his predator eyes. Let's just continue with the list, because I really don't want to think about what's going on in his imagination. Following mustard, we have two back-to-back A-tier entries in the mayo and chocolate milkshake, because goddamn, these two are solid as hell. And I basically sucked the hell out of chocolate milkshakes when I mentioned the vanilla earlier. And many of you may be judging me for using mayo as a sauce or dip for fries, and all I'm going to say is simply, hear me out.
I don't think I will. I was willing to let the sriracha mayo slide, but goddamn, I will not be dipping or smearing mayo on my goddamn fries.
You don't know what you're missing out on, man. One thing I know you can't argue with me with is these next two entries, because no way in hell do you not think that ketchup and gravy are not bona fide S tiers. Like, I'd be willing to hear you out on the gravy, but damn, when you dip your fries from Popeyes into your gravy and mashed potatoes, you cannot tell me that it doesn't bang.
Donald is 100% spitting here. I always dip my Cahoon fries into my mashed potatoes and gravy.
Wait, what did you just call it, Joe?
Cahoon fries? You know, the seasoned fries from Popeyes. It's called Cahoon.
Joe, how long have you been saying it like that? It's pronounced Cajun. Man, that's kind of embarrassing if you've been saying it as Cahoon this whole time, because not only does that mean you don't know how to pronounce things, but also it shows that no one cared enough to correct you.
Oh, damn. Well, I don't know what you want me to do about it.
Well, I mean, you can start pronouncing it correctly now that you know.
I mean, I was planning on doing that after you said it. Did you think that I, for whatever reason, would just keep mispronouncing it over and over and get made fun of even more? You didn't have to point it out again, because that was unnecessary, especially in front of the audience.
Well, I just had to make sure.
No, now you're just being a dick about it, dude, and you called me out in front of everyone and kept emphasizing it. You clearly pointed that out with the intention of shaming me.
Okay, man, I am legitimately sorry. I won't do that again in the future, because you're right, Joe. It was a dick move from me.
Thanks, man. I accept your apology.
Yeah. Well, point is that those two are S tiers. After that, we have tartar sauce, and this is an immediate A tier. Like this is another mayo sauce, but this time with a pickle flare on top, and you bet your ass that this bangs on some fries. This with some fish and chips goes absolutely nuts, and I just drench everything in tartar sauce. Following that, though, we have an absolute S tier banger because honey mustard is amazing and absolutely belongs up there, so I hope I got some points with you, Joe.
This does indeed please the Joe Dog to the extent that he can't even express it with words. I have to show you physically how much I love this decision, and believe me that when I make contact with you, you will tremble.
I'm really okay without that. I'll just take your word for it. But yeah, then after we have some pure melted cheese, and I love these, but then it becomes cheese fries rather than a sauce, but I'll give it an A tier still. I just feel like it becomes something entirely different, but hell, if you add this, you may as well add some chili, because some chili cheese fries would get a banging S tier from the Don. Goddamn, thinking about that is getting me super hungry. So let me just finish up the list because my mouth is freaking watering and I need some food. So our second to last entry is some mayo chup, and this is mayo and ketchup combined. And of course, this is a certified S tier because it's just a combination of two goated sauces and they bang even harder on some damn fries. What has me thrown for a loop, though, is this next entry because who the hell puts hot sauce on their fries? Like, I understand buffalo sauce because that's actually saucy, but goddamn, some tapatio hot sauce is so liquidy and it doesn't even provide a flavorful heat like the buffalo. It just provides some lousy ass pure heat, and it just feels wrong to call something that liquidy a sauce. And I have to place this into D tier.
How liquidy do things need to be, Donald? Because the Joester needs his special sauce to be to your liking with the perfect consistency.
Okay, Joe, I've had enough of these jokes, man. They are actually getting to the point where you're making me uncomfortable.
Whoever said that they were jokes?
What is up, gang? We are back, bringing you another console tier list, but this time it will be focused on PlayStation consoles specifically. And as a longtime fan of these devices, I have to say that the Don is ready to dominate this list.
I have a good feeling that you're going to have a pretty great list, Donnie. Not going to lie.
Was that long pause before the not gonna lie needed? I mean, it would be pretty hard to mess up a list with like literally only 5 or 7 consoles on them. So yeah, of course my list is gonna bang.
Wait a minute, fellas. Where's the PlayStation 5? I don't see it on this list.
I don't know, but we can rank it in the end if we remember it's only one console and not that big of a deal. Let's go ahead and get this started. And up first we have the true OG, and that is the very first PlayStation. I personally have this going into B tier, and I don't think that's too crazy.
I remember playing the hell out of Crash and Spyro on this thing.
Okay, yes, Sleepy Joe, it did have some banging exclusives, but I want everyone to remember that we are comparing it to every other Sony console on this list, and as much fun as the OG was, and how it paved the way for the rest. I am letting this shit stay in B tier, because we all know the PlayStation 2 was like miles and miles better.
I mean, that's a valid assessment, but I think the OG PlayStation should get some legend points or something because it was amazing for what it was back in the day.
Nah, that would be pity points, Barack, and unlike the Democratic Party, I keep it real with everyone, and I am keeping this shit in B tier. Moving on, though, as you all already must know, I have the PlayStation 2 going into S tier. That is no surprise at all. This console was like the biggest meech of them all. This is like 99 overall greatness, and everyone who owned a PlayStation 2 knows of how godly this thing was. We had so many bangers on that generation of gaming, and I love the exclusives on this thing. We can even throw it back to like Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter, Sly Cooper, God of War, Twisted Metal. Like, I don't even need to keep going is the crazy part.
I mean, if we compare it to Xbox or GameCube, it really wasn't that much different. And wasn't the GameCube, like specs-wise, better than the PS2?
Shut the hell up, Joey. Jesus, listening to you almost gave me an aneurysm, and yes, whilst they're all the same generation. The PlayStation 2 had everyone's number, and mostly everyone had that console. Of course, Xbox 360 made a comeback, but man, the PS2 had a stranglehold on the gaming community.
Yeah, Joey, you kind of pissed me off with that take, but the GameCube was elite as well. It's really just Xbox that was floundering.
Thank you, guys, and up next we got the PSP, and I may get hate, but I have this only in B tier. It was good as hell, especially for its time, but shit, man, I feel like they could have done a bit more with it, and having to directly compete with Nintendo handhelds is like putting some frail 100-pound, 5'1" dude against a mega-sized Lizzo. Like, maybe they'll get a couple of shots in, but, you know, Lizzo will right quick sit on them, and it's going to be game over. The games were better on PSP than on PS Vita, I'll give it that much.
I kind of get you on that. But it had a decent bit of games, and if you owned a PSP, you know, it was low-key slept on a bit.
I freaking loved using the internet browser on my PSP. You already know the Joe Dog was heading straight to the good sites, if you all catch my drift.
I do catch it, but I hate having something in common with you, so I'm just ignoring it. I agree the PSP is slept on, but I can't go higher than a B. Anyways, we got Sony's most controversial console because they wanted to gangbang us with their high-ass price, just because it played Blu-ray movies, and that is the PlayStation 3.
I'm actually interested where you're going to place this.
Okay, so my reasoning behind this decision is that I owned a PS3 day one, and I will admit it. That shit was indeed expensive for no reason at all. But I very fondly remember the PlayStation 3, and since we're not directly comparing it to Xbox, but instead just with other Sony consoles, I have this going into A tier. If you owned one, you know how nice it was, and playing Blu-ray movies is kind of a flex. I twerked heavily for the exclusives too. I loved Uncharted, Little Big Planet, and The Last of Us.
I liked Infamous because I could like shoot lightning and stuff.
Joe, don't even bring up that game. I love the series. Don't get me wrong, but I have PTSD from only owning Infamous Second Son on my PS4 and having to replay it over and over, so I didn't feel like I wasted $400 on a PS4. Hell, I even got the Platinum trophy on it.
Don't feel special, Barack. Everyone and their goddamn mom got the Platinum trophy for Infamous Second Son. That game was more ran through than the Kardashian family. Before we get started talking about the PS4, let's please talk about the PS Vita. Does anyone even remember owning one? Because I unfortunately do. Now remember how I said that the PSP would have been good had it gotten more support. Imagine the PSP as a neglected child, but it still had like loving relatives like an aunt and uncle or maybe a grandma and grandpa. The Vita had absolutely no one. It was treated like a goddamn stray dog on the side of the streets. The exclusives weren't that good, and it just didn't get that many games at all. At least games that you would love to play. If you have good memories with the Vita, more power to you, but I can't rank this on the same tier as a PSP, so I have this going into C tier.
RIP to the Vita. It was a legendary web browser for me.
Gross, Joe.
Let the man spit his truth. Anyways, we got the PS4 last. And even though I was throwing shade earlier at it having like no games at the start of its release, it quickly came back, and I would say that Sony took control of the gaming market with this one. It carried so much momentum that transferred over to the PS5. For that and the great exclusives, it eventually got like Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man, Bloodborne, God of War again. Like there are so many more to list off, but I would be here all day. I can confidently tell you all that this shit easily belongs in S tier.
Spitting right now. I loved my PS4 so much, even if it sounds like a jet engine right now.
I use my PS4 to keep my food warm when I'm using it. But anyways, Donald, where are you placing the PS5 at?
Since I'm a glorious leader, I'll leave it up to the comments to decide. We're a solid bit into the life cycle, but me personally, I am thinking an A or B tier, but I'm not too firm on that. Maybe the comment section will change my mind.
I just wish the haptic feedback on the controller would work when I pull up my favorite app on there. Web browser and straight to the hub.
What is up, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and I unfortunately got stuck with making one about random school subjects. How freaking fun.
Listen, man, we all had choices, and you were too indecisive and couldn't make a choice fast enough, so you got stuck with that one.
Yeah, but I already know the next week I have to get the best list or else I'm going to throw a fit. But don't worry, Barack, I won't take your chicken wing tier list from you. I know you got that in the bag, and I can't compete with you when it comes to your elite chicken knowledge.
God, you are such an idiot, Donald. But in this very instance, you are correct. Because as a matter of fact, I do happen to be a wing expert, so I'm only like half mad that you said such a dumb thing.
Whoa, let's keep it real here because we all know that I am the real wing expert here.
Joe, you like Little Caesar's wings, and for that alone, I would give you like a negative wing rating, but let's save that wing talk for next week and go ahead and get started with this school subject list. And up first, we got chemistry. And who the hell likes chemistry? Like, you think I care at all about the periodic table and what compounds mix with what? I will admit the experiments are cool and you could play with fire and stuff, so like that kind of gets it a higher ranking than what it actually deserves. Like chemistry with no lab exercises would be an automatic F tier, but since it does have that, I will give it a C tier for allowing me to play with Bunsen burners.
I used to use those Bunsen burners to cook up my dogs.
Joe, you know how dangerous and reckless that is, the amount of chemicals in a lab and, using actual lab supplies to cook your dog?
Don't knock it till you try it.
It'll knock me out if I try any Bunsen dogs. But anyways, up next we got a pretty fun one, and that's art. I mess with drawing and sculpting stuff. I don't know if you guys know this, but I happen to be a connoisseur of the fine arts.
Sure you are. Please tell me what art you happen to be interested in.
Oh, it's almost all self-portraits of myself, and they're all life-sized as well. If you guys come to my house next time, I have a room dedicated to my sculptures and art. I call it the bust room, and without it, I would be sad. So I have to give art an A rating.
Oh, I'll be in the bust room. Busting right in the bust room.
Yeah, we may have to have a rain check on that, but anyways, up next we got biology, and I don't really care much about biology. Like, who really cares about how the human body works and all that dumb stuff? Like, if you ask me, the only biology I care about is female biology, if you catch my drift. I'll still unfortunately be placing this into D tier.
I'm going to definitely have to agree with you there, Donald. I don't care much about that stuff either.
I think you guys are undervaluing the importance of understanding how our body works and how the different things we ingest or do can affect our bodies. And without biology, we wouldn't know those things.
Blah, blah, blah. I do not care about any of that, Barack. I am a freaking unit, and I don't need to understand biology to know that the dawn is amazing. But more importantly, we got an A-tier subject up next, and that is foreign language classes. Without these, I would not be able to order from my favorite Mexican place. I like to dazzle them with my immaculate Spanish pronunciation. I tell them, hola, me puede dar un taco por favor. Jesus, just hearing my amazing Spanish gives me goosebumps.
Do you actually go around talking like that to people who speak Spanish?
Duh, and when I do, I know they love it because they always smile and laugh because I am a very charismatic man. Mi español es muy caliente, as they say, and it's also biblioteca baño. Well, enough of my superb Spanish, and let's talk about the next one. And we got history, and man, oh man, I have to place this into S tier. Like I am going to be in history books. Is that not amazing? One day, some future young Trump will open up his history book and see me splattered all over a page, and I'm sure they'll be so proud of their grand-pappy.
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be other people splattering all over your page. Don't you worry.
Gross Joe and Donald, we are all presidents. So I am pretty sure we are all going to be in a history book.
Yeah, whatever. I doubt Sleepy Joe here will get anything in any book, but you guys can stay getting jealous. The next one we got is financial literacy, and honestly, this is an A tier for me. Everyone needs to go read my book and learn the way to handle their money and learn from one of the best.
While I agree that financial literacy is important, I really don't think anyone should read his book. You're better off just gambling everything on a random racehorse.
Now, that would be a page straight from the book of Biden, if you ask me.
Yeah, and that sounds like the dumbest thing I have ever heard because we all know you are better off betting it all in the casino, or even better yet, betting it all on some random sports team. But that's neither here nor there because up next we got another goated subject, and that is physical education. And the only educating I'm doing is teaching those punks how to get demolished in any sport of their choosing. This is an easy S tier for me. I am also the embodiment of physical health. Like one look at the Don and you'll be like, God damn, now that is a male in peak physical condition.
I don't think a single soul has ever said that, Donald. Let's keep it real. Plus, last time we played basketball, I beat you 21-0. So, like, how the hell are you going to tell anyone here that you dominate?
Well, it's pretty obvious that you beat me in basketball. Like, who are we kidding here? You're naturally and genetically talented, Barack.
That is not a compliment at all, and we also played golf, and I beat you badly in that, too.
I threw out my hip that day, so that does not count at all.
What about when we played shuffleboard and I beat you?
Not a real sport, so there you go. Listen, guys, I'm done trying to explain myself here. You all should know that I dominate anything I do as long as I'm not injured. I'll give shuffleboard to Joey because, like I said, that is not a real sport, so I really don't care if I lose that one if I am being totally honest here. All that nonsense aside, let us move on to our next subject, which is language arts. Man, you have to be a big-ass nerd to genuinely enjoy learning grammar and how to actually spell things. I will admit that this class does bang when you're doing some reading because I mess with some cool stories. Like Joe, you remind me of Lenny from Mice of Men.
I have never read that. The only books a motherfucker like me has read was the Percy Jackson and Hunger Games books.
Joe, you were like 50 or 60 when those books came out.
Yeah, your point is what exactly?
Dude, if those are the only books you read for the first 60 years of your life, then I am seriously worried about you.
No, I mean, I did technically read other stuff, but I don't think hentai really counts. But if it did, then I'd be like master prestige level in reading.
Jesus Christ, Joe.
Now hold on, he may have cooked with that one, not gonna lie. I think language arts still deserves a B tier because I actually do enjoy stories, and as you all know, I am a published author. But that's enough of that. Let's move on to the real nerd shit, and that is math. Please don't tell me any of our precious subscribers actually enjoy math. Like, I am sorry to anyone who loves it because this is going to be our very first F tier, and I am not ashamed of putting there at all. Like, the only time I use math is whenever I'm counting change, but if you start throwing in the alphabet into my math, then you got me fucked up, man. I will say, though, if you genuinely enjoy math, I respect the hell out of that because that's like looking at Lizzo and telling yourself, wow, this is the most beautiful woman on all of planet Earth. Like, we all know damn well she ain't, but if you're taking one for the team, then more power to you.
What if I were to tell you that I would not mind me a piece of that sweet Lizzo cake?
Joe, you dirty, dirty dog. But enough Lizzo talk, and let's talk about the next subject, which is music. I have lots of talented friends in the music industry, and Joe, before you even ask, you are definitely not one of them, but learning how to play music seems pretty cool and chill. And for that, I think I'll give it a solid A tier. After that, we got another boring subject, but again, much like with chemistry, at least you can perform experiments and do slightly cooler stuff than in biology, so I think I have to give physics a solid C tier as well.
That's a bit valid, but I feel like people hate physics a lot more than they hate chemistry. So I don't know how this rating will go down with the public.
Well, the Don said it was a C tier, so they should not be disagreeing with me. But more importantly, what is the difference between social studies and history? Aren't they like the same thing?
Well, you see, social studies include the subjects of history, geography, economics, civics, and sociology. Through all of that, the elements of ethics, psychology, philosophy, anthropology, art, and literature are incorporated into the subject field itself.
Snooze! I think that sounds like a B tier to me. Up next, we got technology, and I don't even know what you would do in a class like that, but I already know it has to be banging. I have to give this an S. I assume you use computers and stuff, so that sounds cool. After that, though, we got something that just stunk up the place, and that is geometry. This is just math, but with angles and shapes, and I'm not a fan of that either. Place this garbage into F tier.
Valid for the technology take, but why do you hate math so much?
I wasn't good at it, and it bores the hell out of me. Our final entry, however, is not boring at all, though, because we got woodshop, and this is an automatic S tier. You'd all be amazed with the way I work with my wood.
Oh, I'd love to see the way you work with that wood, Donald.
Yeah, I can't do that, but I think woodshop is one of the best blow-off classes, and I feel damn proud making stuff and then actually using it. Like, I made a stool, and I still use it to this day.
Yeah, I also made a stool. Well, it's more like a bench than a stool. I don't really use it anymore either because it was really thorny and gave me constant splinters, and it just kind of sucked.
Doesn't surprise me you sucked at woodshop, Joe.
Whoa, whoa, ease up on Joe a little there, Donald. It doesn't matter if you were good or bad at certain subjects, and it is okay that Joey is bad at woodshop.
Barry, you were bad at woodshop, weren't you?
As a matter of fact, I was, but how did you guess that? Was it me standing up for Joe just then? Did that tip it off? Because if that's the reason, then remind me to never stick up for Joe again.
Oh, what did I do?
Nah, it wasn't because you stood up for Joe. The reason is actually a lot more complex and nuanced than that.
Okay, so what gave it away? Because I never told you I took woodshop before.
Oh, that's super easy. The reason why is because you're black. What is up, gang? Today we're going to be making another tier list. And this time around we're going to be doing a sandwich place tier list. And I will not lie, it was hard as hell to think of all these sandwich places. Like, there aren't a lot of sandwich places, so if we missed one, please do let us know because it was tough finding or even thinking of some off the top of our head.
I can tell because there's a freaking house on this tier list. What the heck is that about?
Well, obviously it's a sandwich from home and not from a shop. Again, it's a sandwich place tier list and not a sandwich shop tier list.
Couldn't I make a sandwich at work or in the park? Would that then make it a sandwich place?
Joe, don't start this again like when you kept yapping about having prime rib for breakfast during our breakfast food tier list.
I am actually on Donald's side for this. Joe, please stop being so annoying.
I'll pipe down, but just know that the Joe heads will not be pleased because you are silencing the truth speaker. Remember to question everything society throws at you and never believe anything the media says.
Joe, the fake news bit is mine. Don't go stealing my ideas or I'm going to have to go off on you on my social media platform.
Acting like you don't do that already. I've seen your mean tweets.
Yeah, you're right. I'll probably do it anyways after this list. Anyway, speaking of the list, let's actually please, for the love of Christ, get this started. Up first, we got Subway. And listen, I have very strong opinions on Subway, and they are not good ones. Like, if you're starving and have absolutely no other options, then I would understand. but like going out of your way for some Subway is crazy. I ordered some like a month or two ago, and they gave me some soggy-ass gross lettuce sandwich and had the nerve to charge me around 15 bucks for it. Like, who the hell does Subway think they are charging absurd prices for the most mediocre food to ever exist? I ultimately give it a C tier for being the king of mid, and quite honestly, it just is not that good, and I will proudly stand by it. I will admit, though, that they do have some banging cookies, and I think that raises their grade higher than it honestly should be because the sandwiches are just not that good.
Why are we giving it a better ranking for having good cookies? This is a sandwich tier list and not a cookie tier list. I don't care if their macadamia nut cookies are amazing.
Joe, it's my list, so shut up. I will rank it a C tier, and that is final. God, the nerve of that guy. But anyways, after that, we got sandwiches from home, and you all already know these are banging. I'm still only going to give it a B tier because we all know that having a sandwich made for you is still superior. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but having someone else make a sandwich for you is just better because you don't have to expend any effort at all in making it. Like, the thought of getting up and lathering 2 pieces of bread and layering it with whatever I want just seems boring and tiresome. But when you go to a sandwich shop and you just see people assembling whatever the hell you ordered, just feels great and enhances the flavor.
Donald, that's just called being lazy as hell. And quite honestly, it really is not that hard to make a sandwich. Like what you just said was nothing earth-shattering. Like you literally just complained about getting up and putting mayo on 2 slices of bread. After that, you just put cheese or whatever meat you want and maybe some spinach, and boom, you're literally done. The process could be accomplished in under 5 minutes.
Nah, there's some actual science behind the fact that sandwiches taste better when you aren't the one making them yourself. Like the same applies when you're at home and someone brings you a sandwich, like your brain releases endorphins that help with your happiness and gives you more dopamine.
Are you for real right now? I didn't know that.
Nah, I'm lying, but the fact that you trusted me immediately goes to show how easily the American people can be fooled and does not give me hope for people with low media literacy. If I say that I can poop gold, would you believe that too?
Okay, those two are not the same at all. That is an unfair comparison.
I would believe it if you pooped gold. That sounds cool.
Joe, you pissed me off so much. Anyways, moving on with our tier list, we got Jimmy John's, and I like Jimmy John's, but quite honestly, their sandwiches aren't quite up to snuff. I don't enjoy their freaky fast delivery because I would rather just pick up my food. I think a solid B tier is okay for them because they aren't doing anything extraordinary in the sandwich making field. But I will be the first to admit that if a gun were pointed at my head 10 times out of 10, I would be choosing Jimmy John's over Subway any day of the week, because that is just how much I freaking despise Subway. I think I would rather eat a rubber shoe than ever eat Subway again.
Man, this Subway hate is real. What would you rather have, Donald, a McRib, or a sub from Subway?
I honestly could not answer that question. And the fact that I can't actually is quite concerning. I think I'd leave it to a coin flip. But anyways, after that, we got Panera Bread, and I am also giving this a B tier. I also like their sandwiches, but again, it's nothing amazing, to be honest. Like, everything left in this list beats out Panera, and I don't think it is deserving of anything higher than a B. The Panera Bread lover can crucify me, but I stand by my goddamn word. After that, though, we got a really good sandwich place, and I visit this place whenever I can, but the problem is that it is never near me. But whenever it's on the way, I make sure to get something, and that is Potbelly. I really like Potbelly, and maybe if I have had it more, it would go higher. But the few times that I've had it, I can tell you all that it has been great experiences every single time. I think this merits a solid A tier in my book.
See, I disagree with this. I have not had Potbelly since an incident that occurred to me over 3 years ago. I was eating some Potbelly, and I went to watch this one Star Wars movie. I forgot which one, so don't ask me. Actually, it may have been Rouge One, but either way, that doesn't matter because I don't know if I got a stomach virus or if Potbelly poisoned me, but I had severe stomach pain when watching the movie, and I had to shit so bad, but I did not want to miss, so what did old Joe do? I'll tell you what I did. I held it in with cold sweats, constantly coming and going, whilst grabbing my tummy as if I were hanging on for my dear life, but it did not help one bit. Towards the end, I hit my breaking point and I had to erupt. My chocolate starfish could not hold back the incoming fudge wave that was coming, and I sprinted to the bathroom, but whilst I was running, I had little sharts along the way. And when I went to the bathroom stall, I examined the damage, and it was quite severe. My white undies had a nice caramel hue, and I had to abandon my precious cargo, and I smelled too much to return to the theater. But once I thought it was okay, I then suddenly fell to my knees in the parking lot and realized the sandwich had not finished its rampage in my inner sanctum, and I projectile vomited all over the grass and could not stop. I've never felt the presence of a higher being until that day, because I was shown how utterly defenseless and human I was when I had both ends of my holes just evacuating as if they were on the plane during 9/11. I then had a very sad drive home, and honestly, I have not had potbelly since then.
Dude, what the fuck?
Jesus Christ, man, that is fucking hilarious. It actually made me like Potbelly some more. But anyways, after that whole long fiasco, we got Jersey Mike subs, and I also really like this sub place. My favorite thing from here is the tuna sub, because they just know how to make it here. So I am thinking we also place this place into A tier. After that, we got our first S tier, and that of course is Mr. Sub. And I hate giving it this high of a rating because it originated in Canada, but goddamn if I don't love me some Mr. Sub, because this is one of the best places for some sandwiches, and they have some amazing freaking cheese fries here. They are absolutely to twerk for, and I am a frequent Mr. Sub visitor.
Again, why are we rating stuff based on things other than their sandwiches?
Because I'm the one making this list, and if you go to a place with variety, then it'll be good for the people who don't want to eat sandwiches. Following that amazing choice, we got another good sandwich place, and that is Schlotzsky's. God, with a name like that, you'd think that it would run out of business, but surprisingly, they are thriving. And I will even say that they have some of the better sandwiches on this list. Like, out of all the A-tier selections, I personally would prefer Schlotzsky's to everything else there. If you all have not gone to Schlotzsky's yet, I would heavily recommend it, and they are also like all around the U.S., so you should be good on finding one nearby.
W placement here. I'd maybe argue that it could go into S tier because their French dip sandwich, because it has roast beef, 2 cheeses, caramelized onions, and it's all served on a sourdough bun. If that doesn't sound appetizing to you, then I don't know what will make your mouth water, because I am a huge fan of roast beef.
I'm a fan of roast beef, but not the meat if you're catching what I'm throwing down.
Some good old-fashioned beef curtains, Joe? Oh man, you're a dirty, dirty dog. But yeah, it is good berry, but it stays in A tier because our next and final entry will be taking the coveted S tier spot. I love Firehouse subs, and I love their hot subs so much. The sweet and spicy meatball sub is to die for. And if you're not in the mood for some meatballs, you can go ahead and order some spicy Cajun chicken all in your sub. And if you want to make some monstrosity unknown to man and just create the best sub you ever imagined, then you absolutely could do that. This place has had some of the best service every time I go, and they are even offering pulled pork sandwiches right now with coleslaw inside, and you all already know the Don Fucks with some good coleslaw. So all in all, I would implore you all to go to this place whenever you're craving some sandwiches.
Man, it sounds like you would jump on a grenade for this place. I respect your level of dedication to this place. I won't go as far as to say you're glazing, because quite honestly, I feel like you have really good recommendations, because as I always say, Donald, you're an elite eater, and I will forever respect that about you.
Okay, what the heck? So you're going to sit here and praise Donald for that BS, but all of a sudden when the Joe dog is a diehard fan of something, it's the end of the world, and Joe over here is the worst human being alive and should be crucified in front of a live studio and be streamed to millions worldwide.
Exactly. I'm glad you get the memo, Joe.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we're going to be doing a fingers tier list. Isn't that quite fun? I get to rank every single fingy that we have on our hands, and oh boy howdy. Let me tell you that different fingers are good for different things, if you're all catching my drift.
Joe, I don't think they are, because I don't even know what the hell you're blabbering about.
I'm just saying that, you know, there's a lot you can do with some fingers. A whole lot you can do with them. Like some real nice stuff that you can do, but might be considered gross to others.
If it's what I think it is, I don't want to hear it, Joe, because I swear to God, you don't seem to care if YouTube flags our videos for being inappropriate.
I don't do it for the views, I do it for the love of the game. But you didn't even let me say what I was going to say. Obviously, I was talking about licking your fingers after eating some chips. Some people think it's gross, but if you ask me, eating some chips and then having all that dust collect on your fingertip is just amazing. Or if you get your hand deep enough in the bag, your knuckles get all dusty and you got to lick the powder off those as well.
See, I do that, but I also just open the bag all the way so it's like completely spread out, and I can get that same finger I licked and just trace it along the bag, collecting every single morsel of flavoring from the bag and just going buck wild with it.
I don't even do it with my finger. I just get my big old Joe tongue out and just lick it up and down like I'm doing ass to mouth.
Okay, well, that last part was gross. I am still somewhat in shock that you didn't say anything gross, and just for that, Joe, I have to give you some props.
Come on, man, you got to have some more faith in the Joester. Like, I don't say gross and nasty things on purpose. It's just a part of my personality, and you just got to deal with it. Like, me and Donald put up with the fact that you're a furry, but you don't hear us say anything mean about you.
You two quite literally only say mean things about me being a furry, and if it's not that, then you guys instead choose to talk about how my tier lists suck or how I am a boring person with no personality. And if it's none of those things, well, then you two talk about what I did to the Middle East as if Joe wasn't my vice president at the time.
Yeah, but what do vice presidents even do? How are you going to blame Joe for all that?
I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying that if you guys are going to give me flack for it, well, then you should throw some at Joe, too.
So you into bullying old men now, Barack? What have I done, man? All I did was play Nintendo Wii and eat ice cream all day and occasionally go out to these boring press conferences with you. Well, at least my old clone did all of that, and I artificially inherited all of his memories, and I don't even know what iteration of Joe Biden we're on now. I shudder to think how replaceable I've become, all without anyone in the world, knowing that I have died and been replaced dozens upon dozens of times, and I'm forced to live out this never-ending existence of misery and pain. But at least they give me Coke and ice cream, and I ain't talking about the soda.
Wait, what the hell is Joe talking about Barack?
Oh, you know Joe. He's always going on about his funny jokes and stuff.
Testen Sie Zedam 95D. Verringern Sie das Erinnerungsvermögen der Vergangenheit 35% und die Persönlichkeit 10%.
Ja, mein Führer, ich habe den Speicher meiner Vergangenheit 35% und meine Persönlichkeit 10% reduziert.
Sorry about that, everyone. I just had a little cough, and that's why I sounded so strange. Well, I don't know what Joe said, but let's go ahead and get this list started.
My head hurts, but then again, when doesn't it hurt? I need that 8-ball of the good stuff and stat. But yeah, I can do a fingers tier list, I guess. Didn't know we had that on the board for today.
Okay, what the hell just happened? Barack, what did you do to Joe? You clearly did something to alter his memory, and it wasn't like when I knew those phrases to change his language settings back in the mental illness tier list. Are you hiding some more stuff about Joe from me?
What? Me? I would never, Donald. I would never keep secrets from you, man, and you must have been imagining the whole thing because I just had a cough and Joe must have had an itchy throat or something.
Stop trying to gaslight me, man. I know something funny is happening, and I won't stop till I get to the bottom of it.
Donald, come on now. How could I ever be gaslighting someone as smart and buff as you? Like, aren't you one of the smartest people on planet Earth? You're too smart to be gaslit, Donald. You'd have me figured out in a second, because haven't people said that your IQ exceeds that of an average human?
Well, I have been told that I make the common man look like a nincompoop when they're put up against my mind. And like you said, I am a very buff man, and I can even bench 4 plates at the gym. And that's 225 pounds, brother.
Wow, 2 plates? Way to go, man. That's not at all weak and unimpressive, considering you weigh more than the 4 plates you're benching. But yeah, oh my God, Donald, you are amazing. Can you tell me more about how you get your hair looking so good? I swear, me and Joe always wonder how you get it looking so perfect every single time.
See, I'm glad you asked this, because the trick is to get out the shower and dry your hair, but not completely. You want a little moisture on there, and then you get some Lay Right Natural Matte Cream and put some all over your hands and texture your hair and get it looking how you want it to look. And naturally, it'll look as amazing as my hair does. And my other secret trick is that every other day, I use some leave-in conditioner, and every other week I use a concoction of oils like coconut oil, argan oil, and avocado oil, and I let that marinate in my hair so that it can help my scalp and make my roots healthier.
Now that's an amazing hair care routine if you ask little old Joe. I just spit on my hands and just let it fly.
And that's why your hair looks absolutely awful, Joe. And why the hell haven't we started this list? Joe, what the hell are you doing, you absolute idiot? Go and start it and stop wasting our time.
Yeah, Joe, why don't you start the list, buddy?
Yeah, I guess, well, starting the list off, we got the index finger, also known as the forefinger, pointer finger, and I call it the poking finger. This is an auto S tier because I use this for pointing at stuff, pressing buttons, but most importantly, I use this to pick my nose, and God damn it, do be satisfying.
Valid as hell, Joe. This had to be an S tier purely for the nose-picking aspect of it.
You know I got you, Donald. I was going to add that this is also used to poke dead stuff, and the index finger is an absolutely essential finger for a ditty party, but I didn't want to make the video too freaky. I held back on that comment for whatever weird reason. I just felt like it wasn't appropriate. But anywho, back onto the list at hand, and after the pointer finger, we now have the pinky up next. Now listen, the pinky is probably one of the fingers people would cut off most if they were asked to sacrifice a finger. But in all actuality, I have this bad boy going straight into B tier. See, it isn't amazing, but I do think that it is underrated. Like when you rest your phone on your hand, the pinky is always at the bottom, supporting it like the silent hero that it is. That being said, I mean, I'd probably definitely survive without a pinky, but I wouldn't be all that happy about it.
Joe, I don't think a single soul would be happy about losing a finger. That's not exactly something that someone loses and goes, well, thank God that's out of the way.
Yeah, and if people lose a pinky, then they won't be able to be fancy like when SpongeBob goes in Sandy's dome for the first time. And he was holding his pinky up the whole time, and god damn did that look fancy. I love me that sponge so much. But yeah, moving past that, we now have the middle finger. And let me just point out that this arrangement is weird. It's not even left to right or right to left. It's just randomly put together, but I actually think I like that. But yeah, back onto the middle finger. Now this is the no-no finger, and it is very naughty and is mean, and normally I'd place it low. But considering that this is an important finger for stability when holding stuff and how you can also point and pick with it, well, I got to give this bad boy an S tier.
Joe, you really shouldn't be pointing with your middle finger. You're going to give people the wrong idea.
Joe, don't listen to him. You're not giving anyone the wrong idea, and I actually think you should be using that finger more.
Well, now, if I have Donald telling me that I should use it more, well, shucks, I guess I have to use it more. But yeah, now moving on to our second to last entry, and we now have the ring finger. And listen, I bet everyone was talking mad trash about the pinky, but guess what, guys? I'm going to disrespect the ring finger more because I have this going into C tier. Like, what is even good about this finger? Like, you can show off that you're married, and that's lame in itself. But then if you really dive into the cold, hard facts, you realize something about the ring finger. You realize how absolutely useless it is because you can literally operate perfectly fine without it. Like, go ahead and try it out yourselves. Go grab your phone and hold it without the ring finger. You'll realize it really isn't needed. And the same thing can apply to remotes, glasses, water, like you name it, and it won't need the ring finger. Go ahead and hate me because you all know that I'm secretly right. I am a part of the pinky supremacy group.
Joe, that is absolutely stupid, bro. I don't know how the hell you can even think that a pinky is more important than a ring finger.
One day you will all see the light. Joe will point. Haha, get it? But yeah, I will point you all to the right direction. But anyways, finishing off this list, we have the thumb, and we all know where this is going. I have to place this into S tier, and there's no other way I would have it. There's so many uses for the thumb, like hitchhiking, giving thumbs ups, texting, sucking, and so much more.
Hold on, let's pause for a moment. Now, did you just say that you use the thumb for sucking?
I did. What are you going to do about it?
Damn, he's calling you out, Barack. What are you going to do about it? You going to sit there and take it, or are you going to man up, bro?
Well, I won't be doing anything, I guess.
That's what I thought, pussy. What is up, gang-a-lang? We are finally here. Donald said that he would take away my precious writing utensils tier list, but thankfully I managed to convince Fraile and Donald to let me do this list. Because as you all know, Donald tried to take away my privileges to do this video in the exotic snacks tier list, and I simply was not going to let that slide.
Joe, no one was gunning for this video anyways. The only W you got was the fact that we did this video sooner rather than later. You think me or Barack were frothing at the mouth and on our hands and knees begging to do a damn writing utensils tier list?
Yeah, Joe. You already know I hate doing lists like these, and Donald hates anything that isn't food-related, so I'm sure he would have only done this list if you changed writing to food utensils instead.
All right, man, relax. But I will say, that video may indeed go hard as hell. Like I can rank spoons, forks, sporks, chopsticks, bare hands, knives, skewers, fondue sticks, and even a damn soup spoon.
Wait, they have spoons just for soups?
Of course they do, Sleepy Joe. Haven't you ever wondered why they give you that big-ass spoon with your ramen alongside the chopsticks? Like you're supposed to get the soup in there and then use the chopsticks to put the noodles in there, and you can just eat that up right at the end and you'll get the flavor of the broth and the noodles.
See, I usually just like eat it all with my chopsticks and chug the broth at the very end.
I was expecting something a lot more gross from you, Joe. So kudos on you for not doing that this time.
Come on, Barack. I know when to behave and when to act civilized. I can't be acting a damn fool when getting ramen. I'll be upsetting all the ABGs over there.
AB what? Are you talking about arterial blood gas?
Come on, old man. Get with the times. ABGs stand for Asian baby girls, and you find these type of girls all over California, which is why it's literally the best state ever, despite a McChicken costing like $10 over there. But that's just the price you have to pay in order to find yourself a nice ABG. But don't worry, everyone, because I have a life hack for anyone who is not from California but still wishes to get themselves an ABG. See, the trick to catching them is to go to literally any rave or boba place around you. This is where the ABGs tend to congregate, and you can go in there and infiltrate their area.
Why do you make it sound like some Metal Gear Solid mission where you're infiltrating some top secret base? If you're that interested in women, why not just sign up for a dating site?
Barack, are you not listening to the man? He said he's hunting for ABGs, and not just any ordinary woman can satisfy his needs. Joey is currently talking about the thrill of the hunt, and we need to pay attention to his lessons.
Well, thank you, Donald.
Okay, let's not have you two acting all civilized just for the sake of ensnaring women. Instead, just get this damn list started, Joe. Because I can assure you that our female audience is not happy to be hearing all this.
What if they're girls who like girls? What then, Barack?
Damn. I mean, you got me there. I guess they'd be jotting down notes like Donald is.
That's what I freaking thought, man. Well, either way, you did bring up a great point, because while I can talk about ABGs for a long time, I do have a list to get underway, and I can always get back to it another time. Well, yes, starting this wonderful writing utensil tier list off, we have the mechanical pencil. And let me just say that we are starting the list off with some pure heat, because this is an automatic S tier. This is basically the best way to write. And this replaces the traditional number 2 pencil, in my opinion. Like, you don't have to deal with sharpening it. You don't have to worry about the tip looking all weird and having wood on one side where there shouldn't be wood. Don't have to worry about how much lead you have, because you can always buy more, while with the number 2 pencil, you only have what you're given. These are all reasons why you should all make the switch to mechanical, if you haven't already.
This MFer sounds like he's like Elon trying to convert everyone to electric vehicles or something.
But unlike Elon, he's actually spitting facts, because I don't think I can ever switch back to a traditional pencil after using a mechanical pencil.
The Joe Dog knows, and that's why the Joe Dog is the best tier list maker on this damn planet. But yeah, following that absolute monster of an entry, we then have the Expo marker. And listen here, everyone, I'm giving this an A tier. And I know a lot of you may be calling me crazy, but you can write on metal desks, whiteboards, wood, and a whole lot more, and be able to rub it off. Now you can use it on paper too, and it won't look absolutely awful, but obviously other markers are better for that. But what the Expo marker has that something like the Sharpie doesn't have is simply the erasability. Like, if you mess up with a Sharpie, it's basically wraps. But with an Expo marker, it's not wraps, and you can actually fix your mistake most of the time. And I have to give it that high of a rating because of that.
Joey does have a point here, because erasability is a huge thing for me. Like, when you use an Expo marker to draw some schlongs on someone's forehead, it's a harmless prank. But when you use a Sharpie instead to draw a pecker or something offensive on someone, well, then it's not a harmless prank anymore, and you're kind of just being a douche.
But, Donald, you must have the two mixed up or something, because whenever I fall asleep at the sleepover first, you always tend to use Sharpies on me, or even a ballpoint pen, and I'll wake up with either harsh Sharpie lines on my face or some bleeding pen lines all over me.
Yeah, I know what I use on you. I use it for a reason.
It's because we're that close, right? You know I won't get offended or think you hate me.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, Joe.
Well, some melatonin helps me, but the thought of my friends cuddling me also helps a lot too. I don't know what that has to do with what we were talking about, but whatever. Well, we now have our next entry, and that is the number 2 pencil, and listen. I did poo-poo all over it earlier when talking about the mechanical pencil, but I don't think it's as bad as the other things on this list. I have to give it a B tier, in all honesty, because I would still much rather have this than a lot of other things.
You know what? A B tier might still be a bit too high for me, but I guess we can leave it there because of legacy reasons.
I don't know why the hell you're acting like you have any input, Barack. What do you mean, we'll leave it there? You have no say on this, and the only reason it is staying there in B tier is because I am allowing it to be there. There is no we in this tier list, Barack. It's only whatever the Joester says it is. Ahem. But yeah, moving past that, we have the Sharpie. And even though I trashed this and said the Expo marker was better, I still have it going into C tier. Like, this is good and all, and I like how much more bolder the colors are. But not being able to erase Sharpie is a pain, and trust me, I've scrubbed my fair share of male genitalia off my face, and Sharpie is a pain in my behind. Not as painful as actual ink and quill, because that is getting our very first D tier of the damn list. Like, I don't know who the hell even uses an ink and quill. Like, what are we? Some Renaissance men writing up their manifesto or something?
Joe, I hate that you're spitting here, but yeah, I agree that it's dumb as hell. And if any of the viewers watching using an ink and quill, well, your ass better be using it to inject ink into your skin or something. Because if I catch a MFer writing with that, man, I will split a wig.
I really don't think it's all that serious.
Found our ink and quill sympathizer, and of course it's Barack of all people. God, you make me so angry, man. Thankfully, though, we have something that brings me joy, and that is our next two entries, because I have back-to-back A tiers in the ballpoint pen and the Crayola markers. What is there not to like about these two entries?
Okay, but Joe, wasn't one of the major complaints about Sharpies the fact you couldn't erase them? So why are ballpoint pens being rated so highly if you can't erase them either?
Oh my God, just hearing your voice is like hearing someone scratch on a chalkboard or something. Listen, man, is it so hard to grasp the concept of erasable pens? That's a thing, buddy, look it up. And even if it wasn't, what do you want me to do about forms? You want me to sign a form with a damn pencil so that anyone can change it and alter what I wrote? Or would you rather me sign with a freaking Sharpie so I can look like a professional syndrome of the down?
Syndrome of the Down kind of goes hard. They should make a band called that.
Joe was just being mean, and he made fun of System of the Down.
Nah, man, I merely altered one word in there. See how easy it is to alter things when you aren't using a pen? God, man, quit making me dunk on you all day. Ahem, but yeah, moving on, we then have two back-to-back S-tier entries in the crayon and colored pencil. Now, if you're an artist, you already know how much you appreciate these two, and colored pencils are a more refined crayon, but I appreciate both equally. I mean, I am the man who did the crayon tier list. So, like, I think I know what I'm talking about when I say that crayons are elite and that colored pencils are elite as well.
I mean, making tier lists doesn't make you an expert on the topic. Any idiot can do it. I mean, just look at what we're doing right now.
What the heck do writing utensils have to do with idiots? I swear this guy doesn't know how to properly debate or something. That's why you're me and Donald's moderator and why you'll never take the debate floor.
I mean, I wouldn't want to either way.
You're only saying that because I took it away from you. No take C's, back C's. But yes, now moving on to our final two entries on the list, we have Chalk and the Nintendo DS Stylus. Now, these are both back-to-back C tiers because I hate how messy Chalk is. And I also don't like the grating sound it makes on the board, but it still gets the job done. And while the Nintendo Stylus may not be an actual writing utensil, it still goes immensely hard when drawing or writing on the DS, so it belongs in C tier at least. Flipnote Studio went absolutely schizo nuts on the DS.
They still go hard if you ask me.
Not as hard as me at this very moment, though.
Okay, that's enough.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time the great Joe Dog will be running you through a list of foods that may or may not give me bubble guts. Now, for those who don't know, the term bubble guts refers to how your stomach can gurgle and hurt depending on what you ate earlier. It is often an indicator of how much you're about to blow up your toilet and paint the whole thing brown. Now the list will be graded from the iron stomach tier, which basically means that this food doesn't affect me at all and I can eat it forever, all the way to the bubble guts tier, which means if I eat a normal portion of this well, it's going to sound like worse than a school shooting.
Jesus Christ, man, you can't say something like that.
Or what, man? You're going to cancel me, yeah? Gen Z me, bruh. Did you get your feelings hurt, Barack?
No, not really. I just wanted to point out how it was incredibly insensitive of you to say that.
Joe, if you listen to me, which you should because I'm the smartest man to ever exist, but you have nothing to worry about, and I thought the joke was pretty funny. Hilarious, some may say.
Some could also say edgy, but I guess that's whatever to the both of you. I know we're cooked when Joe mentions an Eminem line at the very start of the list, so I can only imagine how much more lousy we get from here on out.
Well, it is the Bubble Guts tier list. I don't know if you expected some like advanced intellectual conversation about the geopolitical climate around the world, or maybe even the economic situation surrounding global inflation on a freaking And once again, let me remind you, on a freaking Bubble Guts tier list.
All right, man, I get your point, brother. Joe, can you just get the list started?
Well, I thought you'd never ask Barack. Like, seriously, I never thought you'd ask because you were talking so goddamn much. Like, do you ever listen to yourself just drone on and on and on about the most mundane of topics? Like, if I were to crown a king of yappers, it may have to go to you, Barack.
Me? Okay, you've got to be kidding me. You literally yap every tier list and the comments know you for your Joe rants. So how the hell would I be known for yapping?
Perchance you are correct, but one may also argue that your views on me are shallow and pedantic. Yes, quite shallow and pedantic if I do say so myself.
Start the list, Joe.
Well, I'd love to start it. Well, coming up on our Bubble Guts tier list, we have cheese, and I am placing this into neutral tier. I love me cheese, and OG fans know I made the cheese tier list, and know that I have a love for cheese that is unlike any other love in my life. It's pure and untainted from the obscenities in life, and it'll stay that way forever. But yeah, I can eat cheese all day, and I swear that I'll be as clean as a whistle. No bubble guts at all, but I also won't feel amazing. Like, I'd feel very neutral. So that's where I'm going to place it on this tier list to start everything off.
Well, at least we know you aren't lactose intolerant. Because I don't think a normal human can handle eating cheese all day without facing any sort of repercussions for it later.
Speak for yourself, man. I once ate only nachos for a full day because I wanted to, and I doused them in so much cheese and beans that I basically had cheese for the entire day. Like, I don't think it's crazy at all to say that Joe can eat cheese all day and feel neutral about it.
Yeah, but at least with nachos, you have meat in there, beans, chips, like there's other stuff in there. And I'm like 90% sure that when Joe is talking about only eating cheese for a day, he literally means only eating cheese, like from a cheese wheel or cheese slices.
I like that you know me, Barack. That'll come in handy for you whenever I get put in a life or death situation where Donald and you are held at gunpoint and the killer tells me that I can only choose one of you to live. I now know who I'd pick. Well, it's still Donald, but like at least I'd ponder about it now for like a couple of seconds. But yeah, let's move on with the list. And after cheese, we now have Sonic. And listen here, guys, I always get a Sonic footlong chili cheese dog, and those always do me right. However, I must place this into the tummy ache category because anytime I get something that is not the footlong, well, I'm in for some tummy pain. Like the other day, I ordered a garlic butter bacon burger, and all the garlic butter was like on one side. So I had like a quarter of my burger soaked in garlic butter to the point where when I took a bite, all I tasted was garlic butter. And the rest of my burger was normal. But goddamn, my stomach was in pain after eating that. And I feel like it goes for anything on that menu that isn't a slushy or chili cheese dog.
You just have a frail-ass stomach, Joe. I can eat Sonic every day of the week, and I'll be fine. And their burgers are bussing, so I don't know what the hell you're yapping about.
Donald, let's be real here. The burgers aren't the best.
Okay, they aren't, but I still like them.
The Joe dog likes them, even if they give me tummy pain. But speaking of tummy pain, our next two entries finally get to claim the title of giving me bubble guts because I have Taco Bell and White Castle both going in there. Like, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love them both, but my stomach is brewing something fierce after I eat them. It's bubbling more than a witch's cauldron after I down like 3 chalupas or eat the $7.99 10 slider bundle from White Castle, which, by the way, it's a deal going on right now alongside the 10 chicken rings for $3.99 from White Castle. And they say my economy is messed up. I don't know how could possibly say that after seeing those prices. Well, unless you live in California, because they charge me $5 for a 99-cent Arizona if they could.
That's why I always say libwalls ruin everything.
Dog, did you just say libwalls?
No, you must have misheard me because the Don would never stumble his words.
Now I'm like more than certain you did. Ha! Him. But yeah, Joe, back onto your comment. I'd agree that terrible fast food tends to always give you bubble guts. I don't know why you're amazed by this discovery.
Don't say that. It is not terrible fast food. It is some of the most delicious food out there, and I will eat Taco Bell and White Castle any day of the week, even if my butt has to get punished for it.
Hey, yo, pause.
You guys just don't see the bigger picture in all this because fast food is great food, and I will die eating some delicious-ass White Castle chicken rings or the Taco Bell chalupas. But yes, moving on to our next entry, we then have the milkshakes, and these get a neutral tier. Once again, I don't really feel all that bad when chugging some milkshakes, and I can have multiple in a day without feeling like butt. Then after that, we have Mexican food. And listen, I understand that people say that they are in pain and stuck on the toilet after eating Mexican food, but that doesn't really happen to me. I actually want to place this into the stomach feels good tier because I actually feel good after eating Mexican food. I don't have any issues and don't really get what people talk about when they say they're glued to the toilet after.
That's some BS, Joe, and you know it. You damn well know that Mexican food gives you bubble guts, and how does it make any sense at all that you'd have Taco Bell down there but not Mexican food itself?
Elementary. My dear Watson, Taco Bell isn't real Mexican food, so of course that'll give me stomach issues before some actual Mexican food. You can't tell me that everyone in Mexico has stomach issues, so it's not an issue with their diet, but probably with you instead, Donald.
I have a damn iron stomach, Joe, so the problem isn't with me.
All right, friend. Well, then following the Mexican food, we now have kombucha, and maybe it's because I didn't drink it for a long time, but the 2 times I've had it, it has given me massive bubble guts every time. Like my tummy is gurgling harder than a thunderstorm with the way it's rumbling. You'd think a damn rave is going on in my stomach with the way it's moving and grooving. And the worst part is that kombucha tastes like hot ass.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say that. It's an acquired taste, and it's really beneficial to you. The reason why your stomach probably hurt is because it hasn't been exposed to all probiotics in it, and it's making your gut healthier as a result.
Listen, dog, I'm going to keep it a buck with you and tell you that I tuned out of whatever you were saying. How about instead you just acquire the taste of these nuts first, Barack? Well, anyways, after that, we now have Carolina Reapers and Everclear, and I'm giving this a tummy ache tier because it doesn't hurt that bad, but it most definitely causes some distress.
This is insane. How are you going to say that Everclear and Carolina Reapers only give you a slight tummy ache? That's like getting shot in the arm and saying, yeah, I'll just sleep it off.
That's some real shit right there, if you ask me.
On God, Donald, sorry that you can't handle your spice and liquor, Barack, but you forget that in my Joe lore, I used to do this every week. This ain't nothing new to the Joester. But yeah, then after we have desserts, and listen, this is like cakes, candy, chocolate, you name it, and this gets a bubble guts tier. Like whenever I have too much sweetness, I always end up blowing up my toilet.
It's just crazy to me that this goes in the bubble guts tier, but not the Everclear and Carolina Reaper combo.
Sorry I can handle my spice, Barack. I don't know what you want me to say. But yeah, following that, we now have cookies, and these go into the tummy ache category because I love them. But when I eat a whole sleeve of them with milk, especially when I do my Joe method of putting like 12 in a cup and filling it with milk and then scooping them out with a spoon. Oh man, my tummy hurts a bit, but not too much. It's mainly on me for having so much sugar, but thankfully we have a stomach feels good category up next, and that's ranch. I swear I can chug a whole bottle and feel like $1 million after.
Why in God's green earth are you chugging a ranch bottle?
Sometimes I have bland fries and chew them first and then chug the bottle after. It helps aid with my digestion and gets rid of the greasy, goopy feeling I get after. But yes, rounding off this list, we have the one I'm sure everyone was waiting for, and that is ice cream. And of course, this goes in the iron stomach tier because I can eat this for days, maybe even weeks, without having as much as a tummy ache. Ice cream is truly the best thing to ever be invented.
This list doesn't make sense, man. How is dessert down in bubble guts but not ice cream?
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Now, how the hell does this apply to our current situation?
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another Biden banger blast, and this time around we're going to be doing a fandoms tier list, and I chose 13 random fandoms to rank and grade, and I will be grading them based on how I've personally interacted with them and what I personally think of them.
Joe, why did you have to say that it was at random? We literally Googled an article called Top 20 Most Popular Fandoms, and you randomly opted to choose 13 of the 20. I don't know why you went with the number 13, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Well, you did. Just now. You can't say that you weren't going to say anything while you are currently literally doing the thing you said you weren't going to do.
Well, that's why I said I was going to say it earlier, but then I didn't.
So you can't say that, dude. You're literally just taking a moral high ground and pretending you have this sort of I'm holier than thou type of approach. But then when the time comes, you stoop to a low and call me out.
Okay, but I didn't interrupt you. I said I was going to do that in the middle of your sentence, but chose not to. And the only reason I said anything was because you mentioned it.
Yeah, man, you can't do that. What you just did defeats the whole damn purpose of keeping quiet. You're starting to irk me now, Barack.
Listen, I don't care about what you idiots have to say, but more importantly, what I want to know is why the hell isn't there a foodies fandom like all the people who constantly have the Food Network turned on in their house and love food shows in general?
Probably because no one here is as fat as you to the point where they consider food as a fandom. Like people can just like food for it being delicious and don't have to make it their whole personality like you seem to do, Donald.
Whoa, okay, let's all just take a chill pill, man. We must be stressed or something because all the Don did was just ask a simple question. You good, Barack? You seem stressed out.
Feels like you're gaslighting me because you literally said you were getting annoyed at me earlier. But I don't know, man. Maybe I am stressed because I have been worried about this mole on my back for the past few weeks. It's gotten larger and changed colors, and I feel like it shifted from its original spot. Now I would go to the doctor, but I'm honestly kind of terrified to go, and I don't know what to do. You guys are my closest friends, right? What should I do about the mole?
Bro, just be a real man and keep quiet about it and simply thug it out. See, if you go to a doctor, then they might tell you that you're sick and need surgery. But if you never go well, then you never need the surgery.
I don't know, man. I've been doing that for a while now, but now it's really getting out of hand, and I've started waking up with random bloody noses, and my head throbs so much to a point where it's unbearable unless I take some painkillers. I think I'm at my breaking point.
Nah, you're good, my man. I had that happen to me, and you know what I did? I simply got a scalpel and ripped that sucker off of me and never had any problems like that again. See, the trick to it is to simply cauterize the wound with a hot iron, and you won't have to worry about bleeding out or any infections for that matter. But those are just some Joe life hacks, and you can ask me more about it after the call. Or better yet, I can just cut that sucker right off of you. But long enough intro here, because now we have a fandoms tier list to get to. And up first, we have BTS, also known as the Bangtan Boys, and this is a male K-pop group. And listen, guys, this is here, but I can't say anything about them. You all have seen how K-pop Twitter goes crazy if you say anything bad about any member or any group for that matter. So this automatically goes into S tier, and I mean no K-pop fan, no harm, and I love their music, so please don't imprison my family. Unless it's Jill, because in that case, well, I'd help you do it. But now, to an official rating for a fandom, we now have an all-black space, but guys, that's actually the Supernatural show logo, and their fandom is pretty cool, I guess. They get a B tier, because I swear I always see shirtless and hot men in the previews for the shows. But then when I ask the fandom, they're like, dude, I swear there isn't that many shirtless men, and it's actually not a bad show. And that kind of ruins my vibes because I want shirtless hot men in my show, God damn it. Still, though, very nice all-around fandom.
It seems to me that you're not really interested in the fandom at all, but rather you just want people to point you to the nearest media with shirtless men.
No, it's not that. Trust me. I know where to go if I want to see shirtless men or women, but I just hate being promised one thing and then not getting it. It's like lying to someone from point blank range, and I do not enjoy liars, Barack. But yes, then moving on with our fandom list, we now have Minecraft. And listen here, everyone. I have never had no quarrel with a Minecraft fan. Like, what do they even do? Like, play their video game for hours on end, creating these cool-ass bases or making even cooler mods for people like me to play with. Like, that sounds dope as hell. And if you all don't remember the Minecraft cringe compilations from back in the day, oh boy, howdy were they something glorious. All you had to do was wait for the latest Minecon convention and you'd have a whole slew of new memes and goofs and gaffs just from one fan base alone. I will never forget the, what's the weak amended amount of dedotated wham I should have to a Servir? That quote goes in the Mount Rushmore of memes. And like that is amazing in itself. So all in all, I have to give the Minecraft fandom an S tier for being dope overall. And they have a movie coming out, so that's cool. But up next, we have one of the most vile fandoms up next, and that is the Harry Potter fandom, which gets a freaking D tier. And there are no questions about this rating because this is personal.
Now, what the hell did Harry Potter fans do to you?
Nah, man, I heavily smell him on this, Barack. Like, do you know the amount of annoying Harry Potter fans out there? That's a trick question because it's all of them. The fact that people suck off such a mid-franchise is amazing to me because there is literally nothing amazing nor outstanding about the Harry Potter franchise. Like, there's no reason why it should have such a rabid fan base for being as lousy as it is. Like, if you want better fantasy, then go watch Lord of the Rings instead. And if you want to argue that the books are way better and I prefer those, Well, guess what, pal? The Percy Jackson books easily clear the hell out of Harry Potter any day of the week. I hate when people gas up mid.
Okay, I didn't know you two took so much offense to a franchise. Jesus Christ. I like the game they came out with.
That game was actually gas, I won't lie. But Harry Potter is still butt for all the reasons Donald mentioned, and I refuse to elaborate. But yes, then following that, we now have Star Trek. And listen, I barely have met any Star Trek fans, so to me, you all sound like Star Wars fans, except you all are whining a lot more about your show, and that kind of annoys me, so I have to give you all a C tier. Blame that one Twitter thread I read probably like a year or two ago that made me come to this conclusion, and I don't really have more of a reason to dislike you all, but hey, at least you guys aren't Harry Potter levels. But yes, then following that, we now have Pokemon, and this bad boy gets an A tier from me. I feel like Pokemon fans don't really do anything bad. They mindlessly buy the new game like every Call of Duty fan, and they become happy with the smallest addition to their game. But I love Pokemon, so I'm a bit biased. I still think that the fandom are very nice people to get along with, and most importantly, they make some of the most bomb hentai to exist out there. And you can all check out Vaporeon Rule 34 for further proof.
Nope, they do not need to look that crap up because that is beyond cursed man.
Well, I mean, if you make them anthropomorphic, then it's fine.
Of course, your furry ass would say that.
I mean, if you ask me, you don't even need to make them look human. It adds to their allure, but enough of that because we have a list to continue. And after Pokemon, we now have Five Nights at Freddy's, and this gets a B tier. I have seen a couple of crazy fans for FNAF, but overall, I mean, they just stay in their own lanes and do their own thing while loving the ever-living hell out of animatronic animals. But they do get the Minecraft cringe point and are placed this high because I love all the cringe stuff that have come from the fandom, like the songs and dances that people did. That was indeed gas if you ask the Joester. Following that, we now have back-to-back A tiers in the Star Wars fandom and the DC Comics fandom. See, I like Star Wars a lot, so I just have it going that high because I like it. But the fandom can be a bit much at times. Like I swear I saw an article of a dude ranking all the canonical food in the Star Wars universe. Like, that's a bit OD if you ask the Joester, but they're lucky that Daisy Ridley is a baddie in the new movies, and the original trilogy is just a great set of movies. As for DC Comics, I feel like they're better Marvel fans, and it's probably because their movies suck ass for the most part, but when they get bangers, they get bangers.
True as hell on that last point, because I swear every Batman movie bangs to no end.
Didn't ask for your opinion, but I do have to agree that Batman movies do bang. I personally really like the one with the Twilight Boy the most, but that might be recency bias. Then after I have MCU going into B tier because I think their fans are more annoying than DC fans because they'll complain and moan about every single little thing superhero-wise, but I do like their movies. I do hate how people laugh at every cheesy Marvel joke. Like Iron Man will decimate a building, killing a family of 5, and he'll come up on screen and say something like, oops, did I do that? Like, get the hell out of here with that. Following that, I have Doctor Who, and I don't really have an opinion on the fan base, but you're watching a British show, so I can't imagine you're that cool, so I'll give it a C tier.
Valid British hate as always.
Well, I wouldn't say it's valid at all, but whatever. Just go on and finish the list, Joe.
I'll gladly do that. Well, our second to last entry is Game of Thrones, and this gets a B tier as well because all I've ever heard is how good Game of Thrones is and how much everyone was sucking it dry. But then apparently it had one of the worst endings to ever exist, and the author of the books won't even finish the series. So yeah, you're all kind of annoying, but you all do upload the goated NSFW scenes from the show, so I can't hate on you all that much. And then lastly, to end off our wonderful list, we have the Lord of the Rings, and I love you all so much, and I love the Lord of the Rings fandom, so I have to give this an S tier. You're all just huge nerds, and honestly, I like you all more than the other fandoms. Just don't tell them.
Joe, you can't say that in the video when everyone is listening. Even the Lord of the Rings haters.
All right, I have a plan. Everyone who isn't a Lord of the Rings fan, cover your ears or mute this part of the video. The Lord of the Rings is peak and so are the fans. Okay, uncover your ears, everyone.
Joe, they can't hear you, so how the hell would they know to uncover their ears?
He's such an idiot.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time the Joe Dog is going to be ranking some of his favorite pasta sauces. Oh man, you guys are in for a treat here because the Joester is, as many would say, nasty with the sauce. Now, they say that because I am an absolute expert, and I'm known to put pasta sauce on a whole lot more things than just pasta, if you catch my drift. Wink, wink, cough, cough.
Joe, you're not supposed to audibly say wink, wink, or cough, cough whenever you're alluding to something else, but whatever it is that you're trying to talk about. I just suggest that you don't mention anything more about it, because I shudder at the thought of what you're using pasta sauces for.
What if it's more food? Come on, Barack, you can't be too down on Joe. The man has some dignity left, I think.
Nope, I have none left, and Barack was right to shut me up before I talked about what I was going to talk about, because it was most likely not advertiser-friendly, but it was freak-friendly.
All right, see, there it is again. Joe just gets started with the freaking list, man.
Gladly, because it's finally my time to shine. Donald got to do the pasta tier list, and now I'm here to tell everyone about the sauce, and there's no special Joe sauce here on the list. But it's fine, because we all know that all the extra protein my special sauce provides would absolutely give it an S tier. Anywho, let's go ahead and get the list started, because up first we have back-to-back C tier entries to start off this list, and that is the Pomodoro sauce and the alle vongole sauce. C for the Pomodoro, it's a sauce made from fresh tomatoes, extra virgin olive oil, garlic, basil, and salt. It's very basic and deserves a basic rating. While with the alle vongole, it's basically kind of a dish because the clams are technically a part of the sauce. So I like to discount it a bit because of that, but it also includes olive oil, garlic, red pepper flakes, parsley, white wine, and of course the clams. See, I don't really like clams in my pasta, but get me some fresh-ass clams that are grilled whole on the shell until they pop open, giving them a smoky flavor. Serve me some with some beer sauce or garlic butter, or give me some freaking clam chowder, and you bet your bottom dollar that I'll be moaning harder than a cat in heat.
Now, this is the way someone should be talking about food. You're showing your eater qualities, Joe, and I must say that I'm impressed. You've gained a Don point.
Yay! This is the third one I've gotten this week.
The hell is a Don point?
See, I've developed a new system for Joe where I basically reward him with a point every time he does something I approve of, and the more points he collects, the better prizes he can redeem from the Don shop. Currently, he's saving up for a Wendy's Frosty, and if he works hard enough, he'll eventually get it.
If only it weren't 100 points.
Joe, why not just buy the Frosty yourself at that point?
Because everyone knows that a free Frosty will taste better than a paid Frosty. Come on, man, it's simple economics right there, man. I can't believe you were president at some point.
I find myself saying the same thing about the both of you every day.
Yeah, but the difference is that me and Donald are cooler than cucumbers.
Don't include yourself with me, Joe, or I'll take off a point.
What I meant to say was that Donald is cooler than a cucumber, and I'm hovering around slightly less cooler than a cucumber.
Nah, you're significantly much.
Damn, this is getting kind of disrespectful at this point. Joe, you okay with this?
It's just a bit. I'm sure he's going to say he's just kidding at the end, or like say that he was just exaggerating for the meme.
He's still going, Joe. I don't think he's joking. This sounds like he seriously dislikes you.
He's just goofing and gaffing, man. You act like you've never broed around with your homies like this before.
Yeah, pretty long goof and gaff he's got going on. And to do it in front of our audience is certainly something, but I think he's going to finish soon.
Lower than me, but only from a social point of view, Joe.
Ouch. That must have stung.
Okay, it didn't sting because it was just a goof and gaff, but the main point here is that Barack, you are lower than me in the social hierarchy. Whittly don't know what to tell you, but anywho, moving on with our list, we now have back-to-back B-tier entries coming up next because the Joester likes the Aglio e Olio and Arrabbiata a decent bit, but it's not close to an A tier or S tier. I'm sorry if that offends anyone, but the word of Joe is the word of law. And let me at least explain why I do not like these two that much. I still do like them, but I won't twerk for them. See, the aglio e olio is just a fancy way of saying spaghetti with garlic and olive oil, and really that's all it is. It's okay, but nothing to write home about. Meanwhile, the arrabbiata is a spicy sauce from garlic, tomatoes, and dried red chili peppers cooked in olive oil. Now, maybe it's bad memories, but I remember one time Donald made me some and used Carolina Reapers in the sauce instead of normal chilies, and man, I blew up his toilet so bad that night. So maybe I associate that sauce with those memories.
Joe, you act like you didn't also drink Everclear that night because you said, and I quote, need to turn this party up to a Diddy party. And the worst part was that you said that at my son's birthday party.
Bro needed to turn up. His party was lame as hell and he was getting no hose.
Joe, Barron was turning 12.
Okay, and? Not my fault he didn't inherit the Trump rump. God, you two just don't get the Joester at all. The Everclear only enhanced the party monster within me.
You threw up and soiled yourself in my dining room.
Yeah, what a crazy rager. Well, enough about good times because I was supposed to be focusing on pasta sauces. And after those okay entries, we finally have some goddamn bangers up next. Because I have the Alfredo sauce, Bolognese sauce, and lastly, carbonara sauce, all going straight into banging S tier. Like I'm more than sure that we can all agree that Alfredo sauce is just a freaking banger. Like we've all had it, and I don't even need to explain it to be quite honest. Bolognese sauce is quite frankly one of the best meat-based sauces out there, and it also deserves S tier quite easily. And lastly, the carbonara sauce has some basic 4 ingredients, which are eggs, black pepper, Parmesan, and pancetta. You can spice it up with more stuff, but honestly, just those 4 are enough to get the Joe dog purring like a kitty cat.
Why are we referencing cats so much? Like, can we tone it down on that department? But yeah, I'd agree with you, Joe, but I do think Alfredo is a bit overhyped, to be quite honest. I prefer pesto, if I had to choose between the two.
Okay, but no one is asking you to choose between the two. Why did you just make this scenario to put them up against each other? Why can't you be like the Don and simply enjoy both pesto and Alfredo?
No, Barack is right. There can only be one. And you already know where my views align with Alfredo sauce. So that can only tell you how I feel about pesto sauce.
Joe, I swear to God, if we get another one of those Joe hates this random thing for no reason type of ranking, I will be pissed because we know that pesto is the best and beats Alfredo any day of the week.
Again, why can't we just have both in S tier? They don't even taste the same, for Christ's sake.
That's exactly the problem, but I will get to it when I get to it. For now, let us enjoy the now, and the now has me ranking our next 2 entries into A tier because I have both the Ragu and the Amatriciana both going into that slot. Now, a lot of you might be like, whoa, Joe, isn't Ragu and Bolognese almost the same thing? And I thought it was. But this list separates them both, so I'm just going to pretend the normal Ragu sauce is just the one from the can or just the normal Bolognese sauce, but without as much meat, and the Joe dog needs him as meat, so that's why I only have it in A tier. It still gets a high ranking because the meat juices probably still seep into the sauce flavor, so I have no qualms about the flavor aspect of it. Then the Amatriciana is a nice pasta sauce made with tomatoes, salt-cured meat called guanciale, Romano cheese, black pepper, extra virgin olive oil, dry white wine, and salt. And once again, they had me at the meat. If your sauce is like Arby's, where they have the meat, well, you'll get my sloppy wet mouth drooling for a taste.
Pause on all that. What the hell are you saying?
Let's be honest, Donald. It would be weirder if he wasn't saying those things.
You know, I hate that I can't really dispute that, but yeah, you're right.
I love that you two know me so well. It brings me butterflies to my tummy and makes me want to giggle in glee and joy.
All right, relax. Get on with the list.
Gladly, because up next we have some freaking bangers. I have the next 3 entries getting bona fide S-tier entries because I am placing the cacio e pepe, Italian sausage, and truffle sauce all going high up in the sky. Listen, I genuinely think all the things I've been putting in S-tier are certified bangers, and let me explain why I think these 3 belong high up here. See, the cacio e pepe may sound fancy, but that literally translates to just cheese and pepper. And let me tell you that something as simple sounding as that is definitely enough to get the Joester's heart fluttering. Like, my dream is to get a Parmesan cheese wheel and literally eat the pasta from there. Like, there's videos online where people hollow out a section of the wheel and pour some white wine and light it on fire to slowly melt the cheese and create a sauce of sorts. And then they put their boiling pasta in there to further get cheese all over it and then serve it onto their plate. But see, I would just crack the pepper over it and demolish it in the cheese wheel. That is a freaking dream of mine, and one day I'll do it. But yeah, that describes that entry, and the Italian sausage sauce is literally what it sounds like. Some delicious ass sauce and some Italian sausage. And I literally don't even have to justify it further because that in itself is a banger. Then lastly, the truffle sauce combines all the cheesy goodness from the cacio e pepe. But now add in some truffles and boom, you've elevated a dish even higher.
As a pasta enthusiast, I have to say that these are banger entries, Joe. I've done the huge Parmesan wheel thing you're talking about, and it was so damn good that I had to buy a wheel myself.
Wow, do you ever think I could...
No, you cannot, Joe.
Yep, totally reasonable, I get it.
Jesus, Joe, grow a freaking backbone, man. Like, finally man up and talk about pesto, and please explain to me why on God's green earth you don't think it's an S tier.
I'm glad you're asking because I have pesto going into A tier, so it's not as bad as you thought. And since I'm ranking some maybe controversial stuff, I may as well break the news to you all that I think vodka sauce belongs in B tier. It ain't all that. But yeah, back onto the pesto. Well, I think I just don't like the OD amount of basil and garlic it has. Like, I still very much so enjoy it once you put a ton of cheese on top. But there's no way you can convince me that it belongs up there with the other sauces. Like, just look at the S tiers and try to convince me otherwise. And as for the vodka sauce only getting a B tier, oh, well, maybe it's the vodka at the end, but I don't think it's all that. It's okay, but I mean, it's nothing to write home about.
Goddamn, these are some huge misses, Joe. I won't even lie. I'm still happy that you didn't put pesto lower than what I originally thought, but like it is definitely in the same tier as Alfredo sauce.
Yeah, no, it isn't, Barack, and maybe one day you'll see the light. But rounding off this list, we actually have back-to-back entries again with the marinara and bechamel sauces. Where'd you guys think I'll be placing these? I'll give you guys a couple of seconds to guess where old Joe is going to place them. Lock in those guesses because I will be unveiling the results right about now, and I have both of them going straight into S tier because they are freaking bangers.
Ooh, you kind of lost me with the bechamel, Joe, but the marinara does belong there.
Yeah, Joe, why the hell is it even up there? Like now it's really absurd that you have that over pesto.
What can I say? I enjoy the little mild sweetness it has to it, and I think it complements Parmesan cheese extremely well. The comments will know that I'm spitting straight facts.
You can't rely on the comments for everything.
You only say that because they hate you, you furry piece of shit. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with yet another Joe Dog tier list, and this time I'm going to be presenting you all the absolute best ice cream sandwich tier list. Now I've got a cookie sandwiches on here, normal ice cream sandwiches, Neapolitan ice cream sandwiches, Klondike Reese's, ice cream sandwiches, you name it, and it is on this freaking list, man. Now this will be hard to grade because literally every ice cream sandwich is a banger. Well, every single one. But we can get to the sugar cookie sandwich flavor later.
Come on, Joe, what the hell is wrong with sugar cookie ice cream sandwiches? That sounds like a freaking banger to me.
A commoner like you can never understand the refined ice cream palette I made for myself. It has taken years upon years to build. A literal lifetime of hand-selecting certain ice cream brands and exposing myself to different flavors and creations every single week. You don't understand what I've been through to get where I'm at right now, you orange turd sandwich. Like, for instance, you all wouldn't know it, but our first entry, the Dean's Country Fresh Ice Cream Sandwiches. And, yeah, you may be asking yourself how I could know the difference between these and any other ice cream sandwich, but these are mid as hell and only get a C tier. See, the reason I know that is because I studied extensively and have poured my heart and soul into this, and you wouldn't know anything about the amount of hard work and dedication it took to reach the status of Grandmaster of all of ice cream.
See, these are things people wish you said about you becoming president. You know, like inspirational words that said you spent a lifetime preparing for that role, rather than sleeping at the beach and then going on this video and instead talk about how much you prepared to rank ice cream. Like, you do realize you're still in office, right?
Well, no dip. How else would I get my free ice cream? This was just an end to justify the means.
Yeah, not to be that guy, but circling back on your comment, Barack, how the hell was what he said inspirational in any way? He literally name-called me and said I was an orange turd sandwich.
Well, I don't know about everyone else, but that inspired me. Because you are definitely an orange turd sandwich. That or a giant douche.
But only when it comes to ice cream, Donald, because other than that, I love you. Just don't ever challenge my authority and try to say that you have better ice cream opinions than me. And you too, Barack. Don't think I'm going to let it slide that you did the McFlurry video and not me. The only thing that prevented a generational crash out was Fraile giving me some special pictures of Donald that he generated with AI. Now it's crazy, but now I have a picture of Donald all lubed up in 4K.
Wait, what the hell? AI can do that now? I don't consent to any of that, bro. Like, who the hell gave you permission for that? And for the record, everyone, the only time I have ever been lubed up was when I was at the massage parlor. And this other time when Melania wanted to try a little something.
Yeah, but I don't need you to approve or give me permission for this one little bro. I got you all lubed up in 4K and there's nothing you can do about it.
Can he go to the police?
I control the police.
Well, I imagine you have some influence because you're president, but you don't entirely control the police.
No, Barack, you don't seem to understand. I legitimately have the power to control the police with my mind. I can command them to do anything and everything as long as I just think it in my head.
Joe, you're actually insane. I didn't think the dementia would be eating you up this much.
The only thing I want to eat me up is our next entry, Donald, because goddamn would you all take a look at the Nestle chocolate chip cookie sandwiches. Now, initially I was contemplating only doing ice cream bar sandwiches, but I then thought to myself, Joe, it's 2024, why are we segregating things? And then I just slapped them on here as well. And you all can bet your bottom dollar that I do indeed twerk for these. Now, there are definitely more twerkable products on this list, but this chocolate chip sandwich still gets a boom from the Joester, and I will be placing this straight into A tier.
Bro is referencing the Costco guys with the iconic Big Justice and AJ phrase of boom or doom. I have nothing but respect for you right now, Joe.
You guys were for real about the Costco guys stuff? I thought that was just a bit for one of our videos. Do you two actually watch them?
Dude, when do we ever do things for bits? Of course, we watch Big Justice and AJ because we're Costco guys. Oh man, don't even get me started on the Rizzler, because they all collaborated with Jinxie recently, and believe you me that the Joester was seated for that live stream.
All right, I didn't watch that. I'm not too far gone with all the TikTok brain rot. I did, however, watch the Rizzler do the veggie dance with Jersey Joe, and I did see that compilation video of Cousin Angelo saying it's a piece of provolone when everyone asked him what that smell was.
Is anything that came out of your mouth even real words?
You bet your V-Bucks that it was, and it couldn't have been any more glorious, but enough of glazing the Costco empire, because I instead want to glaze our next two entries because I have the Reese's Klondike bars and the Oreo ice cream sandwich bars, both going into an immediate S tier. Like, I don't even know if I need to explain it, but I'm going to do it anyways, because I need you all to understand just how monumental these two are. Like, firstly, we have the Reese's Klondike bar, and like, I already handstand twerk on the wall for Klondike bars. The only flavor I absolutely hate is the mint chocolate chip one. But thankfully, Fraile knows me enough to the point where he doesn't have the audacity to place that disgusting thing on this list.
He definitely just did that so you wouldn't have a long-ass rant against mint-flavored things again. Everyone is tired of the Joe rants.
Not the Joe heads. But yeah, ignoring Barack there. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I love me some Klondike bars so naturally when you combine that with one of the best candies out there. You know, you got yourself a goddamn banger on your hands. Like, the craziest part to me is just how translatable Reese's is to any type of food. Like, you can make Reese's cakes, cereal, bars, ice cream, McFlurries, and hell, who knows what else you could make, because it just seems to me like you could make it bang with almost anything. Someone needs to collaborate with them and make a Reese's milkshake, because that would be beyond gas. Oh man, I cannot sing its praises high enough. Then as for the Oreo ice cream sandwich, the same basically applies with Oreos, but I'd argue that they didn't transition that well into cereal. But hey, that's a topic for another video, because in this ice cream sandwich form, they absolutely knock it out of the park. Like, this isn't some scam where they just make the top and bottom look like the cookie, but rather it's actually the Oreo sandwich cookie layer, and it's softened up a bit, and it just makes for the most perfect bite in a sandwich. And honestly, if you left me in a vault full of either of these, well, I'd come out fatter than Donald, and that is almost an impossible task.
I'm a lean 295 Joe. I don't know what you mean.
What? I swear you've said that you weighed less in another video. How'd you gain more weight?
Dude, hop off the damn jock. I just said it was lean muscle, so like, I'm just that shredded. I don't know what you want me to do. Unmuscle myself? Yeah, typical Democrat wanting to not only take away my actual guns, but now they want to take away my guns that I have on my left and right arm.
Bro, I'm more than sure you have more fat on those things than anything else, but whatever. Joe, continue with the list.
Don't have to tell me twice. Well, anywho, then after we have back-to-back B-tier entries with the great value ice cream sandwiches, because both flavors get the same ranking. And honestly, I like these bars a decent bit, but the Neapolitan doesn't really do it for me, to be quite honest. It was really just whatever for me, and I expected it to have a bit more pizzazz or something, but it's still pretty good. These are definitely better than Dean's if you ask old Joe over here. But there are still other things on this list that I would rather have, and I may as well talk about them right now since I basically mentioned it. But I actually have our next three entries going straight to the moon because they belong on freaking S tier. Now, I can tell Donald would love these entries, but his favorite would probably be the one named after him, because the Fat Boy cookies and cream ice cream sandwiches are to die for. And there's a reason why they're called Fat Boy sandwiches, and it's because it'll leave you looking like one when you eat the whole pack the same day you bought them.
See, I'd take more offense to that statement if Fat Boy wasn't such a good brand, and if the implications of being a fat boy weren't so good. See, to be a fat boy, you had to have good food and just be a real eater. And listen, ladies, the Don is the realest eater out there because he has been blessed with all this amazing food in his life.
If that were true, then why do you constantly eat fast food then? Like someone with your amount of wealth would surely opt to get something better, not only for their diet, but also for their taste buds.
I mean, you explained it yourself in that same statement. Why would I not want to eat fast food when we all know that those foods are the best for your diet and taste buds? Try pulling out something that tastes better than a damn Whopper. It's literally impossible, and the deals are killer as hell. Barack, if you have too much estrogen in your body, it's fine. I'm friends with Caitlyn Jenner, and I'm sure the two of you can be the best of girlfriends.
Guys, please, not on the ice cream sandwich tier list. Your bad vibes are going to give bad chakra to the list and then not entice our viewers to buy these sandwiches. Let's all just agree that we'd all look hot as girls.
Not what we were arguing about at all.
Fine, we'd all be ugly then. Is that what you wanted to hear? God, man, just let me do the damn list. Well, continuing from where I was going off of, man, I kind of lost my train of thought. But yeah, I had Kemp's going up that high because in my opinion, they provide the best ice cream sandwiches out on the market that aren't named Klondike. But we all know the king of ice cream sandwiches comes to the Klondike bar. Like, come receive your crown, because we all know that it's wraps when they pull up. They are like the LeBron James of ice cream sandwiches, and there's a reason people twerked for them so hard in those commercials they used to always play. But we are not approaching the end of the list. And our second to last entry is the North Star ice cream sandwiches, and these get a B tier. And I only remember having these a couple of times and thinking they were okay, but the little penguin guy looks so adorable that I figured I'd place it slightly higher. But unfortunately for our last entry, the Joe Dog is widdly, not going to be so very nice. As I said in the start, if you all forgot, these suck ass, and I will be placing the sugar cookie sandwiches straight into D tier. It's the same ranking a damn mint chocolate chip ice cream bar would get, because those suck ass too, but goddamn, I also hate the sugar cookies. I don't care if they are made by the Fat Boy. I think they taste like complete and utter ass. And I think I would rather lick a homeless man's ass crack and then proceed to munch on some used gum from under a bunch of park benches, and then have some raw liver be mixed with some rotten fish and served up to me on a smelly ass used plate that belonged to Lizzo, all while some big fat obese Brazilians fart the wettest of farts in my face. Bare butt too, so all the fecal matter hits my face than to ever, and I mean ever, be served some vile filth like a sugar cookie ice cream sandwich.
Jesus, Joe, tell us how you really feel.
And another thing.
Fraile, cut the video!
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video, and this time around we're going to be doing a mental illness tier list. And for some reason, the comments wanted me to do this one, which is quite strange if you ask me.
Is it really that strange, Joe, when you suffer from like half of the things on this list?
The only thing I suffer from is too much success.
I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Just let him believe that, Barack. But yeah, go ahead and get this list started, Joe.
I don't need you two to tell me what to do, but you know what? I will get this list started. And up first, we have anxiety, and I guess this is a C tier because it sucks. But at least if you're anxious about something, then maybe your body is telling you to be careful. So if you don't think about it, it's kind of like having spider senses. Then after we have Alzheimer's, and I have to give this a B tier. But let's be real, because who the hell suffers from Alzheimer's? Like, just remember better, bro. But yeah, then after we have Alzheimer's, and I have to give this a B tier, and oh, would you look at that, it's already there. But either way, let's be real, because who the hell suffers from Alzheimer's? Like, just remember better, bro.
Oh, Joe, sometimes you have me wondering if it's all a bit or if this is really who you are.
What the hell is a bit? A bit of what, man? A bit of pie, a bit of cake? Be specific next time, you dingus. Anyways, after that, we have OCD, and I have this going into A tier because in comparison with everything else, I think I would rather have this than some of the other stuff on this list. Following that, we have bulimia. And this is our first D tier because it's gross to throw up everything you eat, and it makes these super scrawny people. And honestly, they need to take a page out of Donald's book and eat some more.
Joe, that's literally the illness they suffer from. I don't think they willingly do this to themselves.
Yeah. Tell it to someone who cares, because I would rather talk about our first S tier. And that, of course, is autism. This shouldn't even be a mental illness because this is like a goddamn superpower. You ever see those videos online where it's like autistic kid solves 10 Rubik's Cubes in 10 minutes or autistic teen beats everyone in fighting game tournament? Like, that's dope as hell. And I even like all the autistic Sonic fans because they just seem like they're enjoying life. And honestly, I want some more of that.
I won't lie, the autistic community does go pretty hard. I saw this one nonverbal kid demolish a bunch of people in a Street Fighter tournament, and this kid only said the word "da" over and over.
Yeah, not to mention we're friends with an autistic person. Right, Barack?
I am not autistic. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
There isn't. We literally sucked it off for the ranking. But yeah, continuing on with this list, we have borderline personality disorder. And this gets a B tier because, I mean, who the hell even suffers from this?
I'm pretty sure you do, Joe. Remember, you had this thing where you called yourself Bo Jiden.
Stop capping Barack.
Barack, that's not how you activate him. He's like a Russian sleeper agent. All you have to do is say the phrase, "Oh man, Joe, would you take a look at that 13-year-old girl walking down the street?"
Where the f is she? I don't see a little girl. I'm going to get the answers out of the both of you if you don't fucking tell me where she's at.
Oh God, turn him back into normal Joe.
I don't know how to do that.
Listen here, you fuckers. I'm going to start by licking you from the tip of your nose all the way down to the base of your shaft. If you don't tell me where she's at, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Donald, save us!
Look, Joe, it's a very cute 1,000-year-old demon girl who was transported here from another world.
可愛い悪魔の女の子はどこですか？私の小さなペニスを彼女の中に押し込みたい。
What did he just say?
You think I speak Japanese, man? I don't know either.
俺はいつかこの意味にも負けない仲間を集めて、世界からの財宝を見つけて、海賊王になってやる。
Okay, we can't have this for the rest of the video. Donald, please fix this.
Let me try another phrase. Wow, those Italians sitting in the table next to us are very quiet.
Escuchen, chicos, estoy empezando a tener mucho miedo ahora mismo. No sé lo que estoy diciendo o haciendo, pero solo quiero volver a mi estado normal. Por favor, Madre de Dios, sálvame y consígueme una chica sexy junto a eso.
Okay, come on, what is this? That was Spanish. And we mentioned Italians earlier.
It was a catchphrase, Barack. It didn't mean that he was going to turn Italian. Jesus, man, why don't you get out of your racist mindset, man?
Okay, either way, we have to get him out of Spanish mode because we can't do the list if he's speaking in purely Spanish. This is a YouTube video, not Duolingo.
I mean, we technically can continue the video. The viewers just won't know what it's about. Joe, try ranking the next two right now if you can even understand us.
Curiosamente, los entiendo a ustedes dos, pero supongo que clasificaré las siguientes dos entradas en esta lista. Ejemplo. Entonces tengo esquizofrenia en el nivel B y trastorno de estrés postraumático en el nivel C, porque eso no es muy bueno, pero bueno. Al menos esquizofrenia, veamos cosas divertidas.
Okay, this is progress, despite him saying that last thing very creepily. He moved things and explained why, but unfortunately we don't know what he said, but at least our Spanish-speaking viewers understand.
Not if I have anything to say about it. Look, Joe, it's a very cute 1,000-year-old demon girl who was transported here from another world.
Well, crap, now he's stuck in Japanese mode.
Joe, continue with the ranking.
何？リストを続けると思います。次は生理性パーソナリティ障害です。これが何なのか分かりませんが C レベルですが、その後の悲しみは S レベルになります。なぜなら悲しみがなければ幸福を感謝することはできないからです。私はこれに関して詩を書きました。私はまだ生き続けるかもしれない。この時間が待ち遠しい。その中で私はとても不幸ですが、そしてそれを懐かしく思い出してください。
All right, I can't handle this any longer. Donald, please turn him back to normal.
Fine, man, just because he talked for a really long time and I didn't know a single word of what he said. Okay, the phrase to turn him back to normal is, Joe, you smell really nice today.
Oh man, my head really hurts. Where was I?
I don't even want to bother explaining, but just please get started with the list, Joe.
Oh, snap, crackle, pop. How did it get this filled? I swear I only ranked like 2 or 3, but whatever. Up next, we have depression, and this is a stinky D tier because who wants to be depressed? Not me.
So why is sad so high up?
I don't know, man. Maybe depression is an extreme form of sadness, while sadness in itself is a great emotion to have because without it, we would never learn to appreciate the happiness in our lives, and we wouldn't be able to cherish the great moments in our life.
Wow, that was actually kind of profound, Joe. I have to agree with that sentiment.
Okay. Anyways, after that, we have bipolar going into A tier because Kanye West has bipolar, and he made My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. So this is high up because of that. Then we have anorexia going into D tier because much like bulimia, it is turning my chunky monkeys into thin girls, and I don't like that. The Joe Dog loves to promote body positivity here, and he loves himself anyone of all shapes and sizes. But yeah, then after we have antisocial personality disorder, and this gets a B tier. Like, does this just mean you don't like hanging out with people or something?
No, Joe. Those with antisocial personality disorder tend to lie, break laws, act impulsively, and lack regard for their own safety or the safety of others.
Huh. So basically, Hunter? Sounds pretty badass to me, like you're unbothered by anyone and anything. Yeah, that'll stay in B tier, but either way, we have something cool up next, and I have furries going into A tier. Aren't you happy, Barack?
Okay, being a furry is not a disease, and also it should be a freaking S tier. But it shouldn't even be in this list in the first place because being a furry is just a preference.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. This gets a D tier, bro. Anyways, after that, we have back-to-back S tiers in addiction and dementia. People tell me that I have dementia all the time, and I think I'm a pretty dope person. So if having dementia means you're cool as hell, then I wish everyone would get a little dementia in their life. Then addictions are just dope because it just shows how dedicated you are. Like, my gambling problem is not an addiction, it's purely dedication to the game. But more importantly, can someone tell me what schizoaffective disorder is?
Joe, you really should have studied for this damn list, but then again, you would have just forgotten everything by the next day. But yes, schizoaffective disorder is a combination of symptoms of schizophrenia and mood disorder, like depression or bipolar disorder. A combination, basically.
Oh, I would rather not be depressed when I'm hearing my voices. Thank you very much. This gets a C tier from me. Then after we have our last S tier in the binge eating disorder, because if this is just going to make you thicker than sign Donald up for that disorder, need more Don meat in my life.
Don't phrase it like that, Joe, because you have never received any Don meat in your whole life.
That you're aware of.
What?
Then after we have phobias going into A tier, because they're the least messed up thing on this list. Like everyone can have a phobia and it's quite normal. But imagine having arachnophobia like Barack Man. That's super lame when you're trying to play some freaking video games. But yeah, then we have panic disorder getting a B tier because it just gives you panic attacks randomly. And honestly, it ain't that bad if you listen to my advice. Simply thug it out. That should fix everything. Then we have social anxiety disorder getting an A tier because if you avoid people for long enough, then this should be fine. I don't think it's all that bad.
Not as bad as our last entry, at least.
Yeah, I think we should make an F tier or even a Z tier for that thing because that has to be the absolute worst thing on this list.
On God, Barack, I think that there are no excuses for this one, and I have no sympathy for these people.
You're speaking my damn language, Donald. Well, Joe, what's the holdup? Why aren't you placing this into a low ranking or even making a whole new Z tier for this?
Yeah, Joe, what the hell, man? Why'd you get all quiet all of a sudden?
Yeah, man, unless... Oh, God.
Wait, what's the matter, Barack?
The reason he isn't ranking it is because he doesn't think it belongs in a low rating.
What is up, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we are going to be doing an emoji tier list. And I, of course, am handling this list because everyone knows that the Joester is the most hippest and coolest guy here. I mean, I do hang out with the youngest people out of the three of us.
Joe, that's not really something you should be proud of. Matter of fact, that's probably something I would take to the grave if I were you.
Well, he's basically on his way there. I mean, the dude is about to be 90, so the time is ticking on that.
Just like how jail time is ticking for you, buddy.
Better to be in jail than to be dead, you sleepy fart.
I mean, that's a bit debatable, but either way, I'm going to need you two to settle down. Let's go ahead and let Joe start the list. Even if his reasons for being so good at this list is very creepy, and quite frankly, should get reported to authorities almost immediately.
Ha, joke's on you because you can't jail someone for being so freaking sick.
Sick in the head.
Well, only a little. But yeah, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we have the angry face emoji. And this is a solid A tier to start this list off, because if you send someone an angry face emoji, Then they know they made the Joe Dog angry, and believe you me, you would not like it when I am angry.
What happens when you get angry, Joe?
If only you can ask the last guy that pissed me off. Too bad he's dead.
Jesus Christ, what did you do to him, Joe?
Oh, I didn't do anything to him, really. It was just my friend named Jeff. It's sad that he had to pass away, man. Gone too soon, and I never got to apologize to him when he was alive, and now we will never reconcile, and I'll have to live with that for the rest of my life.
Oh, I'm really sorry that happened to you, Joe. That was actually quite sad.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure old Epstein is looking up at us right now. But anywho, let's continue on with the list. And after the angry emoji, we have the hurt emoji. And this is a C tier, in my opinion, because, like, what use is there to this emoji? Like, who the hell is genuinely using this frequently? Like, maybe if you're sick or, like you say, you're hurt. But I mean, it's not as bad as the things I have going into D tier, because those are downright disrespectful. But yeah, it's mighty mid, so I don't have much to say on it. The next three, though, oh my goodness, because I have them all going into S tier, because who doesn't like the hard eyes, kissy face, and the laughing emoji? These are the wombo combo of how to get chicks. I slide up on their story with the hard eyes, and they say, thanks, Joe. And then I hit them with the kissy face, letting them know that the Joe Dog is down to tongue tangle with them. Then the laughing emoji is yet another emoji that lets you know if you're in or not. You know the Joe Dog saying, if you can make them giggle, then you can make them cheeks jiggle. It's pretty easy to make them laugh, though, considering that girls nowadays laugh at almost anything. Watching enough Cocomelon just fries their brains.
Joe, Jesus Christ, man. Cocomelon came out, or at least got popular, like in 2018 or 2019. At least wait for them to get to 18 or 19.
Neither of those are correct at all. Why can't you two just chase after people that are close to your age group? It's really not that hard. Like, Joe, tell me what you and a teenager could possibly have in common.
We both like emojis, and we are hip and cool. They keep me young, and I help them mature.
God, no, that is not at all what they need in their life at all.
Look at dude over here getting mad because I get so much tail, Donald.
Yeah, that's some real petty energy you got brewing over there, Barack.
Yeah, man, like, I know people take the age gap seriously, but it's getting ridiculous at this point. Like, for example, I'll sometimes bring 21-year-olds to the bar with me, and it's nothing but mean and insensitive comments like they're too young to drink, and where'd you find 20 of them?
Jesus Christ.
Nah, that joke banged.
I wasn't joking, but anyways, let's continue with the list because we're getting sidetracked. After those banging three, we have the head explosion emoji. So, like, my mind is being blown, and honestly, I like this one, but I don't use it that much. I think a B tier is okay for it. My mind is rarely blown, but if they had an eggplant being blown, then I'd be using that emoji frequently. But hold your horses, everyone, because we got the monocle thinking emoji, and goddamn, this is an S tier. Whenever I find myself pondering or just thinking, I love using this emoji because it really shows the people that I am thinking. They call me the big thinker because of all the thoughts I be thinking.
Joe, not once has anyone thought that about you. Let's be honest, most people think there is not a single thought behind those old dementia-ridden eyes. Mostly resembles a goldfish, if you ask me.
Come on, Donald, I am one of the smartest minds out there.
Then tell me a joke right now off the top of your dome.
You're kind of putting me on the spot, but, oh, here's one. So an elementary school teacher, a lawyer, and the 46th president are with three young boys who are on a plane with only 3 parachutes. The engine suddenly explodes and the plane starts going down. The teacher says, "Save the children." The lawyer yells, "F the children." And the 46th president looks around and whispers to the other two, "Is there time?"
Now that's a goddamn banger right there.
Joe, you do realize that the 46th president is you, right?
Yeah, I know.
The joke is twice as funny now because he's self-aware.
I'm scared that it isn't a joke, quite frankly.
Come on, Barack. You know me. I would never do that in real life.
You're right. Maybe I'm just thinking too harshly of you right now.
Yeah, I mean, why would I bother asking? I'd just do it. But yes, anyways, following that, we have back-to-back D tiers, and that's the no reaction face and the throw-up emoji face. I hate getting these two when I'm texting people, and it annoys me so much that I just hate these two emojis. Like, sure, just send that unimpressed emoji whenever I try to riz you up, Jessica. Have fun at your school dance this Friday because Lord knows you're going to look so stupid without having a president be your dance partner. And don't even get me started on the throw-up emoji because God forbid a man tries to show off his blue Gatorade hot dogs and then you get spammed with this emoji. I hate these two so freaking much.
This is a huge L, Joe. The unimpressed face is okay at D tier, but that throw-up emoji is a bona fide banger, my man. Like that emoji perfectly encapsulates how I feel whenever you talk about your Gatorade dogs.
Firstly, they're blue Gatorade dogs, not just any other color of Gatorade because they won't bang. And secondly, you just pointed out why I hate that emoji. I refuse to place those higher. But yeah, then after we have a mid-entry in the fake smile emoji.
How can you tell it's a fake smile, Joe?
Dude, just look at the freaking emoji. I can tell that if someone sends this to me, they don't really mean that they're happy. They're just being fake and I hate it. And that's why it goes into C tier. But man, we got a banger up next because we have the smirking emoji. And you all already know that the Joester has this in his arsenal at all times. Like this is a bona fide S tier because this can be applicable in so many situations. And it's sort of a, yeah, you want to find out more, don't you, type of emoji. Like it feels so smug, but in a good way.
I don't even want to know what the hell the, yeah, you want to find out more, don't you, means.
Let's be for real here, Barack. We already know that it has to do with something freaky.
Yeah, I know, but it still sucks.
Whoa, guys, maybe I'm talking about my secret formula to make the best sauce that can go on fries, burgers, or even hot dogs. See, first you start off with a base of horseradish, then you add a dollop of peanut butter for some extra creaminess, and so it isn't so liquidy, because then, after you're going to add some melted butter to the mix, until you get a really nice spreadable or squirtable consistency. If you're going to bottle it, then after that you continue with your other sauces. Like I add some mayo to the mix and then some Frank's Red Hot. And to top it all off, I do a nice little squeeze of mustard too and mix until you get the consistency you want. And I guarantee you that the Joe Dog special sauce is something you'll love.
See, that doesn't sound bad, but the peanut butter is throwing me off, man.
That's what throws you off. Not the fact that he added melted butter to the mix, or better yet, the fact that he added some goddamn horseradish to the whole thing.
Well, I mean, if you get rid of the peanut butter, it actually sounds like a secret house sauce at a restaurant or something. Plus, doesn't mustard and horseradish taste kind of the same?
I don't know about that one, but I've heard people put peanut butter on their ramen to make it taste better, so I don't know anymore. Maybe this special Joe sauce is actually good and we're putting too much disrespect on it.
Yeah, well, there's another ingredient I can't let out. But give me a couple of minutes to squeeze it out, and it'll be the cherry on top of the whole thing. But that's for everyone to try out at home. Let's continue with the list, because we got two back-to-back A tier entries in the tongue-out emoji and the sunglasses emoji, because the sunglasses show how you're just a dope person overall, and it's another way of saying I'm cool with that, or I'm cool, and the tongue-out shows how freaky you are. So, of course, the Joe Dog is going to love it.
Gross Joe. Maybe it's just a playful way of saying that they're down or something, like if you invite them out for food and they send that emoji after.
Let's keep it real here, Barack. That's not what it means.
Yeah, I know.
Glad we're on the same page. Anyways, then, after we have our final S tier entry up next, and that is the hand on the chin thinking emoji. And this one is basically interchangeable with the monocle one. So you can use this instead of the monocle for some added variety. But we're at the end of the list, so let's go ahead and tackle this last one because I have the eye-rolling emoji going straight into C tier. I don't really like this emoji that much because, once again, it just seems rude as hell. Like I'll kill someone if they send me this when I suggest something legitimate in the chat.
Okay, so why isn't this in D tier then? I thought you hated it.
Well, I use this one too, so I can't really put it that low.
Wow, so it's bad when other people use it, but when you do it, all of a sudden it's okay.
Exactly. Glad you phrased it perfectly, Barack, because I want everyone to know that only the Joe Dog can get away with breaking the law or doing evil acts.
Oh, that's our Joe, spoken like a true president. What a silly little rascal.
What is going on, gang? We're back with another tier list, and this time around we're going to be making a Capri Sun tier list, and you all know that old Joe has got you all covered.
These things are sugary-filled diabetes machines, but I'm glad you're happy to be doing this list, Joe.
Barack, quit making everything about being healthy or not. Not a single soul cares about getting diabetes.
Well, I'd be especially careful if I were you.
Donald, don't listen to him because your Diet Coke will always save you. But anyways, enough of this jibber-jabber because we have a list to talk about, and oh man, up first we got some butt. Because I hate the strawberry banana flavor and actually have this going into D tier. Can't believe we started the list with a stinker.
Joe, you're already starting off this list with an L. I am not a huge fan of the straw nana, but it definitely deserves some more respect than a damn D tier.
The Joe Dog shows no mercy with his tier lists, and it shall remain in D. Then following that, we got something that is only slightly better because the mountain cooler drink is barely a C tier. If I want some Capri Sun, I sure as hell am not going to grab the primarily apple-flavored one.
Now, what the hell is wrong with apple-flavored things, Joe?
Well, nothing is necessarily wrong with them. It's just that, like, I would rather just get pure apple juice. Like, whenever I have an apple-flavored thing mixed in with berries or other stuff, I just end up primarily tasting the damn apple juice. Like, it just overpowers stuff, and I would rather just avoid all that and have some other flavor. But then after we got the Pacific Cooler going into A tier, so thank God we have no more stinkers.
Okay, that one has an apple in it, so why does that get a higher placement?
God, you're really choosing the weirdest hill to die on, Barack. But even Sleepy Joe knows that there is a very clear difference between green apples and red apples flavor-wise.
Okay, I know that, but like I thought Joe was an apple hater.
When the hell did I ever say that? I just said that red apples overpower the taste of other fruits. I never said I disliked green apples.
I'm more than certain you didn't even bother specifying that.
Barack, did you not hear properly, because Joe quite literally said that verbatim?
Hell no, he didn't. You two cannot gaslight me.
No one is lighting any gas here, Barry. You're just acting mighty stranger Slimer. But anyways, enough of the goofs and gaffs, because we got a certified banger alert and I have the next 3 entries going into S tier. The classic lemonade flavor might be basic, but hell, the Joester loves himself some lemonade. And then next we got the tropical punch, and oh man, I will suck these Capri Suns dry and not leave a single speck of fluid in them. Then don't even get me started on the strawberry kiwi, because then you'll have old Joe creaming. These are so good that I will not only suck them dry, but I will then fill it up with my own saliva so that it can pick up any molecules of flavor from the Capri Sun, and then proceed to suck my Capri Sun flavored saliva dry.
That's so rancid, holy shit, that is so gross.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the worst thing. You know, sometimes when you finish a Capri Sun, you end up doing that accidentally, and you drink some of your saliva. Big deal. It happens to the best of us.
No, the hell it does not. It has never happened to me.
That's because you're not a real sucker like the rest of us, Barack. Only real ones know how to suck that good. But anyways, after that we got the summer cooler, and I swear I have never heard of these. Hold on one moment, let me look this up. Oh shit, oh man, how embarrassing. Let me switch to another Safari tab. Oh God, oh no, guys, just please disregard this. I'm switching again.
Joe, for the love of Christ, clean your tabs.
Hey, you.
Oh shucks,
Did you
oh
hear
no.
it? Brazzers
You know what, I
is
think I'm just not
free.
going to use the internet on my phone anymore.
Jesus Christ, Joe. I didn't want to point it out because it was funny you looked that dumb. And quite frankly, the amount of tabs you have open with those videos playing makes it even funnier, but it's actually called Surfer Cooler and not Summer Cooler.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then I actually have had this, and I think this belongs in B tier. It's okay, but I don't remember it being memorable much.
How the hell can you say that when you didn't even know what it was? You couldn't just look at the picture and just remember what flavor it was.
Some of us are rather intelligent and don't rely on pictures, Barack. But anyways, let's keep moving on with the list, and after that we got the pure orange-flavored Capri Suns, and I have this going into C tier. When I think of orange, I think of orange juice, and while this did taste like orange juice, it also didn't taste like orange juice. I hope you all caught what the Dirty Joe Dog was throwing down, because this flavor is mighty mid. Then after I have the red berry Capri Sun going only slightly above it, as I have it going into B tier. I don't have much to say about it other than it just had too many berries.
Joe, that's the whole point of that flavor, you fucktard.
Hey, it had too many berries in my opinion. After that we got the Splash Cooler Capri Sun, and this will go into A tier because I feel like it had the right mix of fruit and the flavor is pretty immaculate, but I don't think it's deserving of S tier. But after that we got something that is quite deserving of S tier, and that is the Fruit Punch flavor. Whenever you're in doubt of a good flavor to pick, just know that Fruit Punch will always have your back. And for Capri Suns, I can assure you that it is indeed a banging flavor.
Okay, solid so far, Joe. As long as you don't fuck up this next cherry ranking, then I think we should be fine.
We'll define fuck up because I don't think this is great.
Joe, I swear to God, if you go on your artificial cherry rant, I swear to God.
Listen, man, I feel so ostracized for this opinion because everyone I know fucking loves artificial cherry. Cherry Starburst, cherry cough drops, cherry Jolly Ranchers, cherry lollipops, whatever has artificial cherry, everyone just seems to fucking throw their full ass back for it. And the thing is that I think all of them are disgusting. They're a bastardization of a real cherries complex, slightly tart but still pretty sweet flavor. A real cherry tastes like summertime and happiness. A fake cherry tastes like high fructose corn syrup with a touch of wannabe fruity cherry flavors and crushed dreams. Artificial cherry is the worst fruit flavor, and I will continue to shit on it until my taste buds have gone completely, with me to follow not long after. I hate it so goddamn much, and I genuinely cannot understand the love behind artificial cherry. I feel like I'm in a world where everything wrong is right and everything right is wrong. It's like the SpongeBob SquarePants movie where Plankton takes control of everyone and they all have these buckets on their head and all hail Plankton. Except for this time, the world seems to fucking love artificial cherry, pickles, and mint-flavored things. What the fuck has this godforsaken world come to? I only pray that the rapture comes sooner rather than later. And even if I don't ascend to heaven, I'd still be happy with the demons roaming the earth because I'd know they wouldn't be as stupid as the people who liked all the things I mentioned before. That being said, this artificial cherry flavor was actually not that bad, and I'd give it an honest C tier. It might even go higher, but I'd need to try it again.
Joe, I know your ass did not just go on that whole ass rant and deep fry everyone for liking cherry, just to fucking give it a C tier.
Honestly, I agree with Donald here, Joe. If you're going to do the bit, then at least commit to it all the way.
There is no fucking bit. I genuinely feel that way, but I know you cherry conspirators will never feel the same way as I do. Thankfully, though, we got something banging up next, and that, of course, is the pure strawberry Capri Sun. I think everyone knows how much we like strawberries on this channel and how that is almost the only thing that will bring us all together. The strawberry is like the Avatar. They bring peace and harmony between all presidents and viewers.
Unless there's someone out there who hates strawberries, Joe. Did you ever think about that?
Listen, man, I don't really think there are any strawberry haters out there in the world. You'd have to be insane to hate something that tastes so good in almost any form at all. Strawberries are elite as a fruit, on top of some pastries or even as a filling for some. Like, you can't tell me a strawberry cake does not bang, and then don't even get me started on strawberry ice cream. There is no form of strawberry that tastes bad in any way at all. Like, even candies taste great, and if we get to the juice form, then we already know that it fucking bangs. So why don't you just stop playing devil's advocate, Barack, and stop caring about the people who hate on greatness?
Wow. A fucking men, Joe. There is no strawberry hate, and I refuse to participate in any if there were to be any strawberry hate.
All right, Jesus, guys, I get it. You two love the hell out of strawberries, and quite frankly, so do I. So you two don't need to keep gangbanging me about how much everyone loves strawberries.
So why the hell even bring it up then, Barack? Why do you like being so special and unique? Like, please tell me what the hell you gained from doing all this.
I just wanted to spice things up and throw a wrench in there. What if Donald was scared to say an opinion that wasn't popular? But if he would have heard me say something, it would have given him the courage to speak up and talk about it. And then in turn, that would have made our videos spicier and have more drama.
Man, why the hell would I do that? The Don operates on his own time, and I refuse to answer to any other man. If I didn't like something, I would have said something about it almost instantly. But why the hell would you choose this one to do this weird bit on? Like you already know how much we love strawberries. Hell, even Joe mentioned that as one of his first opening statements. Quite frankly, this is the most Joe thing you've done recently. And what I mean by that is that this is the most Tard thing you've done in recent memory.
Thanks for the clear up, Donald. I was confused for a bit on what you meant by that. I thought you were calling him handsome or something. But yeah, you've been a total Joe this video, Barack. And not in the good way, but anyways, let's go ahead and wrap up this list because we all know that the Joe dog loves himself. Some grapes call me the grapist with the way I make love to these grape-flavored things. Doesn't matter if we're talking about grape popsicles or juice. Then you already know I love the hell out of it. I know some people were upset about your rating on the Grape Jolly Ranchers, Barack. But hell, I must be your brother from another mother because the Joe dog loves himself some motherfucking grape-flavored things. And I have this grape Capri Sun going straight into A tier.
Wait, what the hell did you call yourself at the start?
The grapist because I love graping so damn hard. That's just how much I love grapes.
Yeah, sure you do, buddy.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, old Joe is about to get hip and square with you all. And I will be ranking various slang words from Gen Z. And this is out to all my older folk out there because when we use words like cap or snatched, they'll look at us and be like, damn, you know your stuff, old-timer.
Joe, I don't think they'd say that. They probably would just look at you funny or just say, oh, dope, I didn't know you knew what that was.
Well, one thing is for sure, and that's the fact that Joe is certified in these slang words because he targets this generation of people and younger. I'm surprised we aren't doing a Gen Alpha slang words tier list.
Listen, we can skibidi Ohio Phantom Tax, the Rizzler, Looksmax, and Edge that list another day because today we are focusing on something slightly older, as much as it pains me to say that. But enough of that because we have a tier list to start. And up first we have two back-to-back D-tier stinkers, and that, of course, is the E-boy and E-girl alongside period, but with a T. See, the T is supposed to emphasize the period, and period is sort of just exclaiming the correctness in that statement. Like if Donald were to say that he loves blue Gatorade dogs, I'd then say period to emphasize his statement and agree in unison. Then e-girl and e-boy are just a group of people who dress a certain way and like to associate themselves with a lot of electronic stuff. And so they're very prevalent in Discord, but they are not to be confused with Discord kittens.
Wow. We are actually getting taught stuff here, and that is actually kind of insane to me.
The Joe Dog needs to be on his A game when it comes to slang, because how else am I supposed to hit on these youngins? Anyways, after that we have Catch These Hands and Cap. See, Catch These Hands goes into C tier because I don't really hear people say it that much, and it's just a dumb way of saying let's tussle. However, I will say that Cap gets an A tier from the Joester. See, Cap is another way of saying you're lying. So when Donald tells me, hey, I lost 15 pounds this week, the proper response is to say Cap, because there is no way in hell that guy lost any weight. Maybe if he said, I gained 15 pounds, I'd believe him.
You know, making fun of my weight is some low-hanging fruit at this point. I am more than over with it, and honestly, you and Barack should feel ashamed for going the easy route and just calling me fat.
I didn't even call you fat.
Low-hanging fruit, high-hanging fruit. The Joe Dog does not care because there's no high he won't soar to, and there's no new low for him to stoop to. Following that, we have two stinkers in the Chuji and Simp. See, Chuji goes straight into D tier because no one uses that, and that's basically someone who still uses old slang. They're called a Chuji, but no one in their life says that, so this is a terrible D tier term that no one should use. Then we have Simp, and I am going to place it into C tier because it's funny if you're using it ironically, then it's okay. But if you're for real about it and say simp unapologetically, then the Joe Dog is going to have a talk with you.
We all know that's something nobody wants, so you all should heed Joe's advice.
As people should with all sorts of things in life. Thankfully, though, we got a certified S tier banger up next, and you've all heard me say it in videos, and the word kind of explains itself. But snack is just when someone is looking scrumptious. Like when Donald puts on those nice and tight shorts, he just looks like a snack that I want to eat up.
Okay, we didn't need to use me as an example. You could have literally said almost any other living being.
Nah, because it wouldn't drive home the meaning of looking like a snack. Then after that, we have TFW, which stands for that feeling when. So it's like TFW, you rip ass in a public train. It's a decent one, but it's a little more ancient now. And I think it only gets a C tier because it's being replaced by POV. And then we got touch grass. And then this is a cool insult, which basically means you're online too much, go outside and touch grass. And this one is definitely losing its staying power because a lot of people use it for no good reason. And for that, I have to only give it a B tier. Like I swear, just because I've bookmarked and liked every single Billie Eilish TikTok and did the same for Jenna Ortega, that does not mean I need to go touch some grass. Dragon Boy 2234, how about you go touch some grass instead, you freaking idiot?
That one sounded really personal there, Joe. Want to tell us what happened?
No, Barack, I really don't. What goes down in the Club Penguin chat rooms does not need to be discussed in this video. Following that, we have the legendary back-to-back S tier entries, because I have the next 4 entries going into S tier. And people must know that when something slaps, it basically means that it bangs and is absolutely amazing. And bet is self-explanatory, but let me touch base on what the other two mean, because sheesh is kind of dying out, but I like it when used sparingly, but it's interchangeable with a longer damn or oh my God. Then my favorite phrase of this bunch is living rent-free. This is basically when someone's hyper-hating or has got someone on their mind 24/7. Like that means that you're letting that person live rent-free in your head. They're a tenant in your mind, and you charge them no rent because you love them living rent-free in your head.
Joe, I'm actually amazed with the amount of slang, you know, and originally I was prepared for this to just be a shit show. But you're actually laying down some knowledge.
The Joester lays it down like how he lays down his pipe, thick and hard. But you all should have known that Joey here knows his words. I mean, how else am I supposed to pick up girls a quarter my age?
As gross as that is, he actually has a point. Joe had to have picked up something from always surrounding himself around young people.
On God, Barack, maybe one day you'll come over to the young side.
Don't plan on it.
Good. More young strange for me. Ahem. But yes, following those entries, we have main character. And this is a C tier because it's starting to lose its luster for me, but this is basically insinuating that you think you're more important than what you actually are. So people poke fun at you and say, bro thought he was the main character. So yeah, it's okay. After that, though, we have a banger in If KYK, and this goes into A tier. If you know, you know.
But Joe, what does it stand for? I actually don't know.
Barack, he literally said it. If you know, you know. That's what it stands for.
Oh, I bet I look dumb then.
It's okay, Barack, because everyone is here to learn. But I won't lie, that was a little chromosome deficient of you. But yes, then after we have 2 back-to-back B tiers in fam and high key. So fam is family. That's a given, but high key is a form of saying it with your chest. Like if I say low key, I like older girls, then I am saying it in secrecy and not really saying it with my chest. But if I say high key, I love the smell of kids, then I am saying it with my chest and want other people to know.
Wonderful examples there, Joe.
Thanks, I thought of them myself.
Pretty sure that was sarcasm, Joe.
Yeah, sure it was. Jealousy is not a good look on you, Barack. But yeah, then after we have I'm weak and sis, both going into A tier. You can use I'm weak and I'm dead interchangeably, but they both basically are used to describe something as funny. Like, let me use a very improbable example. Barack tells me and Donald a hilarious joke, so we both say that we're weak or that we're dead from how hilarious it was. Of course, that would never happen, but that's why they're called hypotheticals. Then sis is just a girl version of bro, and the Joe Dog respects equality. Actually, since I'm here, I may as well rate sending me, because this is the same exact thing as I'm weak, except you're directing it at someone. So if we use our previous impossible example, I would have said Barack is sending me, but I don't like that one that much, and we'll give it a C tier.
Why am I catching so much flack in this? I can tell funny jokes when I want to.
Prove me wrong right now and tell us all a funny joke.
What's the difference between jam and peanut butter?
I don't know, enlighten us, Barack.
I can jam a finger, but I can't peanut butter a finger.
I feel like this had more potential, but I liked how you came up with it on the spot.
I concur, Donald.
Well, I was working on an abortion joke too, but unfortunately it never fully developed.
Oh my God, Barack from the top of the rope.
You son of a gun, you set us up with the mediocre joke only to get us with that masterpiece. Respect has been put on your name, Barack, by the decree of the Joe Head Council. Oh man, but yes, following that funny sequence of events, we then have snatched. And basically this is girl slang for looking good, like damn girl, you looking snatched. And that gets a B tier from me because I don't really use it. Then after we have a good phrase in this ain't it, chief, and you can also just say this ain't it. And it gets the point across, and this is like an A tier, and I like seeing it under some Twitter replies when they post something funny. Which then leads us into our next entry, which is clapback. And if someone says, this ain't it, chief, to you, then you can use a clapback. And that is essentially you returning the insult. I like this, but don't think it's above a B tier.
Is that because you can never come up with a good clapback, Joe?
I won't even front. I've been trying to think of a good comeback against this guy on Twitter for like years, but I still haven't replied.
Joe, did you just say years?
Okay, it wasn't that long ago, though.
When was this, Joe?
It was back in 2013, but I swear that I'm going to get him eventually. Anyways, enough of that, and let's instead go on with our video. And after that, we have bop, and this is basically just a new word for a floozy. Because if a girl is a bop, then you know she's for the streets and has been around town, if you all catch my drift. I think B for bop is fitting. Then after we have canceled, and this gets a C for canceled, because the idea of canceling someone barely works when you have me and Donald just going crazy. So it's more of an abstract idea and another way of saying, I don't like what they're doing.
Okay, don't lump me in with you. Half the things you do or say are very cancelable, and honestly, they should strip you of your platforms, Joe.
Yeah, I bet you'd like to see me strip. You dirty, dirty dog, Donald. Stay on the call after this video and I'll give you a little tease, but right now let's focus up on the list, and after that we have Stan. And this is basically saying you're a fan of something, but to a hardcore degree. Like K-pop stans are some of the fiercest groups of fans you will ever encounter. And they are called stans for a reason, but I quite like the term because all my Joe heads stand the ever-living hell out of me. Oh, but up next we have a certified D-tier stinker because the CEO of blank is a terrible saying. It's basically saying that they're the boss of whatever they like. So an example would be me saying that Donald is the CEO of Being Orange. It just doesn't flow nicely. And for whatever reason, we have sis here again, and we'll just put that up with the other sis.
I don't like these little jabs you're throwing at me, Joe. I already told you all that it's just the color of a nice tan.
All right, Donald, don't get your panties in a bunch. I was just trying to come up with an example. But let's focus up on the list because we are almost done with it. Following that stinker, we have back-to-back S tiers in fit check and hits different. See, when something hits different, you're saying that there's no comparison, like taking a fresh whiff of hair hits different when you get out of jail. That would be a good example and use of it. Then for fit check, that's a cool way of showing off what you're wearing so you can be hanging out with your friends and be like, fit check, and then show off whatever stylish thing you're wearing. But my favorite thing about this word is joining some girls' TikTok live stream and then begging and spamming fit check in the chat until she gets up and does one. And oh man, the Joe Dog is quite delighted to see her do that 360 twirl.
Joe, you have some serious issues, man. Do you know how many young girls are on that app that you're probably asking that question to?
Oh, believe me, I know. Why else would I go on TikTok, you artard?
I won't lie, Barack, you set yourself up for that one.
That he did, but yeah, let's go ahead and end off this list because now I want to go on TikTok. But yes, our final 3 entries are drag, which is another way of saying you're slow or you're holding up the process, like you're dragging to come out. That gets a B tier. And then after glow up, it's just another way of saying you became prettier or more handsome, like I glue up after COVID, for real, for real. That gets a C tier. And then lastly, we have small, and this shit is stupid as hell and gets an immediate D tier. I actually hate this freaking word.
What's with the hate for the word small? What's it even mean?
Wouldn't you like to know, Balmy Boy? What is going on, Gang A-Lang? Your presidential trio is back with another tier list, and this time around we thought we'd throw it a bit back. You see, what started our channel's popularity was a chip tier list, so we thought, why not start the new year with a bang and go back to our roots a bit? So this time around, I'm once again doing the tier list, but this time it is strictly a hot chip tier list.
I still think it's bull that I didn't do this list. This could have been a certified Donald banger if I had gotten my hands on it first.
Donald, you have said it multiple times throughout a lot of our videos that you can't handle the spice levels in different foods. How are you supposed to rate all these hot chips if normal hot Cheetos make you cough up a storm and give you the hiccups?
I'd survive through the power of the people, and the Don is a soldier who can outlive any event.
Yeah, I'm sure you can do that, but guess what? I am the list maker, and it is about time we get this bad boy started. And up first, we got hot Cheeto popcorn, and these are like kind of puffy and don't really taste the best, in my opinion. Like, I think the whole puffy popcorn aspect of it ruins it for me, and it just has an off-tasting flavor, if you guys have noticed. I'm not a big fan of them and would prefer the other Cheeto types that are on this list. Still, though, despite all this hate I just gave it, I still don't think it belongs in D tier, because I have something quite diabolical going down there, and nothing else on this list tastes as bad as that thing that I will put there. So the Cheeto popcorn gets a C tier for me.
Wow, all that hate, but you still put it in C tier. And then you hype up one of these chips to be like absolute dog water.
My money is on the hot Fritos that are going to go into D tier for Joey. Remember how bad he was trashing normal Fritos last time?
Put some respect on my name because I did the same for Fritos, and put some respect on the honey barbecue twists and chili cheese flavors because those two are banging. Either way, we are not on that portion of the list, so we will have to wait for me to denounce that one god-awful hot chip. But up next, we got Ruffles Flaming Hot, and this is a pretty good, but they aren't anything amazing in my opinion. I think a solid B tier is in order for this one. And quite frankly, these hot fries also belong there. Call me a biased Cheeto fan and tell me that they taste the same, but I don't care. I prefer the hot Cheeto hot fries over the Andy Cap hot fries. But don't get it twisted, everyone. I still very much so enjoy these and think they merit a B tier, just like the Flaming Hot Ruffles.
What did you just say? Don't get it twisted. You have been hanging around Barack too much.
That literally makes no sense because I never say that. When have you ever heard me say that throughout the entirety of our videography on this channel?
It's just something innate. Joey picked it up by simply being in your presence.
But I've been saying that since before I knew Barack. Oh, well, anyways, after that, we got some Doritos Flaming Hot Chips, and I will admit that these are banging. I think this is our very first A tier of this list because these have just the right amount of spice and flavor, and you all know how Doritos are. You suck and lick all over because they just have so much dust on a chip, and then you chew.
Please stop describing the chips that way, Joe. I don't like the way it all sounds.
But it's true. That's what you have to do with a good-ass Dorito before chewing on it. Same with Takis, to be honest. Just not with these next ones because I have Takis Nitro going into C tier. I don't really like these as much as the original, and I feel like they were just doing too much with this flavor. I will say, though, that they made those cheese Takis, and I am actually interested in how they taste. Have you guys ever had these? because I feel like this wouldn't work, but I am also super curious.
I've not had them.
Neither have I.
Surprised your fat ass hasn't had them.
What the hell did you just call me?
Your fad ass, as in you are always hip and young with the fads and always seem to know what's up because you know Sleepy Joe here doesn't keep up with the times. But anyways, we've made it to that part of the list, guys. This is the bag of chips I absolutely despise. And I will be giving these Doritos ranch-dipped hot wings flavor an absolute ass rating because these are stinkers. I was eating a small bag of these expecting some sort of greatness, but instead, I got generational level stink in my mouth and I had to leave this bag half filled. For the life of me, I could not gulp this shit down, and old Joe knows that spitters are quitters. So you already know I felt a great deal of shame when I could not swallow these.
I don't think they refer to food or chips when using that saying. Joe, you should probably use that saying way less. Matter of fact, just stop using it at all.
The Joe heads will not tolerate this slander. I will use anything and everything when it comes to me. After that, we got jalapeno cheddar Cheetos, and these things are also an A tier. Now I understand these are not spicy, but you guys have to understand that these things are delicious. And it does have some spice. I love these things and fully believe that they belong up there. After that, we got our first controversial take, I believe, and that is the flaming hot Cheetos with lime. And I am placing these into B tier. I don't think they are better than the original hot Cheetos, and if you really want these bad boys with lime, then why don't you just grab the normal bag and just squeeze the lime in there yourself? That way you can add more or less depending on what you like.
You know, Joe, usually you say some dumb stuff, but I actually think you were spitting just now.
The Joe dog always spits when he speaks, don't you worry. Following that, we got Doritos Flamas, and these are actually kind of underrated, I think, because these bang. If you had these, you know, they got the perfect blend of lime and spice. I think that these merit a solid A tier, and if you had not had them, I would highly recommend them. Now we can get on to what Donald was hating on the most, and that is the spicy Fritos, and I don't think they are that bad, but they definitely are not worth a try in my opinion. But if they are there, I'll still eat them, and I think with that description alone, we know that it is a C tier. But man, oh man, we then got our first S tier, and that is, of course, the hot Cheeto fries. I was gassing them up earlier, so you all should have seen this coming, but man, oh man, are these things amazing. I love getting the $2 big bag and finishing the whole thing and then just feeling like the biggest pile of fat shit because I ate all of it, and then my stomach starts to go crazy in pain.
Why don't you just not eat the whole thing? And instead just ration it out and eat small portions throughout the day so that your stomach doesn't hurt.
That sounds like pussy talk right there. I don't think I will be doing that, but don't worry because the hot Cheeto fry pain is nothing in comparison to the Black Label hot Cheeto pain. This will actually have my butthole burning in pain, and I will be placing these in A tier. Now, even though they hurt me so very much, I love their flavor, and when I feel like hurting myself, I just open up one of these bad boys and have a dreadful time in the toilet later, and the spice will have me salivating a river's worth of saliva.
That sounds absolutely terrible, and if that is your idea of a good time, then I would rather have a bad time.
You just got to enjoy the pain and torture that comes with something spicy, Donald, like it's a hurt so good type of pain. But yeah, following that, we actually have two back-to-back S-tier placements, and that will be the spicy Funyuns and the original hot Cheetos. These two are amazing, but the Funyuns in particular are just great. Like, I love original Funyuns. And then you add some spice to it. Man, oh man, it's great. Original hot Cheetos are self-explanatory. You already know that these are a safe bet if you want something spicy and delicious. I cannot say the same for the Pringles Extra Hot with chili and lime. These are not bad at all, but I just don't think spicy Pringles are the move and would rather have a lot of other flavors. But like I said, it isn't bad and definitely is better than the DNC tier stuff. So I think this lands at a solid B for me.
Wow, that was not as bad of a rating as I thought. What are your favorite Pringles, Joe?
I love me some cheddar Pringles or pizza Pringles, and I just munch and chew a ton of them till I get that big old glob of chip in my mouth. It's the only right way to eat them, in my opinion, but not for Takis because those need to be suckled on like a teat. I suck all that powder off that bad boy and make sure that I get a clean tortilla chip by the time I chew it. Then after I'm done with all the chips, I undress the bag and look at its insides and see all this wonderful red dust, and like the tips of my fingers as I gracefully move up and down on that bag, getting into every single nook and cranny in order to consume the max amount of chili powder that the bag provides. This has to go into A tier.
With the way you were describing it, I thought for sure this was going to go into S tier. Joe, you have the tendency to make everything just sound weird, and I think it makes people uncomfortable.
Good, if you aren't uncomfortable, then you're not doing something right with your life. But yeah, rounding off this list, we got our finalists, and that is the Flaming Hot Lays, which I have going into A tier. I like their flavor, but what I enjoy more is the texture of the Lay's chip and just the satisfying thin chip. It has a really nice texture when compared to other things on this list, and wrapping everything up, we got Hot Munchies, and if you thought I was going to sit here and praise Hot Munchies, well, you'd be mistaken. I like the regular Munchies, but if I am trying to eat hot chips and I get a fucking pretzel in the middle of it, I'm going to get upset. Still, though, it is not that awful and belongs at least in C tier.
Well, looking at this list, it's actually pretty solid. Once again, you pull through when it comes to your lists.
Thanks, Barack. I really appreciate that compliment. I have been cooking with the lists, and I'd like to think it's because of my new routines that I implemented into my life to help me concentrate and really hunker down on these lists. Let me share all these secrets of the trade with my precious Joe heads. So first, I remove distractions, take regular breaks, put on some focus music or some white noise, plan out the whole day in order to timestamp things, meditate regularly, exercise, and get plenty of electrolytes. All those things will help you all concentrate and maintain better focus in any task you guys have. Oh, and I do take a copious amount of Adderall as well.
Wait, what now?
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are doing an egg tier list, and this isn't an egg type, but rather it's the way eggs are cooked. And even though Donald is an elite eater, he graciously gave me this list to do. Which reminds me, Donald, how do you like your eggs?
I like them ovulating, Joe.
So that's how we're starting this off, huh?
Is that like a French dish or something? I'm not accustomed to some ovulating eggs, but whatever, let's go ahead and get this list started because up first we got some fried sunny side eggs, and I have to give this a solid A tier. I know that you all gotta be like, you've gotta be yoking Joe, no way this is only an A tier, but unfortunately I prefer over easy over sunny side up.
That joke was quite rotten, Joe.
Are we just going to keep up egg jokes the whole video? Because frankly, Omelet, all these jokes slide because I'm a fan of them.
All right, that's enough because we have our first excellent ranking, and that, of course, is the omelet. I cannot find the proper words to describe my love for omelets, but what I can say is that these shits bang.
What a way with words, Joe. But if you want to properly and eloquently describe eggs, you have to learn from the master. You see how it beckons the culinary virtuoso, promising exquisite delights from the humble scramble to the lofty soufflé. The egg lends its versatile essence, binding, enriching, and elevating with a mere crack of its shell.
That shit sounds lame as fuck, man. I prefer Joe's way of saying that it bangs.
Yeah, but anyways, after that we got fried over easy eggs, and if you paid attention earlier, which you all should have, you'd know that I prefer these over the A-tier sunny side-up eggs, so that leads me to also place these bad boys in the excellent tier. I just like how the yolk is kind of cooked when compared to the sunny side one, and it just has the perfect amount of runniness.
Get me an egg over easy on my burger, and it is a guaranteed slapper. I'm actually really happy with this ranking, Joe.
I'm really glad we're pleasing the calorie master with this one. I personally prefer my eggs scrambled mostly, but we will get to that when we get to that because I have some secret Joe recipes for everyone to try.
I already know that it won't be safe for anyone's digestive system if it's anything like your previous Joe recipes.
You keep hating, but I've never seen you try it. But anyways, after that, we got some soft-boiled eggs going into C tier because who the hell wants a soft-boiled egg? I don't want my egg to be runny if I'm going to boil it. It's going to taste like an egg smoothie, and I'd rather not have it jizz in my mouth when I take a damn bite out of this thing. I would rather just have my normal hard-boiled eggs, and plus, when a hard-boiled egg breaks in my pocket, I won't have to worry about it being runny and just getting all over my coat pockets.
Joe, did we all hear that, right? No way you're carrying around hard-boiled eggs in your coat pockets.
How silly of me. I can see why you're confused, but it actually is better to carry them in your coat rather than the traditional way of carrying them in your jean pockets. Trust me, it'll be a lifesaver for when you accidentally leave one in your back pocket and sit on it on the subway and look like a nincompoop in front of everyone.
Joe, I think you accomplished that without the egg ever being smushed in your pocket. But why do you carry pocket eggs?
It's 78 calories and 6 grams of protein per egg. Of course, I'd carry them in my pocket because whenever you're in a business meeting, you can just pop a sucker in your mouth and have energy to keep working. Getting hungry on the train, pop 2 or 3 of these bad boys to satiate your hunger. You're walking your dogs and see that they're a little hungry. Well, good thing you brought your pocket egg, so now you can sit on a park bench and enjoy a meal with the dog. Having issues on a first date because it's not going well and you're nervously stuttering while also realizing you might have shat yourself amidst the convo, whilst you two are walking down the beautiful streets at night because she thought it would be romantic. And now you're stressing out because she keeps asking if you smell that weird smell. And you keep responding with, an animal must have died nearby or something. But you know damn well that the wet fecal matter is running down your pant leg and it's only a matter of time before you two get in the car or she notices the wet stain down your pants. Well, guess what? Pocket eggs are here to save you.
I have serious concerns about that last statement you had.
I have concerns with the cleanliness of it all. Like, I respect you wanting to get your protein goal, but doesn't it get messy, Joe?
That's what's throwing you off?
Now, Barack, that's a fine question to ask. You see, Donald, sometimes the crumbs in your pockets can lead to snacks for later. So that's why I prefer the hard-boiled eggs over the runny ones. Which reminds me that we're doing this list. I got a little excited with the hard-boiled egg talk, but yeah, following that, we got poached eggs, and these get a solid A tier from me. I would place them higher, but I feel like most places don't really know how to poach a good egg, but I still think it's a good ranking. Frankly, I have similar sentiments about over medium eggs because at that point it's just cooked too much most of the time, and very rarely will places get them right. I think this is our first B tier.
At least we have a banger up next, don't we, Joe?
You'd indeed be correct. Now I can tell you guys about the Joe recipe secret about scrambled eggs.
You mean that whole rant you went on about hard-boiled eggs wasn't what you were talking about earlier?
Of course it wasn't. I just described the way I like to eat hard-boiled eggs.
Oh my God, we're about to hear something grotesque, aren't we?
Now hear me out. So you all know that eggs don't really have that strong of a flavor, right? We all tend to put stuff on our eggs, whether it be salt, hot sauce, or ketchup. Now the Joester here has devised that you can literally place anything onto your eggs. So this isn't really a recipe, but more of a life hack. Put some jam on your eggs and take a bite out of it in your French toast, and it'll taste like a breakfast burrito. Did you get some honey on your plate? Smear it all over the eggs and continue on and have yourself some sweet eggs. Add Tabasco or ketchup. It all doesn't matter because I am here to tell you all that scrambled eggs are like a blank canvas. And you're an artist with a brush and you can add whatever the hell you want to it, and that's why these belong in the excellent tier.
That all actually doesn't sound that horrendous. I don't know about the sweet stuff, but I'll still put some ketchup or Tabasco on my eggs.
Quite frankly, everything in my plate mixes up, so I do this by accident sometimes.
See, it happens to all of us. Some of us just do it purposely. But anyways, moving past that, we got another excellent tier, and that, of course, is the hard-boiled egg. And I don't think you all in the audience need to hear me rave on about the wonders of a hard-boiled egg. What I will say is that you should arm yourself with some salt for added flavor on that boiled egg. Or always keep some pocket sauce at hand to always keep that egg nice and moist. My go-to is either some Cholula for pure flavor or some Valentina if I want a bit more spice added onto my egg. Following that, we got some eggs on toast. And this picture looks kind of dumb because it implies that you cut a hole for the egg and cooked it that way. While I prefer to keep the toast fully there and just plop the over-easy egg on top, then with this you can add a bit more pizzazz to it. Like some everything bagel seasoning just takes it to the next level, or if you have a Trader Joe's near you, you can get a jar of stuff called chili onion crunch that is incredible on eggs. If you want to add something with more texture, feel free to slice up some avocados on top and just layer them through your eggs on toast, or if you're craving some meat in your mouth. Add some slices of bacon on top or bacon bits so you can have that extra flavor in your mouth.
Wow, this is actually pretty fucking solid. Holy shit, Joe. That everything bagel seasoning on my eggs actually sounds like a banger. And the avocado with my eggs on toast sounds great too. I usually just have eggs on toast or some plain avocado toast. I don't know why I've never thought of combining it.
It's because the Joe Dog's mind isn't bound to societal norms, and I will think both inside and outside the box. Following that, we got a French omelet, and I don't know the difference between this and a normal omelet, but I'm going to follow in Donald's footsteps and just continually ignore anything that isn't American, and I'll say this is a B tier.
I fucking love that, Joe. Making me tear up a bit with the amount of ignorance and bias you show, and it couldn't get any more fucking American than that.
Yeah. But anyways, we got an egg sandwich, and this, of course, is going into the excellent tier because this is just like a continuation of eggs on toast. It walked so that egg sandwiches can run, and they ran faster than some colored kids hearing police sirens. These things.
Wow, that was extremely ignorant of you.
Actually, I'd argue that it was extremely politically correct of me. You see, I said colored, so that can imply white, black, yellow, brown, you name it. But yeah, more importantly, let's talk about the sandwiches, because we all know that they bang and are just amazing as hell. I don't think I've ever heard people complain about breakfast sandwiches, and almost all of them contain eggs. And holy shit, guys. After that, we got another excellent tier, and that, of course, is deviled eggs. See, they unfortunately didn't have egg salad on this list, but let me tell you right now that if they did have it, it would immediately go into the highest tier possible, because the Joe Dog here is the biggest fan of egg salad. It can be in sandwich form or just straight up in a bowl, and I'll devour it with a spoon. Shit, I'd probably even eat it barehanded. I will not care if my egg salad will stink up a whole room or even your car. I don't care if the egg salad was a week old. I don't care if the egg salad was left in a hot car for a couple of hours, because the Joester cannot contain his love for some motherfucking egg salad. Unfortunately, though, that's not on this list, but we have the next best goddamn thing, and those are deviled eggs, which of course, without a doubt in my mind, belongs high up on this list.
This is the one major L of your list, because I fucking detest the smell of egg salad, and I will leave a fucking room if someone has the goddamn audacity to eat one in front of me.
For egg salad, I'd be willing to eat it alone. But anyways, rounding off this list, we have raw eggs, and this of course gets a D tier because I do not like the taste or texture of raw eggs. Not in my soup or in my rice like I've seen many people do. Quite frankly, I don't like the flavor or texture of anything raw, unless we're talking about sex. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, we are going to be ranking various dad sayings and or lingo. Now, as you can tell by this list, that we have some mighty bangers on our hands, considering the Joe Dog himself says a lot of these things, and boy, howdy am I excited.
You know, Joe, I can see why you'd be so hyped, considering all, if not most of these sayings are absolutely lame.
Come on, Donald. They're just family-friendly things to say. Well, most of them, except for our last entry, which you'll all see eventually as we progress through the list.
See, a real dog like the Don just says whatever that comes to his mind.
Oh, don't get the Joester wrong. He also says whatever comes to his mind, but sometimes I want to say yellow instead of hello, which, speaking of, let's go ahead and rank that bad boy right now instead of wasting time, because I personally have yellow going into A tier. Like, it's just a funny way of saying hello, and I think it's quirky and cool to say from time to time.
Jesus, I cannot stand the thought of that. Joe, every time you say yellow, when you answer my phone calls, I swear I would rather hear someone scratching the chalkboard or even have someone RKO me over a bunch of broken glass and have it be stuck inside of me for the rest of my life. Because anything would be better than hearing you say that cringy word and then have to hear you snicker and giggle after you say it.
Tee-hee, it's just so funny.
Oh, hell no. This dude did not just say tee-hee.
Donald, it's Joe we're talking about. Are you honestly surprised he said that? I'm more amazed he's keeping it PG and hasn't mentioned anything gross about minors.
You know what? You have a very valid point here.
I mean, I didn't want to bring up all the awesome Diddy parties I've attended over the years because I don't want to make you guys jealous. I'm having a new party, though, and I'm inviting over Dr. Disrespect and EDP 445, and I got a maybe from Diddy on account of, you know, all the recent legal trouble he got himself into.
I think you know that me and Donald are going to say, no, Joe. Like, why even bother asking that?
Put me down as a maybe.
What?
You bet your bottom dollar I will, Donald. Anywho, following that, we have back-to-back D tiers in the go take a long walk off of a short pier, and I'm going to butcher this whenever people see foreign words or names. Those two just don't hit, and frankly, I'm tired of hearing the second phrase. Is just annoying.
On God, Joe is spitting right here, because if a random person sees my pasty self and they think to themselves, he better pronounce this foreign word right, then you should already know my ass is not going to be able to pronounce some random word from a different language. You got me all sorts of messed up if you think I can say some complex saying.
Dude, I saw you struggle with the name Machiavelli when you were trying to read the name of the author of one of the books in my house.
Man, I don't speak spaghetti, man, so forgive me if I can't pronounce all that gabagool.
On God, you tell him, Donald. The only language we speak here is good old American and a tiny bit of French that I took in high school. Je veux manger les fesses de Donald et Barack. Anywho.
Wait, I just heard our names.
Moving on to our next entry.
Joe, you can't just say our names and expect us not to ask what you said or have us not react in general.
I'm thinking that we have back-to-back S-tier bangers because Whelp and For Crying Out Loud belong in the Hall of Fame for funny words that dads use. I love these two and can't find any hate in my heart for them. I can't say the same for Whoopsie Daisy because I give that one a B tier. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. Use this one sparingly because I swear every time I hear that I get a little neck vein sometimes.
Joe, this sounds like some shit you'd say, bro.
When would I ever give the impression that I use the phrase whoopsie daisy? Listen, pal, I may have given it a B tier, but that doesn't mean that I'm using phrases like these on the regular.
Okay, but you genuinely do sound like you'd say most, if not all, of the things on this list that, in fact, I think you said that at the very start of the video.
That we have some mighty bangers on our hands, considering the Joe Dog himself says a lot of these things, and boy, howdy am I excited. Now, that had to have been AI generated, bro. I don't recall saying that. But regardless, or is it irregardless? Whichever one it is, I'm here to tell you that I don't say that a lot. If you keep insisting that I do, then I'm going to have to give you one of our next entries because I have Hope You're Hungry for a Knuckle Sandwich. Going straight into S tier because that is a mighty banger of a saying. Like you two were really asking for a knuckle sandwich just then, but I held off on that because I am a man of peace and tranquility.
Aren't you the same guy who threatens us with violence and also locks his wife in a cage when she misbehaves?
That's neither here nor there, and by the way, the key word there is misbehaves. Come on, man, even dogs go into their crate for timeout if they mess up. I'm just keeping it 100 around these parts. And if you ask me, Barack, I'm living the dream, and you're barking up the wrong tree with this one pal, which coincidentally are our next two entries, and I freaking love these two and have them both going into A tier. You like how I connected everything just then?
It was all right at best.
Keep hating all you want, Barack, but deep down I know it's all deep-rooted in jealousy. But speaking of hate, we have our next entry, which is Cup of Joe. Now, I used to like this saying to describe coffee, but now I absolutely hate it because when I hand you a cup of Joe, I want you to imagine something else. Perhaps a liquid that comes out of me, not a damn coffee. That being said, it has my name, so I have to give it a C tier.
So we just handing out C tiers to just about anything now? What a Mickey Mouse ass rating you got there, Joe.
Now, what's wrong with Mickey Mouse? I personally am a fan of the Mouse's Clubhouse series.
Joe, you can't be watching the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse at your overgrown ass age.
Why can't I? I don't see a freaking age limit on it.
Yeah, give him that one, Barack. Lord knows that the show is probably making him smarter.
See, Donald gets it. He too must be a consumer of the Mouse's Clubhouse.
Joe, you know what? Yeah, sure, let's roll with that being a compliment from Donald. Whatever, to get you to continue the list.
I mean, it's literally a compliment. Sorry you don't see the vision like me whenever I pre-order some middle schoolers. Anywho, then after we got ourselves a mighty set of banging bangers up next because goddamn all of these sayings are elite as hell. I honestly think our next four are S-tier bangers because, hey, wise guy, okay, no more Mr. Nice Guy, let's skedaddle and you're on thin ice, pal, are all absolutely great sayings. Like you all cannot tell me that these don't go dummy hard.
Joe, these do not go dummy hard. Not even a damn Rhino pill or Blue Chew can make these be hard.
Hate to break it to you, Joe, but he's right. I still like these sayings, though, Joe. Which one is your favorite?
You're all just a bunch of haters, but I'd have to say, let's skedaddle or you're on thin ice, pal. Have to fight for my favorite out of those four, but they all bang. What doesn't bang is our next entry because I have now, let's do a silly one going straight into D tier. If my family says that, I swear I'd pop a blood vessel just hearing that, and I would rather hit a bump from Hunter's Coke bag in the middle of church than to ever be caught dead doing that.
Joe, you'd probably do it either way.
Okay, yeah, but either way, I'd rather do that over the other thing. Anyways, following that, we then have Newsflash Buddy going into A tier because I like it a lot, but I don't think it reaches S tier territory yet. Then That's Rich coming from you loses me a bit and gets a B tier, but then we thankfully go back to A tier with the bee's knees. Going up there, I'm going to try to bring it back into modern day culture. I may even bring it up in our next speech, Donald.
Joe, please don't do that. I think you did bad enough last time.
Please say that, Joe. I swear your vote may double after that.
Yeah, Barack, you're not seeing the vision once again. I'm glad the Don sees what I see, but yeah, then after we have back-to-back C tiers because I don't like saying for Pete's sake, like who the heck is Pete? Like I don't care about his sake at all. Then I hate being told to put a cork in it. That personally really triggers the Joe Dog.
I imagine you probably get told that a lot, Joe.
How'd you know?
Call it a hunch, Joe.
Of Notre Dame?
What? What's that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying, man, they did him really dirty in the movie. Like the dude looks very aesthetically deficient and didn't even get the baddie in the end.
Joe, that's the whole point of the story. It's learning to accept yourself and stuff. Not everything needs a reward at the end. I personally love the movie.
You know, I can see why you'd relate to some ugly, malformed, holeless hunchback like Igor. The movie must have been made just for you, Barack.
Jesus Christ, now that's a burn.
Yeah, whatever.
Bro is hurting on the inside but won't let it out. Anyways, continuing with the list, we have Up Yours, and this one is good, but I feel like it's missing that it factor, but it still gets an A tier, but hold your horses. You guys like that? But yeah, hold them, because then after we have 3 S tiers in a row, because Ope, You Betcha, and Hold Your Horses all going there. I don't see how anyone can hate any of these things because they absolutely bang.
Out of the 3 of these, I do have to say Opie hits the hardest. Like imagine your doctor is delivering your baby and you hear a tiny crack and then you hear him go, "Ope, we lost him." That would go absolutely schizo nuts.
You and Joe need your brain studied.
I don't know what I did, but I can assure you that it should be studied because I'm literally a god amongst men. But yeah, well, then after we have 2 back-to-back B tiers and Cat Got Your Tongue and Get With the Program, like I don't really hate these, but I'm not exactly in love with them either. What I am absolutely in love with is our next 3 entries, because I have all of them going to S tier. Like, how can anyone hate on Why I Oughta or imagine Barack says something dumb as he always does, and you hit him with the get a load of this guy? Or when I saw Donald pull up to my ex's Sweet 16 and I just yelled, "Look what the cat dragged in, those bang."
Oh, I didn't know you guys knew each other in high school.
We didn't know each other back then. This happened 2 weeks ago.
Donald, what the hell?
I was just advised by my lawyer to withhold a comment regarding that matter.
Dude was so crunk and had so many baddies left and right.
No comment.
What a silly guy he is. But yeah, rounding off this great list, we have No Shit Sherlock. And this is funny and all, but I don't like how it says a cuss word because I try to keep it PG, or at least PG-13 most of the time. So let's just give it a B tier.
Joe, considering what you've said just earlier and what you've said in other videos, I don't think you ever keep it PG.
Did I say keep it PG? I meant I want to keep being inside of PG-13 or younger people. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this one is a long anticipated one because we got our cursed foods tier list, and oh man, I just have my mouth watering from that first entry.
Dear God, is that what I think it is?
Barack, what else would it be? Just look that gross blue water and the poor hot dogs inside of it.
Yes, I'm so happy to announce that ex-user Alex Carson sent us a picture of his boiled blue dogs to Fraile. And thankfully, he showed us the picture so that we could add it to this tier list. And we also had Bear Dozer send us his own dogs in the Fraile Discord. And he even recommends marinating these bad boys in the blue Gatorade before fully boiling them. And I want to shout out these 2 special individuals for going through the Joe Dog special and enjoying a treat that is beyond nourishing and delicious.
How is that in any way nourishing?
Well, you see, Barack, not only do you have delicious dogs waiting for you to be put on a hot dog bun, but you also have leftover blue Gatorade, which is now enriched with wiener juice, which will in turn provide more electrolytes because of the extra sodium, so they'll be more powered up and refreshed after a good workout. But yeah, shout out those 2 amazing individuals, and let's of course get this list started. And you all already know that our first entry gets an automatic S tier because this is the Joe Dog special.
I just cannot believe people would rather subject themselves to blue Gatorade hot dogs over my delicious ass Nutella, Oreo, and honey sandwich. I just cannot understand it for the life of me.
Because you don't have good taste, Donald, what can I say? But yeah, moving on, we got an automatic D tier because why the hell are there bananas on pizza? Now I know a freak like Donald over here will consume it considering he already likes pineapples on his damn pizza.
Joe, don't even try comparing pineapples on pizza to whatever monstrosity that is on screen. Why can't you just understand that people love pineapple on their damn pizza?
I'll never understand it, and I will never try to understand it. Following that, we got an A tier in the bean cake. I'm a big bean guy, so I think I would enjoy a slice of that bean cake and would actually consider it to be delicious.
Joe, no way you think a full-on slice of that bean cake will taste delicious. This is you lying to yourself.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Barack. Remember, it's Joe who we're talking about here, so I actually would not be surprised one bit if he genuinely meant that statement.
Why, thank you, Donald.
Joe, that was not a compliment at all.
Yeah, Joe, I only meant that in the most hurtful way possible.
Look at you getting all shy and embarrassed to compliment me. It's okay, Donald the Joe Heads get it. Just like how I get this next entry because this is just a normal cake that just looks like a roach. This isn't really as cursed as some may think, and that's why this gets an S tier. Same with the entry right after because that looks like a perfectly fine burger to me. But it may have a bit too much cheese, and for that reason I am putting it into A tier.
How the hell can you say that it may have too much cheese? That is a damn cheeseburger.
Thanks, R-Tart. I know it's a cheeseburger. Like what else could it possibly be? It's meat, extra cheese, and a bun. Sometimes I question whether or not you're on the same intelligence level as me and Donald.
Whoa, don't lump me in with you.
Joe, sometimes I question whether you have the same intelligence as a damn kid.
Well, you know what they say. You are what you eat. But anyways, then after we got like a wannabe turducken, but instead of turkey and duck, we get turkey, crab, and octopus. And honestly, this might be a banger. You get some surf and turf on that thing, and it may provide exquisitely flavored bites on each spoonful. And for that alone, I have to give it an S tier.
You know what, Joe? I see the vision on this one.
See the vision? That thing has eyeballs. It sees your vision.
Eyeballs are a delicacy in some cultures, Barack. You need to experience more cultural foods and really broaden your horizon. But yeah, then after we got the spaghetti vase, and who doesn't like some good old spaghetti vase?
Me?
Oh, well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but this goes into A tier.
You know what? This is the least cursed thing on the list so far, so I'm actually okay with that. It just seems like normal spaghetti, but served up in a vase.
Wonderful analysis, Barack. I'm sure no one else in the comments could deduce that, so I'm glad you pointed it out to our viewers.
Damn, imagine being told off sarcastically by the likes of Joe.
Well, he doesn't have to imagine because it just happened. But yeah, then moving on, we got two back-to-back C tiers, and that is both of these banana dishes. It seems we have banana and eggs and banana with ham and cheese, and I don't know why, but I feel like these bang more than the pizza.
How in the hell do these possibly fare better than the banana pizza?
It's just a gut feeling that I have, and I know I'm never wrong about my gut feelings unless I confuse the feeling for diarrhea, which can happen at times. And I definitely shit bricks after eating some of these things. Oh! Then we got some yummy, nummy Danny DeVito cake, and this, of course, goes into S tier. I love Danny DeVito so much.
You ever wonder if midgets have the same size schlongs as us?
What? No.
Yeah, of course we don't, Donald. I've already seen tons of videos and can tell you for sure that it's the one body part that is actually similar in size to ours. Thank you, xnxx.com. But yeah, then after we got two back-to-back B tiers in the Fruit Loop dog and the milk steak with jelly beans. I feel like the Fruit Loops will add a nice crunch to my blue Gatorade dogs and would probably enhance the flavor of it, and the milk steak just seems like a damn good time considering it's milk and steak. Then after you finish it, you got some jelly beans on the side to enjoy. Yum, count me in.
Joe, that will literally make your hot dog taste fruity. And isn't that your whole argument against pineapples on pizza?
Listen, man, pineapples are a whole different beast entirely, and I won't divulge into why that doesn't make sense. I refuse to elaborate on my answers, and I will merely make the judgments. But more importantly, we got a freaking S tier up next because we got toes in the McDonald's fry box, and maybe it's because a real freak like me just gets the allure behind a nice set of toes. But I love the hell out of this. Instead of finger-licking good, this looks toe-sucking good, and I can see myself vastly enjoying these bad boys.
That is so vile, Joe. Who the hell likes feet like that?
There are a ton of us feet enjoyers, and I won't hide in shame because foot fetishism is one of the most common types of sexual fetishes, and only true men who have gotten an elite foot job would know of its true power.
You know I hate saying this, Barack, but Joe is actually spitting once again.
Don't encourage him because he'll only get more deluded and weirder.
The only thing strange here is the way you don't enjoy feet. But then after we have a fun A tier because it's Meat Waluigi and Meat Wario coming up next, and there is nothing cursed about this. This is meat sculptures at its finest, and I applaud whoever came up with this and decided to go ahead and make this. But more importantly, can someone please tell me what the heck is that next entry? It looks like a candle in a milk carton or a bunch of congealed and condensed milk.
I honestly have no clue what the hell that can be.
I actually think you hit it right on the head, Joe, and it might be some expired ass milk that was just left to become all solid in the carton.
Then that gets a D tier. How can someone leave some perfectly good milk to get all gross and icky? Matter of fact, place that next entry in D tier too, because I'm not eating some eggshell and yolk mixed with Nutella. The last time I tried eating eggshells, I got salmonella, and let me tell you that my toilet was down bad for a couple of weeks.
Joe, when isn't your toilet suffering crimes against humanity?
Haha, so true.
Are we going to gloss over the fact that he said he was eating eggshells?
It has a lot of calcium, I think. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Then, after we got a true abomination of a creation, and this thing is truly the most grotesque thing to ever be invented, and if there were an F tier, then this would be it, because I have the pickle popsicle going straight into D tier. Like, just the thought of that thing touching my tongue has me shuddering in pure horror, and the only appropriate reaction I'd have to it is when SpongeBob tried tasting some of Gary's food that one time. I imagine the same thing would happen to me.
Okay, Joe, this is actually one of the more sensible things on this list. And the fact that I know I wouldn't like it still says a lot about the monstrosities on this list.
That disgusts me more than anything ever could on this damn list. Pickle Popsicle is a hell spawn straight from the depths of the underworld. Thankfully, we have a palate cleanser with our next entry because I have watermelon soup going straight into B tier. Now, the watermelon husk probably will infuse my soup with some unwanted flavors, but it'll be ever so slightly, and frankly, I'm more impressed with the amount of soup this bad boy could hold.
That's what sells the idea for you? Having more soup carrying capacity and not the fact that it's inside of a damn watermelon?
Well, no shit, Larry. I'm damn sure not liking it for the watermelon flavor, that's for sure. But anyways, then after we got the infamous Baja Taco, and honestly, this is an S tier, I think.
How the fuck is this an S tier, Joe?
Well, when you're eating tacos, you're sipping on the Baja Blast either way, so like the flavors get mixed in. That, and it'll make the super hard taco soggier, and I kind of like that because it's easier on my gums.
Jesus, you're so senile.
Joke's on you because I don't know what that means. I'm going to assume it means handsome. After that, we got what I assume is a French hot dog because they love themselves some snails, and this gets a C tier from me. I don't want to disrespect French people, but I don't think I'd quite like a snail dog, but the mustard is kind of selling me on the idea.
Joe, this isn't a French hot dog, and the mustard should not be the main thing selling you on trying out this horrific hot dog.
Barack, I come from a household where we don't discriminate, and I want to give the French a chance and be a part of their culture. I would try this to bring peace between our nations.
Joe, there's already peace between America and the French.
Then I do it just because I want to. But anyways, rounding off the list, we got some toilet Cheerios, and this gets an A tier from me. If it's cleaned out enough, then I would have so much room for milk and Cheerios that I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
What if it wasn't clean at all and was full of bacteria and feces?
As long as the feces belonged to Margot Robbie, then I'd be more than okay. Actually, I'd actually prefer it more if that was the case.
Amen.
What is going on, Gang A-Lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we have a cream cheese tier list. And you already know that the Joe dog is the king of cheese, and if you make it creamy well, you'd get this old Joe dog barking and creaming as well.
What a way to introduce the topic of today's video to our audience. I'm sure they enjoyed it as much as a baby with no car seat being launched out of the windshield on a hard stop.
Dude, what is wrong with you? Why would you make an analogy that messed up? You know Joe loves kids, so why would you say that?
I almost started tearing up from how sad that must have been for the baby, knowing that I wasn't there to catch them and save them from that.
Joe, what you would do to that baby would not be anything close to saving it. The crimes that would come after the catch would only be possible to list off in a mortuary.
You're so right, Barack. This is why I like you. You just get the Joe dog. But yes, without wasting further time, let's go ahead and get this tier list started. And up first, we have the cracked pepper and olive oil cream cheese. And this bad boy is a great start to the tier list because it modifies the flavor of the original cream cheese just enough to where you'd want this if you don't want a huge flavor-altering spread, but you still want a little flavor bomb in your mouth. And I have to give this sucker an A tier because I love this damn thing.
I can verify that this does indeed bang, and if I'm having a salty spread, then this is definitely one of my favorites.
I mean, I prefer the sweet spreads, but I don't mind this being placed that high.
Barack, of course, the sweet spreads bang, but you need to know how to balance sweetness and savoriness in your meals because I cannot have only sweet cream cheese spreads in my inventory because the Joe dog loves to mix things up. And speaking of mixing things up, we got a sweet cream cheese spread up next, and it is the honey butter spread. And oh man, do I love me this honey butter spread. Now you thought I was a salty guy, Barack. But in all actuality, the Joe dog is like the Avatar. And I am the master of all cream cheese spreads because I have this banger of a choice going straight into S tier. Bet you didn't see that coming, did you, Barack?
Well, I actually didn't.
This is how I can tell you've never opened Joe's fridge, Barack, because it is chock full of his favorite cream cheese spreads, and he actually has an unhealthy amount of them in his fridge. Like, I don't know how a man has this much cream cheese in his fridge and actually eats it, but he somehow defies the odds and does it.
Well, you know I'm not allowed in Joe's fridge.
Joe, why'd you ban the man from your fridge?
I didn't do that. You know damn well that the Joe dog offers you two a fresh blue Gatorade dog out of my fridge every time you guys visit.
Yeah, it's not that Donald, it's just that Michelle doesn't let me outside food without her permission, and I don't want to call her in front of you guys.
Jesus, man, grow some balls.
The day Jill tells me I can't have a blue Gatorade dog is the day she disappears. Thankfully, she has learned from her days in the dog cage. But yeah. Anywho, after that, we have blueberry cream cheese spread, and even though I gassed up honey butter a ton, I don't really want to gas up blueberry that much because it is still a solid A tier. But I don't think it's as good as the other things I plan to put in S tier. Then following that, we got brown sugar and cinnamon, and the Joe dog is going to be sleeping on this flavor a bit because I only have this going into B tier. Like if I want something sweet for a cream cheese spread, I'm damn sure going to get something fruity because the Joe dog is one of the fruitiest men he knows.
You can say that again.
Now, what's wrong with brown sugar and cinnamon?
The problem is that I don't think it's the best thing in the world. It's still a B tier, which is pretty good, but goddamn Barack, hop off the jock. But following that, we have an immediate S tier in the strawberry cream cheese, and I think everyone already knew this was coming because I can guarantee that if you're a cream cheese enjoyer, then you most certainly have this in your fridge and love the absolute hell out of it. I'd put my wife's life on the line betting that you all have this somewhere in your fridge.
Well, you don't really like her, so if they didn't have the cream cheese, they'd be doing you the favor.
Well, no shit, man. That's why I said I'd do that bet. But anyways, after that, we have the original cream cheese, and this has no flavor, no spice, no nothing. And it is cream cheese in its purest essence. And listen, before I get any hate for this ranking, I just want you all to know that in a normal spreads tier list or in a different list, I would give this the respect it deserves. But in this damn cream cheese flavors tier list, this basic ass, no flavor spread is getting a D tier. I would rather have literally anything else on this list than to just have normal cream cheese. And for the sake of arguments in the comments, I want to say that imagine eating these cream cheese spreads on a plain bagel and ask yourself if you would rather have a plain cream cheese spread on that rather than almost any other item on this list. I dare you.
What if they hate sweet spreads and don't want something too flavorful?
Barack, you know what you sound like right now? Like a damn nincompoop, because we all know that cream cheese is good. But no one is going to prefer having a plain bagel with plain cream cheese. Let's get serious here because it's turning into amateur hour. But yes, following that pumpkin spice going into B tier. But I understand if people may not like pumpkins because it's very much so a seasonal thing, and I just get a hankering for it around that time. But yes, then after we have two back-to-back C tiers in the spicy jalapeno and the garden veggies cream cheese because I don't want my cream cheese to be too spicy, and I feel like it would be good if you mixed it with a more flavorful spread, but the garden vegetable one is just okay in my opinion, like it's nothing to write home about. But if you like it, then I won't judge you for it because it can be okay on occasion, but nothing twerk-worthy.
Is that just how we're going to keep rating things, if it's twerk-worthy or not?
What would you rather have me say, Barack? I feel like me and Donald fully understand what it means when something is worth throwing our asses back for it.
Barack just doesn't understand anything. Joe, don't let him get to you. Having Barack understand our analogies and fully appreciate them is as hard as trying to find spare change in a synagogue.
I get your analogies. As a matter of fact, I'm good at making some myself, like celebrating a one-year sobriety party at a bar. How's that for an analogy?
I mean, it was good, but how the hell does it connect in any way with what we're talking about? You made no sense and wasted a good-ass analogy.
He blew his load too early. Happens to the best of us, Barack. Don't you worry. But yes, anyways, after that, we have the smoked salmon cream cheese spread. And man, oh man, if you thought salmon and normal cream cheese was a god tier combo, then wait till you try this spread with something else because this is an elite A tier spread. And the only reason I don't have it in S tier is because I like the texture of smoked salmon on my bagel or bread before I eat it. And with the spread, I don't get that. But I still get the amazing flavor in each and every bite. Then actually looking at the next two items on this, I've come to an embarrassing realization because I have the honey pecan and the pineapple cream cheese both going into A tier as well. It was a freaking missed opportunity to say back to back to back A tiers, but I'll live with this mistake for the rest of my life. But yeah, I love the honey pecan. But if you ask the Joester, he much prefers the honey butter because butter is like a god tier food that was sent from up above to bless us lowly mortals. And it tastes absolutely amazing on everything. I can't say the same for the pecan, but hey, it's still pretty good. And as for the pineapple, well, I know that there are a lot of pineapple lovers out there, and this is exactly what you'd expect, because if you love pineapples and you love cream cheese, then this is a match made in heaven. Personally, though the strawberry clears the hell out of this, but still, I am putting respect on its name, because what if I want to switch it up from strawberry every now and then? I'm not a damn dog who eats the same things every day. Unless we're talking about blue Gatorade dogs, because I will gulp those down like I'm Joey Chestnut.
I like that you referenced a dude with your name. Nice, Joe.
Well, I'm sure he cares more about the fact that Joey Chestnut is a hot dog eating demon who can eat around 100 dogs in one sitting. But sure, Barack, let's just look at it at face value and only applaud the fact that he has the same name as Joe.
Okay, Jesus man, I know of Joey Chestnut's accomplishments. I just wanted to applaud Joe for choosing someone with the same name as him. He could have said Matt Stoney instead.
You know, funny thing about that, I was actually going to say Matt Stoney, but I like Joey's name more.
See, Donald.
Okay, you know what? I might have given Joe a lot more credit than I should have. I forget that the man has dementia and is basically senile.
I'm a cinephile? I wouldn't say that, but you could make the argument that I'm the file that starts with the letter P. But we aren't here to discuss that, because we are finishing up our cream cheese tier list. Because after those entries, I want you guys to see the last two and think to yourselves, where would the Joe Dog place these? Then you dart your eyes to the top of the list and realize, oh man, there's nothing in S tier. Well, dear, beautiful, supple, succulent, dashing, alluring, provocative viewer, I'm happy to report that both the chive and onions and the garlic and herb cream cheeses both get an absolute spanking S tier from the Joester, because goddamn, these taste so good I almost dip everything inside of these things. The only downside to these things is that they make your breath smell like you just had a mouth orgy with a bunch of ogres like Shrek. But here's the life hack, everyone. Just don't brush your teeth and nobody will be able to tell the difference.
That is so absolutely vile to hear coming from you, Joe. The worst part is that no one truly knows how awful it is, because they never see you face to face. But unfortunately for me and Donald, that isn't the case. And god damn, it's even worse when we're in a confined space with you, Joe, like in a car with the windows up.
What worries me more is that Joe called it a life hack, and that frankly is what baffles me the most. Your breath just ends up even worse than SpongeBob's Sunday Breath episode, and I swear I've seen dogs vomit just from your breath, and even had a couple of plants die just from breathing in the CO2 you emitted.
Yeah, but it's kind of like a superpower if you think about it.
No, it isn't, Joe. No, it isn't.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this is the long-awaited tier list because we have a smells tier list. Fraile knows that a lot of you wanted an air tier list, but he tried and could not come up with enough air ideas, so we scrapped it for the next best thing, because now we got tons of smell to rank.
To be honest, I don't know how the hell we were supposed to grade different types of air, but I'd say this is basically the same exact thing. Honestly, I don't know how much more weird stuff we can even grade, like what's next? Bed sizes, door handles, wood types, like how much lower can we go?
Donald, don't even wish that upon us, because someone in the comments will actually ask for one of those things, and before anyone asks, we are 100% not doing any of the ones we mentioned above. Please spare us from our eternal suffering.
The Joe Dog can make a tier list about anything if you ask me. I am a machine, built only to entertain. But let's go ahead and get this list started, because I cannot contain my excitement much longer. I don't know which one I'm throbbing for harder, this list or the hair tier list that you and Donald are holding over my head.
Relax, Joe. If we give you too much, it'll overstimulate your mind and you'll shut down.
You're right, the Joester can only be so erect. But as I said, let's get started, and up first we got the nice smell of lavender. I actually really like this smell, and it helps relax and ease the nerves, and if your clothes smell like lavender, then the Joe Dog really knows you're a clean person, and I need that. So this is going into A tier.
Joe, you of all people should not be one to criticize how other people smell, considering you probably smell worse than a manure field after the cows just got fed some Mexican food.
Must be some manly smelling manure if you ask me, because the Joe Dog scent is pure unadulterated testosterone and my musk is elite. Following that, we got something mighty mid, and that of course is a bonfire, and I have this going into C tier because while the smell of ashes isn't absolutely terrible, I would also rather just avoid it. But this does indeed come clutch if you reek of something else. And if you want to mask your smell, then this is a good way to hide it.
Joe, do you really hate showering that much that you would rather smell like burnt wood than to ever shower?
Oh no, I just meant that it was good to hide the smell of the za. But yeah, your reasoning can also go into play. After that, we got 2 back-to-back S tiers, and that, of course, is the smell of cookies and vanilla. Just thinking about the smell of these 2 got the old Joe Dog creaming, because I know if I ever smell these 2, then I know there's going to be something good cooking.
Joe, you're finally spitting because goddamn the Don turns into the Doninator when he smells some freshly smelled cookies. I'd fight an army of deaf and blind children in order to get some nice smells like that.
Why'd you have to go and make them blind and deaf?
Because then I could ensure my victory. I would be putting them into chokeholds and curb stomping them. They'd be running into walls and screeching some weird noises sounding like a damn zombies from The Walking Dead while I demolish them one by one and just squishing them like thwomps from Mario. I'd go on their ass and just smushing them with my massive bunda.
And massive bunda you do indeed have, Donald. Trust me, the Joe Dog can verify that firsthand.
Don't sexualize me, Joe.
You can stop me in real life, but you can't stop my imagination. Anyways, after that, we got some massive stinkers, and we got 3 back-to-back-to-back D tiers, and that, of course, is the precious za, old smelly books and some gasoline. I think I'd rather receive ass to mouth from a homeless man than to ever expose myself to these things.
You're a vile man, Joe. And a hypocrite at that, because you definitely smell worse than these things.
Listen, man, the ladies love Joey's scent. I don't know what to tell you. But, oh, man, speaking of ladies, oh, ho, 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 we got a motherfucking banger of an S tier. And, of course, is a girl's sweat. Like just thinking of a nice and sweaty girl coming back with some smelly armpits and just leaving her primal scent all over the Joester. My God, I think that might be the best smell on this whole goddamn list.
I knew your ass was going to say something about it as soon as I saw it on screen, because everyone knows that you're a freak, Joe.
What can I say? Real freaks like me just get it. Then after we got some freshly done laundry, and that'll go into B tier. It smells super nice, but at the end of the day, most detergents either smell like lavender or vanilla. Something that would be up above it, but I'll still respect some neutral smelling clean clothes. After that, we got some roses, and obviously, that's an easy S tier, but more importantly, we got a decently smelling one up next and some good old Elmer's glue. I know everyone here loves themselves some Elmer's glue.
God, Joe, no one here likes the smell of Elmer's glue. I don't know what you wanted us to say here.
If this weren't Elmer's glue, then I'd give it an S tier because huffing some glue can lead to some fun times.
Don't say that, Donald.
I was just going to say that I like playing with it and putting it on my fingers and letting it dry. Still, though, the smell itself gets a C tier. Following that, we got freshly mowed lawns, and this gets an immediate A tier. The feeling of looking over your freshly cut lawn and just smelling the success that you just created, there's just no feeling like it. Unfortunately for us, we got a kind of stinky smell up next, and that is chlorinated pools, and it does smell a bit clean. It also just doesn't have an appetizing smell. I think a solid C is in play for this.
Man, how the hell is the nasty smell of chlorine in C tier? That shit should be in D tier, or a goddamn F tier if we had it.
When I smell chlorine, I just feel like it's clean. Same with bleach and Lysol, but I'll get to those when I get to them. After that, we of course have a new car smell, and you all already know that this is a freaking S tier. Like maybe it's because of the fact that you're buying a whole ass new car, but it just smells amazing, and it gives me so much dopamine. After that, we got freshly bought tennis balls, and this shit is okay. The Joester doesn't really go crazy for it, but I mean, it's a C tier. Oh my God, but hold the phone because we have 2 back-to-back stinkers going into D tier. Because skunks and wet dogs smell like absolute ass. Like I think I'd rather have someone freshly fart in my face. Like straight ass to nose with no underwear on. Like straight fecal matter molecules going into my nose than ever in my life voluntarily enjoy these 2 goddamn smells.
Joe, I was assuming that a real freak like you was going to say something about girls smelling like wet dogs or something. I'm actually amazed you made the right ranking.
Well, I mean, if the girl smells like wet dog or skunk, that's a whole different story. If it's a wet dog or a skunk, then it is indeed a D tier.
What the hell do you mean it's a whole different story if they smell the same?
What can I say? Real freaky motherfucker like me just knows. Anyways, moving past that, we got some garlic and paint going into C tier. And I know that people are going to give me a major side eye at this ranking and be absolutely perplexed and baffled that I put garlic and paint in C tier, but I will say this, garlic bread smells amazing and other garlic foods do too, but garlic on its own smells like ass. The Joe Dog is not a fan of that.
Joe, you a fucking vampire or some shit? Who the fuck hates the smell of garlic that much that they'd place it on the same tier as paint, glue, chlorine pools, and bonfires?
Hey man, the Joe Dog works in mysterious ways. What can I say? Anyways, after that, we got cinnamon going into A tier because it does smell great in small batches, but man, oh man, that shit makes me fucking sneeze. But oh boy, howdy, we got some bangers in S tier with oranges, peppermints, and pine. These are all bangers and should be respected as such. Then after that, I got Vapor Rub, and let me tell you all that you should definitely not be using this for sensitive areas because it will sting like the scorching hot pain of 1,000 suns. I still like the smell a lot whenever I'm sick, so it deserves an A tier.
Joe, are your arms sensitive or something? It's super fucked if your skin is that sensitive that it can't handle some simple Vapor Rub.
Oh, you silly man, Barack. Of course my skin isn't sensitive, but let's just say that the Joester had an idea when it came to using Vapor Rub since he saw the lotion bottle was empty. Let's just say that I won't be repeating that again. After that, we got Expo markers, and to be honest, if you sniff these enough, they start to smell good and give you a little head buzz. So I have to give these bad boys a B tier.
Joe, you cannot rank things because they make you feel lightheaded after you huff them enough.
Juicy Joe here says that he can do whatever he wants, and guess what? I'm putting a fresh cup of coffee straight into S tier. What are you going to do about it, Barry?
Honestly, nothing. That's a valid as fuck statement.
Yeah, Joe, sometimes I wonder if your brain operates the same way as us, because any normal human would applaud or not even bat an eye at that statement and ranking, but you did all that to try to get Barack angry, and that is something a normal human would not do.
Nah, I know Barack is fuming at this, but he's keeping it a secret. But yeah, then I got nail polish and bleach going into B tier, but that surprises nobody.
What the fuck are you on about Joe? If anything, this shit just now pisses me off more.
Quit the acting, Barack. I know it makes you tick, but yeah, after that we got rain and bacon going into S tier. A nicely fresh and rainy night just feels like you have newborn wind to inhale, and it all smells so fresh, and of course we all love bacon. After that, I got Lysol wipes going into B tier, and then Play-Doh going into C tier because that stuff smells like ass.
Okay, why the hell are all the cleaning products going into high tiers when I know damn well your ass doesn't even use them because your room always smells crazy?
Listen, man, that's just because I cook with a lot of spices. That's why it smells that way.
Joe, boiling Gatorade and dipping your dogs into that is not cooking with spices.
Listen, man, you don't tell me how to cook because I love me my Joe dogs and I will die on a cross for them. Anyways, wrapping up this list, we got baby powder going into B tier and popcorn going into A tier. Honestly, I stopped caring about this list as soon as I ranked the girls' sweat.
Joe, you're an absolute freak for that ranking because anything sweaty smells like hot ass.
Yeah, and don't even get me started on how smelly it must get in Indy.
Don't even bother finishing your sentence.
What is up, gang? Your presidential trio is back, and this time around, we are going to be ranking our favorite set of alcoholic beverages. And you all already know that your main man, Joe, has you all set and ready for the best type of brews to get you messed up.
Joe, I swear to God, if you try convincing that Everclear is somehow an S-tier alcoholic drink, I might have to publicly execute you.
I can't do that, Donald. Even I have my limits. Especially after that dark night in 1978, I can't talk about the atrocities I committed, nor can I discuss who and what groups of people were affected by the heinous acts I did. But I can let you know one thing. It all started with the idea of, hey guys, wouldn't it be funny if we did shots of Everclear to get messed up fast as hell? And next thing you know, I wake up in a hotel room with mysterious red stains that I cannot disclose, and a bunch of what many could assume to be human heads in the hotel freezer. But I had nothing to do with the Ted Bundy murders, and I am more than glad we got that psycho in jail. And now he is where Epstein is.
Jesus Christ, Joe. What's that one Tame Impala song? Oh yeah. The less I know, the better. Yeah, let's just apply that to this list, and please, for the love of God, don't do any more Everclear shots.
I won't do any more Everclear shots starting now, but anything before that, just know that I was not liable, and that I in no way have any connections or ties to Epstein or the murders Jeffrey Dahmer committed. Anyways, let's get this fun list started. Up first, we got hard seltzers, and I personally am a fan of White Claws or Trulies.
Don't forget about Topo Chicos, because those freaking bang, and I'd argue that they are the best hard seltzers.
That is a great point, Donald, but all in all, I think I am going to place hard seltzers in B tier. Like, I don't really get these drinks, because if you want to get drunk drinking very horrible tasting alcohol, then you might as well drink beer, which is better in my opinion. But I guess if you're a sparkling water fanatic, then I guess your butt flutters at the mention of a hard seltzer. But anyways, let's move on to our next entry, which is rum. And the Joe Dog very much so enjoys some rum chata. I think for that alone, I have to place it into A tier. It is simply delicious, and I don't need to hear anything other than rum chata in order to place rum this high.
So you're literally just placing rum this high because you're that big of a fan of rum chata. There is no other reason aside from your huge personal bias.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That's exactly what I said. Why do you ask some dumb fucking questions sometimes, man? Anyways, before Barack pisses me off more, let me talk about bourbon. And I love bourbon chicken, but that is not at all similar to the beverage, and I have to say I am a fan of bourbon. Put it on the rocks, and I will probably have some of the best sleep of my life after drinking it. It's not something you will bring to a party, but it is a refined drink that I will have while lounging on my recliner and maybe watching some Breaking Bad before going night-night. I will have to give it an A tier for those reasons alone.
I can't even lie, Joe. For once in your life, you said some real shit. That lounging in the recliner with some bourbon while Breaking Bad plays, man, that sounds like a vibe. Maybe some fireplace going on in the background so you can hear the crackling of the fire while you see Walter say he is the one who knocks. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it.
It's quite the experience, I cannot even lie to you. Now up next we got craft beers, and you may be asking yourself, hey Joe, what the heck is a craft beer and why is it different from a canned beer? Well, let me tell you the difference. Craft beer is beer that has been made by craft breweries. They produce smaller amounts of beer, usually less than large breweries, and are often independently owned. So if you want to help out the little guy, I suggest you try your locally owned beer brands, but I also won't hate if you get the usual Busch, Modelo, or Miller brands of beer. I still have craft beer going into S tier because they experiment more and usually have the cooler and funkier flavors / brewing methods.
That is an actual good take from you, Joe. Why are you taking this list so seriously?
Because I want what is best for our dear subscribers, and that is whatever will mess them up the fastest, or whatever tastes the best to them. Some of them want a weekend drink to forget that the weekend even happened, and some just want something smooth and nice to relax and take a load off, and trust me, I am the expert at taking loads, off. Anyways, let me move on with the list. And after that, we got gin. And I have this going into C tier. I am sorry for the gin lovers, but I don't really drink it that much. And it's not really something I feel like people go out of their way for. Like, when have you guys ever heard someone go and say, man, I am craving some gin right now. Can we go buy some at the store? Like, no, those combination of words have not been strung along, but maybe I'm hating too hard. I do think it is somewhat solid, but of course not what I would prefer.
Hard hating on gin here, only to give it a C tier. I thought you'd give it a D with all that hating.
He must be reserving D tier for something truly awful if he's willing to absolutely trash gin for that long, but still give it a C tier.
Guys, can we not talk about it yet? I shudder at the thought of it, but let's instead move on with the list. And up next, we got red wine. Now with Thanksgiving coming up, I have to place red wine into A tier. Having this paired up with some greasy or fatty food during Thanksgiving is some of the best shit I will ever experience in my life. They also say that it helps aid with digestion, and even if it doesn't, you will catch the Joe Dog getting tipsy off the Thanksgiving wine.
Is that when you start sniffing all the girls in your family, Joe?
Don't be weird, man. This is my family we are talking about, and anyways, I do the sniffing before as well, so your point is moot. But anyways, after that, we got some vodka, and let me hear my vodka haters loud and proud. Okay, good, now that you all outed yourselves, I want you all to take a long look in the mirror and realize that you're wrong. A good vodka is extremely smooth, and honestly, I compare it to tequila at times because when you have a good version of either, you know you're going to have a good time. I am happily placing this magical elixir into S tier. I will use vodka to mix drinks or just take straight up shots of it if I want to.
The vodka take is a good one, but how the hell is it similar to tequila?
Well, I just like taking shots of them both. So I guess it's the same to me. It's kind of like our next entry, which is white wine. It is similar to red wine, but it isn't at the same time, but I still have it going into A tier despite the fact. Now let's talk about something that is also similar to another thing on our list, and that is whiskey. It is essentially very close to bourbon, but ultimately there are some differences, and that mainly comes in the form of flavor. I am a huge whiskey guy, and I will be placing this into S tier. Give me some Jameson whiskey, and I guarantee it is wraps.
Whiskey is a bona fide S tier. I am glad you have some semblance of a brain, Joe. I can't even lie. When you volunteered and kept begging us to do this, I really had my doubts, but you keep proving me wrong.
Okay, yes, we get it. You thought I was going to be a little jokester, but I take this seriously, man. Getting drunk is one of the many things I do better than being a president.
That along with many other things.
You wish, buddy. Anyways, up next we got some cider, and I really have no strong opinions on this. It's a solid B tier in my opinion, but moving past that, we got tequila. And oh boy, I'm a huge fan of this stuff. Like, I actually don't understand tequila haters. Like, all I hear is, oh man, I get super messed up on tequila. It's dangerous. Like, what the hell? Stop being a pussy and just drink and handle it. See, me personally, I will always be an advocate for this S-tier drink and will forever love it. I don't even need a lime with my shit or a chaser of any kind because the Joe Dog is a freaking unit of pure alcoholic power. You've all seen Hunter run amok. Where do you all think he got it from?
You know what? A lot is starting to come together when it comes to your family dynamic or just however Hunter acts. I just think it's all clicking now.
Yeah, he gets it from his old man, but my crack days are over. And now here come the beer days. And speaking of which, we got good old canned beer, and I myself am a Bush man, but not just any kind because I need me some peach-flavored Bush specifically. I will do a handstand twerk off the wall if you give me enough Bush beers, and I will have some crazy motion back there because old Joe got some junk in the trunk, if you know what I mean.
See, I want to believe you, but I just know that Donald has some crazy bunda in his trunk.
Do not sexualize me, Barack.
I will compete for him bunda for bunda with him and will win out if you see my motion. After all that we got commotion, we got brandy up next, and I am a mild fan of brandy, but I still believe it to be better than gin. I think I will give it a solid B tier, but up next we got an elixir of magic, and that is mead. Now this is some ancient tribal stuff, like things the Vikings used to drink, and the longer you ferment this wonderful thing, the more the alcohol content is. And I have had some delicious mead that was made at home, and I swear one glass will mess you up, and the flavor was absolutely divine. I will have to give this an S tier.
You've been watching people make mead on TikTok, haven't you, Joe?
I may or may not have dabbled in some mead-making TikToks, but that is neither here nor there. However, I would recommend people to look up mead-making YouTube videos because it is super interesting. It's like watching Guga Foods make some yummy steaks. But anyways, let's finish the list because we are basically at the finish line. And up last, we got Everclear. Man, oh man, this is going to be a D tier for me. I cannot handle Everclear, and it tastes like garbage. Have any of you ever had shots of Everclear? I would not recommend it because it absolutely burns and should only be used as a mixer. And even when you do use it like that, the drinks end up tasting awful too. I'm not a fan of this and will place it into D tier.
Jesus, Joe, you have something against Everclear, don't you? Next, you'll be saying that one night you blacked out on Everclear shots and started a national war crime.
What? I was in no way involved with the attacks during 9/11. Never accuse me of that or the Boston Marathon incident.
What the hell?
Joe, he didn't mention either of those things. Do you have something you want to tell us?
I've said too much. Oh crap, I'm going to end up like Epstein, aren't I? This was all satire.
Let's cut the video.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we're going to be talking about some Crayola crayons, and goddamn, the Joe Dog is super excited about this one.
That's it? We're not going to talk about what the hell happened to me literally the other day? The literal elephant in the room?
Fine, I guess if you insist, Donald, well, I don't know how to properly phrase this, and I know I may butcher my words, but I'm sure everyone may be aware of what happened to Donald in his time in, what was it, Pennsylvania? I'm sure many of you saw it on the news, or maybe were possibly browsing Twitter, and boom, this news was literally all over. And there was no escaping it. Like, I literally tried my best to actively avoid it, and I couldn't because it was being plastered all over, and so many people were in support of Donald, but, golly, I'm just at a loss for words. But, yeah, to finally address the elephant in the room, and it's the fact that Donald finally got a haircut.
Jesus Christ, Joe, you know that's not what happened.
Was there something else that went down recently? I swear everything has been relatively normal. Did Donald go on Ozempic?
Dude, half of my goddamn ear is missing and you're here laughing.
Hey man, any type of weight loss is a good thing for you.
I'm actually going to kill you. I think this is my 13th reason why, and I think I've actually snapped.
Listen, bro, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it didn't even hit any important part of your body, and you had both me and Barack check up on you. What do you want us to do? Nurse you back to health and feed you some breast milk straight from our teat?
Dude, I literally could have died that day. I was a head turn away from dying Joe.
Yeah, but it didn't really happen, so it just sounds like you're complaining about a whole lot of nothing right now. More importantly, you also won in Mario Kart later that day when we played. So I guess we're even Stevens now, I guess. You're missing a portion of your ear, and I feel slightly bad that I lost in Mario Kart. I think it's a win-win if you ask little old Joe here, and we've both had minor inconveniences.
Joe, bro, he could have died. You do realize that?
Well, no shit, Sherlock. That's how guns work. God, Donald, this guy's a silly goose, isn't he?
I actually think I hate you. It was only kind of nice to hear your voice during that phone call we had. But no, in all seriousness, I don't think I'm being a drama queen at all. Like, I think you're massively underplaying it.
Well, we know the guy massively undershot it because I don't know how he missed that big of a target. But I'm glad he did. You're still here with us, and we love you for it.
I hate you too, Barack, but you know, maybe those Ozempic pills were working, because if I was a few pounds heavier, then I don't think I'd be here right now. The bulk definitely is over now. I am retiring from eating. Well, retiring from eating as much as I used to, but I can definitely maintain my weight right now.
Wow, would you look at that? All it took was a near-death experience in Ozempic. Hooray! I'm so happy for you, Donald. Thank God you're alive, because now you can still experience the great joys in life. Hanging out with the youngins, being with them, caressing them, I guess jerking off too, but anyways, enough of that, because we have a freaking crayon tier list to get started, and this is going to be based on a lot of factors, but let the Joe Dog get started on it with our first color, which is going to be black. Now I think I'm going to give the black crayon an A tier. Now, while it's a cool color, I just ultimately think that it's too overpowering, and the taste of it isn't as good as something like blue or orange. And if we talk about the actual color itself, it's nice, but not the best.
Wait a minute. Hold the phone there, because did you just say that the flavor of the black crayon isn't as good as the blue or orange one?
Yeah, bro, I just feel like the flavor doesn't mount up to those two, and it truly belongs only in A tier. Like, don't get me wrong, I like munching on black crayons as much as the next guy. But let's be for real here, man. It's not as tasty as the other ones.
Holy shit. I honestly can't tell if it's me and the bullet fragments in my skull, maybe, or if I heard that all correctly.
You definitely heard that correctly. And Joe, you do realize that this is a crayon color tier list. It has nothing to do with the flavor. And as a matter of fact, no one is over here grading Crayola flavors, because no one eats Crayola's crayons.
Oh, I guess that's just me and Shoe Nice eating crayons. Well, I guess this list isn't as interesting to me anymore, but sure, we can keep ranking the colors. I'm telling you guys, though, some non-toxic crayons go absolutely schizo nuts. But anywho, then after black, we now have white. And I know that picture for it looks all sorts of messed up. But what did Michael Jackson say? It's bigger than black and white. Well, except in this case, because I have white only going into D tier. If we mentioned the flavor, it would go higher. But I'm being silenced by higher powers that are not allowing me to talk about the delicious texture and exquisite flavor profile that this white crayon has. But sure, let's talk about its dumbass color. White is basically useless as hell, and unless you have a black canvas, you can't even see it, and that's why it sucks ass. But thankfully, we have back-to-back bangers up next, because I have blue and red crayons both getting S tiers. Because when the hell could you not like the color of blood and blue raspberry slushy from Sonic?
Those are possibly the two oddest things you could have said. Why not just say red like a fire hydrant and blue like the ocean? Who the hell brings up the Sonic slushy first when thinking of the color blue? And don't mention blood, man. You're triggering me.
Well, I saw that one photo of you and thought of red, but man, who doesn't like a Sonic slushy? Here's a little Joe tip, all my Sonic fanatics out there. And no, we're not talking about the game. Haha. Oh man, I cracked myself up. But yeah, when you go to Sonic and get a slushy, make sure you get it off the app, because it's 50% off, and you can get the biggest size for only $1.50, and it's absolutely humongous. But let's say you want to step up your flavor game. Well, then you'd go and make it dirty, and they will add coconut flavoring, limes, and sweet cream in order to make it taste yummy. And with blue raspberry, it's an absolute banger.
That actually doesn't sound awful. I think I'll be trying out your Joe tip. It's strange to hear you not say something gross for once. But I swear you said this before about the Dr. Pepper.
Listen, man, half the stuff I say goes in and out, and I barely remember what I had to eat earlier the same day. But I seriously don't know what you mean by me saying something gross, because I'm a pretty normal person. But yeah, then moving on, we then have purple. And listen here. The Joe Dog loves him some of the color purple because it is the color of grapes, and also the color Grimace, which also so happens to be the color of the Grimace shake. And the Joe Dog loved himself the Grimace shake. The Joe Dog thinks that it is more than enough of a reason to give it an A tier. Then after, though, we have some back-to-back B tier entries up next, because we have green and yellow both going there. And listen, There isn't much wrong with either green or yellow, but like imagine having that same color Crayola as the color of your car. Some pea yellow car and some spinach green would not bang at all, but I will say that I like spinach. And I do like peeing, so I have to not give them too much flack.
What either of those things have to do with crayons, I really don't know, but you somehow fit that into our video.
This guy also mentioned the grimace shake. That meme was like from a year or two ago. Like Jesus Christ, Joe, you're really milking the hell out of dead memes.
God forbid I milk some memes that may be like a week or two old, but we all get on our hands and knees and absolutely bend over backwards for Donald and let him milk the hell out of a couple of shots that so happen to be fired in his direction, which, by the way, they didn't even hit him that hard, so like, who cares?
Joe, I tanked bullets and you barely can go up some steps. We are simply not the same.
Those stairs were tricky. What do you want me to do about that? But whatever, man, I can tell you're simply hating and clip farming right now and trying to capitalize off this. Well, whatever, man, watch, because next time I stumble, my words or fall. I'm going to be just like you and act like the sky is falling or something. Anywho, after that, we then have pink, and maybe because it's the color of my nipples, I think I have to give it an A tier. You know what they say? The color of your nipples often is the same color as your...
Don't finish that statement, Joe.
I was going to say lips. Nah, I'm just playing. I was most definitely going to say what you thought I was going to say. But yeah, following the Pinky Winky glory we just had, we then have back-to-back C tiers coming up next because brown and gray just don't really do it for the Joester. Like if you ask the Joester, I just don't think those two really do it for me. Like the only reason that gray doesn't go lower is because it is at least visible, unlike white, and can probably provide shading, but I don't really know because I'm not an artist. As for brown, well, I just don't think it looks all that good. Like you ever see someone pull off a brown suit where you don't look like you're wearing some doo-doo.
You know, Joe, you might be spitting here. I don't ever think it's a good idea to wear something that is the same color of what comes out of your butthole.
On God, Donald. But yes, now ending our wonderful tier list, we lastly have the orange crayon. Now this is what modern philosophers often ask themselves. It's not the chicken or the egg, but rather it is the color orange or the fruit. Which one came first? I don't know, and that's the big deal.
Well, Joe, both were answered, and most scientists say that the egg came first and then the fruit came before the color. So, yeah, man.
Oh, well, now I look stupid. Whatever, man, this gets an S tier.
Oh yeah, Joe, this is definitely what made you look stupid. Not literally anything else you said in this video, like when you literally said you ate crayons.
Okay, and do you want me to tell everyone what I told you in that phone call?
Okay, relax, man.
Wait, what did he do?
Fraile, cut the video.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a beach day tier list. And this basically means whatever stuff you bring to the beach, we are going to rank those things.
Wow, thank you for explaining that, Joe. I could have sworn we were going to be ranking trees or even bees on the damn beach day tier list.
See, this is why I had to explain it. No worries. Donald, I also had a hard time understanding it when Fraile pitched me this idea.
Joe, he was being sarcastic.
That's what he wants you to think because Donald doesn't like it when people think he's a silly Billy.
Never call me a silly Billy again, Joe, or I swear to God, if I ever get in office again, my first decree will be your public beheading.
Oh, this rascal, this silly Willie is such a funny guy.
Need a video of Joe biting the curb in 4K?
I don't know how I'd take a bite out of a concrete curb, but I'll look it up later and see if I can do it for you, buddy. Anyways, enough fussing because we have a beach day tier list to start. And up first we have Spikeball, and honestly, the Joe dog isn't really vibing with Spikeball. It's kind of dumb, but I guess it can be fun at times, so I'll give it a C tier.
Wow. Joe having beef with Spikeball wasn't on my 2024 checklist.
I don't have beef with it, to be honest.
Then why rate it so low?
Because there are never any bad bitches playing Spikeball.
And there's the gross comment from Joe.
Nah, he's got a point. Like I'm too bulky to be moving quick in Spikeball and to dive for the ball that happens to be going far as hell. I would much rather just sit in the shade and watch some babes play volleyball.
Again, that's very gross.
Yeah, but then again, I take off my shirt, Barack, so between them and me, who's really getting the free show? But anywho, then after that entry, we have back-to-back B tiers in the hat and sunglasses because, well, I think they're cool and all and can help with the sun's glare, but I just think that if you're going to a beach, you may as well just take it all in, and if you want any shade, you just go under the umbrella. Plus, if you have a hat or glasses, you can basically kiss those babies goodbye. because the odds of losing them exponentially increase as you step foot into the sand. I've lost so many shades in the water, and I've seen hats get blown harder than Barack at a furry convention.
Okay, those things don't go on in the conventions. Maybe at the hotels, but definitely not at the convention, because some suits are so freaking hard to take off. Like, some of my buddies have catheters put on them and carry portable pee pouches within the suit so that they don't have to take it all off in the bathroom. I kind of get them too, because those bathrooms are absolutely vile.
Oh yeah, the convention bathrooms are vile. That's where we draw the line. But not at the fact that your friends are carrying around freaking piss pouches all over them, and one wrong move and it pops, and not only will their suit get drenched in piss, but so will they.
Well, I mean, pee is sterile, so it can be a lot worse.
Barack stopped spreading fake news because pee is not sterile. Scientists have found that piss in individuals naturally contains bacteria, so urine isn't quite as clean as myths have led us to believe. I'm cutting you off right there, man, because not only did you try to spread misinformation and give out a fake fun fact to our fans, but you also started talking about your personal furry life, and that's something that I will not stand for. Let's instead continue with the list, because that's something that makes me happy. Anyways, after that, we have some goddamn bangers, because we have a back-to-back-to-back on our hands, and the banana hammock, Speedo, and bikini all get S tiers in the Joe Dogs book. See, the banana hammock is just such a timeless look, and you can see that Borat is modeling it for us in the picture. And honestly, he freaking kills that look. I imagine that I'd look just as good in that. But unfortunately, I don't have a banana hammock. But you know what I do have? Thankfully, I do have plenty of Speedos, and let me tell you all that this is the superior form of swimming clothes for men. Because I find Speedos to be comfortable when swimming, quick drying, and most of all, they're very flattering on my body, and it's just fun in general. I mean, Lord knows if I could go to the beach naked, I would. But the Secret Service won't let me go to those cool beaches.
Probably because they don't want you to take out your phone and start recording everyone because you're so freaking obvious with it, Joe. You think you're slick, but you're not at all. Oh, and by the way, Speedos freaking suck, man.
Donald, you're the only one here that hates Speedos, bro.
No way. Barack, do you like wearing Speedos?
Well, I don't have a problem with wearing them, if that's what you're asking. I've only worn them twice, and both times were because Joe spontaneously took me to the beach and made me wear one that he had in his car because, and I quote, "I love seeing your caramel skin glisten in the sun." But it was a fun beach day for us.
Donald, let's be honest here, because I know why you don't like Speedos. It's because you, how can I word this delicately? You can't fill in the Speedos because your dick is tinier than a baby carrot, and it's the same shade too. Respectfully, though.
Now, Joe, that is not the reason, and place some respect on the Don's hammer.
Well, calling it a hammer is a bit excessive. Unless we're talking about those toy hammers that kids play with. But I think I know the real reason he doesn't like Speedos. It probably gets sucked under all of his belly fat, so it looks like he's wearing a thong from the front and back because of how morbidly obese he is.
I don't know what him being morbidly obese has anything to do with him not liking Speedos, but I'm going to continue with my tiny pecker theory because old Joe doesn't have a hammer because he has a goddamn mallet. Anywho, after that we have swim trunks, and these get an A tier. They just don't have as much swagger as the Speedo. But man, oh man, we got a banger of an S tier up next, and those are beach day sandwiches, because these are freaking bangers, and I swear you always somehow get sand in them even when you try your best not to. But because you spent all day at the beach, you're just starving, so even if you get those crunchy, sandy bites, you just don't seem to care.
I personally think they add a nice and rich texture to the whole sandwich.
Of course you do.
Now hold on, he might be spitting with that one. But yeah, then after we have volleyball getting an A tier because it's a lot better than spike ball and there's more action in it. And I'm not talking about just the ball play if you catch the Joester's drift, but goddamn, we have a freaking D tier up next because who the hell brings a freaking boogie board to the beach when they're over the age of 10? Like, you know how much it pisses me off to see a grown person using one of these? Like, bro, leave them for the goddamn kids so I know where to look at.
I was almost hoping for a wholesome reason as to why you'd want to leave the boogie boards for the kids. But honestly, it's on me for expecting something from you, Joe.
Hey man, I'm sorry, but those boogie boards just scream, "F me." when those youngins wave them around. Well, then after we have a beach chair, and this is an easy S tier because having my toes in the hot sand while I just knock the hell out on that chair is just one of the best feelings in the world. Real ones know that this is better than falling asleep after being buried in sand. But yeah, then after we have back-to-back A tiers in the grill and sun cream, like, I don't blame you one bit if you don't wear sunscreen, but you should honestly have it at all times. That being said, missing out on one day won't hurt you that much, and you can go a beach day without it, and chances are there's always going to be the Barack of the group who has it packed anyways, and you can just mooch off him.
Why'd you have to say the Barack friend? Couldn't you have just said the responsible friend instead?
Well, being the Barack friend also means that you're kind of lame and bland, but sure, it can also mean responsible. But more importantly, man, do you all see what's up next? Because the Joe Dog sees a back-to-back-to-back S-tier entry because I have water, booze, and the classic cooler. All of these work in unison because the cooler can't exist without drinks. And you can't be drinking too much booze without enough water. And it's all just a holy trinity of balance if you ask the Joester.
Joe, but you know you can't be bringing liquor to the beach. They'll literally get on you for that and even kick you out.
That's why you pour it into water bottles or already make pre-made mixed drinks in soda liters, Barack. God, man, you act like you've never gone to the beach before, man.
Yeah, but sometimes I just make a big old Jell-O vodka thing and eat it on the way to the beach because most of the time I realize that it's too hot to leave out.
Have you considered just pre-gaming when you almost get to the beach?
I mean, yeah, but you'll still need some drinks afterwards, too.
You might be an alcoholic, Joe.
No, I'm not. I only get really shaky when I haven't had a drink in a while, but that's just because I'm just a really dedicated person and I won't take any slander from the furry man. Let's just continue with the list because we have an absolutely gross and appalling D-tier entry up next because much like with the boogie board, why the hell is anyone over the age of 10 using a snorkel on the beach? Grow the hell up and leave those for those yummy kids. I mean, nice kids. Anywho, then after we have back-to-back S-tiers and the beach towel and umbrella, because without the towel, you wouldn't be able to dry off, and you wouldn't have a spot to lay on, because then you'd be getting sand all deep inside of you, and trust me, as good as that sound, you don't want sand grains deep inside of you. Like I can already imagine how bad it must get for you, Donald, because it has to be getting into all your belly folds.
Laugh it up, Sleepy Joe, because your wrinkly ass probably gets it in every single fold you have. Shit, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw sand get in your forehead wrinkles.
I mean, I have before, but the Joe Dog has a nice and seasoned face. People know I've seen a lot, and that's why they trust me. But yeah, let's go ahead and rank the last entries on this list because we are almost done, and I can't wait to go to the beach just talking about it. Well, after that, we have flip-flops. And listen, these are helpful, but real dogs, like the Joester, just let his dogs fly as soon as he reaches the beach, and I don't bother with them. If the sand gets too hot, then I dip them in the water and pray for the best after because I'll just endure the pain if I must. Still, though, I have to give it a B tier, and coming up next, we have back-to-back S-tier entries in the speaker and backpack, because you best believe that the Joe Dog needs some groovy tunes to listen to while he's laying like a starfish on his towel, trying to get a nice tan going. Then the backpack is needed for nerds like Barack, who pack everything, or like me, who stores all of his gadgets and doodads inside of it.
What kind of gadgets and doodads could you be bringing to the goddamn beach, Joe?
Well, some fun fidget toys, my Switch if I want a game, tanning lotion so I can get even darker, chargers, a phone, and a goddamn AR if I want to air out that whole beach and everyone on it. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and surprisingly, this is one we probably should have done a long time ago considering I did a sleeping positions tier list before this bed tier list. But you know what they say? Better late than never, unless we're talking about getting pardoned for an execution.
Jesus Christ, you cannot open up a video like that. That's an insensitive joke.
I thought it was hilarious.
Why, thank you, Donald. I knew a man with such high regard such as yourself would find that joke funny. But yeah, we got this bed tier list, and we have a decent amount of things on here, and I even added the recliner and hammock on here just so we can have some good entries.
Why the heck is there wood flooring on this list?
Because real sleepers have slept on either hardwood floor with no mattress or some carpet. But I opted to just place the wood floor, and we will get to that when we get to that. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started because the intro was long enough and the Joester likes to get right into business. And up first we have a dog bed. And listen, you could probably talk me into a larger dog's bed like a husky or damn mastiff. But this dog bed looks like it belongs to like some teeny weeny little doggy. And unless I like scrunch up and curl up into that bed, I just don't see myself comfortably sleeping on that thing. Like the edges seem like a nice place to rest on, but man, I can't give this anything higher than a D tier.
I mean, yeah, it's a freaking dog bed. Why would you want that to be placed any higher?
Well, sometimes when I get kinky and wear a dog collar and bark for my girls, then I'd want to sleep on the dog bed to not break the immersion. And let me tell you that the bigger ones are definitely some comfortable ass beds. And this is coming from the guy who is basically the best sleeper in the damn universe.
Okay, what the hell? You complain about me being a furry, but you're practically one yourself.
No, Barack, you freaking imbecile. I'm merely role-playing, and I just so happen to be role-playing a good boy who goes on all fours for whatever hot girl is in my private messages. That's enough of my personal life because we need to focus up on this list.
So this is the list you're choosing to take super seriously, because I swear to God, Joe, you almost go on a rant or detour for every other tier list, but God forbid we try to spice things up on a damn bed tier list.
Yes, I hope God would forbid it, because this is one of, if not the most important tier list known to man. This rivals the sleeping positions tier list in terms of importance, so if you would all just allow me to cook, because the Joe Dog needs focus up on this next entry, because we got bunk beds, and anyone with siblings knows how these are pretty dope. And even though it may not be the comfiest bed in the world, it still gets plenty of credit for being a dope bed. Like imagine you're with your son or brother sleeping in some bunk beds and you guys are just having a blast. Like that one scene from Step Brothers where they made their own custom bunk beds and then it ended up falling on Will Ferrell's character. Man, that scene had me shitting myself from laughing so hard, and so for legacy reasons, I have to place the bunk bed in A tier.
Figures someone like you would like something as stupid as Step Brothers.
Whoa, what is wrong with Step Brothers? That movie is freaking hilarious.
Let me guess you also like Waterboy, Joe Dirt, and probably Jack and Jill.
Yeah, those movies are hilarious.
Barack, you're only going to make the comments hate you more if you just act like a snob and pretend you have some elitist takes on movies. Maybe I just want to have some dumb fun when watching a movie. I'm not trying to watch something like Grown Ups and trying to hyperanalyze every single scene and try to see what historical significance it has and how it should be put and studied in a film class. Like, no, I like to watch these movies with the boys and just drink a couple of brewskis and just laugh at these movies. Maybe you need to learn how to have fun, Barack.
I know how to have fun. For example, just the other day, I had a super fun knitting session with Michelle, and I had a lot of fun that day.
God, that sounds so damn boring. What did you do next? Tend to your garden and plant some new veggies?
Funny that you would mention that, because I actually did have some of my onions begin sprouting out back. And I can actually show you guys next time you all come over.
Yeah, we're not going to be doing that because every time we come over, Michelle is extra anal about the shoes being in the house. And when we get hungry, she just brings celery sticks with peanut butter and raisins. And you know what happened with Donald last time you did that?
Yes, I do, because Michelle scolded me and told me that I had to tell you guys to be more respectful, or else you both wouldn't be allowed back in the house, all because of what he did.
Frankly, you deserved what he did.
No, I did not.
You're lucky I only flipped the tray and stomped on those celery sticks rather than what I originally was going to do.
Oh God, what were you planning?
Honestly, I was going to smear my shit all over your bathroom mirror and walls and write out "Eat shit, Michelle." But I didn't have to go at the time, so I just opted for the stomping and plate throwing.
Man, that would have been hilarious to see. It's a shame you didn't ask me because I blew up his toilet because I accidentally drank too much Miralax thinking it was cough medicine. But yes, anyways, let's continue on with the list. And after the bunk beds, we have a normal king-sized mattress. And of course, this is the most optimal sleeping bed because we have so much space and it just looks so damn comfy. This, of course, gets an automatic S tier because goddamn, this is like the best thing on this damn list. But can someone please tell me why we have some murder scene outline up next as a bed?
Well, maybe it's for people who sleep a certain way and it helps them the most.
Barack, shut the hell up, man, because this is a garbage bed, and what if I don't want to sleep on my side? What then? Do I have to freaking let my lets lay on the floor while my neck is getting broken because of the awkward angle?
On God, you're spitting right now, Donald, because this is an automatic D tier. And I refuse to hear anyone out on this bed because this has no redemption for me because this was clearly made for people who disrespect the sacred art of sleeping. But yes, then after we got what I believe to be as a futon, and this is just a mattress and a duvet, but I still think these are great to sleep on, but I would still rather have a king mattress or even a twin bunk bed because of the legacy reasons, but don't get the Joe Dog wrong because he still really enjoys these things. And I will put some respect on its name and give it a solid B tier. What I won't give any respect to is the single twin-size bed because these things are too small and there is no bunk bed to have some fun with, so I have to give this a C tier. I won't hate on it as much as I did for the other two in D tier, but god damn, I would be somewhat upset if you had me over and your guest bedroom only had a twin-size mattress. At that point, I'd rather just sleep on the floor because at least there's more space on there.
Okay, the hate for the twin-size mattress is crazy. And who in their right mind would want you over in their house when you literally said you wished that you would have thought about smearing feces all over my bathroom mirror and walls?
Nah, the Joe heads would let me sleep in their house. Matter of fact, they'd even let me sleep in their rooms or even babysit their kids or siblings. That's just how much they trust me.
Having you babysit kids would be the equivalent of dropping a prime Wagyu steak to a pit of sharks. Like it would be wraps, and I wouldn't want to see the scene afterwards.
Oh man, it would be something glorious, let me tell you that. But yes, moving on, we got a certified S-tier banger in the recliner. And let me tell you all that there is no better feeling than absolutely stuffing yourself with a nice Thanksgiving dinner and then just knocking out on this bad boy while Seinfeld plays in the background. And don't even get me started on those recliners with built-in massagers, because then you'll have the Joe Dog creaming, and I think I would legitimately die in the happiest state known to man if I were to sleep on one with that. But yes, then moving on, we got the good old hardwood floor, and this might be the hater in me, but I would rather sleep on hardwood floor rather than a twin-sized bed. And yes, I will be placing this into B tier. Like I swear that sometimes my back actually gets fixed when I sleep on a hardwood floor, and just having that cold flooring beneath you just feels sensational. And I'm not ashamed to say that I've slept on the floor more than once.
It's probably because no one wants your smelly ass to stink up their bed, so they just make you sleep on the floor. That or your weird pain kink just makes you enjoy the uncomfortable floor, and you know what, if that's the reason, then I kind of respect it.
Yeah, Joe, I'll reserve a part of my floor just for you to sleep in if you really like it that much.
Hell yes, please do that. You guys think I'm joking, but I am super serious when I say that it actually is pretty nice. I will say, though, that it is in no way as nice as our next entry, because then after I have the hammock, and goddamn, this is an S tier, because this is possibly one of the best things to sit or sleep on. Being outside with a nice breeze and the sun beaming on you while you have some nice music playing in the background as you fade away into a nice nap is no other feeling. I'd even sleep on these things the whole night if there aren't a ton of bugs, because goddamn, this is immaculate. I might even dedicate a hammock room in my house with a windowed roof so the sun can hit me and I won't have those annoying ass bugs get me. But yes, then moving on to our last entry, and I can't really tell what it is, but I think it's one of those convertible couches that fold open to a mattress of sorts, and I won't lie, these usually stink. And I think I have to place this into C tier because who the hell wants to sleep on a foldable mattress? I think I would once again rather sleep on the floor.
It actually concerns me with how much you like sleeping on the floor.
Oh, that concerns you, but not him role-playing a dog?
Well, he doesn't care because he's a furry.
Okay, listen, Joe. I don't get the stigma, because not all furries are bad. Some people just like that aesthetic or whatever, and maybe I just like the fascination with it. They're not even real animals because they are anthropomorphic creatures who have human elements within them and also aren't animals. It's like when you play a fantasy game and you look at the hot cat girl or the hot dog girl. Like, it is basically the same, and there is nothing inherently wrong with it because it is all in a work of fiction. And sure, if I ask Michelle to put on some dog ears, some might consider it weird, but what I do in my private time is up to me, myself, and I.
Cool story, little bro, but I don't really care. And tuned out halfway through your speech. What is going on, gang-a-lang? Today, the almighty Joe Dog will be addressing Joe Nation with this tier list because we are going international and we will be ranking some British food. Now, I haven't had a lot of these, actually I haven't had any of these, but I will say that Google is our friend and I will be grading these basically on how they look or what's inside of them.
Joe, you've surely at least have had chicken tikka masala, right?
You wait, that's British?
Joe, you freaking idiot. Of course it is. I remember we had the Brits throwing fun facts at us and basically bragging about how they own that dish.
Sounds like colonization to me, which actually is the best way to attain something. I love it. But enough is enough because we got to get this list started. And up first, we got laver bread, and this is hot dookie because this is essentially seaweed bread, and that sounds absolutely atrocious. and belongs in D tier. Like, I think I would rather eat the nasty patty from SpongeBob than to ever consume some seaweed-ass bread.
This is some goddamn facts. Like, who the hell thinks of making bread but out of pure seaweed? This is not a strong start for the Brits.
Thankfully, they won us back, though, because I got 2 back-to-back A-tier entries in the pie and mash and the pork pie. Like, call the pie and mash lazy work, but goddamn it, do look like it indeed bangs, and the pork pie just looks like a chicken pot pie, but with pure pork, and you can count me in.
Joe, you do realize that it consists of a filling of roughly chopped pork and pork fat surrounded by a layer of jellied pork stock.
Ew, what the hell, man? Jellied pork soup around my pie sounds gross.
Nah, man, but it looks appetizing as hell. I'm sure the Brits will back me up on this, plus who don't like a little jelly. I know that the Joe Dog doesn't mind a little jelly to his roll, and it doesn't just apply to just food. Ladies, feel free to hit the Joester up.
That is putrid as hell, Joe.
Well, thankfully we got some goddamn bangers up next, and I have the Yorkshire pudding and Sunday roast going into S tier. Like, the pudding looks absolutely delicious, and who wouldn't be a fan of that dessert? And the Sunday roast just looks like a typical meal I'd eat at home. It has steak, fries, or as the British say, chips, and some nice veggies. Like, I would love to have that as my meal if it were presented to me. Then since this one is basic, I might as well get it over with because I then have the Welsh rarebit going into A tier because it's just melted cheese on toast with some sauce, I think. And although it's basic as hell, I am the certified cheese man, and I will place some heavy respect for this dish. Like, melted cheese on toast just sounds like a goddamn banger, and if you load up that puppy with some beans on top, then I'm sure you'll get me creaming and screaming from the orgasmic taste that it provides.
Joe, did you just rate that dish quickly so that you can move on to the next entry with the peculiar sounding name? Just letting you know in advance that you absolutely cannot say it or will get demonetized.
Oh, hamburgers, why can't I say it? It has a very cool sounding name.
Yeah, I have to agree with Joe here because that name does look like a banger. British people get plus 100 social credit for that name.
What the hell are you on about Donald? And yes, Joe, you cannot say that name.
But I'm an ally, so like, I think I can say it.
You can't?
Okay, but like, I really like femboys, so I feel like I get a pass to say it.
You can't say it, Joe.
Okay, but like, what if I had a homosexual experience in college where me and this boy named Adam spent the best years of our life as friends at first? But one night while we were wrestling on the mats, we locked eyes for a bit too much and got into an entanglement. And we kept up our secret affairs and would meet up to continue our escapades, but eventually broke it off to marry and become quote-unquote normal, and secretly lusted after each other and genuinely loved each other. But Adam was too ashamed of us and what his family would think and how they'd disapprove of us meeting up. So we spent years sporadically meeting up in secret until suddenly one year he wasn't returning my letters. So I go to find out why. And I heard of his tragic passing. And I swore to myself that I'd do anything to scatter his ashes in the area where we treasured most. Would that then make it okay for me to say?
Yo, pause. What the hell is that about?
Donald, that's just some sloppy retelling of Brokeback Mountain, and Joe, you can't say it still.
Fine. I'll just say that the F-word food sounds like a goddamn banger, and these are just meatballs, and Google says it can be made with liver or heart, and that sounds gross, but it also says it can be made with bacon, and that sounds like it slaps. Bacon meatballs get a freaking S tier from me.
You lost me a little with the liver and heart, but I still like the name of the food, so I say it does indeed belong in S tier.
Thank you, Donald. If only we didn't have some Nazi like Barack breathing down our necks. Anyways, after that, we got a Cornish pasty, which I assume is like an empanada, but it's filled with beef skirt, potatoes, sweet, and onion. And that sounds like an A tier to me. Then the creator of this list tried to catch the old Joe Dog slipping because the next 2 entries are exactly the same, and I Googled it to make sure. Either way, shepherd's pie sounds pretty decent and is just meat and mashed potatoes, but it gets baked. And I don't know if I want my taters to be baked, and for that I have to place both of these into a B tier.
That actually sounds like a goddamn banger. What the hell, Joe?
Yeah, but I have too many stuff in A tier and S tier, so something has to go in B tier.
So why not place the offensive-sounding meatballs into B tier instead?
Because the name is fucking awesome. What do you not get by that? Anyways, after that, we got the traditional thing you think of when you hear British cuisine. And that, of course, is the crumpet. And this shit is just a basic-ass cookie, and this gets a C. And as a matter of fact, you may as well place cauliflower cheese in there because it's just cooked cauliflower and baked cheese put together.
That actually sounds like it would bang and would be a good alternative for mac and cheese.
Why the fuck would I want an alternative to mac and cheese? They're both vegetarian, and it's not like it's vegan because the main ingredient is cheese. Sometimes you just don't think Barack. Anyways, after that, we got some haggis, and this goes into D tier because it's just meat, onions, and oatmeal all mixed together and cooked inside of an animal's stomach, and that sounds atrocious. Then after we got some very obvious S tiers because I have chicken tikka masala and the full English breakfast going there. I always see Beard Meats Food eat this for some challenges, and it honestly looks like it bangs.
Yeah, he's always eating that black pudding shit, and it looks like it would bang with how much he glazes it.
Whoa, settle down there, Donald. We'll get to black pudding when we do, but it does look like it bangs. What looks absolutely god-awful is our next entry because goddamn jellied eels sounds like a bad time waiting to happen, and this goes into D tier. Now what intrigues the Joester is this next one. Bubble and Squeak sounds like an absolutely adorable name. This gets an auto A tier.
You don't even know what's inside of it.
Don't care because the name is cute. After that, we got liver and onions, and that sounds like a terrible time and goes into D tier. The Plowman's Lunch looks intriguing. I think a B tier is a good ranking for it because all those veggies kind of turn me off.
I don't know what's more rare, Joe getting turned off or me agreeing with him because the Don does not fucks with the sheer amount of veggies.
Oh, believe me, I can get turned off easily. Just find me a girl whose age doesn't end with teen, and you're halfway there. Anyways, after that, we got two back-to-back A tiers, and that is the bacon sandwich and black pudding. Not gonna lie, though, the bacon sandwich sounds like a poverty meal, but I'm sure it bangs.
Yeah, it sounds like when you don't have enough deli meat to make a sandwich, so you just grab whatever you can out of the fridge and turn it into a sandwich.
I remember the Joe Dog classic sandwich where I slice hot dogs and spread them evenly through the bun and then douse it in some mustard. But after that, we got three back-to-back A tiers, and that goes to the Toad in the Hole, fish and chips, and beef Wellington. These all look like they bang, but they seem super basic to me, which again is not a bad thing. I just got to reserve the top of the top for S tier.
What the hell is Toad in the Hole?
It's just sausages and Yorkshire pudding batter, and that sounds pretty freaking delicious. Much like our next entry, which is the Scotch egg, which is egg-coated in meat and batter, which is then deep-fried. Now, while that sounds delicious, it probably is something I'd try last over all these other dishes, and it gets a C tier for me. I feel like the egg would overpower the taste of all the other ingredients.
Okay, that's somewhat valid, but how would you know if you never tried them?
The Joe Dog just knows. It's like learning how to ride a bike again.
How is that in any way, shape, or form like learning how to ride a bike again?
I honestly don't know and was hoping no one would press me on that and you all would just let it slide. What I won't let slide are our next two entries because these are certified D tiers and I think the steak and kidney pie speaks for itself. But the kippers are actually fermented fish and that sounds nasty as hell.
So is it like fish jerky?
I don't know, but that sounds awful too. After that though, we got a certified S tier with the bangers and mash. Like even the name is just dope, bangers and mash. Well, it is indeed a banger. The steak and kidney pudding gets a D tier though. What is up with you British folks adding kidneys to everything? Like it cannot be that good.
Motherfuckers starving so bad that they eat like the medieval ages and don't waste a single organ.
Yeah, well, we're not in the medieval ages anymore, so please stop with the organs in my food. Thankfully, though, we end the list with another S tier, and that is the Lancashire Hot Pot, which is a stew that consists of lamb or mutton and onion, topped with sliced potatoes, and that already has my mouth watering just at the thought of it.
You know, all in all, I have to give you some props for respecting British food more than Donald would have.
That's because we all know American dishes will be number one no matter what. You give me any of these dishes and I bet they won't taste half as good as a McChicken.
Ooh, that or a McFlurry.
You two need to expand your worldviews.
Don't need to. I consume a copious amount of furry hentai, and I think that has me pretty freaking diverse in my tastes.
You goddamn freak.
What is up, gang? Your presidential trio is back once again, and this time we are bringing you a much-anticipated tier list and one of my favorite inventions ever. Cheese!
Joe, who was anticipating a cheese list? Like I am looking at this list and I don't even remember even having some of these cheeses.
That's because you're not a cheese diehard like I am. But, to be honest, I haven't had a decent bit of these cheeses either. But the ones I have had, I know I am bona fide.
Man, how are you going to suggest doing this cheese tier list when you haven't had a decent bit of them? Why didn't you do something better?
Because the Joe Dog does what the Joe Dog does. And I don't think anyone has had these last cheeses towards the end of the list. But if you have had these, let me know where you'd grade them because I have not had these elusive cheeses. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started with the list. Up first, we got a good old-fashioned cheese that many people have had in their lifetime. I am sure all of you have had amazing American cheese and always put it in your sandwiches because I know I always do, and these especially slap on hamburgers. I think to properly do this great cheese justice, I'd have to place it high up. And I am thinking this has to belong in S tier. Most individuals use this cheese, and even if it's not their favorite, it has to be somewhat up there in the rankings. You just can't go wrong with this cheese.
I personally just like it because it has American in the title, so I have to place that in S tier just for that reason. But it does bang on burgers, although I'd personally add different cheeses on my burger as well just to mix it up.
I get that. Like this next one we got up next, I freaking love it on my burgers, and that is blue cheese. It's so good that they even have this in a dip. Like, think about how good it is just to have a dip dedicated to it, and you bet your ass I dip my wings in blue cheese, and I will also be placing this into S tier alongside the American cheese.
You strike me more as a ranch guy, Joey. And like the type of ranch guy to just suck the sauce with no food, like a straight slurp from whatever container it's in.
Oh, I definitely do, and I also do that with the blue cheese, but I just wanted it to be known that I love blue cheese. And up next, we got Swiss cheese. It's the staple cheese you see in a lot of cartoons. Anytime you watch Tom and Jerry, you already know they got this big cheese block on there that is usually Swiss cheese, and despite it being a well-known cheese, I want it to be known that I do not mess with it that heavily. I still think it's good as hell, but compared to American or blue cheese, I simply don't think of it that highly. I'm thinking a decent A tier for this one is in play.
Joe, this might be a bit of an L take from you, but quite frankly, it doesn't surprise me. If you place this next cheese low, though, I'm going to have to make Lizzo body slam your ass.
I think I'd actually kind of like her slamming me, but no, I have Gouda cheese actually going up high as well. Cheese lovers know that if you got a good piece of Gouda, then you get a good piece of cheese on your hands.
Boo, we don't like the cheese jokes, Joe.
Sorry if you think it's cheesy, but the jokes are here to stay unless I cut the cheese and make everyone smell it. Haha, I crack myself up. But yeah, Gouda is thebomb.com, and I will be placing this into S tier. Some slices of Gouda on top of your pizza slaps and will be bona fide. Up next, we got Asiago cheese, and this is the most mid one so far. Maybe I am a hater, but I don't know. I just don't really mess with Asiago cheese. Like, there are a lot better options, and for that, I will be placing this into B tier.
Okay, what the hell? You talk about how it's not that good, but then plop it into B tier. That makes no sense.
That's just because I freaking love cheese. The hardest thing to do on this list will be finding the worst piece of cheese. Like, we got another mid one up next, and I am sorry to all my brie cheese lovers, but I also think it's not popping enough. It simply isn't bust down enough for me to go devour it like a rat. I still enjoy it as well, but I think it belongs in the Asiago tier, so I will be placing brie cheese into B tier. Maybe I am missing out, but I don't really like the flavor of it.
I swear if you talk all that shit about brie and Asiago only to put something as basic as cheddar up there, I will split a wig.
Well, about that, I kind of will have cheddar going into S tier. I don't know how anyone could hate cheddar because that shit slaps. Like, whenever you eat chips, what flavor cheese are they? Cheddar chips. It's not like they have Munster cheese flavored chips. I also add a ton of cheddar to my mac and cheese, and I am not ashamed of it because it simply slaps.
You know what, Joe? This is your list, and if you want cheddar to go that high, then so be it.
You're just saying that because you love cheddar. Don't think the Joester didn't see you munching on those cheddar Pringles the other day. But anyways, up next we got Cotija cheese, and Donald probably hates it because it sounds Spanish, but this cheese is a certified banger. If anyone ever spots this cheese, just know that eating it straight out of the bag is delicious. And for that, I have to place it into A tier. Then while I'm here, I may as well rank the next one, which is cream cheese, and I have nothing more to say other than it is freaking amazing. I will be placing it in A tier as well because it's an amazing spreadable cheese. But I had the chives and onion cream cheese the other day, and I ate the whole container, and I swear my breath smelled god-awful for like the next week and a half.
That definitely was not the cheese man. Me and Barack constantly tell you how awful your breath is and always offer you a mint or piece of gum as soon as we see you in person.
Yeah, because of the chives and onion.
Joe, this has been happening for a while now. This isn't some new development where all of a sudden we just started giving you gum.
Oh, well, I may have to up my teeth brushing duties from once a week to like twice or 3 times a week. Anyways, up next we got some nice feta cheese. and I'm a big fan of feta cheese. I think I'll have to place this into A tier as well.
All I'm seeing is these cheeses being rated high as hell, like there's no cheese beneath B tier.
The Joe dog loves his cheese, what can I say? Don't worry though, I have the next cheese going into B tier. I am not too huge of a fan to be honest, and unfortunately for you, Donald, I happen to love these next two cheeses. Up first we go the Monterey Jack cheese, and which I have going into a solid A tier, but then we have the Big Kahuna, and that is mozzarella, and this is an instant S tier. I love the hell out of mozzarella cheese. I'll eat it in stick form or in my sandwiches too. Ooh, what also tastes delicious is putting globs of mozzarella on your pizza in different areas. So when you bite, you just get some gooey deliciousness all inside of your mouth. But be careful because it can be so gooey that you end up swallowing too much and choking on it.
You have to be trolling. And it's not like I hate all of these cheeses, but no way Gouda is that high up, especially with everything else you just put up there. Like no way you just said all of those things with a straight face and genuinely believe that they are all that good. But also it doesn't surprise me that you like those gooey loads of cheese in your mouth, so I am not surprised.
You bet your bottom dollar I do. I love all of these cheeses and all those gooey, delicious, salty loads in my mouth. But anyways, up next we got another good cheese, and that is Munster cheese. I fucks with the Munster, but I'd give it a solid B tier, but it cannot compete with these next two titans we got up next. We got the Parmigiano Reggiano, and that is bona fide S tier. I put Parmesan cheese on almost anything and everything. Like if you don't put cheese on your pasta, I may look at you a little funny, but I'll let it slide. But I cannot live life without Parmesan cheese. Then we got our final S tier, and that is the provolone cheese. I need that in my life as always, and it's a great alternate for American cheese in my opinion, and it always slaps.
You need to relax with the way you say load and the gooey word. But I cannot lie, Joe. It's a bit weird nothing is low, and I have to agree with Donald on this. Like Joe, every single cheese on this list has been rated higher than a C tier. You really don't have any cheese that you actively dislike? But aside from that, I want to give you a huge W on the Parmesan and provolone take.
Yeah, actually, I do in fact have a cheese that I do not like. And well, I know everyone might hate me for this, but I genuinely have a high level of disdain for this cheese. Like, it actively repulses me and makes me want to gag and puke at merely the thought of it. Even thinking about it now, it makes me shudder and quiver in fear because that's how much the cheese has scarred me. And unfortunately for the lovers of this cheese, I have to break it to them that Romano cheese tastes god-awful. That is a definite C tier for me and no higher than that. I just cannot put it higher.
Hold on, you just went on a tirade about how awful it was. You literally said you shuddered and quivered in fear because of that cheese and said it tastes awful. Actually, you went even further beyond that and said you were repulsed by that fucking cheese. So how the hell is it a C tier when you said all those negative things about it?
Because it's still cheese. Duh. I'll eat cheese till I die. I cannot stop my love for cheese even if I hate it.
God help you, Joe, because I genuinely cannot understand your dementia-ridden mind.
I do need God's help because I haven't tried any of the cheeses left on this list. So I have to put these all into the never had tier. And just doing that pains me because I need to have all of those delicious cheeses in my little mouth.
You really never had a single one of those, Joe?
No, why do you think I left those last you freaking mouth-breathing, rock-chewing, glass-eating nincompoop? Like you got me fucked up if you tell me with a straight face you had Humboldt fog cheese. Like what the hell is that?
Jesus, man, I just asked a question. Why am I catching a stray?
Okay, more importantly, Joey, what are your thoughts on dick cheese?
Gross dude, don't ask him that. He won't know what it means.
Shut up, Barry. Do not ever speak for me. And to answer your question, Donald, I've never had that before, but if it's cheese, I know I'll love it. So if you got any to feed me, I'll happily eat it.
Oh, you bet your ass I have some of that cheese to feed you. You just got to close your eyes and open wide and say, ah.
Jesus Christ, save me. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, we are finally getting to a highly requested video. And that'll be the ranking of planets in our solar system.
But Barack, we have the sun on the tier list, and last time I checked, the sun was a friggin' star, not a friggin' planet.
Joe, stop friggin' saying that. See, now you got me saying it too.
It's really not that hard to not repeat the dumb stuff he says, Donald. But yeah, to answer your question, Joe, well, Fraile originally was going to have us rank our solar system, but that doesn't roll off the tongue as nicely as ranking our planets does. So we're still including it because, well, why not? I don't see the harm in it, considering how it's the most important thing in our solar system.
We all know the most important thing in our solar system is me.
Oh, Joe, you little rascal.
He left himself wide open for that Donald. What can I say? I'm a whiz with the words.
Oddly wholesome from you two. I don't like it. But yeah, without further dragging along, let's get this list started. And up first we have Earth, and what can I say about our lovely planet? This automatically gets an S tier. Like if you all want to know something cool about Earth, it's that Earth has the best biodiversity. From the deepest oceans to the highest mountains, life has adapted to thrive in almost every environment on Earth. Our planet's ability to support such a wide variety of life forms, from microscopic bacteria to blue whales, is a testament to its incredible complexity and resilience. And I personally cannot state how much I love our huge hunk of rocking floating in space that we call home.
That was so goddamn corny, I can't even believe it. Way to suck off a freaking planet, dude.
Don't know why I'm getting roasted for celebrating the fact that our Earth belongs in S tier.
Yeah, Donald, let's take it easy on Barack, because I have to agree that the planet Earth belongs in S tier.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, no problem, pal. I mean, what other planet has hentai on it? Obviously, our planet remains superior because of that.
I don't know if I appreciate you backing me up now. I don't like your reasons, but I guess I'll let it slide since I have no other option. Well, anyways, then, following our tier list, we now have Jupiter.
Where girls get more stupider, right, Barack?
You're such an idiot, and I'm going to ignore that, but yeah. And I'm placing this bad boy into A tier. You see, Jupiter is known as the gas giant for a reason, because it is the largest planet in our solar system with a mass more than twice that of all the other planets combined. And it also has an iconic great red spot, which is one of its most famous features. Did you all also know that Jupiter's atmosphere is a turbulent mix of hydrogen and helium, with clouds of ammonia crystals giving it its distinctive bands and swirls? That's not even touching on the fact that Jupiter is also home to 92 known moons, including the 4 largest, known as the Galilean moons. And to top it all off, did you all know that because Jupiter's immense gravity, it also has a significant influence on the solar system because it acts as a cosmic vacuum cleaner, attracting and deflecting comets and asteroids that might otherwise pose a threat to Earth? So I don't see how any of you would not be twerking for this planet to not go into A tier. In fact, I'm almost talking myself into placing this into S tier because of how goated it is.
Just when I thought he was sucking off Earth a ton, here comes vacuum mouth Barack to suck Jupiter off even harder than anything else he's ever sucked in his life. Then you fed us a bunch of fun facts like, what the hell are you, Bill Nye the science guy?
I mean, you could have also said that he was like me. Because, you know, there was a period in time where I was the fun fact guy on this channel. I feel like people forget that about me.
I honestly forgot, and you only have yourself to blame because you say so many gross things. But I will keep describing these planets in detail because, I mean, what else am I supposed to do, Donald? At least I can say that I researched these things before doing the list.
A real man just thugs it out and enters things blindly because he doesn't care what others have to say.
Yeah, sure, man. Sorry, I'm not an expert on planets the same way you're an expert in anything food-related. Well, following Jupiter, we now have Saturn, and this is getting a B tier in my books. And yes, Saturn is the one with the rings. See, Saturn is best known for its stunning ring system, the most extensive and complex in the solar system. These rings are composed mainly of ice particles with some rock and dust. The rings are incredibly thin, only about 30 feet thick in some places, but interestingly enough, they're long as hell because they span up to 175,000 miles from the planet, and not to harp back onto Jupiter. But you see, Saturn itself is a gas giant, just like Jupiter, with a similar composition of hydrogen and helium. The only difference here is that Saturn is the least dense planet in the solar system. So there goes a pretty big difference right there. Now you may be asking yourself, hey Barack, why rate this only a B if all your fun facts are pretty cool? And the answer to that is because I don't think it beats out or belongs in the same tier as Jupiter. But don't worry, because I'll have other planets joining it in B tier.
Is that a threat to the other planets?
Not necessarily, because there are certainly worse ones on the list. Like, for example, our next planet gets a freaking D tier, and that is Venus. See, there's a lot wrong with Venus, and even though it's apparently often referred to as Earth's twin because of its similar size, it is anything but Earth-like on its surface. It's a planet of extremes with temperatures as freaking high as 900 degrees, And the heat is due to Venus's thick atmosphere, which is mainly carbon dioxide, and it helps trap heat. The surface pressure on Venus is also insane because it's about 92 times that of Earth's, which is the same as being 3,000 feet underwater. So we basically will never step foot there because we will get crushed. And I haven't even touched on Venus's slow rotation because a day on Venus lasts 243 Earth days. All of those horrible things. And yet again, I haven't even touched on the fact that the planet's surface is filled with boring, ass-large plains and towering, dangerous ass volcanoes. That's why it's so freaking low on my list.
Sounds like you're just mad hating, bro. I just heard some cool, fun facts about a planet.
Nah, man, I have this beef with Venus, and I plan to keep it up for the rest of my life.
Seems a bit excessive, Barack, but who am I to say how to live your life, man? I'll support this hater energy, especially if it's unwarranted. I like to think of myself as the king of hate, and you can be the dark prince.
Why can't I be the Dark Prince?
Joe, the only things you hate are pickles, mints, and overall cleanliness. You don't have more raw, unfiltered hate in your heart. Barack has it, but he has it hidden deep inside of him in the reserves.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
No, Barack, I sense it deep inside of you. I see potential for hate in there.
All right, you're starting to weird me out a bit right now. Let's just move on with the list. And then after we have Mars, and I am giving this planet a straight A tier. Also known as the Red Planet, it is a world of deserts, canyons, and has the tallest volcano in the solar system, Olympus Mons. Now, Olympus Mons is nearly 3 times the height of Mount Everest, so that's super interesting. And I know many of you are probably hating this ranking because Mars can be considered boring to many, but hey, I love the book, The Martian. And honestly, that will be carrying this ranking a lot.
See, I liked the movie a lot more. It had Matt Damon, and that guy is cool as hell. He's also Jason Bourne. If you couldn't believe that, he could get any cooler.
I don't think that Matt Damon being in the movie should be a lot to move the needle, but honestly, it kind of is. I see it your way for once, Joe.
Trust me, the world would be a better place if more people saw it the Joester's way.
Now that I firmly don't believe because I imagine it would be a super messed up society full of degenerates like you. I don't want anything to do with that, and I especially don't want people laughing it up with our next entry because yes, we have Uranus. Go ahead and laugh it up if you think this is funny, because it really isn't.
Now, this is comedy gold if you ask me. Joe, what's your favorite planet?
I'd have to say that Uranus intrigues me, but planet-wise, I'd have to say Saturn.
Now, that's the Joe we want on the list.
I hate you both. I don't even want to give out a fun fact. This just goes in C tier, and you both will deal with the consequences of your actions. But yeah, finishing up on our last bit of actual planets before we get to the sun, we now have back-to-back B-tier entries in Mercury and Neptune. See, starting things off with Mercury, it's the smallest planet in our solar system and orbits closest to the sun and is one of the fastest orbiting planets because of how close it is to the sun. To put into perspective how fast it is, a year in Mercury is just 88 Earth days. And despite being closest to the sun, it's as bipolar as Kanye, with how during the day, Mercury's surface can reach a blistering 800 degrees, but at night, without an atmosphere to retain heat. Temperatures can plummet to minus 330 degrees. This dramatic temperature variation is one of the most extreme in the solar system. Now touching on Neptune, well, Neptune is the farthest planet from the sun and is known for its deep blue color. It also has some of the fastest winds recorded in the solar system, reaching speeds of up to 1,200 miles per hour. And these winds drive massive storms, including the Great Dark Spot, which is a storm system similar to Jupiter's Great Red Spot. So it definitely gets some points for taking a page out of Jupiter's book. Did I also mention the fact that Neptune is also an ice giant, similar in composition to Uranus, with a mix of hydrogen, helium, and methane surrounding a rocky core?
No, you haven't freaking mentioned that, man, did you? This is the first time we're ever doing a planet's tier list. So why the hell would you ever talk about Neptune's planet composition, you freaking idiot?
Whoa, Joe, you're showing some hater energy off right now. I respect it. Barack, you better watch out or Joe will take your crown for the Dark Prince of Hate.
I don't care for that title because the only title I want is the Pirate King of Gooning. Or maybe even the strongest gooner of all of mankind.
All right, you're done here, Joe. Well, rounding off our list, we now have our precious sun, which once again isn't a planet, but instead a star. But you all have to deal with it being here. I'm obviously placing this into S tier because without this, our entire solar system will die. And it's basically like the LeBron James of our solar system with the way it carries all the other planets.
I want to be the LeBron James of gooning.
Joe, will you stop it with the gooning talk? It's not a funny joke.
Oh, it's no joke. It's a friggin' lifestyle, man.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around I am here to inform and educate you all on the 7 wonders of the world and which ones I'd personally prefer to go to, because I will be ranking them from S tier all the way down to D tier. But let's be honest here. It's a 7 wonders list, so like, how am I going to place any of these into D tier?
Easy. A real MFer like me would place the Taj Mahal down in D tier. Do you want to know why?
Because you hate their food?
No, Joe, I actually love their food and would twerk for it, but only when it's clean. But I know that the second I step foot in that country, I'm going to get jumped by all the people wanting to take all my rupees and street vendors who cook with their feet. I've seen the TikTok videos of Indian street food, and let me tell you, it does not make me very happy.
Okay, but that's a random portion of the country, and I'm more than sure that the Taj Mahal would not have stuff like that. And it would probably look very nice.
I want the realness of it. If you ask the Joester, the food made with their feet and the flies going in my drink would only add to the ambiance of it all, and I personally can handle that with my bubble gut stomach.
I don't like how we're assuming things about a country, and let me cut this video off before it gets riskier to let you two speak. Remember that hookah is popular in India.
Oh, damn. They have gained my respect for recognizing the almighty hookah.
I mean, I like hookah, but hookah and Everclear is where you'll really get me going.
Joe, have you relapsed back into drinking again? You always seem to mention Everclear in our recent videos, and it's starting to concern me. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I don't really care. Carry on with your nonsense, Joe, because I have a list to start. But yes, everyone, let's go ahead and get this 7 wonders list started. And up first, we have the Great Wall of China. And I like this one a lot, but I don't think I want to place it too high, like into S tier. But B tier feels a bit too low. So I think I'm going to place it into A tier. See, with the Great Wall of China, it's one of the world's largest building construction projects. And I think it's amazing that people like you and me were able to make this huge ass wall.
Well, to be fair, they weren't people like you and me, Barack. They were Chinese.
Yeah, they're people like you and me. Same flesh and blood.
Barack, need I remind you about the 2008 Olympics? I was shaking in my boots because the Chinese takeover was imminent. They were too ready and too skilled. And I imagine back whenever they made this thing, they probably were just as amazing and efficient.
Yeah, I have to go with Joe on this one. Honestly, I don't know who I'd want to work for me illegally and build all my hotels. Either the Chinese or Mexicans, but all I know is that they definitely do it for a whole lot cheaper than anyone else.
Okay, those are not really compliments and are teetering towards stereotypes. Good stereotypes, but still not good, I guess. I don't know, man. Is it offensive if they're like sucking you off like Joe and Donald here? I don't know, and I won't answer that. Instead, let me continue with the info about the wall, because it is 13,000 miles long and work began in the 7th century BCE and continued for 2 whole millennia. One knock I do have on it is that the wall was built to prevent invasions and raids, but the thing is that the wall largely failed to provide actual security. So let this be a lesson for people like Donald who think a wall will literally fix any issues.
If we just build it high enough, no way they can climb over it, and even if they do, how will they descend? I plan to make it as tall as a skyscraper.
Donald, I've told you 1,000 times, the true way is to make a Squid Game style death match and have them compete over a ton of deadly obstacles where only like 10 remain out of 1,000, and those selected 10 get citizenship.
That's so demented, I'm not even going to give it any attention. Well, next up on our list is the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro. And listen, this is extremely cool, but after talking about how long the Great Wall was, well, I suddenly feel less enthusiastic about it, but it still gets a B tier. See, the main reason it was constructed was because Brazilians were fearing the fact that they were becoming godless, and less people were religious. So they opted to make a huge statue of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, just looking down upon them. Construction began in 1926 and was completed 5 years later, and it stands at 98 feet tall, and that does not include the 26-foot base, so really it's at 124 feet elevated off the ground. And its outstretched arms are about just as tall because they are 92 feet wide. So that's pretty cool. And if you're a Christian, then you'd love to visit this place.
I mean, you don't have to be religious to want to see the statue. What if a mug wants to see that bee just because he enjoys himself some big old statues?
Okay, that's also true, Joe, but please refrain from using slang like that, please.
I personally enjoy it, Joe, so please keep it up.
I don't know what to think no more, man. Get out of me head, get out of me head, man.
All right, enough with the reference to smiling friends. I swear we've been doing too many references recently and we're not Family Guy, so we should put an end to them.
I say we should do even more.
Do it on your list, Donald. Ahem. But yes, then following that, we now have back-to-back S-tier entries with the Machu Picchu and the Taj Mahal. Now, starting off with the Machu Picchu. See, this is an Incan site near Cusco, Peru, and it was originally believed to be a secret Incan stronghold used during the 16th century to fight against the tyranny of the Spanish. But later claims have disproven it, and we don't know what it was used for. It could have been for royal retreats, religious sanctuary, pilgrimage site, or simply used as an astronomical observatory. We really don't know, but one thing for certain is that it is one of the few major pre-Columbian ruins found nearly intact. Despite its relative isolation high in the Andes Mountains, it features agricultural terraces, plazas, residential areas, and temples. Like, to me, that's amazing in itself, just being able to see how people lived back then, and especially in the high isolated part of the mountains. And even though I'm absolutely terrified of heights, I still would take the journey to visit.
A real man wouldn't fear heights, Barack. I'd simply just not be scared.
Okay, man, what do you want me to do? It's like one of the scariest things, because if you fall from somewhere high, you can't do anything about it. You just kind of accept your fate.
Dude, are you an idiot? There are multiple ways to survive, like rolling at the last second to get rid of all the momentum. You could land on all fours like a cat, or find a hay bale or something soft to land in.
Okay, you obviously don't know how gravity works, and it's sad considering how much force is being pushed down on your fat ass right at this very moment. But yeah, let me continue to describe our other S tier, because the Taj Mahal is a mausoleum complex in Agra, India. And it is regarded as one of the world's most iconic monuments. Like, I feel like everyone and their mom knows about the Taj Mahal. So of course, I'd love to visit this amazing building made of white marble that has an immense garden with a reflecting pool.
Oh, you didn't say anything about a pool earlier? It may be time to boogie-woogie my way down to India and give that pool a whirl.
Joe, it's not a pool for swimming.
All bodies of water are for swimming if you try hard enough.
He's got a point there.
No, he doesn't. What if it's shark-infested waters or even a pool of piss?
As long as I swim fast enough, the sharks won't get me, and the pool of piss is fine. I never chlorinate my pool, and you bet your bottom dollar I piss in it every single time. It's basically my second toilet.
That's so gross, and even grosser knowing I swam in it a while ago. God, let's just please focus on the list, because up next we have an A tier in the Rome Colosseum. I feel like this is almost a bucket list tier item, but it's not as glorious as it once was. But knowing that the 620 by 513 feet Colosseum used to hold so many people watching gladiator fights, it just fills me with a sense of joy and wonder, just thinking about how people back then used to live their lives. Much like with Machu Picchu, like, did you guys know that water was sometimes pumped into the Colosseum for mock naval fights? That's amazing. As long as we ignore a lot of the Christians that were martyred there because of their beliefs and were often thrown into the pit to fight against lions. And if we also ignore the fact that around 500,000 people died in the Colosseum, but if we ignore all that, then it's still super cool.
Oh, sure, we ignore that, but you won't let us ignore the fact that Nazis basically made Fana. It's true, people look it up or go hear about it in our Fana tier list.
Okay, those are different things entirely. And you and Donald actively tried shouting out Nazi Germany.
We only shouted them out for the creation of the soda and nothing else. You can't have your cake and eat it, Barack. You can't claim the Colosseum where 500,000 people died is, quote, cool, but then say no to Fanta facts. It sounds to me like you're being a hypocrite, Barack.
Wouldn't be the first time he was one.
All right, relax, guys, because I just want to get this list over with. I was having fun at first, but now you guys are being sticks in the mud. Well, our second to last entry is the Chichen Itza, and this gets a B tier and is a Mayan city in Mexico, and it has this huge pyramid called El Castillo, and it features 365 steps, and it just shows how amazing architecture was back in the 9th and 10th centuries. And the Chichen Itza is home to the largest tlachtli, which is a type of sporting field. And on that field, the residents played a ritual ball game popular throughout pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, which has evolved into what we now know as modern-day soccer, or for our European friends, football.
Now, we call it soccer because it is soccer. Don't go catering to them when we all know that the only real football is the one where Tom Brady is the GOAT and where men get trucked and almost die on the field.
According to you, but the rest of the world disagrees. Well, now on to our final entry, which is the ancient city of Petra. And this is located in Jordan.
Like Michael?
No, Joe, not like Michael. But yeah, it is located in a remote valley nestled among sandstone mountains and cliffs. It has religious importance and was a flourishing and important trade center for a decent bit. However, trade routes became to shift after earthquakes caused more difficulty to be in that area. And as more and more quakes hit, the more people fled the Petra, and gradually it became abandoned until it was rediscovered back in 1912. So this is really cool, but all in all, I think I'm only going to give it a C tier. The other places seemed cooler.
Now that's a fair assessment, but where would the eighth wonder of the world go?
Joe, there is no eighth wonder.
I beg to differ because Donald's Trump rump is a wonder in my eyes.
Dude, what the hell?
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we will be ranking various historical periods. And you can see that we have them going from the Paleolithic period all the way up to the Age of Information, which is the current one that we are in.
Wow, thanks for explaining that, Barack. I'm sure our viewers couldn't figure out that the Age of Information was the most recent one. It's not like you made it super obvious or something.
Well, what's the harm in repeating it? Maybe some people didn't know.
I'm going to keep it a stack with y'all. I did not know that we were in the Age of Information.
See, Donald?
Nah, man, that doesn't count. It's Joe, so I don't really put a lot of stock into him knowing anything. Quite frankly, I don't even know if he's aware of where he's even at most of the time.
Come on, man, I know that today is Labor Day.
Which, speaking of, happy Labor Day to everyone out there, and I hope everyone is enjoying their day off. Unless you're not American, in which case, I guess this is just an average Monday for you.
They know America is the best, but why are we even looking back on historical time periods during Labor Day? A food-related tier list where the Don took control would have banged harder than Angela White.
Gross, but man, what's wrong with making a nice educational video describing various time periods? I bet this will be interesting to hear, and maybe people will learn something new.
Oh, God, I hate learning things. The only thing I want to learn about is how to get more baddies.
Well, Joe, maybe there are baddies throughout history that you'd want to learn about.
Oh, boy, are there really?
No, not really. People looked pretty funky back then. And if we go before the time that people invented toothpaste, well, then, yeah, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, but Joe doesn't brush his teeth either way, so why would he care? He'd fit right in.
Nah, man, listen here. I can go weeks and weeks without brushing, but you got me all sorts of messed up if the person I'm about to plant a Joe smooch on has nasty Sunday breath.
That's so hypocritical of you, but whatever, man. I got a list to start, and let's just go ahead and get things underway before we hear you talk and ramble more, Joe. So starting off this wonderful list, we actually have 3 back-to-back D-tier entries in the Paleolithic, Neolithic, and Chalcolithic time periods. Now listen, historically these don't really matter much, to be quite honest. Not much is known from way back when, and even what we have learned, it's kind of whatever. That being said, let me go ahead and explain these 3 to you all. See, the Paleolithic period was roughly 2.5 million years ago, when early humans lived in caves or made some lousy-ass simple huts and were hunters and gatherers. They used basic stone and bone tools, as well as crude stone axes, for hunting birds and wild animals. Then the Neolithic era was the beginning of a settled human lifestyle. People learned to cultivate plants and domesticate animals for food rather than rely solely on hunting and gathering. And lastly, the Chalcolithic era, which was the start of the Copper Age and basically set the groundwork for the Bronze Age. But I still think it's lousy because it's still all the starter stuff. It's like when you're gaming and you got to get through the tutorial first to get to all the cool stuff.
Man, what kind of disrespect is that? I personally pay respect to our hunter and gather ancestors, and I think we should salute them for starting early human civilization.
I personally think that we should go back to those times and hunt and gather. I quite like the notion of being able to do what I want whenever I want.
Joe, believe me that you would be one of the first people left behind by the tribe.
I mean that, or he'd be the first to die to a random animal or something. Knowing him, though, it would be a very lousy death. Anyways, moving on with the list, we now have the Bronze Age, and oh man, this is an instant A tier, because this is where things get going. See, the Bronze Age was a pivotal era marked by the widespread use of bronze, which is why it earned its name, but they used this alloy for tools and weapons. It saw the rise of early civilizations like Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, and was known for its advancements in agriculture, art, architecture, and trade. Complex societies and empires emerged, developing early forms of writing and creating monumental structures like the pyramids.
Man, you are hard twerking for the Bronze Age.
Yeah, this dude is acting like he lived in the Bronze Age himself.
Joe, let's save that joke for your old ass instead.
Okay, what's wrong with me enjoying some good Bronze Age action? Like, it's a super important time period for us as humans, and if you ask me, it's better than the Iron Age, which I only have going into B tier, alongside the Roman period, which is also getting a B tier.
Now, what the hell separates the Iron Age and the Bronze Age for you? Like, isn't the Iron Age better?
I can easily tell you why. The Iron Age was marked by the widespread adoption of iron for tools and weapons, replacing bronze due to iron's abundance, so it's not exactly like people twerked for it because it was great. And this era saw the rise of new civilizations and empires such as the Greeks, Persians. It also had advancements in warfare, technology, and agriculture. But with all that improvement, societies then became more militarized, with iron weapons contributing to larger and more powerful armies. So if you paid attention, the Bronze Era fostered expansive trade networks, connecting distant cultures and having significant cultural exchanges. Meanwhile, with the Iron Age, while advancing in metalworking, it often experienced societal collapses and conflicts that overshadowed the cultural achievements of the Bronze Age. And since I didn't touch the Roman period, well, it was marked by the rise of the Roman Empire, known for its vast territorial expansion, architectural achievements, and the spread of Latin culture. It culminated in the Pax Romana, a time of relative peace, before declining and splitting into Eastern and Western empires.
Dude, this is a snooze fest. When can we get to the girls twerking or something?
Joe, I'm afraid that's going to take a lot of years to get there. We need to get to the age of information first.
Damn, man, this is extremely upsetting.
I'm sorry that we can't satiate your perverse mind and instead have you learning cool stuff about history.
Well, this being cool is highly debatable. Some might say this is freaking boring.
I am one of those people, Joe. Don't you worry. If I didn't pop this edible earlier, I know my ass would be zonked out.
All I have is this galaxy gas, but it's kind of getting the job done for like 10 seconds at a time.
That is horrible. And no one in the comments should use galaxy gas. Rest in peace, Lil T. But yeah, then moving on, we got the Middle Ages. And I have the early and late Middle Ages going into C tier. And then I have the high Middle Ages going into A tier. I enjoy the high Middle Ages quite a bit, but let me explain these a bit.
Here we go again.
Man, I have to make this informative. I can't just rank these and not explain why.
Oh, yes, you can. And you should do that and just let the viewers seethe and hate with their opinions in the comments. They're going to do it anyway since you made this tier list.
It doesn't matter to me, because even if they hate me, I'll continue to teach them, like the great ex-president that I am. But yes, the Middle Ages was a period between the fall of the Roman Empire and the beginning of the Renaissance. It was marked by the rise of feudalism, the dominance of the Catholic Church, and the formation of kingdoms in Europe. The era saw the spread of Christianity, the Crusades, which I'm sure everyone loved, and significant developments in architecture, where we got these cool-ass looking Gothic cathedrals. Learning in particular got amped up with the founding of universities. And despite being known as the Dark Ages for early instability, it laid the foundation for the cultural and intellectual rise, which some say paved the way to the Renaissance, which I have going straight into S tier alongside the Age of Sail. And I feel like I don't even have to explain those.
Why? What's the Renaissance and why is it so important?
Joe, you can't be serious.
Dude, I just asked a freaking question and I want you to educate me.
Joe, there are some things that are not worth the trouble. And I think teaching you about the Renaissance is one of them. Just know that it's super important.
Joe, I'll tell you about it. See, it was a time when people would constantly draw pictures of dudes and have their schlongs out when sculpting them too.
That definitely sounds like a banging S tier then. Barack, you were right.
I hate that you're giving me props for something I haven't even said, but I don't want to dive further into this. The Renaissance is so much more, and I haven't even touched on the Age of Sail. But I digress, because up next, we have back-to-back A tiers in the modern era and industrial age. So the modern era began in the late 1700s and is described by rapid advancements in science, technology, and industry. It includes the Industrial Revolution, so I don't know why these are entirely separated on this list, but it explains the same rating. But yes, the Industrial Revolution also transformed economies and societies through mass production and urbanization. The rise of democracy, nationalism, and global conflicts like wars also occurred during this time period. And the era also saw significant social changes, and those massive changes would come during the late modern era, because that's when we got those hardcore wars like World War I and its sequel, World War II. So you had all that wild stuff going on in those fronts, but you also had the civil rights movement and even women's suffrage.
Oh, no, not women's suffering. I would have hated that era, Barack, because I can't stand women's suffrage.
I'm with Joe on this one, but I actually know what women's suffrage is.
Donald, everyone knows about how much women suffer. Ladies, if you ever need a Joe to call, hit me up on Discord. My name is XXX, not Joe Biden, XXX_8, then equals sign, and another equals sign, and then an uppercase D, and then multiple tilde following it, like 7 or 8, I forgot.
Joe, that's just God whatever, man, and women's suffrage isn't them suffering. It's the right to vote Joe.
Vote Joe? Well, of course they should. I'm the best freaking president out there. No one eats ice cream like me.
Let me wrap up this list before my brain explodes from talking to Joe too much. Following that, we now have our final entries, which both get banging S tiers, because who doesn't like the postmodern era and the age of information? That's like where all the newest advancements are at and where most things escalated technology-wise. Tech has really exponentially gotten better in these time periods. It really amazes me.
Yeah, I have to agree, because going from a flip phone in the mid-2000s to then having an iPhone that can play XNXX videos anywhere I go is just amazing, and I will never take it for granted.
Joe might be spitting here. I can't even front.
You two can't take anything seriously, can you?
See, the sad part is that I was completely serious about the XNXX part. Warning, this video should not be taken seriously. This is all satire and jokes. Any political opinions you think are coming from this video are false. Please don't start a war in the comments, because this is for goofs and gaffs. Thank you, and now enjoy the video.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video. And this time around, we are going to be making a president's tier list. And before anyone says anything, no, we are not going to be doing a comprehensive list of every single president, because that would take too long. And I'm pretty sure more than half of you can't even name off the 13th or even 21st president. Like, no offense to those dead people, but they're irrelevant as hell.
How dare you say that about Millard Fillmore and Chester A. Arthur?
No shot you actually knew about those dudes before Barack said them. You had to have them pulled up on Google. But anyways, Barack, don't you think people will be upset you didn't include more presidents? Because, I mean, we have Nixon's head from Futurama, and that's kind of a joke.
Listen, man, this whole list is going to be a whole joke. We can't really put any inflammatory remarks, especially about you two, because Jesus Christ, who knows what'll happen. So instead, we'll be ranking them based on random factors.
And what are those random factors, Barack?
I don't know. I guess on just whatever I feel like rating them, because this is a certified fresh Obama tier list.
I don't remember him ever doing that before. Was that always his catchphrase, Donald?
No, man, this guy is continually trying to set trends that will never stick. He barely got the Obamas to stick, but I swear I've never seen anyone in the comments call themselves a proud Obama member.
The gentlemen in the Discord have to disagree with you on that one.
Yeah, but there's more Joe heads than Obamas.
I have more than the two of you combined, and I don't even have a name for my fan base. They all just know that they're a part of the Don's Mafia, and that's more than enough for them. They don't need some stupid nickname.
I'd call your fan base the Trumpy Dumpies, because they have to worship that thick ass of yours.
All right, and that's enough of an intro, because now we have to actually start the video. Well, up first we got Abraham Lincoln, and I am feeling a whole lot of ways about him, but I am mainly rooting for him because he's from Illinois. And, well, if you all didn't know, I'm kind of a big deal over there. I think for my fellow Illinois resident, I have to give him an S tier.
Don't forget that there were also reports that some writers have discussed some evidence that he may have been a homosexual. Now, if you ask Joey here, I think that is gas, and we definitely need another president who knows how to suck and take it up the butt. And that's why I think I endorse Peter Buttigieg for 2028.
Joe, I don't think that matters at all, but glad to hear your endorsement, I guess, even though you butchered the man's last name.
Nah, man, you're not seeing the Joe Dog's vision on this.
Don't think I do, but whatever, man, he stays in S tier because I think he's cool.
Could have sworn that you were going to put him in S tier just because without him, I doubt you'd be able to run for president, let alone even be free.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of a big deal, but I wanted to give him credit because he's, from where I was, a senator. So I just thought it was cool, but sure, I guess we can say that as well.
Okay, now I want you to hear me out, Barack, not to be offensive, but since we're on the topic of racism.
Don't think that was the topic at hand at all, but sure, because every sentence that includes not to be offensive always tends to never be offending. So yeah, Joe, go ahead and hit me with your dumb statement.
Whoa, is that true? Whoa, thank golly I said that then. But anyways, back to the question at hand. How can I phrase this delicately? I guess I wanted to ask you if you think me and Donald would sell for high value in the slave market. Like if you saw me and him both with for sale signs on us, which one would you buy? And I can definitely say this because I'm white and so is Donald. Well, he's more orange than white, but anyways, that's besides the point because I wanted to ask you, Barack, who is my brother from another mother, who would you buy?
Joe, how stupid can you get asking something like that to Barack? You know his cultural background and you still had the balls to ask that? Of course it would be me because he knows I'd go crazy in any physical activity. I mean, the man also just saw me tank a bullet in real time, so he knows I'm more durable than a man who can't go up the stairs without some railing.
Yeah, but what you're getting from the Joe Dog is a set of skills that no other man can replicate. No one has the mind I possess, and no one can hit a woman as hard as the Joester can. And I haven't even touched on how good I am at childcare.
I'd rather save a quarter than spend it on either of you. One is too fat to do anything before he gets tired and wants to take a break, and the other can't even properly walk in a straight line, so I don't see why I'd do that. But I think the worst part about you both is that you are both so stupid.
But can Lincoln dodge a bullet as good as me? I feel like we're underrating my reflexes.
My bad, Donald. I forgot someone probably held up a hamburger and it made you turn your head, but congrats on that one achievement. Anyways, let's move on with the list. And up next, we have another president that did not survive their shooting, and that is JFK. And honestly, this guy is an auto S tier. I loved what he did, and he was such a charismatic guy and had a good voice, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I can look up a YouTube video where I can see his brain turn into goop in a matter of seconds. Now, that's pretty epic.
God, that's morbid as hell, Joe. Don't disrespect my boy because he was getting tail left and right in the office, and any man who is bagging that many baddies in the office deserves an award.
Shit, you're right, man. The dude was indeed a legend.
Jesus Christ, man. Well, either way, up next, we have our first glorified D tier in Ronald Reagan. And this man only gets some respect from me because he was a glorified scam artist. He went from Democrat to Republican to get more money for himself and somehow tricked the whole population into electing him despite the dude not caring about anything but his wallet. There's just so much to dislike about this guy, especially looking back on it all, and it should be a reminder to never elect a freaking actor into office.
Damn, did an actor bang your wife or something? Sounds like you're mad hating on a guy for simply chasing the bag. He was making money moves while you were making funny moves, Barack.
Ronald Reagan, I will find you in hell. Mark the Joe Dog's words.
All right, we'll agree to disagree, Donald, but I'll have you know that he granted amnesty to a bunch of illegal immigrants, which led them and their children to becoming citizens.
Oh, hell no. This guy belongs in D tier for sure.
It's stupid that it took me saying that when that was possibly one of the good things he did, but whatever. Anyways, moving on to our next entry, we then have Nixon's head from Futurama. And this guy gets an S tier. He was the president of planet Earth, so like we have to give him credit for that, right? Like imagine uniting a whole freaking planet while missing your whole body. I think that's mighty impressive. But the real Nixon only gets a C tier. But I almost gave him a D tier, to be quite honest. The only reason he didn't get a D tier is because he talks funny, and I quite like that. If he didn't have that one quality to him, then he'd be in the dumps with Reagan.
Now wait a darn tootin' second. Do I talk funny?
Joe, you only talk funny when you stumble your words, but believe me that you look mighty funny, so that makes up for it.
Oh, heck yes. I'm going to get bonus points from Barack.
I wouldn't give yourself any credit, Joe, because I have a special place for you and Donald on this list. But anyways, let's move on to my buddy Bill. And I love my bro a lot. And Monica Lewinsky stuff aside, he was a pretty chill guy, and I have to give him an A tier. I liked his haircut at the time, and he's very memeable.
I loved his little shtick where he went and said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, but we all know bro went absolutely crazy on that. He definitely gets knucks from the Don.
He'd get a Biden blast for sure, and I'd dap him up for that and even put him in S tier, because the real baller move is that he did that and probably did it with other girls, but he kept his main girl in check and didn't let himself get divorced. Now that's some top tier strategy and gaslighting, and I won't lie. Hillary was kind of a baddie when she was younger.
Now you're definitely losing me, Joe.
No, like Joe is actually spitting here. Just Google her and she kind of looked like Sabrina Carpenter, just not as hot.
All right, that's enough of that, because we're getting closer and closer to my favorite rankings, which are going to be you two. But up next, we got George Bush. And listen, this guy may or may not have been responsible for taking down a set of towers, but I won't feed into that. But hey, I liked talking to the guy before I took presidency. He was usually pretty chill, and I won't lie. He also had a funny voice, so I have to give him a B tier. He isn't as chill as Bill, but I mean, he was still pretty cool.
Okay, now give me the most obvious S tier in the planet and put Sleepy Joe in D tier.
More like he's going to put me in the coolest guy ever tier while putting you into the not the coolest guy ever tier.
Whoa, settle down, you two. And Joe, that isn't even a damn tier on this list. But more importantly, aren't you guys forgetting that there's literally someone super important in front of you two? Like, some would regard this guy as the last good president and was leading the nation in the best way possible. And I think we should pay our respects to him. Why don't you two tell me your favorite things about me?
I really liked how you promised a whole lot of things and delivered on almost none of it. Me and Joe are definitely taking pages out of your book on that. What else? I guess we can also say that we loved how you decimated the Middle East and bombed all those innocent people and places. I thought that was pretty excessive, but hell, I wasn't in charge, so it's pretty rad to see bombs go off. I don't know what else to say. Joe, you got anything?
I really liked how you chose me for vice president, and I really liked playing Nintendo with you in the White House. I also thought the bombings were harsh, but like, you were on a kill streak, so how could I stop you? I also really like your smile, Barack.
Okay, screw you both, and I am placing myself into S tier while both you and Joe get a resounding stinky D tier. Hope you two like those abysmal ratings.
Well, that just seems unjustified. Me and Joe definitely deserve something higher.
I think he's just cranky because we didn't let him join our top secret call when you got shot.
I told you guys I was available, and you both ignored me.
Damn, our fault. I didn't think you'd get this butt hurt. But yeah, you're definitely not an S tier, bro.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we're going to be ranking the different senses that a human has. And for today's video, you'll have yours truly presenting it.
Oh, am I doing this video?
Joe, you senile old man. Why the hell would you present the video when you didn't even do the intro?
I don't know. Maybe for shock value or something?
No, Joe, we're not doing that. But yeah, let's get this tier list started. And up first, we have taste, and I know this is important for overall life enjoyment, but come on, you're telling me that without taste, our lives would suck. Like, it's a cool one to have, but I'll still enjoy living life without taste because I'll still be able to hear or see, and the only times that not being able to taste would suck. It literally is only whenever you're hungry, and honestly, 3 meals out of your day isn't much of a sacrifice, so I'll put it in A tier because I still love to taste things. And honestly, it's important. But I don't love food like crazy. Well, not as much as Donald, though, because I know his ass would put this in S tier, because he can't live without his 6 meals a day and snacks in between each meal. Even though if he lost his sense of taste, he'd probably eat less and finally get closer to a normal weight.
Why am I catching strays once again when I haven't even given an opinion on it? Maybe I'd agree with this sentiment, and honestly, it's rich hearing all this slander come from your ass, and you still put this in A tier.
Well, where would you put this in the tier list, Donald?
Well, definitely not A tier. Hell no to that. This belongs in S tier.
My point is proven right there, but don't worry, Donald, because I kind of agree, even though I trashed on it a decent bit. Well, anyways, following that entry, we then have a weird one, and that is interoception. And let me explain this one, because interoception is the collection of senses providing information to the organism about the internal state of the body. So an example of this is when you're able to tell that you're thirsty, so you know to take a drink of water, or when you can feel that your bladder is full and you know you have to use the bathroom. Like, without this one, I'm pretty sure we'd all just die or not function as human beings. Like, imagine just randomly passing out from thirst because you can't tell that you're thirsty, or even dying from hunger because you haven't eaten. Or even worse, just imagine wetting yourself or pooping yourself, all because you couldn't control your bladder and butt. I have to give this one an S tier.
Funny that you would mention that because sometimes I can't control my bladder, but I'm sure it's fine. Only a tiny bit of pee comes out when I laugh too hard, but also I have these super vivid dreams that are almost lifelike. And I remember in my dream I had to really pee, so I went in a urinal and started pissing. And as I was pissing in my dream, I then woke up and found myself pissing myself in real life. It was pretty embarrassing, but I figured that since I already wet the bed, I may as well finish the job, so I just kept pissing in my bed till I was all done. Then not being able to control my butt is a whole different story, but I can assure you that it has nothing to do with my body's interoception.
What the hell? Well, I like the pee story, Joe, because it just shows how incompetent you are. And quite frankly, anytime you show how incapable you are to be in office, the happier I become.
What, bro? Can a man not piss himself in peace without people thinking he isn't mentally all there? I mean, at least I don't have the biggest handicap that you have. I genuinely feel bad that I have to run against you, knowing what I know about your disability.
Joe, I literally am perfectly fine. I have no disability.
Nah, bro. You forget that you have disability. Disability to eat some food because you're so goddamn fat, you goddamn obese whale.
Jesus Christ, now that was a nice Joe roast right there.
The guy literally told a story about him pissing himself. Am I supposed to be offended that he called me fat?
I'd hope so, because damn man, those rolls multiply when you sit down. Got you looking like the Pillsbury Doughboy or Michelin Man. Yeah, let's go with Michelin Man, because that one was better. Well, anyways, let's go ahead and move on to our next entry, because then after we have pain, and this gets a D tier, like I get that pain is important because it tells us about our body and if we're in danger, but like, dude, I would rather just not feel pain. Like imagine being able to walk around with no joint or back pain. I know I'd be happy as hell even if my cartilage is dwindling away and I'm just rubbing bone on bone, because at that point I wouldn't feel any pain, and I like that.
You know what? I'm kind of seeing the vision here. Imagine never getting an upset stomach or even having GERD from eating too many spicy things. I am on board with this Barack.
Well, that's not exactly my first thought, but glad to have you on board.
No. You guys cannot desecrate the sacred art of pain. So you can't attribute all pain to something bad, like masochists, for example. And are you going to invalidate their experience with pain and how much they like it? Like take the Joester, for example, because I personally love to feel the good type of pain, if you all catch my drift. Like when you peel off a delicious scab that just hurts the entire time you do it, but you love the way it just burns and hurts your flesh. Then we can also talk about how good having a sore body and then just getting a deep tissue massage or something like that sharp pain on your already sore body just makes it so freaking good that you'll get the Joe dog moaning, and I don't even try to hide it because much like Beyblade, I just let it rip. Plus, if we want to get super technical about stuff, then we could talk about how chilies and spice are literally just pain, like the pain receptors on your tongue just go off when you bite into the seeds. So without pain, we wouldn't be able to enjoy spicy things. And if you ask little old Joe here, I'd say that would be one of the biggest travesties that we can have.
You kind of had me with that last part. But literally, almost everything else you said before that kind of invalidated it for me, so it's still staying in D tier. Anyways, up next we have proprioception, and this one is basically your body's ability to sense movement, action, and location. So this is pretty important because imagine having no orientation of where your hand is unless you see it right in front of you. That being said, though, I don't think it gets anything higher than a B tier in my book because I find other things more important.
Okay, you literally said that this determines the orientation of your body, and yet you gave this only a B tier. Like, how would you even walk if you don't know where your foot is?
Listen, man, I know you're only worried about this because you would be scared by the fact that you can't guide a burger into your mouth without this. Now, this rating stays as is. But up next, we have a banger because we have hearing up next. And I am giving this one a solid A tier. Like, try imagining your life without sound. Like, for one, you probably couldn't be listening to this video unless you were reading the closed captions. But two, imagine not being able to listen to any music or any sounds of nature. You may find the bird chirping annoying now, but I bet if anyone lost their hearing, they'd even miss the simpler things in life like that.
I mean, I think I'd personally be okay without listening to people. Now seeing is something that I would be in shambles if I lost it.
Okay, I was getting to that, Joe. But yes, you're right, because I have vision going straight into S tier. Because I have to agree with Joe here, that even though not hearing stuff would suck, I think not being able to see would suck infinitely more. I don't even feel like I really have to explain this one, because you wouldn't be able to see this very video or any of the things in life. So this is something that is to be very appreciated. Following that, we have a bit of a stinker in balance. Because I am putting this into C tier, because it's cool to be able to balance, but honestly, it's not as important as the other things above it. Like if you ask me, I think I can live without being able to walk in a straight line or being able to balance myself in one foot. And again, I'm only placing it this low because the other things above it are much more important, which, speaking of things above it, I then have smell going into B tier, because once again, this is something that your life would slightly suck without having. Like, imagine not being able to smell a nice cup of tea or coffee. Or in Donald's case, imagine him not being able to smell some bacon or burgers.
Okay, man, you keep coming after me, but this is genuinely a big L of a take right here, because how are you going to prioritize smelling over your literal balance? Or even proprioception, like I mentioned earlier. I am still not over that, because that is such a horrible placement, and now you're doing the same with smell, except you're gassing up smell too much.
Gassing up smell?
Joe, that wasn't that funny. And Donald, you're more than welcome to disagree, but when Fraile asked us to do a human senses tier list, wasn't it both you and Joe who said, nah, we ain't doing that shit? So this is kind of on you, and this is my list, so deal with it. So following that, we are now on our second to last entry, and up next is touch. And just for a second, imagine yourself not being able to feel anything at all. Your sense of touch determines everything, and it wouldn't be just your hands, but rather your whole body would lose the sensation of touch, and you'd be numb to everything. So I think that is super important for the body, and I have to give this one an A tier.
Again, bro, like, what is with these ratings?
Now hold on, Donald. Barack might be spitting pure facts with this one. And it is definitely an S tier in the Joe Dog's book, because imagine not being able to feel anything. Now, if you think about this question critically like the Joester, you'll realize one super important thing. And that is the fact that if we don't feel any sort of sensation, then we would not be able to jack off. I rest my case.
Well, look at this. Joe may have a point here. I take my comment back, Barack.
God damn it, that is not at all what I was implying. Whatever, man, because we're on the last thing on our tier list, and it's our body's ability to regulate or feel temperature, I assume. And this gets an easy C tier. Like, if I can't feel hot or cold, then that would be pretty cool if you ask me. But if it's the fact that I can't regulate cold or heat in my body, well, I can fix that with a heater or a fan, so it's not that important.
Speak for yourself, because if I can't control how cold I am, then imagine the amount of swamp ass I'll get from sitting down.
The Joe Dog personally enjoys his asses to be swampy and his balls to be sweaty. It helps with the good stink that I have going on. My aura just grows stronger.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we will be doing a rice energy drink tier list, and we've actually had these bad boys. And we're sitting in this tier list for a decent bit. You've all probably heard of these energy drinks if you're on TikTok or if you follow fitness influencers, and we're happy to report that these do indeed bang.
Honestly, these bang so much that I don't even use these things for when I work out, but rather I drink these whenever I need an extra boost.
To be fair, Donald, I did catch you munching on protein bars even though you haven't gone to the gym in months.
Joe, stop snack watching, because you can't be a calorie counter and a Peter gazer at the same time.
Joe, just please stop being a Peter gazer. It makes me very uncomfortable when you initiate conversation with me when you're peeing in the stall next to me. But all you do is fixate your eyes in my bottom half.
I just want to make sure I know what my friends are packing. What's so wrong with knowing what your homies got on their domies?
Joe, I am not a fan of that, and quite frankly, I'm thinking about reporting you one of these days.
Well, when you got a pecker the size of a baby carrot, I can see why you'd be mad at my Peter gazing. Swear I saw him lift up his shirt to be, and I saw him freestyle that shit.
All right, I think we've spoken enough about this, because Jesus Christ, this was such a weird way to start out our tier list.
Was it really, Barack? I want you to think about all of our past videos and ask yourself, was this really the weirdest intro sequence for our videos?
Point taken. But nonetheless, we actually have to start talking about these drinks. Now up first, we got the lime-flavored Baja Cooler drink, and this was actually a pretty decent one. Whenever I'm drinking energy drinks, I tend to always prefer something citrusy and fruity, to be honest.
I would have expected Joe to be the one guy who likes fruity things the most. But there you go, surprising me again, Barack. No, but what the hell do you expect the energy drink to be flavored with? Like, no shit, everyone is going to like fruity energy drinks.
Yeah, I won't lie, Barack. I don't know why you brought that point up. Did you want bland-tasting energy drinks? Or maybe a bread or pickle-flavored one is more towards your liking?
Okay, I was just being hella specific because we have energy drinks that were flavored after candy on this tier list. I won't ever think about clarifying a statement again. But yeah, since you two didn't even bother giving a statement or formulating an opinion on this drink, I'll just go ahead and rate it, and I think I'll give this a solid A tier.
Exactly where I'd place it.
More importantly, guys, I see two back-to-back bangers up next, and oh boy, I would handstand twerk for these two.
Joe, you could have waited for me to get to that part and then open the floor to you and Donald. And well, I actually have to begrudgingly agree with you because I also agree that the Kool-Aid flavor and the strawberry squeeze are indeed bangers. Donald, what do you think about this?
Well, shit. You two kind of backed me into a corner with this ranking because how the hell am I supposed to say anything bad about it if you and Joe were basically come 4K glazing the hell out of these two? I'll just add on to the glaze since it seems like you and Joe are ovulating for these two. But yeah, the Kool-Aid flavored drink tastes exactly as you'd expect. And of course, having an energy drink like Kool-Aid is gonna bang. The strawberry squeeze is also another easy one to like because it's just strawberries and lemons. It's pretty hard to fuck that up if you ask me.
Okay, so I think a solid S tier is in order for these next two. I will admit, though, that my glazing comes to a halt because I was not a fan of the lemonade energy drink they had. Like, this might sound a bit weird, but it just was too lemonade-y for my liking. Like, too much of a good thing produced a bad thing, and I want to put this in C tier.
Barack, you can't be serious right now? You saw the flavor was named Country Time Lemonade. What the fuck did you expect it to taste like? Fucking raspberries and pineapples? That should be like a whipping and or lashing on your end for saying something like that.
Joe, and I can't believe I'm the one saying this, but I don't think that is entirely right for you to say to Barack.
Why? Is it because he was an ex-president?
Joe, I don't know if I should laugh or if I should be concerned with your dumbass comments. But yeah, back onto the drink. I just feel like it bangs at first, but then the more you have, the less you enjoy it. Donald, help me out with this.
I actually smell what you are indeed throwing down. Now me, personally, I enjoyed the lemonade one. I wouldn't say it's S or A tier, but I can accept a C tier from you, Barack. It's like you said, Barack, when you have too much of a good thing, it can harm it more in the long run. Take this for example, because I went to a wing place the other day and I ordered 10 lemon pepper wings and they were like OD on the lemon and the pepper. Like I took a bite and with the amount of salt that was in it, you could have probably made a rack of beef jerky or killed a colony of snails with the sheer amount of sodium. But anyways, the first like 4 wings were absolutely marvelous. Like I know I complained about the amount of seasoning on it, but don't get me wrong, I loved it at first. Then after my 4th wing, I felt like my lips were cracking and I started developing canker sores and ulcers from the amount of sodium in my body, and I fully believed that it was going to kill me. I had no water or juice, so I just had to thug it out, and I was unfortunately barely thugging it out, and I had to ask Joe to swap wings with me because my mouth puckered up like an asshole at the thought of consuming another godforsaken lemon pepper wing. Those first 4 were absolutely magical, though.
Thanks for this overly long explanation as to why too much of a good thing can be bad.
Fuck off, man. Why is it that Joe can go on his tism rants about any random particular subject, but God forbid the moment Donald decides to bring up a story about something that actually happened to him and relates to the goddamn list?
Why the heck did I catch a stray?
Joe, let's be honest, me and Donald throw strays at you all the time, but you either don't realize it or you think it's a compliment. And, Donald, I was actually being thankful and I wasn't being sarcastic either.
Well, in that case, good job, Barack, and carry on.
Yeah, I think it would be best. But anyways, after that, we got the peach cooler flavor, and if you're a fan of peach, I'll assume you'll love this one. But for me, personally, this was a B tier at best. Thankfully, though, we got 2 back-to-back bangers, and I know that you two are absolutely on board with me on these because I have the rainbow sherbet and Sunny D flavors going into S tier.
Preach! I know the Sunny D energy drink thing might throw off people in the audience, but trust us all because that shit is an absolute banger. Like if any of you love energy drinks and you love Sunny D, then go out there and buy some fucking Rise.
All right, let's not suck them off that much. If they sponsored us, then I'd go on my hands and knees and say that Rise Energy has cured my HIV and dementia. But as for now, I think we can just say that we like the Sunny D and Rainbow Sherbet flavor a lot.
Joe, never mind. It's not even worth discussing because it's you who said all that. But yeah, these are great. Following that, we got 2 back-to-back A tiers, and this time around it's the Ring Pop and Smarties flavor. I think the Ring Pop flavor was missed potential, and I honestly think it could have been tweaked with a bit more and it would have tasted better. And the Smarties one is, well, it's Smarties flavored. It was never going to taste amazing.
The Smarties hate is unwarranted, Barack, and like the flavor was pretty fucking good too. Like what else would you have wanted from them? Back me up here, Joe.
You guys ever hear about gooning?
Joe, not now.
See, the other day, someone online said, I edged to Trump in those big booty shorts the other day. I'm a real gooner. And I read that tweet and I wondered and pondered, what is a gooner? What is edging? I took it upon myself to research day in and day out constantly. And I've come to the consensus that gooning is an act wherein self-pleasuring addicts crank their horn over and over, but never to completion. And that, of course, is referred to as edging. So that's step one of becoming a real gooner. And so these people edge for hours on end, yet do not achieve orgasm, nor do they want to for weeks or months, and your mind elevates to a different state of being. You see, gooning is not a narcissistic manifestation. Narcissism is extreme selfishness with a grandiose view of one's own talents. Rather, gooning is closer to a meditation experience where the mind and the body align, focused on a single thought or feeling in this case.
Joe, why the hell are you bringing any of this up? Where did this all come from? Because quite honestly, you can kiss our sponsorship goodbye if you're going to reference edging and gooning this video.
I did all this to come out to you all and pronounce myself as a gooner. I've been gooning before gooning was even a thing, which then makes me the most OG of gooners. I spent 10 hours gooning over the weekend, and that's on a week.
All right, I refuse to hear you out further. Let's go ahead and finish off the list because we are on our final 2 entries. And up first, we got the strawberry flavored drink, also known as Pink Splash. And of course, all of you saw this coming. And this is an easy S tier. If I had to pick the best 3 from this list, then I'd have to pick the Sunny D, the Kool-Aid, and lastly, the Pink Splash flavor. I just don't ever see a time where I would ever hate on strawberries.
I agree with you wholeheartedly on that, Barack, but put some respect on the goddamn Tiger's Blood flavor. It has some watermelon, strawberry, and lastly, some coconut. What the hell isn't there to love in that?
Well, you didn't even let me finish the list, but I was going to place that high. Just not an S tier because this is the one instance I feel like adding coconut to this kind of ruined it. Like an energy drink with coconut flavoring doesn't really bang in my opinion. And if they would have just stuck with just the watermelon and strawberry, then this would have been an instant S tier. But I understand this is the whole tropical feel of Tiger's Blood, so I can understand why they added coconuts.
This might be one of your most crazy and dumbest takes out there. You know damn well we all twerk for coconut, and the subtle flavoring it adds to the Tiger's Blood flavor is just amazing. Joe, this guy is speaking some nonsense. Help me out here.
Edge.
Have you ever been on an edging streak?
Edge.
Do they keep you in a state of edging?
Edge.
When you're
You know
not
what? This
performing
is
your
all on
edging,
me.
do they
Forever
make you
expecting to get some
edge?
help from him. I'm
Edge.
sorry, Barack.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We're back with another tier list, and we're kind of throwing it back to our old days of ranking consoles. But we're going to make it more specific and rank the portable consoles only. And before anyone in the comments ask, we did not include a gaming PC in this list because we already have the Steam Deck.
Well, actually, you'd have a hard time building a $400 portable gaming PC on par with the Steam Deck in performance, especially once you throw in peripherals. A pre-built PC would be even more money, and a high-end laptop would actually go absolutely crazy price-wise, but the plus is that you can write papers and edit and so on and so forth. Do I think the Deck is the best way to get into PC gaming? Not really, but for the money, it's really hard to beat the value of a $400 Steam Deck. And it's even freaking cheaper if you go refurbished, which goes absolutely crazy because you get a warranty and you basically get a stupidly cheap thing just for having it slightly used. I do it all the time on Amazon or for anything in general.
Joe, you're such a freaking nerd, man. And the Don refuses to get something refurbished or used. Why would I ever want to touch something that touched the greasy mitts of a gamer? God knows what Cheeto dust or Dorito stains that godforsaken thing has, And considering that PC gamers are the biggest degenerates that have ever existed in this world, you already know that some weirdo was doing some insane things while playing Hoonie Pop and probably busting a fat one all over that screen. And then that same person ends up saying his screen isn't working while his future lineage just seeps inside the game system, which then gets repaired and sold back to people like you. And don't even get me started on buying used things, because then you're left with everything all sticky and you have to disinfect that thing with freaking holy water, because goddamn, they are usually gross as hell.
Oh, believe me, Donald, I know what you're talking about. You want to know how? Well, it's quite simple, and it's because I'm the gamer you're talking about. If it's my controller or keyboard, then why would I bother cleaning it? The little Joes that I splashed on there further fuel my gaming prowess. There's a reason why I go absolutely nuts in Super Mario Galaxy now.
God damn it, Joe. Remind me to never use the controller after him, or to at least bring my own controller from home.
Go ahead and do that. It's not like I wash my hands either way.
You're so vile, Joe. That's how you start growing a bacteria colony on your damn controllers.
It's still not as bad as my Sonic plushie from 2008 that I use every day. I got it to celebrate Barack becoming president, and let me tell you, that thing has such a funky smell, and I'm pretty sure it's growing mold now. It's the main reason why I just put figurines in jars now and fill them up, if you catch my drift. But for some odd reason, I can't get rid of my Sonic plush and still use it from time to time.
That plushie is begging for the sweet release of death and is probably praying for a freaking house fire.
That thing is begging to be deleted from existence, man. God, no more talking about this, please, because this has to be one of the weirdest intros for this channel.
Let's keep it real here, Barack. This is probably one of the more mild intros that this channel has.
I hate that you're kind of right. God, let's just start the list so I can get rid of this nasty mental image in my head. So starting this wonderful list off, we have the OG Game Boy. And let me tell you that this is a banger A tier. It is basically the pioneer for portable gaming. And it isn't the first portable console, because that belongs to the Microvision. But let me tell you that Nintendo popularized this and absolutely went bonkers with their first one. And we don't have the Game Boy Color on here, but I'd put it in the same tier as the OG Game Boy, because color was an absolute game changer. But the OG Game Boy had some amazing games on it, and it had Pokemon, Zelda, Tetris, you name it, and it had it. And I have to put it this high for legacy reasons.
What's crazy to me is that Joe was freaking 47 years old when this thing came out. Bro was already starting his damn family when this thing came out.
Whoa, man, let's settle down on the age thing, because you always like to rip on me for being old as hell. But let's not forget that in 1989, when the Game Boy came out, you were also in your 40s. And to be more specific, you were 43. So I don't know why you're acting like a 4-year difference. There's a huge gap between us.
Oh, trust me that it matters, Joe. It's the difference between going to jail or not in some cases.
Nah, man, trust me, there's a way to circumnavigate that. You just got to bend the law a little or hide it better.
I don't want to listen to your unethical life hacks, Joe. You should be incarcerated right this instant. But damn, if you didn't provide such good content, I'd lay down the banhammer on you. But yeah, we're getting sidetracked. But the next 3 entries get an automatic D tier, because I place no weight, I give no respect. And I literally don't care if any one of you guys like these consoles, because they are certified trash. Except for the Game Gear, because that one gets a C tier from me. So there's that.
Ooh, now I twerk for the Game Gear. I say that one should be placed higher.
Joe, let's be honest. You only played the Sonic games on there, and it should definitely not be placed higher.
You're missing out, because Aladdin on that went absolutely schizo nuts.
Joe, stop lying to yourself here. Barack had the right placement.
Thanks for the backup, Donald. But yes, back onto real consoles, because we have 2 back-to-back S tiers in the Game Boy Advance and the PSP. What can I say that hasn't been said already about these things? These 2 absolutely go nuts and are the best.
Banger placement here, Barack, because goddamn, the PSP is one of the best portables out there, and it's a shame Sony couldn't keep it up with the Vita.
I agree, but let's not say that the Game Boy Advance isn't better than that, because with the Pokemon titles alone, it's high up there. But then they also just had a multitude of games that absolutely freaking banged on there, because we had amazing Mario RPG games like Superstar Saga, we had a Mario Kart game, and Super Mario World on there. And if we exclude Mario, we had some good-ass games as well, like Advance Wars, Golden Sun, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, The Legend of Zelda Minish Cap, Sonic Advance, Golden Sun, and that's only the tip of the iceberg. What did the PSP freaking have?
Joe, I don't know where this PSP hate is coming from, but they had banger titles too. like Daxter banged first of all God of War, Ratchet and Clank, Metal Gear Portable, and I haven't even mentioned the GTA series because goddamn running over some hookers on the go during the PSP era just hit different.
Could not have said it better, Donald. Well, I could have gone without the hooker comment, but I'll still take it. I think it does belong up there, but damn, we have something that kind of sucked up next, and that's the PS Vita. And listen, I am not a hater, but even fans of the PS Vita have to admit that this thing had no games, and Sony just didn't support it enough for it to truly overthrow the PSP as a better gaming console. Unlike Nintendo, because they just went stupidly hard with the Nintendo DS, thanks to all the games, it seems like Sony took a step back, and while it is literally an upgrade across everything with the physical parts and overall power of the portable console, it still fell flat with the game support, and while the community tried their hardest to keep it alive, it just didn't hit the same. And I have to give it a B tier because I just can't bring myself to hate on it too hard.
Sure, let's all give Sony a pass for not supporting their console when it came out. But when I abandoned a long-lost kid in the streets of Taiwan, which, by the way, she was not a girl, but it's not like it mattered to me. But yeah, when I do something like that, everyone screams bloody murder, but let's all just suck off Sony for abandoning one of their projects and screwing over the consumer.
Jesus Christ, Joe. I don't know if you thought that would swoon us over to your side or if you wanted us to jump for joy and say that you deserve better.
Maybe I do want you all to jump for joy.
The most I'll ever jump for joy for you is like 1 centimeter. Like you would barely be able to slide a piece of paper under me after that jump.
Now, is that because you're making fun of me, or is that because you're so damn fat that you make the sea levels rise every time you jump, and it's a struggle to jump higher than that for you?
Shut the hell up, Sleepy Joe.
Well, that's a throwback to our earlier tier lists, but let's not get sidetracked, guys, because we still have a list to do. And following that, we have the DS, and this is a bona fide S tier. This is like the Game Boy Advance, but on steroids, because not only did you have the whole new ass selection of new DS games to play, but then you also had backwards compatibility with all your Game Boy games. And goddamn, if this isn't possibly the best portable console on this list, then I don't know what is.
Well, I can tell you pretty clearly that it's the Game Gear.
Shut the hell up, Joe. Anyways, after that, we have the 3DS. And this was a step back, but not a huge one, like with the PSP and PS Vita. This still gets an A tier from me because this was getting some banger games towards the end of its life cycle. And goddamn, I probably spent so many hours playing Smash on there in preparation for it to come out on the Wii U, and it honestly banged.
God, I remember playing Smash on that thing. The little joystick was more worn out than a street hooker in Atlanta by the time I was done with it.
What the hell is up with you and hookers today?
I've just been in a bit of a dry spell recently, so it's just been popping up in my head.
God, that is disgusting, Donald. Let's just continue the list because I don't want to talk about that aspect of your life. Anyways, after that, we have the NVIDIA Shield. And despite what people online say, because they suck the hell off out of this thing, I will be the bearer of bad news and tell you all that this is a bona fide D tier because I absolutely hated this.
Listen, man, I will twerk for the Shield, and it has exceptional high-end video along with AI enhancements, inbuilt Chromecast and Android TV software, Android gaming, cloud gaming, and emulators on your television, and so much more that you have to give it another chance. Barack?
Why would I do that when I can just use an actual gaming console? I don't think I'll be getting one, Joe, even if you pour honey all over it and just glaze the hell out of it. If anything, you sticking up for it makes me want to buy it even less.
Typical tsundere.
Joe, I'm not a freaking tsundere. God, let's finish up the list because we have 2 final entries. And up next, we have the Nintendo Switch, and maybe my rating will change on this with the Switch 2, but as of now, the OG Switch just gets an A tier from me because I do love the hell out of it. I don't really use it for portable reasons. I kind of just keep it hooked up to my TV and just game from there, but I do know that people actually use the hell out of their Switch on the go, but it's just not what I do. However, I will say that our next entry actually gets a bona fide S tier from me because damn, when I got my Steam Deck, I didn't expect to actually use it as much as I have. Like, I expected it to just sit on a shelf and look pretty, but damn, being able to play your PC games on the go is just amazing. Like, I can literally play Elden Ring on the go, and if I wanted to play something more indie, I can play Dave the Diver. And if I wanted to relax, I could just play some Stardew Valley all on the go. And during a flight, this thing goes absolutely nuts.
Well, you'd look like a freaking nerd using that in public, and why do that when you can get a gaming laptop?
Joe, you'd look like even more of a loser playing that damn gaming PC in public.
Well, I can imagine that since I'm probably beating my meat while playing Hoonie Pop or pulling up some hentai on the go. And let me tell you that despite the stares I get, it freaking bangs. And now that I think about it, the stares only made me go even harder.
What is going on, gang? We're back with another tier list, and this time around, we are going to be tackling a spreads tier list. And what I mean by this is we have various sauces or things that can be used as spreads for either chips, burgers, or even hot dogs.
I don't think you needed to explain what spreads were to the audience, Barack. What do you take them for? Of course they know what spreads are.
Barack has no respect for the audience. For shame, man, for shame.
I was just doing a damn intro, let me breathe. But yeah, since you all already know what's going down, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got mayonnaise. And of course, this is a masterful spread. This goes on sandwiches, burgers, hot dogs, you name it, and it'll go on there.
Would it be able to go on a popsicle?
Okay, well, no, it would not be able to.
Doesn't sound all that masterful to me.
That's because you made it sound gross as hell just now, Joe. But anyways, then, after we got mustard, and I am giving this a B tier, and I want everyone to hear me out before they yell at me that it's not a spread. Listen, if you get a Chicago-style hot dog...
Oh, brother.
Now, hear me out, because this is important. Now, if you've had a Chicago-style hot dog, you know they slap that on with a ton of mustard. And they don't use a bottle, but rather they have a tub of mustard and use a butter knife to slather it all over like a spread. Plus, I sometimes put a spread of mustard on my sandwiches, and I really think it isn't all that odd at all, which is why I gave it a B tier. Not too high, but also not too low, where someone would think that I am actively disrespecting it like Joe the Mustard Man probably thinks.
No, don't worry. I've listened to your reasoning, and I can see the vision. I may not entirely agree because I'll spread mustard on burgers too, but hey, I'm not the master spreader. Although I do spread a mean pussy.
Anyways, after that, we got ketchup. And while this is indeed an elite condiment or dip, I just cannot have it that high in the spread ranking. Like, where am I going to be spreading ketchup? Because I can maybe talk myself into a hot dog, but that feels like it's too much ketchup.
Oh, but having a slab of mustard isn't too much?
Of course it isn't. You can never have enough mustard.
Thank you, Joe, but yeah, I just am not really feeling ketchup as a spread, and I'm going to have to give it a C tier, which again isn't all that bad in the grand scheme of things. Oh man, but then after we got the three-peat of S tiers coming up, because I have both crunchy and cream peanut butter alongside the Biscoff creamy cookie butter, all going into S tier. Peanut butter is just one of those things where it doesn't matter if it's crunchy or creamy because it all comes down to texture, but also it's an excellent snack, and I can literally eat a jar by the spoonful in a day, and it's one of the healthiest snacks someone can eat. That being said, Mr. Obama is known to pig out every no, and I will use some Biscoff cookie butter and make me a mean sandwich, but with milk, of course, because I need something to wash down all the sweetness.
I cannot believe I'm seeing Barack take a dub because I was so worried you were going to say something dumb about cookie butter, but you didn't do that, but instead praised it. It feels like I'm in bizarro land or something because you normally never say you like unhealthy things.
Barack Hussein Obama is full of surprises, what can I say?
Whoa, your middle name is Hussein? That's kind of gnarly considering, you know, we had a terrorist we hated named Saddam Hussein. Not saying you are one, but it's just like, what I'm trying to say is that we live in a small world, don't we?
It just doesn't make sense that he would be a Christian American who was born in Hawaii. That name doesn't scream very quote-unquote free to me. I just think that there's something hiding up Barack's sleeve that he hasn't told us, and we need to launch an investigation into his past because I'm no mathematician, but even I can tell that something isn't adding up.
Okay, not this again. You're getting ignored, Joe. Anyways, moving on, we got our very first D tier because even though I love myself some balsamic vinegar, I just cannot rate that high on a spreads tier list. Like, quite frankly, I don't even know why the hell this is even on this list because I douse my salad in it, but I never spread balsamic vinegar in anything, and it's too watery to be a spread unless you got bread to soak it in. And actually, I guess it could work in that way, but that's me trying to talk myself into it. But in all actuality, it stays in D tier.
You know the Joe Dog adds balsamic vinegar to his Subway sandwich order.
Joe, we know you said you literally douse it in everything.
Yeah, Joe, I don't think anyone is surprised to hear that info. But anyways, after that, we got a pretty easy S tier here in the strawberry jam. I dare somebody to find a video where we rated something strawberry flavored terribly because, quite frankly, I don't even think it exists unless it's something mixed with strawberry, like strawberry banana flavored things. Then after that, we got something that might be a bit controversial, but I have orange marmalade going into B tier. Now this is a fine spread and even tastes delicious with peanut butter, but I almost never go out of my way for some orange marmalade. Nothing wrong if you guys do, but me, personally, I don't see it going above a B tier on my list. However, directly after that, we got a certified banger. And that, of course, is the grape jelly, because who the hell doesn't like some grape jelly? This is like the default spread for peanut butter and jelly. When you think of a Smucker's peanut butter and jelly sandwich, the first flavor that comes to mind is the grape jelly one, and because of legacy and delicious reasons, I have to, of course, place this bad boy into S tier.
W of a move here, Barack, but why not just say you have back-to-back S tiers or even back-to-back-to-back S tiers, because the Smucker's Goober and Nutella is up next.
Okay, so Nutella, despite how unhealthy it actually is, still gets a high rating. But the Goober mixed grape jelly and peanut butter actually gets an A tier from me. And I want to explain why before anyone decides to crucify me for this, and it's because it doesn't have a right mix, and I don't like to combine my peanut butter and jelly.
The fuck are you saying, man? That's what the sandwich is.
No, you don't get what I'm saying. I don't like them on the same spread of knife, and what if sometimes I want more jelly than peanut butter, or if I want more peanut butter than jelly? I can't do that with this, but it is still very nice. And of course, Donald had to go spoiling what I was going to rate it, but I do have Nutella going straight into S tier. I'm sure Donald is more than happy with that, because this thing is probably used more than mayo in his household.
Stop acting salty as hell just because Michelle only lets you get one bottle of Nutella every other month. Unlike you, I live in a pretty free household, and as long as I don't go overboard, I am allowed to have Nutella as much as I want within reasonable conditions.
Melania still gets on you, huh?
Yeah.
See, if Jill ever tried telling me what to eat or what not to eat, I would absolutely RKO her ass into oblivion. I would crack every single brittle bone in her body, but just enough to keep her alive. It would be one by one so she can feel each individual painful little break. Then after she thinks the pain and suffering is all over, I then get a potato peeler and slowly but surely just go move it all throughout her body till she begs for my forgiveness because she decided to be a fucking comedian and throw out my blue Gatorade hot dogs.
I thought you said this would happen if she tried doing it. Joe, you're making it seem like this already happened.
No, I do not mean that, and no one do a wellness check on her because she's fine. She's just a little sleepy, and this was all hypothetical and or satirical. Whatever words makes this all hold up better in court.
I don't think either would help you in court, especially if this was a live confession to a horrific crime. But I don't know what to do, and I don't want to end the video and investigate further because it's kind of my tier list, and I barely get to do these. So I'll turn off my moral compass for now and just continue forward. Because up next, we got sandwich spread, which is like Miracle Whip, I imagine. And this is getting an A tier from me because mayo that is healthier for you may taste funnier, but I swear it actually isn't all that bad or different. You can slowly get accustomed to the flavor, and I will swear by its deliciousness. But of course, it cannot beat real mayo. Which, speaking of real mayo, we have another goddamn banging S tier up next because we got sriracha mayo, and this is an amazing spread on anything because it basically is just as good as normal mayo, but this time it's for the spice lovers because it provides an ever so slight heat factor to your normal mayo. And of course, someone like me is just going to love that. So I try my best to make my own whenever I'm at home or just buy it in a bottle like in this picture because this basically replaces mayo for me on almost every single dish except for tuna sandwiches. I tried the sriracha mayo with tuna on its own, and it did not bang, and I even had it with saltines, and it didn't bang, and I tried it on a tuna sandwich, and it especially did not bang. I was not a fan of replacing the mayo with sriracha mayo in that one singular instance, but on literally almost everything else, this is an automatic banger.
See, what the Joester does is that he gets normal mayo and sriracha mayo. Like if I'm eating a blue dog and I have mayo on the bun already and have my ketchup and mustard all set and ready, I do a little zigzag pattern with the sriracha mayo to give it a little kick and just to sauce up my dog some more because I love it all wet and sloppy.
Yo, what the fuck? Pause. But yeah, what Joe says is true because that is the most elite method of enjoying it. Why can't I have both mayo and sriracha mayo? Why do you always try to create a divide, Barack?
Okay, my bad. I guess you can have both, but I just choose to use sriracha mayo more. But anyways, we got our last two entries on our list, and they are both salsas. And I don't know how that would work entirely as a spread on bread, but as a spread you lay out on your table and you're able to dip into, man, this of course works. Get you some tortilla chips and you can go to town on these things, and I am more than happy to report that both the avocado salsa and the red chunky salsa both get a certified A tier from me. One regret I can say about this list is that we don't have hummus on here, guys. Like, that would have been an absolute S tier in my book because of how healthy and delicious it is.
Jesus Christ, we get it. You love healthy food. Quit making that your whole personality.
Oh, but it's fine for Joe to make being weird and doing sexual things his whole personality.
Yes, it is.
What is going on, Gang A-Lang? We are back with another tier list, and we are finally doing our long-awaited shoe brands tier list. And I'm down and ready to get this started because you all know that Barry's shoe game is on point, and I will have the best opinions.
Now, why do you say that? You know that the Joe Dog shoe game is also on point, and I'd even argue that I have the best shoes out of the three of us.
Joe, buddy, I love you very little, and that's why it elates me to say this, but I genuinely think you have the most horrendous shoe game out of almost any single human being that has been birthed on this planet. I swear that homeless people have better shoes than you, and I don't even know how that happens. Like, they have no access to a home, so you'd assume that they would have very crappy clothes and shoes, and don't get me wrong, because they totally do. But somehow Joe outdoes them and has some rinky-dinky ass shoes.
What are you saying, Donald? I'll put some respect on Joe's shoe game because whenever he goes in a press conference or is on video, he has some really nice looking shoes.
Oh, Barack, you don't know the worst part.
Listen, Barack, you don't want to think that's my shoe style because those are what they make me wear before I go on air, but my real shoe game lies within my closet because you see what I do is that I wear a shoe until it's about to fall apart. Like, I'm talking about how my soles will look like a yapping duckbill with the way it flops with every step. And then the outer wear and tear will get pretty bad too, and it may get scuffed up more often than not, but it's like a crafting video game. I wait till I lose multiple pieces and put them in a storage closet, and I just wait till they completely rip. And if my new pair of Nike shoes lose the front layer, then I go looking for pieces in my closet of another shoe or even of another brand. So I glue or sew them together and make these really epic looking shoes that are custom made, and I swear that they are the talk of the town. No one can really call out a man's shoe game when he's wearing every single major brand in some sort of elaborate and cool hybrid shoe.
Joe, what you've made is an abomination to God. And if you all haven't seen his closet, it is quite literally littered with random shoe parts, and most aren't even in good condition because go figure that if you lose a part of your shoe, chances are that it wasn't in good condition in the first place. But God, what's even worse is the way he sews and glues them all together into this big mess of a shoe, and there are unproportionate sizes, different colorways, and just a mix of lettering and brand logos all woven throughout the one shoe, and the pairs don't even match. He can have a totally normal-looking shoe on one foot and then have the aforementioned Frankenstein of a monster shoe on his other foot, and most of the time he just looks like a damn idiot wearing that, and I swear people think he's homeless more often than not.
But it gets us plenty of free food and ice cream when we're out in public, doesn't it? Plus, people randomly give me change and give me a sad smile. It must be because they're so sad that they'll never match my shoes' swagger levels.
I promise you, Joe, that it is definitely not that, and probably just because they, honest to God, think you're a homeless man.
Nah, that can't be it.
I wish to be as delusional as Joe sometimes. I feel like it's like living your life as a dog or something, like you don't worry about anything and just merely exist without a thought in your head. Unfortunately, though we have the curse of knowing Joey and learning about every single thing he does. Thankfully, though, we can forget about all of Joe's crazy and wild things and just focus in on this tier list because we can finally start it, rather than going on this crazy shoe tangent with Joe. Now, if you all notice, there aren't a ton of brands, and I didn't want to add every single brand known to man because we'd be here all day, but hey, I added Jordan shoes for you all, even though they're owned by Nike. But without further ado, let's get this list started, and up first we got Birkenstock, and I have these immediately going into S tier.
Wait, I thought they only made fancy and expensive sandals. What the heck is up with that high-ass rating if they don't even make shoes?
Joe, you absolute buffoon. Sandals are an open type of shoe, and Birkenstock does actually sell shoes as well. God, Joe, this is how I can tell that you really have not had anything good in your life, because Birkenstock isn't even all that, but you still called them fancy. We're lucky Barack didn't even add the really bougie items like Gucci or Louis Vuitton shoes.
Or like Shacknosis Reebok shoes, which I have noticed that you don't have Reebok on here, Barack. What's up with that, bro?
You know what, Joe? That actually slipped my mind, but I am not going to remake this list to add Donald's Gucci and Louis Vuitton shoes and your stupid Sheknosis Reebok shoes, Joe.
I didn't even say I wanted them added. I literally said, we're lucky you didn't add those.
Shut up, Donald. And Barack, they're not stupid. And I didn't say to add the shoe, did I? I said to add the brand, you freaking dingus.
I hate you so damn much, Joe. But yeah, moving on with the list, we have Fila, and their older shoes look nice, like their Grant Hill basketball shoes, but their disruptors look like I'd have ashy ankles at the family barbecue. That, and like I would wear a polo shirt alongside some really short cargo shorts with a beer belly and all.
The fuck you trying to say?
Nothing, man. I'm sure that Fila shoes are accessible to people with all body types and colors. But for me personally, I have this going into C tier because it ain't all that, and I want to remind everyone that it is purely for the shoe and nothing more as a brand. No hate to their other products, but yes, moving past that, we have Crocs. And who doesn't like Crocs? I think I'll place these into A tier because they're nice, but I don't really see myself using them all that much unless it's inside of the house.
Now that's a waste, Barry. Why else do you think Crocs have a sport mode? You got to use those bad boys outside, and I have seen the ones in your house, and you need to put some gibbets on them or something.
I would, but Michelle told me that it would ruin our matching Croc theme, and she doesn't allow me to do that.
It's okay, Barry. I can make you and Michelle matching gibbets. I can make a child, a high schooler, a middle schooler, and that's about it.
It scares me that you can make iterations of all those things and somehow fit it into a small gibbet size, but I'm going to have to decline, Joe. Following that, we have two back-to-back S tiers in Nike and Adidas. Now, I feel like these two are the primary brands most people use for their shoes. Like, if this were a Pokemon game, it would be like Pokemon Gold or Pokemon Silver. Like, you can choose either or and not go wrong. But obviously, people have their preferences. But that's why I put those into S tier. I don't really have a lot to say about these because you all already know what's up with these two brands. So let me just focus our attention to our next entry, which are Heelys. And these were pretty banging back in the day. But now, if you think about it, you kind of look like an idiot if you're using Heelys outside. And they're not really all that worth to use. And it's more of a gag than anything else because no one is actually Heelying around. For those reasons, I have to place this into B tier because at least it gets points for being fun, albeit useless.
That's because you haven't mastered the art of the Heely. I swear I remember rubbing hand sanitizer all over the wheel and the bottom of my Heely shoe and then lighting it on fire so that I can heel away in flaming glory. And you know what? It was pretty epic when I did it, but then my shoes caught on fire and then I tied my laces super tight. So it was a pain to get them off. So I was thrashing and banging my shoes against this concrete wall, hoping it would kill the fire. And eventually I gave up and stomped and rubbed mud all over my shoes to kill the fire, and it worked. And I only got away with a couple of major burns that forever scarred my feet.
That was an incredible story, Joe.
Well, thanks, Barack. For a second, I thought you or Donald were going to make fun of me or something.
You didn't let me finish, Joe, because I said it was an incredible story. An incredibly stupid story, Joe. God, I don't even know what goes on in that head of yours, because I can't decide if it's totally vacant or if it's like 2 or 3 brain cells that are left in there. Either way, I am not touching that further, and instead we'll continue with the list, and after that we have Puma. And I know you all can barely see it, but I swear it's Puma, and I actually really like Puma and the newer stuff they're doing with athletes. And just how they're trying to compete in the shoe space in different markets and sports. I think some of the designs are cool, and I applaud their effort in trying to get into that shoe market space that Nike and Adidas own so much of. And I think I'll give them an A tier. Then we have Jordans. And listen, Jordan is a subsidiary of Nike, so like it is a part of Nike, and really I shouldn't have this on the damn list. But like I mentioned earlier, if I didn't add Jordans, I just know someone in the comments was going to complain and holler, but yeah, they don't go as high as Nike. And quite frankly, only get an A tier. Then, since I also have this one going into A tier as well, I may as well talk about New Balance as well, and for much of the same reasons as Puma. I have New Balance going up here because of their efforts of trying to shake up the shoe market game, and I respect the hell out of that. If there was an A+ tier, I'd also put New Balance in there because I actually prefer them to Puma, but hey, we don't have that. So just make a mental note that I prefer New Balance shoes over Puma. They have comfort and quality, and that's not even mentioning that they have some pretty cool designs that I personally really like.
God, that was a huge yap session. You know, you could have saved us a ton of time by just saying, I have 3 back-to-back-to-back A tiers that would have definitely cut out a lot of the yapping.
Donald, it was not yapping because I had to explain why I had my stances on them, because if I didn't, then someone in the comments was going to come for my throat.
So once again, you're scared the comments are going to come for your throat.
Guys, I'm lost. Why do so many people in the comments want to come inside of Barack's throat?
You're so vile, Joe. Let's just end off this list before he says any more crazier things. And the last thing we have on here are Skechers shoes. And these are pretty butt as well. And honestly, I might place this lower than Fila, but I don't know. I think I'll place it into C tier, but let it be known that it is an extremely low C tier, like 69.5%, and it barely got rounded up.
Why did you round up? What's the point in that?
Nah, Joe, let him round up. I quite like that philosophy. I think I'm going to be rounding up more numbers in my life.
Donald, rounding up from 2.5 inches to 3 inches isn't as much of an upgrade as you think.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and you got Obama on the clock. So I will be more than ready to rank these Pokemon starters for you all, and I will be sure to not disappoint anyone. I mean, how can I possibly mess this up?
I don't know, Barry, but knowing you, I know that you'll find a way.
I'm sure you won't bomb this list, Barack.
I appreciate the sarcastic encouragement, Joe, but I feel like I got this one in the bag. Anyways, up first we got Generation 1, and there is one clear-cut winner in all this, and I have Bulbasaur going into A tier, Charmander going into S, and Squirtle joining Bulbasaur in A tier. Like, I still love the other two, and A tier is super good, but let's be honest and just say the quiet part out loud, because everyone and their mom loves Charmander and Charizard, and that's why it's in like every game and has 2 different mega evolutions.
Listen, man, I love all of Generation 1, but it just pains me to hear that, even though I know you're right.
Speak for yourselves, because I'm a Bulbasaur rider till the day I die. Squirtle being an A feels right, though, because I don't really like Blastoise as much. And bro just grew cannons out his back, and that doesn't tickle my fancy.
Oh, but Venusaur growing a flower on his back is doing it for you?
Whoa, and he's thicker, like way thicker. And he looks kind of gross, and I don't know about you two, but that kind of turns me on.
Joe, why are you telling us this information? I don't think anyone wants to know what turns you on or off.
Wait, isn't this the list where we are grading what Pokemon starters we'd smash?
What? God, no!
Jesus, Joe. Just when I thought we hit the bottom of the barrel, you somehow find a new low. Like, how can you even do anything with these starters? Like, they're no Delphlox or Scorbunny. And don't even get me started on Gardevoir or Lopunny.
Donald, you are spitting on those last two, but no, we will not be talking about that. They're animals, and you can't talk about doing those things with them,
said the furry.
Okay, that's totally different, because those are anthropomorphic creatures, meaning that they have beast-like elements, whilst retaining some human ones as well, which is why Lopunny or Gardevoir is fine to like.
I don't think it's fine at all, but me and Joe are willing to admit that we are sick in the head, and you are somehow trying to take the moral high ground when it comes to talking about what fictional animals we'd bang. Just admit we're all sickos and move on with it.
Do not lump me in with you two, because I know Joe has been fantasizing about Vaporeon for a while.
Hey man, I'm not sick in the head at all. Did you know that in terms of male, human, and female Pokemon breeding, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans? Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, but Vaporeon are also an average of 3 foot 3 inches tall and 64 pounds. This means they're large enough to be able to handle humans, and with their impressive base stats for HP and access to acid armor, you can be rough with one. Due to their mostly water-based biology, there's no doubt in my mind that an aroused Vaporeon would be incredibly wet. So wet that you could easily bang one for hours without getting sore. They can also learn the moves Attract, Baby Doll Eyes, Captivate, Charm, and Tail Whip, along with not having fur to hide nipples. So it'd be incredibly easy for one to get you in the mood. With their abilities Water Absorb and Hydration, they can easily recover from fatigue with enough water. No other Pokemon comes close with this level of compatibility. Also, Vaporeon has ungodly defense stat plus high HP pool plus acid armor, means it can take anyone wiener all day, all shapes and sizes, and still come for more, thus making them the most compatible.
You know what, Joe? You're winning me over.
Jesus Christ, no, Joe. Please tell me where those Vaporeon hentai links are so I can make sure I never click them. Just send them over right in our Discord private messages just to fully make sure I know what not to click. Ahem. But yeah, moving on as if we didn't have that discussion, and we'll return back to normalcy because I don't know what else to do. We then have the Generation 2 starters, and I have Chikorita going into C tier and Cyndaquil and Totodile going into S tier. Like the other two are badass as hell, and Chikorita is somewhat mid and just too girly for my liking.
What's wrong with it being girly, Barack? As a self-proclaimed feminist, I thought you wouldn't judge a Pokemon based on something as trivial as that.
No, Donald, I swear I didn't mean it in that way.
I'm just messing with you. I also think it's mid as hell.
Oh, okay, you got me there, haha.
I mean, I would bang the hell out of a Meganium, and I'd even do the Chikorita because the baby form is quite cute.
Joe, we are not talking about that. We left that conversation for the start of the video, and that's it. But yes, moving on, we have Generation 3. And following the other trends, I have Trico and Mudkip going into S tier, while Torchic only gets an A tier from me, which once again is super good.
I mean, if we're talking about comp, then Blaziken is literally the best one here. But yeah, the other two are definitely more badass. So no hate from the Don.
Well, thanks, Donald. I appreciate it. I also think Blaziken is the best comp-wise, but I mean, I just want to grade them based on likability and, of course, my personal bias. Following that, we have Generation 4, and I really like this one and the last one, so don't hate me too hard. But I have Turtwig and Piplup going into B tier, while Chimchar gets a banging S tier from me.
Ooh, you're going to get the Piplup lovers mad, but I doubt anyone gives a shit about Turtwig.
Listen, man, if they weren't bad stats-wise and just kind of bad-looking overall in their final forms, they'd get higher ratings. But you just can't compete with Chimchar. He's adorable at first, and then turns badass as hell in his final form.
He's also just one of my favorite starters in like the whole series. So once again, the Don approves of this message.
I also have to say that I agree with what you have ranked Barack, because for the Joe Dog personally, he has to say this is his least favorite generation. And I still wouldn't place Chimchar that high.
Well, why is that, Joe?
Well, you see, this has to be the least bangable generation of Pokemon because they are all butt ugly.
I don't know why I didn't see that coming. Honestly, this is on me for having a microscopic amount of faith in you and just thinking that maybe, just maybe, that you'd say something of nuance or have a talking point that doesn't go back to whether or not you bang the Pokemon. But Joe's sickness aside, we then have Generation 5, and Tepig and Snivy go into C tier, while Oshawott goes straight into S tier. I like Embor, but come on, man. We got Oshawott the GOAT, and I think he is probably my favorite starter in the whole franchise. So some super-based personal bias is coming into play for me. And I like this generation a lot, and I think this was the last really, really good Pokemon game before it started to somewhat fall off.
Sounds like you're hating right now, Barack.
Yeah, there's plenty of baddies left on this list. And I know you're eyeing down Fennekin, Poplio, Scorbunny, and Sprigato because their final evolutions are certified baddies. And I know you can't argue with me on that, Barack. I've literally seen your search history every time new Pokemon games come up. And let me tell you that I have never seen you Google so many Pokemon names with Rule 34 right next to them.
Joe, how do you have access to my search history? That's a massive invasion of my privacy.
You forgot to log out of your Google account on my computer in 2008. And I like to peruse and snoop every now and then.
What the? Log out of my account this instant.
I refuse.
Honestly, Barack, this is your fault because any sane man always knows to open up the private tab before getting down and dirty, and you literally forgot to do step one.
I like keeping tabs and bookmarking things that I like. Sue me? I hate having to try to find something really good that I found if I don't have the search history for it.
Dude, just leave the incognito tab open for Christ's sake.
I may have to start doing that now, considering that I have Joe literally monitoring all of my search history.
Yeah, and you might want to go to a doctor because Googling is having a third nipple normal is not very normal if you ask me, but I like it. More freaky time opportunities with a third nipple.
Stop outing my Google search history to the audience. God, can we please just focus up and continue with the list because we haven't even graded Generation 6. Ahem, but yes, then I have Chespin as our first D tier. Then, contrary to Joe's belief, I actually have Fennekin going into B tier and then Froakie going straight into S tier.
I'm not going to lie, you really threw a curveball at me with this ranking because gun to my head, I would have said that you were going to place Fennekin into S tier.
I am full of surprises, Joe. My search history does not reflect this tier list. Not that I had anything like that in my search history because Joe was just lying. But yes. Then after we have Generation 7, and this is my least favorite game in the franchise, I think, and has the worst starters because for the first time on this list, I don't have a single S tier. But Litten gets an A tier from me, while Poplio and Rowlet get a C tier from me.
I think the Alola region gets overhated too much because it really was not all that bad. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I realize that I may have played this one the most of the recent entries, either this or Scarlet or Violet. And to clarify before the comments frack my asshole, I mean that I played this the most out of the newer generations, because not including X and Y, I definitely played this more over Generation 8.
Well, Donald, I still cannot agree with you because I just don't feel the same way. But yes, then moving on, we have Generation 8. And I have Grookey and Scorbunny going into B tier, and Sobble gets to go into A tier, even though his final evolution sucks ass.
Scorebunny kind of a soccer baddie, though, and I would definitely tango and get down and dirty with her.
Gross, Joe, but I agree a little bit, but I am ranking these based on overall enjoyment of the game and design.
Makes sense why the newer gens are lower, because you're a freaking hater.
I am not a hater. I don't think it's a crime to dislike the newer games, even though I played them. I loved Legend of Arceus, but those starters are recycled, so we can't talk about those. But yeah, then rounding off our list, we have Generation 9 and I, Quaxley in C tier, Sprigato in B tier, and Fuecoco going into A tier. I think I genuinely cooked on this list. And now that I finished, Joe, can you send over those Vaporeon links to me?
Sure, I even have some new ones I found yesterday.
Goddamn sickos. Send it to our group chat.
What is going on, gang? We are back at it again with another tier list. And this time we're going to be rating different stores/convenience stores. I'll be rating them overall on a lot of factors, but primarily it'll be up to my personal taste.
As long as you don't disrespect Costco, we are solid.
Shh, who cares about Costco when you got something better like Dollar Tree on there? You will most definitely catch me buying the $1 Salisbury steaks or any type of frozen dinners from there. Dollar Tree is like my mecca. I love the fact that everything here is cheap as hell and I can buy everything in bulk, so I never have to leave my man cave. I even got it decked out with the poop bucket and the classic Pedro flask.
That is so freaking gross, man. I was about to give Dollar Tree some respect too, but then you started doing too much with the poop bucket comments and the Pedro flask. God, just uttering those words made me shudder in terror. Like that man cave must smell crazy, but at least you're using environmentally friendly methods for you sick and twisted stuff.
Like you care what's environmentally friendly. The only thing you've done for the environment is blow up city infrastructures and revert them back to their natural state. Get it, because you bomb cities, but anyways, you get used to the smell after a while. Like once you adjust, you don't even notice it.
Don't think our usual Barack jokes will save you this time, Joe, because I highly doubt that it does not indeed smell insane in your man cave, Joey. You said yourself that you stock up on only Dollar Tree frozen meals, so I already know the nutritional value must be below zero if they are somehow selling full-ass meals for around $1. Like, that is not normal, and that food must have been synthesized in a lab, and you're probably eating more plastic than meat.
Well, whatever it is the nutritional value is, it does not matter to me because it is simply delicious.
Honestly, they need to study your body because I don't see how any normal human being lives and operates their day-to-day life like you do, Joe, and yet still somehow are alive and kicking. But enough of the medical mystery that Joe is, and instead let us finally get this list started. And up first, we got good old 7-Eleven. I personally really like going here, but I feel like everyone knows of a 7-Eleven that always gets robbed. Like, I always feel like I am in danger, but it is super convenient, and I think that this merits an A tier. If I am ever low on snacks, I go to this place because there is one very nearby. So I just pop in and poof, I got a bunch of snacks and goodies. Or if I need a couple of brews or some milk, I can also just pop in for that and not have to go to somewhere far like Walmart or Costco.
Makes sense. I think that it should be up there because of the convenience points. But you ever notice that the people who work at those places always tend to be of, let's just say, Asian descent?
Asian? Oh, you mean they're Indian? I almost forgot they are technically Asian.
Jesus. Joe, you idiot! Don't say that. Think about it. Freaking Donald was being cautious with that. Because he doesn't want to get us demonetized. And here you are without a care in the world. Just saying whatever pops in your head.
Nah, it's cool. Trust me. Me and my Indian friends are tighter than some tikka masala.
That makes no sense at all. But I don't care. Because they do indeed have amazing food. Makes me think we should make a cultural food tier list. I am going to write that down. But for now, let me continue this list. And up next, we got the long-forgotten Kmart. Now, I will be honest with all of you. We may hold a lot of nostalgia for this place, but there is most definitely a reason why they are basically out of business. And Kmarts are now probably almost as rare as a species that is about to go extinct. I don't think it was anything amazing, quite frankly, and especially with how little of them there are left, if any, to be honest. I am thinking a solid C tier is in order for this place, and then we follow it up with a pretty decent place, which is Circle K. I personally really like Circle K, and will be the first to admit it isn't the best, but I still think it merits having a B tier. Also, fun fact about this place is that Circle K was the only location where you could get the Mountain Dew Berry Twister flavor, and now I believe it is Purple Thunder that is exclusive to the place. If I am wrong, can someone correct me in the comments, please?
Honestly, that's a huge dub to Circle K for having an exclusive flavor of one of the best sodas to ever exist. I will forever pay my respects to Mountain Dew and will continue to endanger my health by drinking these sugar-filled things.
Okay, this isn't an ad read. Let's calm down now and move on to our next entry, which is Walmart. Now, Walmart before would have gotten an S tier from me, but ever since they stopped being open for 24 hours straight, I just swear it has not been hitting the same, like the magic just disappeared and it lost the aura it once had. I still think they're a really good store and franchise in general, but they lose the coveted S tier spot, and instead, I will be placing them into A tier alongside 7-Eleven.
I used to love hanging out at the local Walmart with all my teenager friends back in the day. Man, that sure does bring back good memories.
How long ago was this, Joe?
Oh, like 2018 or something. Like right before they decided to cancel the overnight stuff for Walmart.
Jesus Christ, Joe, let's ignore that and continue on, because we got our very first S tier, and much to no one's surprise, it is Costco. I freaking love Costco, man, and it is one of my favorite places to shop at and just be at in general. Like, I feel so cool having my little membership there, and they have fantastic deals online and in store if you guys pay attention enough. You should all frequent the Costco Reddit if you want to see some cool stuff.
Nice Reddit plug, I guess, but I only use that site for, well, you guys already know some nefarious activities happen on my Reddit.
Please do not continue, because we definitely do not want to know about what goes on during your Reddit activities. Anyways, up next we got another decent one, and that is Walgreens. I think this is a pretty good place, but not necessarily for shopping needs, but you could still get some pretty good stuff from there. But I mainly think so highly of this place because you can pick up medication from here alongside some goodies or light groceries. I am thinking that this place deserves a solid B tier.
Now that is outrageous. A B tier? I go to this place constantly and I frequent my local Walgreens so much that they all know me by a first name basis. They see me pick up medications almost every other day.
Why does that not surprise me?
It really shouldn't, Donald, but Joe, B tier isn't bad, and that's where it'll stay, but I can see an argument for A tier. Anyways, up next we got another one which is very similar, and that is Rite Aid. I personally prefer Walgreens over Rite Aid, so I will have to place this into C tier alongside Kmart. This is purely a preference. I'm going to keep it real with you, but you know what isn't a preference? My love for H Mart. I freaking love this place so much, and if you guys have not been there, I would highly recommend it. Whenever I need anything Asian food related, I always go here. It's only a little awkward going there and having all the old Asian people stare at me like I'm about to mug them or something. But aside from that, I am in love with this place and will give it an S tier. I get my little spicy Korean noodles from here and ice cream mochi if I feel the need for it. And I get all my ingredients to cook from here if I want to have an Asian night at my house, and you know, Barack has got you covered on that homemade kimchi.
That homemade kimchi, you have freaking slaps whenever you make that kimchi rice with Spam and eggs on top.
I thought it was all right. I prefer to have my $1 Salisbury steaks from Dollar Tree.
Joe, you disgust the hell out of me with your continuous love for these cheap steaks. Like, have you even tried the more expensive frozen dinners?
Wait, they have more expensive ones at Dollar Tree?
Never mind. Anyways, up next we got Target. And honestly, I feel like Target and Walmart are like Pokemon, if that makes sense. Like, you got the red version and the blue version, and sure, while there might be version exclusive Pokemon, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day because they fizzle out to the same experience, and I feel the same for these two places. I will be placing Target into A tier alongside the other two up there, but if you prefer Walmart over Target or vice versa. I don't blame you. And after that, we got Sam's Club. And I feel like this one is like the worst version of Costco. Like, what does Sam's Club have that really separates it from Costco or even Walmart or Target? I honestly just feel like this is a slightly worse version of those previously mentioned, and will be placing Sam's Club into B tier. I apologize to any Sam's Club diehard fans, but like, even they have to admit that you would rather go to other places.
I don't know about that one, Barack. I feel like you need to put more respect on Sam's Club's name, because they are definitely not worse than Walmart or Target.
I don't think I will put respect on their name, and I will keep them that low, and everyone can fight me in the comments. I will die on this very odd hill, and I do not care. And again, B tier is not bad at all. Following that, we got another B tier, and that is Food for Less. I like this place, but don't really have a lot to say about it, to be honest. I like it, and it is decent for groceries, but does not offer a whole lot aside from that. And despite the name being Food for Less, I can definitely tell you that it is not the case a lot of the time. Now, since we are here, let me go ahead and talk about Joe's favorite place, and that is Dollar Tree. Even though I might have sounded like a bit of a hater, I want all Dollar Tree fans to know that I stand with you, despite Joey being on your side as well. I am giving this place an A tier because I just like stores that are dedicated to being so cheap. Like, I respect the commitment to it. Just don't get the frozen dinners like Joe here, unless they actually bang, because quite honestly, I do not know. I have not been brave enough to test them.
I am telling you right now that they do indeed bang. They are Joe certified, and I would tell everyone to go get these the moment they walk into their Dollar Tree.
Well, I would not go that far, but if I am there, I will get one just for you, Joe. And we're coming up to our final two entries, and up next, we got Safeway. And I am a fan of this as well. I think they are solid as hell, and would place this into B tier if I had to give it an honest rating. And please, for the love of God, you two, don't make any jokes about this next one. Like, I know it has to be very hard for you two to not say anything, but it is all I ask for. Up next, we got Come and Go going into B tier as well.
Wow, I'd personally rate Come and Go in S tier. It's the best way to handle Friday nights. Hey ho!
Yeah, I like to go to Come and Go and your mom.
That doesn't work, you idiot.
Then why don't you come and go show me?
Now that's more like it, Joey.
Jesus Christ.